The era of lords has commenced. Gu Guang has acquired the ability to fuse and evolve troops. The fusion and evolution of 10 white quality troops yields green quality. The fusion and evolution of 100 green quality troops results in blue quality. The fusion and evolution of 1,000 blue quality troops culminates in purple quality. Infinite fusion, infinite evolution, creating an invincible solitary soldier to lead a tide of swarming insects. Alliance campaign, commanding an elite army to subdue all players. Continental defense war, leading the army to penetrate the dark abyss. Oceans difficult to explore, evolving the army to delve into the deep sea. Planetary invasion, leading blue star players in a counter-invasion operation. Gu Guang. In this era of lords, I may not be a pioneer, but I shall undoubtedly be the strongest. If players from other planets in this game are unaware of what Locust Crossing entails, let them witness the might of blue star players. Chapter 1. Troop Fusion, Green Quality. Dearest players, welcome to the realm of race games. Strive to pursue the pinnacle of evolution and find a way to survive. Here, everyone starts from the same point, within a unique ant nest. A kind reminder, daytime is relatively safe, serving as your optimal development time. Once night falls, danger will escalate exponentially. Above all, remember to keep all creatures away from your ant nest. Should the nest be destroyed, it signifies the loss of your greatest support in this world. The first day serves as a protection period. The nest will remain unscathed, but this is merely a day. Cherish it well. I hereby declare, the game has commenced. Gu Guang gazed at the desolate land before him, engulfed in a moment of bewilderment. Just a second ago, he was amidst the steel and concrete of a modern urban skyscraper. Now he finds himself here. However, upon receiving the information in his mind, Gu Guang swiftly comprehended one crucial fact. That is, he has traversed into another realm, a game world. Furthermore, he is not alone in this journey. The reasoning for this realization lies in 2 points. The initial voice in his mind stating that everyone starts equally, proving he is not the sole traveler. The second point is the functional panel, personal attributes, friend list, trading interface, and regional chat channel. Opening the regional chat channel reveals certain information. Region, falling leaves plain. Population, 100. Speech requirement, 1 unit of food per word. Gu Guang closed the panel to survey his surroundings, discovering the ant nest as described by the voice in his mind, right before him. He stood amidst a vast plain, with only a large opening shrouded by a luminous dome, the words ant nest glowing above. The entrance of the ant nest is sufficiently large for Gu Guang to enter. As his gaze fell upon it, a panel popped up. Ant nest, protection period 2355. Rank, first stage, 0/10,000 food. Quality, white, 0/1000 origin. Unit type, black armored ant, 10 units of food. Food, 100. Spiritual energy, 0. Origin, 0. Special materials, 0. After reviewing the attributes of the ant nest, Gu Guang's mind immediately sparked with ideas. He had read numerous novels and comprehended his own situation. Lore mode, train troops, enhance power, expand territory, and continually evolve to grow stronger. This was Gu Guang's immediate thought. In fact, it was indeed so. He opened his personal attribute panel. Gu Guang, rank, level 1, early stage. Experience, 0/100. Passive skills, none. Active skills, none. Number of nests, 1. Vassals, 0. Although accessing the panel did not provide him with any tangible assistance, it did furnish him with valuable information. The number of nests. Did that imply he could possess more than just the ant nest before him? Vassals. Did that suggest he could compel others to submit to him? Upon focusing on these 2 abilities, Gu Guang received confirmation of his suspicions. Provided that others consented, they could become his vassals, with the terms determined by Gu Guang himself, effective immediately upon mutual agreement. After perusing all the foundational information available, Gu Guang embarked on his first step. Train troops. 100 units of food could breed 10 black armored ants, a modest initial resource, and there was no reason for hesitation. Gu Guang issued a breeding command to the ant nest. Soon, a progress bar appeared above the nest. 1 minute/1 ant. This meant that it would take 10 minutes to produce 10 black armored ants. While waiting, Gu Guang glanced at the regional chat channel. Unfortunately, not a single soul had spoken there. This indicated that these individuals were not fools, unwilling to squander precious food units on idle chatter. Clearly, speaking at this moment was utterly futile. With no conversations taking place, Gu Guang closed the chat interface and focused intently on the emergence of the black armored ants. Soon, the first black armored ant made its appearance. A colossal ant crawled out from the dark entrance. Its enormous head bore a pair of imposing mandibles, with dual arms evolving downward, supported by 4 legs beneath. The entirety was encased in a black exoskeleton, which appeared to offer commendable defense. The size of the black armored ant was comparable to that of an average human, and simultaneously, an attribute panel materialized before Gu Guang. Black armored ant rank, level 1, early stage. Experience, 0/100. Quality white. Passive skills, none. Active skills, primary giant strength. Upon activation, strength doubles for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. As the first black armored ant emerged, Gu Guang could distinctly sense a mental connection forming with it. At this moment, he could command the actions of this black armored ant, and every one of his directives would be meticulously executed. Gu Guang's heart began to race the instant the black armored ant appeared, and it continued to beat rapidly. This was the thrill of excitement. Leaning closer, Gu Guang nervously touched the ant's exoskeleton. It was as cold as iron. But at that moment, Gu Guang felt something suddenly materialize in his mind. This was no mere illusion. Gu Guang was astonished to discover a white orb of light had appeared in his mind. Simultaneously, a frame emerged above the black armored ant's head. 0 out of 10. Note, consuming X10 of the same quality and rank black armored ants allows for fusion evolution. Upon seeing this frame, Gu Guang instinctively grasped its meaning. 10 black armored ants could undergo a fusion evolution, thereby enhancing their quality with no risk of failure. For the same rank, they merely needed to be of equivalent level. For instance, level 1 with level 1, level 2 with level 2. Intermediate stages were not considered. This realization sent Gu Guang's heart racing anew. He had unlocked a special ability. A spark of ambition ignited within him. If he was uniquely endowed with this ability, could he not seize the initiative and advance more rapidly than anyone else? Social status is akin to a pyramid, with only a singular pinnacle at the top. Given the opportunity, he too could ascend to that apex. In that moment, Gu Guang had never felt 10 minutes so excruciatingly long. He yearned for the swift emergence of the 10 black armored ants, eager to experiment with the fusion evolution ability. Finally, 10 minutes elapsed. 10 black armored ants, each the size of a human, stood arrayed before Gu Guang. He selected the first black armored ant and chose to initiate fusion evolution. Upon making this choice, the white orb in his mind radiated a surge of white energy, enveloping the 10 black armored ants before him. Enveloped in the white light, Gu Guang could not discern what transpired within. Soon, the white light began to contract, swiftly leaving behind 3 black armored ants of fused size. Once transformed, the white light dissipated, revealing an enormous black armored ant before Gu Guang, 3 times the size of its predecessors. Simultaneously, the number above this new black armored ant changed. 0 out of 100. 100 black armored ants of the same quality and rank are required for further fusion evolution. 100 green quality black armored ants. Such a requirement was rather daunting, equivalent to 1,000 white quality black armored ants. Nevertheless, the prospect of further enhancing quality eased Gu Guang's mind. Others did not yet possess such an opportunity. Besides fusion evolution, the attributes of the black armored ant had also transformed. Giant black armored ant rank, level 1, early stage. Experience, 0/200. Quality, green. Passive skills, none. Active skills, intermediate giant strength. Upon activation, strength increases 3-fold for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. With the quality elevated to green, the experience gained by the black armored ant increased, and the level of its active skill also rose. However, the most pivotal change was that the foundational attributes of this giant black armored ant had significantly improved. Merely its colossal form could easily dispatch 10 white quality black armored ants in Gu Guang's estimation. This enhancement was undoubtedly worthwhile. The effectiveness of swarm tactics versus individual prowess is easily discernible. When numbers do not form a definitive advantage, failing to encircle and exhaust a formidable individual, that powerful entity becomes even stronger. Imagine a formidable individual rampaging through a swarm of insects, only to escape unscathed. The effectiveness of swarm tactics would naturally diminish. Nonetheless, both strategies possess their own merits and drawbacks, and there is no absolute superiority. The effectiveness of each entirely depends on the circumstances at hand. Chapter 2. The Domain of the Blade Worms. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Gu Guang resolved to commence his hunt. He found himself in dire need of substantial food units to facilitate rapid development. The formidable giant black ant served as his most reliable ally. Armed with the giant black ant, Gu Guang embarked on a quest for prey. Regarding the ant nest, the first day was a period of protection, ensuring it remained unscathed, thus alleviating any concerns. Across the plains, Gu Guang rode atop the neck of the giant black ant, scanning for potential quarry. The sensation was exhilarating. Though the rigidity of the ant's armor caused an uncomfortable friction, making his posterior endure a slight discomfort. As an ordinary human, he found himself reluctantly dismounting. He resolved that, given the chance, he would acquire a softer seat to alleviate this predicament. After traversing for a while, Gu Guang swiftly stumbled upon his first monster spawn point, Greenskin Worm Domain. Rank: Early Stage Level 1 Description: This is a nest occupied by greenskin worms, where intruders will face fierce resistance, albeit ultimately in vain. Upon observing a patch of unusually verdant vegetation, a territory prompt appeared before him. This indicated that nestled within the elevated greenery, towering even over the giant black ant, lay a nest of greenskin worms. Judging from the description, these worms appeared weak and incapable of defeating even a standard early-stage black ant, let alone the giant black ant. Nonetheless, maintaining a cautious mindset, Gu Guang instructed the giant black ant to proceed with care. As the giant black ant launched its assault, Gu Guang stood by to witness the spectacle. Upon reaching the towering circular thicket, the ant's massive mandibles moved with precision, tearing open a breach in the perimeter, revealing the interior. Inside, numerous greenskin worms, each the size of an arm, writhed hungrily, devouring the surrounding greenery. Upon realizing their nest had been breached by the giant black ant, the greenskin worms erupted into a frenzy, launching themselves at the ant, some even colliding with it in reckless abandon. Gu Guang, however, could only watch in bemusement as the worms were sent flying. The sight was akin to eggs colliding with stone. Seeing this, Gu Guang wasted no time and commanded the giant black ant to unleash its full might. Instantly, a brutal massacre ensued. With a single punch, a greenskin worm was obliterated. A mere squeeze caused it to burst, green fluid splattering everywhere. Even a charge trampled countless worms that unwittingly presented themselves. Experience 111. After a relentless onslaught, the once thriving greenskin worm nest lay in utter disarray, with not a single intact spot remaining. The greenskin worms had been entirely eradicated. Experience 57. Destroy greenskin worm domain source 1. This was the reward for annihilating a nest. The source was a valuable asset. Accumulating 1,000 could enhance the quality of the black ants produced by the nest. Gu Guang was astonished to discover that the means of acquiring this source involved the destruction of other species' territories. Next, he examined the giant black ant, noting that it, too, had gained 57 experience points, indicating that he would benefit equally from his subordinates' gains. This realization hinted that his own rank could potentially soar like a rocket in the future. However, Gu Guang now faced another dilemma: the corpses of the greenskin worms. Unless transported back to the nest, they would not contribute to his food units. Gazing at the pool of green viscous liquid, he felt a pang of frustration. How was he to move them? Reluctantly, he acknowledged that he had no choice. These were food units, the very resource he desperately needed, and he could not afford to neglect them. According to the information, even the most worthless corpses held a minimum value of 1 food unit, with the actual increase influenced by the corpse's rank and size. Suppressing a wave of nausea, Gu Guang utilized the vines of the local vegetation to bind as many intact corpses as possible. After considerable effort, he finally fashioned a large sphere. With the giant black ant bearing this spherical burden, Gu Guang set off on the return journey, marking the successful conclusion of his first hunt. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived back at the nest. The nest's coverage extended 10 meters, allowing for the immediate retrieval of the large sphere upon entering this range. Food 50. The addition of merely 50 food units left Gu Guang feeling somewhat disheartened, as he had anticipated a greater yield, having lost 7 units in the process. Nevertheless, reflecting on the green, sticky substance that had besmirched the ground, he soon found solace. In future endeavors, he resolved to be less ruthless in his approach. This outing also revealed to Gu Guang the significance of manpower. While a solitary giant black ant was indeed powerful, having more black ants would alleviate the burden of corpse collection from his shoulders. Black Ant X5. Gu Guang promptly allocated all the newly acquired food to breed more black ants. After a 5-minute wait, 5 smaller versions of the giant black ant emerged, each approximately 3 times smaller. At last, he felt a semblance of a team forming. With his newfound companions, Gu Guang set forth once more, retracing his previous path. After approximately half an hour, he finally beheld the second monster domain, Blade Worm Domain. Rank, early stage level 1 to late stage level 1 description. A small creature with commendable attack power. This domain was far superior to the initial green skinworm territory. As he surveyed the area, he noted that this monster domain spanned a vast expanse, easily exceeding a kilometer in width, teeming with a multitude of blade worms. At the center, a throne-like structure suggested the presence of a boss. The blade worms stood upright, their arms formed into lethal blades, each approximately 1.3 meters tall and entirely green. After a quick assessment, Gu Guang decided to engage. However, before he did, he sought to comprehend the world's agro-mechanics, whether they operated as rigidly as in games, allowing for monster pulling, and whether, upon reaching a certain distance, the blade worms would lose their aggro and return to their domain. Quickly, Gu Guang employed his subordinates to test the waters. From the initial observations, it appeared that upon sighting a black ant, the blade worms would pursue outside their territory, albeit in limited numbers, only 5 or 6 at a time. As long as the black ant remained within their line of sight, the blade worms would relentlessly pursue. Gu Guang understood that a lone black ant could not lure the entire blade worm horde, only a fraction. This was a welcome revelation. The aggro mechanism seemed to hinge on the ability to maintain visibility. As long as a target was locked onto, the pursuit would persist unless the target was lost. With this knowledge in hand, Gu Guang promptly initiated the process of drawing and exterminating the foes. With subordinates at his disposal, this task becomes exceedingly simple. A black armored ant is tasked with luring the enemies, while a giant black armored ant, accompanied by another black armored ant, executes an ambush and eliminates the target. The remaining 3 black armored ants are responsible for transporting the corpses. The surrounding blade worms, though numerous, are not particularly formidable. They are merely at the initial stage of the first tier and stand no chance against the giant black armored ant. They are swiftly dealt with by the giant. Each initial tier blade worm is worth 3 units of food, a value 3-fold greater than that of the green-skinned worms. Soon, Gu Guang reaps his first batch of food units. Food 15. The final blow to the blade worms is delivered by the giant black armored ant. Gu Guang intends to cultivate the giant black armored ant first. With sufficient food from the anthill, he can create a swarm of insects. However, the elite units must be nurtured by himself. Chapter 3. The Explosion of Troops. In the ensuing days, Gu Guang transforms into a seasoned hunter, relentlessly hunting blade worms. Food 181-52115. As Gu Guang slays more and more blade worms, the number of black armored ants at his side also increases. The moment he acquires food units, he breeds more black armored ants. Each additional ant provides him with another ally. As the slaughter of blade worms intensifies, Gu Guang notices that his experience points are nearing completion. After 5 more blade worms fall to the ground, a flash of white light envelopes Gu Guang. In that instant, he feels a surge of strengthening power coursing through him, instantly enhancing his physical prowess. Gu Guang. Tier, mid-stage first tier. Experience, 0-500. Passive skills, none. Active skills, none. In the blink of an eye, he senses that his strength has increased several-fold. The sensation of enhanced physicality captivates Gu Guang. The tangible increase in his strength is truly exhilarating. Besides leveling up, he now commands a total of 15 black armored ants, in addition to 1 giant black armored ant. After some consideration, Gu Guang decides against merging the ordinary black armored ants into a giant black armored ant. At this juncture, he values quantity more than anything else. With these black armored ants, he can lure a greater number of enemies. Luring around 5 blade worms at a time poses no challenge. Gu Guang feels that the pace has become somewhat sluggish. Therefore, he dispatches 2 black armored ants to attract more blade worms. The effect is immediately apparent. As the 2 black armored ants enter the territory of the blade worms, they are instantly targeted by 10 of them. Upon realizing this, the black armored ants make a hasty retreat. Though their speed is somewhat slower than that of the blade worms, being caught would spell doom for them. However, after rounding a corner, the blade worms are met with the full might of the black armored ant army. The hunting plan progresses smoothly. With the giant black armored ant leading the charge, the blade worms pose little resistance. Half an hour passes in the blink of an eye. A small portion of the blade worm territory has been cleared, with approximately 1/10 of the population exterminated. By this time, Gu Guang has amassed 45 black armored ants. Simultaneously, the giant black armored ant finally levels up. Giant black armored ant. Tier, mid-stage first tier. Experience, 0-400. Quality, green. Passive skills, none. Active skills, intermediate giant strength, upon activation. Strength increases 3-fold, lasting for 2 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. After acquiring sufficient experience, The giant black armored ant advances to mid-stage first tier. A flash of white light envelopes the giant black armored ant, but outwardly, it seems unchanged. In reality, its power has increased by at least 30%. Although its strength has significantly improved, it still falls short of launching a full-scale assault on the blade worm territory. Thus far, Gu Guang has only eliminated 1/10 of the blade worms, all of which are the weakest initial stage ones. Upon observation, he estimates that about 60% of the remaining blade worms are still at the initial stage of the first tier, 20% at the mid-stage, and 10% at the late stage, alongside a singular blade worm king situated at the very center. To conquer the entire blade worm territory, Gu Guang must adopt a methodical approach, consuming it piece by piece. He continues to hunt blade worms. 2 hours later, the giant black armored ant reaches the late stage of the first tier, with its strength significantly augmented once more. Simultaneously, his army of black armored ants swells to 160. Initially 165, he sadly lost 5 in battle. Gu Guang himself has also ascended to the late stage of the first tier, witnessing considerable enhancements across all attributes. The experience required for the giant black armored ants upgrade has risen to 800 points, while his own has increased to 2,500 points. Due to the overwhelming number of black armored ants, Gu Guang merges 100 of them into 10 giant black armored ants, retaining 60 for corpse transportation and monster baiting. The hunt continues. 4 hours later, the first giant black armored ant reaches the pinnacle of the first tier. However, it has reached its limit, unable to advance further. Giant black armored ant. Tier, perfect first tier. Experience, max, requires anthill tier upgrade. Quality, green. Passive skills, none. Active skills, intermediate giant strength. Upon activation, strength increases threefold, lasting for 4 minutes, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. To elevate its tier, the anthill must first be upgraded. Elevating the anthill necessitates 10,000 units of food, which proves temporarily challenging for Gu Guang. Thus, he must set this aspiration aside for the moment. Currently, Gu Guang commands 100 black armored ants and 30 giant black armored ants, including the perfect first tier 1, totaling 31. This force is already quite formidable. However, at this juncture, he has reached the most challenging phase of assaulting the blade worm territory. The outer perimeter of initial stage blade worms has been nearly exterminated. Now, as they approach the center, they encounter mid-stage blade worms. Gu Guang observes that there are roughly 100 blade worms remaining, comparable in number to his own forces. Yet, he possesses 31 giant black armored ants, a force of exceptional combat prowess, making it absolutely feasible to vanquish these blade worms. Particularly, the perfect first-tier giant black armored ant stands as an unrivaled presence. Having deliberated thoroughly, Gu Guang promptly issues a command. All units advance. Led by the giant black armored ants, the ordinary black armored ants follow closely behind, marking the commencement of their first full-scale assault. As the main force enters the territory of the blade worms, the remaining blade worms quickly respond. The battle is imminent. The blade worms clash with the black armored ants in a fierce confrontation. However, Gu Guang swiftly witnesses the invincible combat prowess of the giant black armored ants. Mid-stage blade worms. One punch, and they are slain. The black armored ant possesses a pair of formidable arms, relying not solely on its mandibles. With immense strength, its iron fists serve as the most effective weapon. The mid-stage blade worm charging forward poses no threat to the black armored ant legion, easily being subdued and ground into the earth. However, the appearance of a late-stage blade worm shifts the dynamics. This caliber of blade worm boasts remarkable speed and enhanced physical prowess, capable of withstanding a blow from the colossal black armored ant without sustaining injury, unless struck by a fully evolved giant black armored ant, which would spell certain doom. Despite the giant black armored ant being a creature of green quality, it cannot transcend 2 tiers in combat, leading to a stalemate. All experience had previously been funneled into the first giant black armored ant, rendering the others at the initial stage. Yet Gu Guang was reluctant to engage in a protracted standoff that might incur losses. Activate Titan Strength. The active skill, Titan Strength, transformed the previously balanced battlefield into one overwhelmingly in favor of the black armored ants. Blade worms that had previously been flung away with little consequence now found themselves struck, spewing blood as they were sent reeling through the air. The colossal black armored ants formed an impenetrable wall of steel, sweeping aside the advancing blade worms with ease. In a short span, only the last blade worm king remained. This was a fully evolved blade worm, its 2 steel-like arms glinting with lethal intent. A single strike from this creature could cleave a standard black armored ant in twain. Chapter 4, Mental Link. Gu Guang harbored no concerns regarding the remaining blade worm king. With Unit 1 present, vanquishing the opponent was a trivial matter. Unit 1 was the designation Gu Guang assigned to the first giant black-armored ant, distinguishing it from the others. As the final confrontation commenced, Unit 1 charged forward, its colossal form exuding an intimidating presence. The Bladeworm King, undaunted, prepared to engage Unit 1 in a contest of speed. Yet, as it initiated its attack, it suddenly found itself encircled. Shouldn't the final moments be a clash of kings? Where was the honor in such a gang assault? The climactic battle concluded effortlessly. The Bladeworm King dispatched in a matter of moments. Experience 4. Destroy Bladeworm Territory Source 4. Gu Guang had no intention of engaging in a one-on-one duel. Why fight solo when one could overwhelm? Upon slaying the Bladeworm King, a luminous orb materialized. Gu Guang's heart quickened. This was his first experience with monster loot. He pondered whether the drop rate was low, if he was simply unlucky, or if only the leaders dropped items. Although he had previously dismantled a green-skinned worm territory, that territory had been remarkably fragile, akin to a novice's boon, posing no threat, let alone a leader. Approaching the radiant orb, Gu Guang discerned its contents, resembling a canister. Basic food can. Function: when placed in the nest, it increases food supply by 5,000 units. Upon realizing the canister's effect, Gu Guang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a small item could augment food supplies by 5,000. This revelation was a stroke of good fortune. Coupled with the corpses of the blade worms strewn about, he might amass enough resources to nurture 100 giant black-armored ants, elevating Unit 1's quality to the next level. An enhancement in quality would undoubtedly result in a substantial increase in Unit 1's combat prowess. Suppressing his excitement, Gu Guang began to scour the battlefield, meticulously searching the throne of the Blade Worm King, though he found nothing. Confirming the absence of further treasures, impatience gripped him. He commanded the black-armored ants to gather all the corpses and return to the anthill. At this point, the blade worm bodies were all mid-stage or higher, promising to yield even more food units. Upon returning to the anthill, all corpses were converted into food units. Food 530. Observing the increase in food units, Gu Guang felt a tinge of disappointment. With the addition of the basic food can, he still required 500 more units to sufficiently evolve Unit 1 into a black-armored ant. As he gazed at the twilight sky, he resolved to procure enough food before nightfall. According to the warning he had received upon entering, the night would grow perilous. He needed to amass sufficient strength to navigate the dark, to hunt and develop without restraint. He promptly utilized the basic food can. Food 5,000. Breed black-armored ants X550. Utilizing all available food to breed black-armored ants, with each breeding cycle requiring 1 minute, the total of 550 would demand over 9 hours. This time frame would afford him the opportunity to gather additional food units, potentially exceeding 500. However, this also illuminated a flaw. The breeding speed of the anthill was too sluggish. Should he wish to amass a larger army in the future, it would take an inordinate amount of time. Now, he could only hope that ascending in tier would resolve this issue. With his black-armored ant forces in tow, Gu Guang set forth once more. This time, he took his position atop Unit 1's neck. The discomfort he once felt had been alleviated by crafting a soft seat from abundant grass. Now that his tier had also advanced to mid-stage, even without the seat, he would not suffer discomfort. Yet, having a seat added a touch of prestige. Mounted atop Unit 1, Gu Guang finally felt a semblance of leadership. This time, he chose not to explore to the east, as that would waste at least half an hour. Instead, he directed his exploration northward. Not far into his journey, he encountered an unexpected situation. A man was frantically fleeing, pursued by 5 black-armored ants, with a pack of enormous wolves trailing behind. These wolves were so large they were only slightly shorter than the giant black-armored ants. Upon noticing Gu Guang, the fleeing man quickened his pace, shouting for help. Help! Save me! In mere moments, all the black-armored ants behind him had perished, yet he reached Gu Guang's side. Gu Guang appraised the man but chose not to engage with him just yet, focusing instead on the pack of wolves. As he drew closer, he discerned the number of colossal wolves, 13 in total. Plains giant wolf. Tier, mid-stage 1. Quality white. Description: a predator roaming the plains. All living beings are their prey. Plains giant wolf alpha. Tier, late stage 1. Quality, green. Description: a predator roaming the plains. All living beings are their prey. Gu Guang could only access the fundamental information regarding these plains giant wolves, unable to discern their skills. Yet, even this basic knowledge was sufficient to heighten his vigilance. At this moment, the plains giant wolves halted their advance upon encountering the towering black-armored ants that loomed above them. Though their ferocious gazes remained fixated ahead, it was evident that these wolves had begun to reconsider their approach. Gu Guang, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He was acutely aware of his lack of food units, and these plains giant wolves were fortuitously presenting themselves as viable prey. The alpha wolf, in particular, marked his first encounter with a green quality monster. Would it drop something valuable upon its demise? Now, attack! With a commanding shout, the black-armored ants swiftly encircled the plains giant wolf. The wolf's fur bristled, and it emitted a low growl, muscles taut, exuding an air of defiance that suggested it would retaliate if provoked. Yet, this display failed to intimidate the black-armored ants. The battle erupted. Activate Titan strength. With full force, there was no room for hesitation. The first ant faced off against the alpha wolf. It darted forward with a swift motion, attempting to strike. The alpha wolf evaded to the side, easily sidestepping the first ant's attack. In response, it lashed out with a powerful claw aimed at the ant. Given the wolf's considerable size, the force behind this strike was formidable. However, the first ant exhibited no intention of retreating. It pivoted and retaliated with a crushing blow. The wolf's claw landed squarely on the ant's back, producing a dull thud, yet the ant withstood the impact. Simultaneously, the ant's iron fist connected with the wolf's left shoulder. With threefold strength, the alpha wolf was sent flying, its shoulder caving in upon impact. In the instant the wolf was hurled away, the surrounding black-armored ants surged forward, overwhelming it in mere moments. Experience 4. A flash of white light emerged as a tome fell from the wolf's carcass. Gu Guang's eyes narrowed. Was that a skill book? He hastened to investigate, and indeed, it was a skill book. Mental link. Level, beginner. Attribute, passive. Effect, establishes a mental link with subordinates, allowing the user to perceive everything they see and hear, while also enabling remote command issuance. Limitation, 0.5. This was a valuable asset. Did this mean he could command from afar in future battles? Chapter 5, Thunder Ants. With the alpha wolf's demise, the remaining plains giant wolves stood no chance against the black-armored ant legion and were swiftly eradicated. After this feat, Gu Guang turned his gaze to the individual cowering beside him. Lu Bing's expression was one of utter astonishment, rendering him almost dazed. Was it truly possible that the plains giant wolves, which had relentlessly pursued him, had been vanquished so easily? The alpha wolf, which required but a single strike to fell, had been dispatched with such effortless grace? What manner of creature was this individual? Were they not all supposed to begin on equal footing? Lu Bing's lips twitched in confusion. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to initiate a proper introduction. Hello, I am Lu Bing. Greetings, I am Gu Guang. After this brief exchange, Gu Guang refrained from any further actions, merely directing the black-armored ants to retrieve the fallen bodies. Observing this, Lu Bing's expression shifted, torn between words he struggled to voice. Finally, mustering his courage as Gu Guang appeared ready to depart, he spoke up. Gu Guang, could you lend me some food units? All the black-armored ants I bred during this time have perished, and I have no reserves. Lu Bing's eyes betrayed his anguish. He had managed to breed 40 black-armored ants over nearly a day, only to see them slaughtered by the plains giant wolves. Creatures spawned from a player's nest could not be reclaimed. They would dissipate into white light after just a few minutes. Gu Guang did not outright refuse, but instead questioned. On what grounds? What value can you offer me? Bear in mind that I just saved you without asking for recompense. His mindset had shifted. Having gained a head start in this realm where all began equally, he intended to maintain his advantage. To do so, he required more resources. The inhabitants of this region were not foolish. The lack of wasted food units in the regional chat channel was testament to that. Thus, Gu Guang believed Lu Bing would comprehend his intent. Lu Bing remained silent for a moment, then, gritting his teeth, produced an item from his pocket. I will trade you this for 100 food units. Thunderstone, quality white. Attribute, special material. Effect, can be infused into white-quality monsters to bestow special powers. Gu Guang examined the Thunderstone before responding. Not bad, but this is insufficient. I wish to know where this came from. Think carefully before answering. I desire no deceit. Sensing the subtle threat in Gu Guang's tone, Lu Bing regretted revealing the Thunderstone. Yet, with no alternatives left, he confessed. Consider this a token of gratitude for saving my life. To be honest, I found this item in the territory of a peculiar monster. It is precisely why I was being hunted. Having begun to speak, Lu Bing disclosed all he knew in one breath. The tale unfolded. He had ventured out hunting with the black-armored ants when he stumbled upon a scorched basin, likely struck by lightning. Within it lay the Thunderstone, crackling with blue arcs of electricity. As he picked it up, the plains giant wolves had spotted him, leading to their relentless pursuit. Not having fled far, he encountered Gu Guang. This implied that the location was not far from where Gu Guang currently stood. Let me there. If your account proves true, I shall transfer you 100 food units shortly. Gu Guang instructed Lu Bing to guide him, and with no other choice, Lu Bing proceeded without hesitation. They soon arrived at the designated site. Thunderstruck Basin. Description: a place ravaged by lightning, perhaps harboring some fascinating trinkets. Upon reaching the destination, Lu Bing quietly stated, "May I have the 100 food units now?" Gu Guang, having efficiently ordered the black armored ants to transport the plane's giant wolf carcasses back, had accumulated 200 food units. He and Lu Bing completed the transaction on the spot. As Lu Bing beheld the additional 100 food units in his account, he exhaled in relief, feeling less tense than before. Simultaneously, his curiosity piqued. He could not help but inquire, "Brother, could you share how you managed to acquire such formidable black armored ants?" Gu Guang scoffed, gazing at him as if he were a simpleton. "What do you think?" Lu Bing's complexion instantly flushed with embarrassment. He was acutely aware that his demands were somewhat excessive. Prior to speaking, he had anticipated this reaction, yet he felt a lingering unwillingness to accept it. Regardless, he sincerely expressed gratitude for his brother's life-saving assistance, suggesting they become friends for ease of future communication. This time, Gu Guang did not refuse, adding Lu Bing as a friend, marking the first such connection he had made since arriving in this world. "Brother, the monsters in this place possess formidable strength. Please be cautious. I shall take my leave now," Lu Bing kindly warned before hastily departing. Without a black armored ant by his side, he felt a profound sense of insecurity. After Lu Bing's exit, Gu Guang retrieved the Thunderstone, which could only be fused within the bodies of white-quality monsters. He summoned a black armored ant, and as it approached the Thunderstone, a fusion frame appeared above its head. Gu Guang opted for fusion, watching as the Thunderstone entered the black armored ant's mind. A radiant white light enveloped the ant, dissipating mere seconds later to reveal a newly transformed creature. The black armored ant now bore additional blue stripes, its overall appearance markedly altered. Thunder Ant. Rank, Early Stage 1. Experience, 0-200. Quality, White. Passive skill, Lightning Immunity 1. Active skills, Basic, Giant Strength, Electric Arc. Emits an electric arc with a 10-meter attack range. Cooldown of 1 minute. Following the fusion with the Thunderstone, the black armored ant had evolved into an entirely new species, imbued with the power of lightning. With more Thunderstones, Gu Guang could amass a greater number of Thunder Ants, significantly enhancing his army's combat capabilities. It is worth noting that Thunder Ants possess ranged attack capabilities. Furthermore, an increase in their numbers would allow for quality enhancement through fusion, leading to even greater strength. However, it remained uncertain how readily available Thunderstones would be. Gu Guang gazed upon the Thunder Strike basin before him and commenced his actions, directing the ant army to breach its depths. This basin was vast. With a complex terrain that was far from a mere linear path, it twisted and turned in a serpentine manner. To cleave the earth in such a manner, one could only imagine the terrifying might of the thunder required to accomplish such a feat. Gu Guang felt a surge of trepidation, allowing his imagination to wander to the horrifying scene. Could he one day create such a spectacle himself? Chapter 6. Resource Point, Thunderstone Vein. As Gu Guang ventured deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly intricate, with an ever-expanding network of passages. Unfazed by this complexity, he activated a mental link, instantly establishing a connection with 5 black armored ants. This sensation was peculiar, akin to suddenly gaining 5 additional pairs of eyes and ears, enabling him to perceive and hear a wealth of information. Once this connection was established, Gu Guang divided his substantial army into 5 groups. Each group consisted of 20 black armored ants and 6 giant black armored ants, perfectly segmenting the forces. Following the completion of this division, he instructed them to set forth while he remained motionless in place. He did not intend to delve deeper, relying instead on the 5 black armored ants as his eyes to explore the area. He remained in position with the first group, issuing primary commands to hunt monsters and secure food units, while simultaneously gathering information on special resources. As the horizon gradually turned golden, night was imminent. Before the darkness descended, he was determined to gather sufficient resources and return to his territory. Following the sight of the black armored ants, the monsters of this region soon came into view. Thunderstone Beast. Description: a creature infused with the power of lightning. This monster is composed entirely of stone, emanating faint flashes of lightning, clearly linked to electrical forces. Gu Guang contemplated the stone-formed Thunderstone Beast, questioning whether it could be converted into food units. However, given the peculiarities of this world, he surmised that it was quite possible. Nearly 10 hours had elapsed since his arrival in this world, yet he experienced no physiological reactions. He felt no hunger, fatigue, nor any urge for bodily functions. He pondered whether this was an issue with himself, the world, or perhaps they had perished and now existed in a state of spirit. These questions eluded him for the time being. Only by growing stronger could he hope to uncover the truth. He commanded the giant black armored ant to launch an assault. Its colossal form charged headlong, delivering a powerful blow to the Thunderstone Beast. The beast, undeterred, unleashed a burst of blue electricity from its arm. which surged into the giant black-armored ant upon contact. Nevertheless, the Thunderstone beast's head was obliterated by the strike. The giant black-armored ant, despite weathering the attack, sustained damage. The electricity coursed through its body, causing minor internal injuries. Should the intensity of the lightning increase, or if it faced additional strikes, the giant black-armored ant might not endure. Upon the demise of the Thunderstone beast, its stone body shattered, leaving behind only a solitary, glowing white stone suspended in midair. Thunderstone Beast Core. Rank: Mid-Stage 1. Effect: worth 10 food units or 1 unit of spirit energy. Gu Guang was taken aback, having unexpectedly encountered a novel resource, spirit energy. However, its utility remained unclear. At present, he was far more concerned with the scarcity of food units. Nevertheless, he decided to collect it for the time being. Aside from this particular group, the others gradually encountered Thunderstone beasts as well. Initially, the black-armored ant squads dispatched them with ease. However, soon enough, the problem Gu Guang had feared began to materialize. The giant black-armored ants were becoming increasingly unable to withstand the repeated lightning strikes from the Thunderstone beasts. Each giant black-armored ant could endure only 5 such strikes before facing life-threatening consequences. Ordinary black-armored ants would likely falter after just one. At this juncture, Gu Guang had no choice but to opt for rest or conclude the exploration. According to the feedback from the giant black-armored ants, healing their internal injuries would require approximately an hour. Although nightfall was approaching, the hour would not plunge them into darkness just yet. Gu Guang decided to allow the team to recuperate, planning for one final exploration before departing. In truth, he could have left already. He had gathered 150 Thunderstone beast cores, valued at 1,500 food units, exceeding his expectations. Yet, Gu Guang yearned not only to collect more Thunderstone beast cores, but also to clarify the matter of the Thunderstone. Up to this point, he had yet to uncover any trace of it. This can only indicate one thing. Lu Bing failed to bring him to the exact location where the Thunderstone was unearthed. Instead, he merely led him to a special area imbued with its essence. To uncover the whereabouts of the Thunderstone, further exploration on his part is imperative. This treasure is not something he can relinquish. The sooner it is found, the better. It is an object capable of generating more formidable troops. If it remains undiscovered today, he will persist in his search tomorrow, leaving no stone unturned until he retrieves the Thunderstone. An hour swiftly elapsed, and the light on the horizon began to fade. Concurrently, the black-armored ants resumed their activity. However, this time, their exploration did not delve deeper. Throughout this hour, Gu Guang had a realization. Lu Bing, lacking in strength, could not venture into a place that even he found troublesome. The Thunderstone must have been discovered in the peripheral areas. As Gu Guang altered his exploration direction, it wasn't long before he made a significant discovery. They found it. One group of black-armored ants detected the presence of the Thunderstone in a mining area, unveiling a term Gu Guang had yet to encounter. Resource point. Miniature Thunderstone vein. Attributes. Special resource point. Quality white. Reserves. 9,991,000. Upon successfully locating this site, Gu Guang immediately commanded the team to commence extraction. The Thunderstone vein revealed some visible Thunderstones on the surface, yet deeper excavation was necessary for substantial extraction. As for the other teams, Gu Guang instructed them to continue hunting Thunderstone beasts. As time passed, the sky grew increasingly dim. Gu Guang felt a sense of foreboding, sensing that something would transpire once darkness descended. Otherwise, the unknown entity would not have specifically addressed the issue of night. Thus, he promptly issued a retreat order. Soon, all the black-armored ant teams gathered, converging before Gu Guang in a grand assembly. Resource harvest. Thunderstone Beast Core X230. Thunderstone X30. This was quite satisfactory. With all the spoils in tow, Gu Guang returned to his territory before nightfall. At this moment, his territory had already bred 150 black-armored ants, while the remaining ones were still in the process of reproduction, requiring some time. After settling all the black-armored ants, Gu Guang selected 9 of them for fusion with the Thunderstone. Consequently, he now possessed 10 lightning ants. Next, he had the 10 lightning ants stand together and initiated the fusion process. A brilliant white light enveloped them, and soon, the 10 lightning ants transformed into one. Storm Ant. Rank, Early Stage 1. Experience, 0-300. Quality, Green. Passive skill, Lightning Attribute Immunity 3. Active skills, Basic Might, Arc, Lightning Strike. Releases a bolt of lightning attack. Cooldown of 3 minutes. The evolution of the lightning ant resulted in a more potent blue arc of electricity, along with the addition of a more formidable skill. In the Thunderstrike Basin, the lightning ant did not exhibit particularly striking performance, but that was merely due to the reduced efficacy against same attribute foes. Gu Guang remained hopeful regarding the lightning ant's capabilities. Just as Gu Guang completed the evolution of the lightning ant, the sky finally succumbed to complete darkness. Simultaneously, an unknown, mysterious, and powerful voice reverberated in everyone's minds. Dear players, the first night has descended. Are you prepared? Chapter 7. The night approaches. The first wave of dark creature nests has respawned. The second wave will emerge in 7 days. Dear players, dark creatures possess what you seek. But you are also what dark creatures desire. Enjoy the game. Following the echo of these voices, the entire world dimmed as if a switch had been turned off. A crescent moon blinked into view above the horizon, casting a faint light upon the earth. Gu Guang's vigilance surged. He converted the 230 Thunderstone Beast cores into food. Food 2300. Black Armored Ant X81. Once all the Black Armored Ants had reproduced, he would be able to synthesize a higher quality Black Armored Ant. Additionally, he would have 3 Storm Ants. Since the unknown entity had clearly indicated the dangers of the night, Gu Guang naturally needed to devise a countermeasure. In his view, the Storm Ants were undeniably powerful, surpassing the giant Black Armored Ants among their ranks. Furthermore, the power of lightning was inherently effective against darkness. Were it not for the mere 31 Thunderstones in his possession, Gu Guang would not have limited himself to creating just 3 Storm Ants. He summoned 21 Black Armored Ants, first fusing them with Thunderstones to evolve into Lightning Ants, and then utilizing the fusion function. In the next moment, 20 Lightning Ants merged, leaving only 2 Storm Ants crackling with vibrant arcs of electricity. After completing these tasks, Gu Guang proceeded to fuse the giant Black Armored Ants. Soon, all Black Armored Ants had been integrated. Storm Ants X3, Lightning Ant X1, Giant Black Armored Ant X51. This constituted the entirety of Gu Guang's current forces. As the crisis loomed, Gu Guang became acutely aware of an absurdity. The protection mechanism only safeguarded the ant nest. This meant that if monsters attacked and could not be repelled, everything outside the nest would perish. Thus, if the Lord fell, what use would the ant nest serve? Gu Guang's lips twitched, yet he understood that this was the deliberate design of the unknown entity. In the darkness, Gu Guang dispatched the giant Black Armored Ants to spread out around him, while he remained in the center, accompanied by 1 Storm Ant and 3 others standing guard. Gu Guang furrowed his brow, surveying the enveloping darkness. Was he simply to wait for the monsters to come knocking? No. His strength undoubtedly surpassed that of most players. And if the unknown entity did not wish to eliminate all players, the monsters lurking in the dark would certainly not be overly powerful. Moreover, the unknown entity had stated that dark creatures would drop the items they sought. Given this, why should he not take the initiative? He promptly resolved to assemble an exploration team composed of 10 giant Black Armored Ants and 1 Storm Ant, while the remaining subordinates stayed close to him. Establishing a mental link with the Storm Ant, Gu Guang commenced his expedition. Through the eyes of the Storm Ant, he began his exploration. Although the perspective belonged to the Storm Ant, it was not significantly different from his own, for every step taken by the Storm Ant was under his command. The exploration team ventured into the darkness, with the Storm Ant positioned centrally, flanked by giant Black Armored Ants for protection. After walking for several minutes, a change occurred in the foreboding dark expanse ahead. A multitude of shadowy figures loomed, wandering like zombies, yet these figures were headless, wielding axes in their hands. Gu Guang recalled this place, the domain of the first monster he had vanquished during the day, the territory of the green-skinned worms. Logically, this should have been a chaotic expanse of land. However, it now appeared that these creatures were dark beings. Furthermore, judging by their trajectory, they seemed to be advancing toward his own territory. If left unchecked, they would inevitably reach his domain. Headless Axeman. Description: a lowly creature of darkness, driven into a frenzy by the scent of life. As Gu Guang concluded reading the description of this monster, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Indeed, in the very next moment, the previously languid Headless Axeman suddenly erupted into a frenzied sprint, charging at the exploration team with alarming speed. Lacking a head and wielding an axe, the scene was undeniably terrifying. Prepare for battle. Thunderstorm Ant. Lightning. Within the mental link, Gu Guang observed everything keenly, promptly commanding the fight. The range of Lightning's attack was determined by the strength of the Thunderstorm Ant, currently set at 50 meters. A brilliant blue lightning bolt streaked across the sky, momentarily illuminating the night. Bang! The thunder crashed down, striking one of the charging Headless Axemen, instantly scorching it and rendering it limp upon the ground. Simultaneously, a white orb erupted from it. Was the drop rate for these dark creatures truly so high? Gu Guang felt a surge of joy as he realized that during the moment of the lightning strike, he had discerned the presence of 20 Headless Axemen, with a blood-red pool situated behind them, likely their nest. As the battle commenced, Gu Guang initially took a defensive stance, refraining from launching an attack. However, As the giant black armored ant dispatched one headless axeman with each punch, while the axeman's strikes merely sparked against its shell, Gu Guang recognized that he had gravely underestimated the might of the giant black armored ant attack. He immediately switched tactics, opting for an offensive approach. He also discovered that the thunderstorm ant, even without employing lightning, could infuse its strikes with electric power, effectively doubling the damage against the headless axeman. 11 versus 20. In a situation where the forces were disproportionately mismatched, it was the exploration team that held the advantage. Wasn't it said that dark creatures were formidable and perilous? They appeared far from intimidating at the moment. Yet, Gu Guang failed to consider that had they been faced with ordinary black armored ants, the outcome would have likely resulted in being cleaved in half by the axemen. The superior quality of his troops had enabled them to dominate the headless axemen. However, even though the giant black armored ant had the upper hand and had activated its immense strength, it still sustained injuries. Suffering 1 or 2 strikes was inconsequential, but repeated blows to the same area would severely compromise its shell. Once the shell was breached, the defenses at that location would become exceedingly fragile. Moreover, the headless axemen were no slouches. A strike aimed at the giant black armored ant's head could still inflict harm. The battle concluded swiftly, leaving a scene of devastation in its wake. The giant black armored ant had suffered its first casualties, with 2 of its number fallen. This caused Gu Guang considerable heartache. Nevertheless, the 10 luminous orbs present somewhat alleviated his sorrow. Not every headless axeman dropped an orb, yet the drop rate reached an impressive 50%. The thunderstorm ant stepped forward to collect the orbs. Small food capsule X6. Function: increases food supply by 100 units. Hand axe manufacturing blueprint X1. Function: can be used in the blacksmith shop to craft hand axes. Stone storage chamber blueprint X1. Function: unlocks stone storage capability. Wood storage chamber blueprint X1. Function: unlocks wood storage capability. Hand axe X1. Experience X200. This was the entirety of the spoils from this battle. The small food capsules alone compensated for the losses, even netting an additional 400 food units, not to mention the other invaluable items. Each one was a treasure. The hand axe manufacturing blueprint would grant him access to weaponry. Stone and wood were the cornerstones of civilization's construction. Chapter 8. The New Nest. Resource Collection Bug Nest. Gu Guang gathered the spoils. Due to limited backpack space, he had to let the giant black armored ant carry them. This, however, led him to an intriguing discovery. The hand axe fit perfectly in his grasp, resembling a typical tool for a human. Yet when it fell into the hands of the giant black armored ant, it enlarged dramatically, transforming into a weapon suitable for its size. This revelation hinted that in this world, weapons and armor might adapt to become most fitting for their wielders, although their quality would remain unchanged. Equipping one of the giant black armored ants with a hand axe instantly elevated its status. Monsters armed with weapons and those without were fundamentally different. As evidenced by the recent battle, the quality of the headless axemen was comparable to that of the black armored ants, perhaps slightly superior, yet the presence of the hand axe allowed them to pose a threat to the giant black armored ant onward. He commanded the exploration team to press forward, mindful that not far ahead lay the blood-red pool. Soon, he arrived at its edge. Blood axe pool. Durability, 100100. Description: the birthplace of the headless axemen. It absorbs the dark powers of the earth and sky, birthed for the sole purpose of slaughter. When sufficient energy is accumulated, it will undergo evolution, giving rise to even more formidable headless axemen. After perusing the fundamental information on this entity, Gu Guang experienced a troubling premonition. If this thing could evolve, it was imperative to deal with it swiftly. Yet, given the multitude of such entities in the area, he could hardly manage them all. However, he soon found solace in the thought that if this entity could evolve, so too could he. In fact, his evolution would likely outpace theirs. With his worries alleviated, Gu Guang commanded the giant black armored ants to initiate the attack. Waves of strikes descended upon the blood axe pool, its durability plummeting rapidly. After delivering the final blow, the blood axe pool erupted with a thunderous sound, dissolving into white light that dispersed into the cosmos. Essence 10. Destroying this nest awarded him 10 points of essence, double what he had garnered during the day. At the same time, a white orb remained at the site. Resource Collection Bug Nest. Rank: first rank, 010000 food. Quality: white, cannot be upgraded. Unit type: Resource Collection Bug, 10 food units, 1 produced per minute. Construction method: can be placed in a suitable area. The moment Gu Guang beheld this nest, he comprehended its immense significance for players. Relying solely on slaying creatures to acquire resources inevitably reaches a threshold. However, this realization has brought to Gu Guang's attention 2 significant issues. Firstly, the game does not present all critical elements to players from the outset. It requires players to strive for them, and if one fails to succeed, regrettably, one must meet their demise. This is the nature of the game, which does not accommodate ineptitude. Secondly, the initial ant nest possesses an extraordinary characteristic, allowing the enhancement of troop quality through its original essence. Whereas the resource-collecting worm nests cannot leverage this essence for quality improvement. This revelation instilled a sense of urgency within Gu Guang, making it imperative that the ant nest be preserved at all costs. The world is unforgiving. Those who are careless will face dire consequences. After a brief moment of contemplation, a surge of determination ignited within him. He resolved to grow stronger, to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. He commanded the exploration team to return while he continued to organize his forces. With knowledge of the dark creature's capabilities, he felt liberated to take decisive action. To ensure the safety of his troops and minimize casualties, Gu Guang planned to form 3 teams. Conveniently, there were precisely 3 thunder ants available. Each team would comprise 15 giant black armored ants and 1 thunder ant. This arrangement would significantly deplete Gu Guang's current forces. Given that he had recently lost 2 giant black armored ants, assembling such teams would leave him with merely 3 giant black armored ants, 1 thunder ant, and 1 for personal protection. Nonetheless, this combat strength sufficed. Sending the teams forth would effectively enhance his safety. By eliminating all dark creatures in his vicinity, he would eliminate any imminent threats. The first team returned, while the remaining 2 teams were fully assembled and prepared their exploration routes. Once all preparations were complete, the 3 teams embarked simultaneously. This time, the operation was codenamed Hunt. Unlike the initial exploration, Gu Guang was now the hunter. After dispatching the hunting teams, he did not remain fixated on their movements, but instead instructed the 3 thunder ants to notify him upon encountering any situations. Meanwhile, he began to examine his newfound resources. The 6 capsules had granted him an additional 600 units of food, raising his total to 2,100. However, due to the previous losses, he needed to breed 20 more black armored ants. As for the 3 blueprints, Gu Guang reviewed them. The hand axe required a blacksmith's workshop, which he did not possess, leaving it idle. The stone storage room and wood storage room could be placed once their locations were designated, without any prerequisites. Thus, he effortlessly unlocked these 2 functionalities. Stone storage room. Rank, Tier 1. Storage, 5,000. Upgrade, Stone X 1000, Wood X 1000. Wood storage room. Rank, Tier 1. Storage, 5,000. Upgrade, Stone X 1000, Wood X 1000. These 2 structures were quite similar, and once positioned, Gu Guang paid them little further attention. The main event was yet to come. Gu Guang selected a location to place his newly acquired nest. Resource collecting worm nest. This addition created another wormhole within Gu Guang's territory. Eagerly, he bred a resource collecting worm, eager to discover its capabilities and the extent of assistance it could provide. As a minute passed, the first resource collecting worm materialized before Gu Guang. Resource collecting worm. Rank, Early Tier 1. Experience, 100. Quality, White. Passive skill, Resource storage, 1000. Capable of storing 1,000 units of resources. Active skill, Resource conversion, can convert resources into units on-site, 1 unit per minute. The resource collecting worm was not particularly large, roughly the size of a small dog. Yet its abdomen constituted 90% of its body. It appeared to possess a pair of wings on its back. However, could this creature truly take flight? His doubts were swiftly dispelled as the resource collecting worm buzzed into the air. Gu Guang. Impressive, very impressive. With this creature, my resource collection speed will undoubtedly accelerate. It could directly transform resources into units and then transport them back, eliminating the need to carry corpses. Even the collection of stone and wood would become less cumbersome. This was undoubtedly a vital asset for any lord. He resolved to produce several of these creatures. Immediately, Gu Guang issued a breeding command for 49 additional resource-collecting worms, aiming to elevate their quality to green, in conjunction with the one he already possessed. After attending to these matters, Gu Guang patiently awaited further developments. In a moment of distraction, he noticed the solitary thunder ant before him. This creature intrigued him, and he longed to evolve it. Yet he lacked the sufficient number of thunder ants for a successful fusion evolution. 010. Note: 10 units of the same quality and tier are required for a fusion evolution. Bored, Gu Guang once again glanced at the annotation above the thunder ant's head. This time, his eyes widened in realization, and he inwardly chastised his own ignorance. The requirement did not specify the need for them to be of the same species. Chapter 9. Rescue. Upon this revelation, Gu Guang promptly summoned 9 black armored ants and opted for fusion evolution. In that instant, a white light enveloped the area, and when it dissipated, a thunder ant stood before him. This ability indeed had no species limitations. Thus, it expanded Gu Guang's options considerably. At the very least, he would no longer need to waste as many thunderstones. For the fusion process, selecting the most basic black armored ants sufficed. Just then, Gu Guang noticed a red dot appear on the regional chat panel, indicating a message had been received. After such a long period of silence, someone had finally spoken in the area. Region, Fallen Leaf Plain. Population, 95. Speech requirement, 1 unit of food for 1 word. Yanjun, help. Is anyone out there to rescue me? Location, navigable. I can become a vassal. The moment he saw this message, Gu Guang's heart raced, and he realized that the population had diminished from 100 to 95. This indicated that 5 individuals had perished. Indeed, while this game presented a hunting ground for him, it was proving to be a dire experience for others. The game lacked a map feature, yet the chat channel surprisingly allowed for direct location navigation, which opened Gu Guang's eyes to new possibilities. By accessing the location, he could navigate directly to the source of the distress call. The distance to the rescue location was considerable, but not insurmountable. Should he go to the rescue? After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision. He would go. This was neither an impulsive act nor a display of naivete. Firstly, he intended to hunt, and it was only natural that he would need to eliminate the dark creatures. Advancing through them posed no significant challenge. Secondly, should the adversary become his vassal, it would be imperative for them to obey his commands, akin to having an utterly loyal subordinate, which was quite favorable. Thirdly, the distance was not far. If the endeavor was advantageous and posed no harm to himself, why not proceed? If those he rescued proved to be incapable or repugnant, Gu Guang would not mind allowing himself to experience growth. He yearned to witness bloodshed. With this in mind, Gu Guang promptly mobilized his entire force. 5 giant black armored ants, the result of the fusion of bred black armored ants, 1 thunderstorm ant, and 3 resource collecting bugs, totaling merely 10 ants. Except for the resource collecting bugs, all were formidable. However, to ensure safety, Gu Guang redirected 1 hunting team towards the same location. Due to the difference in direction, they would undoubtedly be slower than Gu Guang. Once in motion, Gu Guang pondered and decided to communicate in the regional chat channel. Gu Guang, hold on, I'm on my way. Yanjun, all right. Their exchanges were terse, aimed at conserving food units. Nevertheless, their dialogue in the regional chat channel left all within the area astounded. It was known that dark creatures had erupted in full force, making it difficult for nearly everyone to withstand, with fatalities already reported. Yet, how could someone named Gu Guang traverse the darkness to rescue others? Perhaps only those who had witnessed Gu Guang's might, like Liu Bing, could comprehend. The colossal black armored ants would undoubtedly make the dark creatures rue their decision. At that moment, Liu Bing remained steadfast within his territory, observing the fierce battle between the black armored ants and the headless axe wielders, his heart racing. Had he not slain 2 headless axe wielders, obtaining 2 small food capsules to bolster his forces, he too would be in dire straits. Yet, gazing at the relentless emergence of headless axe wielders from the darkness, a sense of desolation enveloped him. How much longer could he endure under such circumstances? As Gu Guang traversed the shadows, his heart remained unperturbed. Should any monsters approach, the axe-wielding number 1 would ensure they realized their grave error. Yanjun, on the other hand, found himself in a state of trepidation. His territory had been besieged by a multitude of headless axe-wielders, numbering at least 100. Within his domain, merely over 50 black armored ants resisted. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before his demise. Fortunately, someone had responded to his plea for help. Furthermore, defeating these headless axe-wielders would yield resources, including several small food capsules, allowing him to continuously replenish his forces and endure a while longer. As more headless axe-wielders emerged from the darkness, each new arrival sent a chill through Yanjun's heart. Hurry, Gu Guang, please come. He could only pray. He was uncertain of the strength of the forces Gu Guang would bring. But given that Gu Guang was the sole responder to his call for aid in the regional chat, Yanjun was confident in his prowess. Ideally, Yanjun wished to convey the gravity of his current predicament to Gu Guang, enabling him to prepare mentally and strategize better. This would enhance his odds of survival. However, the last of his food units had been spent on sending the distress signal. Unless he acquired new food capsules, he was unable to type more than a few words. The battle raged on, with the majority of the casualties being black armored ants. In comparison to the headless axe wielders, the combat prowess of the black armored ants was woefully inadequate. Their physicality and weaponry fell short against their foes. In a comprehensive onslaught, they could only gain a fleeting advantage during moments of explosive strength. Once their strength skills cooled down, it was as if the battle had concluded. The reproduction rate of the ant nest could hardly keep pace with the mounting casualties. Soon, Yanjun's black armored ants dwindled to just over 20. It would not be long before he too met his end here. Witnessing the merciless slaughter by the headless axe wielders, Yanjun's heart grew colder. Yes, he had reinforcements. Gu Guang would come to his rescue. But when would he arrive? After he had turned into a corpse? He knew it was not Gu Guang's fault. It was merely his own weakness. In just 3 short minutes, he was on the verge of collapse. Despair took root within Yan Jun's heart. As despair overshadowed the flickering flame of hope, when the only outcome visible was death, the terror within the heart of the despairing would be swept away. Since death was inevitable, and there was no escape ahead, then let him kill with abandon today. Yan Jun raised the axe dropped by a headless axe wielder. He would take to the battlefield himself. If this were to be the final moments of his life, he would make them magnificent. He would make them extraordinary. With no retreat to be found, what was there to fear? Revealing the strength of a late-stage first tier, he surged forward, charging into the fray, leading the black armored ants in a counteroffensive. As he cleaved a headless axe wielder in two with his axe, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration surged within him. What of the monsters? What of their lack of heads? Severed in half, they would still perish. After his initial taste of slaughter, his battle spirit rekindled. Alas, he was acutely aware that while the resolute mindset of breaking the pod and sinking the boat could enhance his combat effectiveness, it would ultimately be insufficient against overwhelming numbers and strength. Soon, Yan Jun found himself struck by a headless axe wielder, a deep gash appearing across his chest. Blood gushed forth, and terror once again seized his heart. He hurriedly summoned the remaining black armored ants to protect him. As he sensed the commotion around him dwindling, Yan Jun closed his eyes in despair, lying on the ground, quietly awaiting death. Chapter 10. Hello, my name is Gu Guang. Lightning. A streak of blue thunder cleaved through the darkness, shattering the despair within Yan Jun's heart. As the thunder illuminated the heavens, Yan Jun beheld the newcomer, a poised and youthful figure, accompanied by towering black armored ants and a unique unit crackling with blue electricity. Could this be Gu Guang? At that moment, Gu Guang's image was indelibly etched in Yan Jun's mind. Beneath the weight of despair, the seed of hope once again broke through the soil. Number 1. Charge forward. Gu Guang commanded, directing Number 1 to plunge into battle. He had witnessed Yan Jun's dire situation, as he had come to rescue. He could not allow Yan Jun to come to harm. First, he must eliminate the threats to ensure Yan Jun's safety. Number 1, wielding a massive axe, swept through the obstructing headless axe wielders. Obstructing me? You shall die? With a weapon in hand, Number 1's combat prowess surged. Initially formidable, now enhanced by the giant axe. With a single sweep, all headless axe wielders within range were cleaved in two. Gu Guang followed closely behind the first, and in just a few breaths, the formation swiftly pushed to Yan Jun's side. Greetings, I am Gu Guang. How severe is your injury? Upon reaching Yan Jun, Gu Guang observed the wound on his chest. Externally, it appeared merely as a gash. Its depth remained uncertain, concealed beneath a veil of blood. Thus, Gu Guang directly inquired about Yan Jun's condition. It's not serious. My lord, I am Yan Jun, your humble subordinate, paying my respects. Yan Jun propped himself up, kneeling on one knee before Gu Guang, simultaneously pledging his fealty. Despite the gravity of his injury, his life had undergone an evolution. After a period of recovery, he could still muster some movement. In this moment, Yan Jun felt an overwhelming sense of security, surrounded by the formidable black armored ants. Although few in number, the brutal headless axemen before them seemed as helpless as chicks, easily dispatched with a single blow. Particularly, the giant black armored ant wielding a massive axe swept through the throng with devastating efficiency. Lord Yan Jun, are you willing to become my vassal? Will you accept? Accept. This was the very purpose of his arrival, and since Yan Jun was so agreeable, Gu Guang saw no reason to feign reluctance. Rest for now. I shall handle the ensuing matters. Although Yan Jun claimed his injury was minor, he was undoubtedly gravely wounded. Given the current situation, his presence was unnecessary, and it was best for him to recuperate. Thank you, my lord. Yan Jun's demeanor remained composed. He had once danced on the precipice of death. Now his life belonged to Gu Guang. Perhaps, as a person of modern thinking, he felt a twinge of resistance, a hint of awkwardness. Yet, he was striving to alter that mindset. Upon arriving in this world, he recognized that the era had shifted, and he was acutely aware of the nature of the times to come. Since he could not be among the strongest, he resolved to be a follower of that elite cadre. Gu Guang turned his gaze toward the battlefield, which was not faring well. Despite the formidable strength of the giant black armored ants, they were besieged by over 100 headless axemen. Were it not for the powerful presence of the first, who absorbed most of the pressure, these giant black armored ants would not withstand for long. Fortunately, Gu Guang observed that holding out until reinforcements arrived was quite feasible. After contemplating, he dispatched the thunderstorm ant that had been stationed beside him. The combat prowess of the thunderstorm ant was commendable. A single strike against a headless axeman could spell their demise. The potent current was particularly effective against such dark creatures. The front lines were embroiled in fierce combat. and Gu Guang had no intention of idling. While he would not engage directly, he could certainly gather the fallen items. Following the fierce skirmish, a plethora of items had already been scattered about. Small food capsules X10, arrow tower blueprint X2, healing potion X1, passive skill, sturdy X1. In total, there were 14 white orbs, yielding a respectable bounty. The construction of the arrow tower could be contemplated later. However, it required 500 units of wood, which posed a challenge for Gu Guang, as this region was a plain devoid of timber. Healing potion, Tier 1, quality white. Function, accelerates recovery. Passive skill, sturdy. Tier 1, quality white. Function, increases physical attributes by 10. Without hesitation, he absorbed the skill, and in that instant, Gu Guang distinctly felt his physique enhanced by a tier. The sensation was quite invigorating. As for the healing potion, upon glancing at Yin Jun's pallid complexion, Gu Guang resolved to administer it to him. After all, some of these orbs were items dropped by Yin Jun that had yet to be collected. Yin Jun, here, take this. Gu Guang called out before tossing the potion over. Upon receiving it, Yin Jun appeared astonished. Such a substance was truly a matter of life and death in this world. Was Gu Guang truly offering it to him? He paused for a moment in shock, then did not refuse, tightly gripping the vial. He genuinely needed this. Although his injuries were not fatal, the accompanying pain and weakness were experiences he wished to avoid in this world. Yin Jun spoke little, opting instead to use the potion and continue recuperating in place. After 2 more minutes, a hunting team that Gu Guang had summoned arrived. With the addition of the hunting team, the situation became significantly more manageable. Although the headless axemen were numerous, the confined space limited the effectiveness to the front line. Moreover, as the battle raged on, several giant black-armored ants leveled up, becoming even more formidable. Consequently, the odds of victory for the headless axemen diminished. Of course, there were casualties on the giant black-armored ant side as well, with 3 having fallen. Fortunately, with the bizarre presence of the first, the headless axemen suffered even greater losses, having been cleaved down by over 50 within a short span. Once more, a plethora of orbs descended upon the ground. Small food capsules X20, hand axe X3, time sand X1. As Gu Guang collected all the orbs, he noted that most were food capsules, diminishing the presence of valuable items. Was it because the better items had been exhausted, or had the drop rates been subtly altered? Or perhaps, as time progressed, the likelihood of dark creatures dropping valuable items decreased? Gu Guang equipped the hand axe to a giant black-armored ant, choosing not to dwell on this quandary. Such unalterable circumstances in a game could hardly be expected to differ in this authentic one. As ordinary individuals, they had no choice but to accept their fate. Nevertheless, the increase in food capsules was fortuitous for Gu Guang. Time sand, Tier 1, quality white. Function, accelerates time by 1 hour, can only expedite the reproduction speed of the nest. Though limited in scope, this item was still beneficial, alleviating the slow production rate of troops. The only issue was the insufficient quantity. After equipping 3 more giant black-armored ants with hand axes, the battle swiftly lost any semblance of suspense. Armed with weapons and bolstered by their immense strength, the black-armored ants dispatched the headless axemen with ease, akin to slicing through vegetables. Chapter 11, The Blood Axe Pool After Evolution. Before long, the encircling headless axemen were all vanquished. Small food capsules X10, hand axe X3, time sand X3. Once again, a bounty of resources was obtained. The mere food capsules alone increased his supplies by 4,000 units. This was far more efficient than his earlier arduous slaughters. Perhaps this is the very essence of the correlation between risk and reward. The formidable strength of the dark creatures is such that not everyone can act with the same impunity as he does. On this night, those who survive can be deemed as having adequately prepared during the day. Currently, his forces are as follows: 17 giant black-armored ants, 1 number 1, 2 thunderstorm ants, and 3 resource-collecting insects. As the battle concluded, Yin Jun, whose injuries had nearly healed, gazed at the scene as if in a dream. Is this truly the end? For him, the headless axeman had represented a life-and-death crisis. Yet in Gu Guang's hands, he had become prey? How remarkably powerful. A fervor ignited within Yin Jun's heart. He too must become such a paragon of strength. Yin Jun, I intend to search for the lair of the headless axeman nearby. Will you accompany me, or stay here? Gu Guang planned to locate and destroy the blood axe pool. That would be the true resolution of the crisis. My lord, I shall accompany you, Yin Jun respectfully replied. His ant nest had already bred 10 black-armored ants, lending him a modicum of combat capability. More importantly, he did not wish to be a burden. Very well. Then tell me, from which direction did the headless axemen first appear? We shall explore that route. From the east. Upon learning the initial location of the headless axemen, Gu Guang promptly led the team into action. After merely a few minutes of travel, they encountered a group of headless axemen approaching, which confirmed that their direction was indeed correct. When they encountered headless axemen along the way, Yanjun proactively volunteered to engage them, to which Gu Guang readily agreed. To his surprise, Yanjun took to the front lines himself, rather than sending the black armored ants to surround and eliminate the foes. This revelation elevated Gu Guang's opinion of him. 3 headless axemen were swiftly dispatched through the collaboration of Yanjun and the black armored ants. Compared to the headless axemen, Yanjun exhibited greater agility. A white orb fell to the ground, a food capsule, which Yanjun picked up and proudly presented to Gu Guang. No need for that. Keep it for yourself. The stronger you become, the greater assistance you will provide me. Gu Guang was not in want of that food capsule. Rather, it was Yanjun who was in greater need. He required vassals, yet if those vassals lacked the strength to assist him, the purpose of recruiting them would be rendered moot. Understood. Yanjun stowed the food capsule and continued to forge ahead with his hand axe. As they pressed on, they encountered sporadic groups of headless axemen, all of which Yanjun dispatched with ease. With each headless axeman Yanjun eliminated, his combat skills evolved. In this world, the human physique had been enhanced, thereby improving coordination. With heightened coordination, the speed at which one learned combat techniques accelerated. After approximately half an hour of travel, a dilapidated territory came into view before the two. There stood an intact ant nest, yet on the ground lay a male corpse. Just as Gu Guang had surmised, the ant nest was protected, but the humans were not. This was Gu Guang's first encounter with a corpse, yet he felt little reaction. Perhaps it was due to the frequency with which he had slain monsters that had dulled his sensitivity to death. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Let us dig a grave and bury him. Gu Guang decided to afford his kin a measure of dignity. Following his command, Yanjun busied himself with the task, while Gu Guang took the opportunity to glance at the regional chat channel. At that moment, the chat channel was abuzz with activity. Yet all were desperate cries for help. Leafy Plain Region Zhangchong, help. Location, navigable. Lu Shasha, Gu Guang, save me. I am willing to become a vassal. Location, navigable. Zhongli, Big Brother, rescue me first. Photo, long legs, fair skin, alluring curves, a pitiful expression. Location, navigable. Yin Yun, Big Brother, I can perform the poison dragon drill. Lu Taijun, Big Brother, save me. I am strong, with accompanying photo, capable of fighting and killing. If necessary, I can even meet excessive demands. After perusing the messages, Gu Guang's expression darkened. What nonsense is this? Initially, the messages were relatively normal, but as he continued, they became increasingly bizarre, with some photos requiring censorship to be shared. He checked the locations. These individuals were all quite distant. The nearest one would take him 4 hours to reach. By the time he arrived, it would likely be dawn, and those individuals might already be corpses. He was only inclined to save Yanjun because he was close at hand. Upon closing the regional chat channel, Yanjun had also completed the burial of the corpse. They resumed their journey toward the direction from which the headless axemen emerged. This time, they had not ventured far before encountering a blood-red pool. Surrounding the pool was a multitude of headless axemen, estimated to number over 100. Among them, some were significantly larger, towering over the average headless axeman, their muscles impressively exaggerated, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Moreover, this blood axe pool was more than double the size of the one Gu Guang had previously destroyed. This sparked a thought in Gu Guang's mind. Had this creation undergone an evolution? Though he could not see its attributes, he was certain that it had indeed advanced. No, engaging with this entity now would be far too perilous. They might very well fall here. The presence of those massive headless axemen instilled a profound sense of pressure, indicating they were not easily dealt with. At this moment, a continuous stream of headless axemen emerged from the blood axe pool, forming small groups before dispersing in all directions. However, the over 100 headless axemen stationed nearby remained unmoving, vigilantly guarding the blood axe pool. To destroy the blood axe pool, one would have to breach the defenses. Gu Guang had no intention of recklessly charging in. It was wiser to consolidate their strength for now. He possessed a wealth of resources, and expending them would significantly boost their power without necessitating immediate risk. Most importantly, 2 other hunting teams had also discovered the blood axe pool. Through mental linkage, Gu Guang confirmed that those 2 blood axe pools were akin to the first one he had encountered. He issued a direct attack order. A single hunting team was sufficient to obliterate 1 blood axe pool. Once they vanquished the blood axe pool, he would return to his territory laden with spoils. As for this place, retreat. The teams swiftly withdrew, taking some time to return to Yanjun's territory. Next, you should hunt monsters on your own. I have seen your capabilities. As long as you are not surrounded, you will be fine. You are positioned to the north of my territory, and your current task is to strengthen your abilities and expand your domain. After today, our nest will no longer have a grace period of protection, and I will need you to defend this direction. Understood. Yin Jun nodded, and Gu Guang then led the team back to his own territory. He is about to commence an overwhelming surge of troops. Chapter 12. Uninterrupted fire coverage. After a while, Gu Guang returned to his territory. The second and third hunting teams had arrived before him. Gu Guang began to tally his forces. Giant black armies, 47. Thunderstorm ants, 4. Resource-collecting bugs, 50. Black ants, 60. This constituted his entire military might for the time being, and now it was time to assess the spoils. The two hunting teams had brought back 40 items. Small food capsules x20. Hand axes x5. Time sand x5. Healing potions x5. Arrow tower blueprints x3. Passive skill, hand axe mastery x1. Lighthouse x1. The first hunting team, having been mobilized at the onset of their mission, did not yield any loot. This night, the food harvest amounted to 6,000 units. This was merely the beginning, and Gu Guang believed that the forthcoming haul would be even greater. He equipped the giant black ants with the hand axes. With the addition of these 5 grains of time sand, he now possessed 9 grains, thus enabling him to accelerate reproduction directly, generating sufficient troops for fusion. He intended to evolve stronger units to resolve the looming threat posed by the blood axe pool. Arrow tower blueprints. Rank, level 1. Quality white. Rate of fire, 20 arrows per minute. Power, early stage level 1. Wood storage, 01000. 1 arrow consumes 1 unit of wood. Construction requirement, wood x 500. Gu Guang had 5 of these blueprints, yet he did not perceive them as particularly useful. His territory was fortified, and his forces were adequate to ensure its safety. However, he soon realized that this could serve as a means of ranged attack, qualifying it as one of the anti-air weapons. Although there were no flying creatures yet, their emergence was inevitable. Thus, this contraption remained necessary. There was, however, one issue. He currently lacked wood. Consequently, this blueprint would have to remain idle for the time being. Passive skill, hand axe mastery x1. Quality white. Function, proficient in wielding a hand axe, capable of slicing an apple within 3 seconds, with the skin remaining intact. Gu Guang pondered. Is this description apt, or merely a reflection of morbid humor? Learn. The skill book transformed into white light and integrated into Gu Guang's mind. In an instant, a multitude of memories regarding the practice of the hand axe materialized within him. This skill necessitated practical application for validation, and he considered attempting it himself when the opportunity arose. Moreover, his experience bar was nearing full capacity for level 1. He needed to devise a way to elevate the rank of the ant nest. Otherwise, the advancement of his troops' capabilities would stagnate, potentially hindering his own ascension. Lighthouse. Rank, level 1. Quality white. Function, illuminates a radius of 100 meters. When dark creatures appear, the Lord will automatically be informed of their location. Construction method, identify a suitable location for placement. A commendable item, as it would allow him to immediately detect any dark creatures encroaching upon his territory. Gu Guang was quite pleased with this. He selected a spot adjacent to the ant nest for its placement. The lighthouse ascended to a height of 10 meters. A white column crowned with an oil lamp. This simple oil lamp illuminated a 100-meter radius, dispelling the darkness in his domain. At this moment, his territory was beginning to take shape, and future constructions would undoubtedly proliferate. He would need to plan accordingly. Having comprehended the current situation, Gu Guang promptly set about amassing troops. He adjusted the breeding count of the black ants to 540, resulting in a slight increase of several dozen black ants. He then activated the time sand to accelerate the process. In an instant, an endless stream of black ants surged forth from the nest. Even as the first emerged, the subsequent ones began to crowd, creating a sensation that made Gu Guang fear the nest might burst. Fortunately, his apprehensions proved unfounded. Soon, 540 black ants appeared before him, bringing the total to an impressive 600. Fusion. Giant black ants x60. Witnessing the 107 giant black ants before him, Gu Guang felt a swell of satisfaction. He could finally fuse them into a being of superior quality. Yet, as he regarded ant number 1 and ant number 2, he fell into contemplation. Ant number 2 was the first to be synthesized. The thunderstorm ant. Judging by the current circumstances, the thunderstorm ant undoubtedly had a higher baseline than the giant black ant. Further elevating its quality would likely yield an even stronger being. However, there was one predicament. The thunderstorm ant, apart from its lightning strike as a ranged attack, was not particularly remarkable in close combat, even struggling against the giant black ant. Of course, given the power of the lightning strike, Gu Guang believed that a single bolt could vanquish a giant black ant. Yet, that would only suffice for one. With the escalating number of foes he would soon face, he required an area of effect capability. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Guang swiftly arrived at a resolution. If the thunderstorm ant could unleash lightning in melee combat, enhancing its abilities would bolster its efficacy, even if it retained only a singular ranged attack. Furthermore, if the evolved thunderstorm ant maintained a single target attack skill, its potency would undoubtedly be immense. Should it possess an area attack skill, he would be in a fortuitous position. Regardless, he would incur no losses. He could still reproduce in ample quantity, armed with a bountiful supply of food, albeit requiring some time. However, after accounting for the 99 giant black ants, considering the thunderstorm ant itself as one unit, he still had 8 giant black ants, 3 thunderstorm ants, and ants 1 and 2 remaining. His military might was concentrated, but the essence was preserved. More importantly, the lightning power of the thunderstorm ant was formidable against both dark and other creatures. Any enhancement would be advantageous. Having clarified his thoughts, Gu Guang hesitated no longer. Fusion. His heart raced, the rhythm of his breaths noticeably quickening. The white light shattered, and the essence of 99 giant black ants fused into the thunderstorm ant. At that moment, the thunderstorm ant was reborn. Thundercloud ant. Next fusion. 01000. Rank. Level 1 complete. Experience. Max. Quality. Blue. Passive skill. Lightning immunity 10. Active skills. Basic, giant strength, electric arc, no cooldown. Lightning strike, cooldown 3 seconds. Thundercloud, summons a thundercloud, covering up to 100 meters. Providing uninterrupted fire coverage for 1 minute, cooldown 1 hour. Wow. Upon witnessing the newly acquired attributes of the thundercloud ant, Gu Guang was utterly astonished. A considerable fortune has been amassed. A mere 3-second cooldown between strikes of lightning? The ability to coalesce storm clouds for a barrage of firepower? The enhancement of these 2 capabilities has propelled us to new heights. With a limited number of lightning strikes, the situation can be managed effortlessly. But what if the numbers are overwhelming? The gathering of storm clouds will provide an extensive cover of firepower. From this moment forth, as long as he is not encircled by hordes of monsters, a single storm cloud ant is sufficient to ensure his safety. As for the previously upgraded blood axe pool, let us extinguish it now. At this moment, the storm cloud ant has undergone a significant transformation in both size and appearance compared to the thunderstorm ant. Its body has completely adopted a striking blue hue, and the arcs of electricity dancing across its form are increasingly pronounced, exuding an intense aura of pressure merely by standing still. His food supply has soared to an impressive 7,000, and Gu Guang does not hesitate to commence reproduction. Black Armored Ant X200. Resource Collection Bug X200. Food for 1,000. The decision to produce such a multitude of resource collection bugs is not a whimsical one. Even if they are not dispatched to gather resources, they can be utilized for fusion and enhancement. Selecting the black armored ant as the base will suffice. Having accomplished all this, he once again marches forth with his forces towards the evolved blood axe pool. Chapter 13, Advancement. Second tier, Ant Nest. Forces, Giant Black Armored Ant X8. Thunderstorm Ant X3, Unit 1, Unit 2. With this formidable battalion, Gu Guang hastens his journey at full speed. Along the way, he casts aside any notions of caution, advancing with reckless abandon. Should any foolish axe wielders cross his path, he will simply unleash a bolt of lightning upon them. As he traverses the territory of the Yin army, he glances around and notes that the Yin army is conspicuously absent, indicating they have taken the initiative to strike. Excellent. This may yield future assistance. 10 minutes pass after leaving the Yin army's domain. Due to his rapid pace, he arrives at the location of the blood axe pool much quicker than before. There are no significant changes here. If one must note any, it is that a few more robust axe wielders have appeared. Regardless, he is determined to annihilate this blood axe pool today. Storm Cloud Ant. Coalesce the storm clouds, covering a radius of 100 meters centered on the blood axe pool. Since these axe wielders are steadfastly guarding the blood axe pool, it is the perfect opportunity to test the might of the storm cloud's minute-long unlimited firepower. Above the blood axe pool, the storm clouds begin to gather, darkening the already gloomy sky further. Even the remaining moonlight cannot penetrate this shroud. With a 30-second casting time for a radius of 100 meters, had these axe wielders possessed a modicum of intelligence, they would have fled long ago. Unfortunately, their intellect leaves much to be desired. As the storm clouds take shape, bolts of lightning flicker ominously, and in the next instant, countless blue bolts rain down. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder envelopes a 100-meter radius, creating an impenetrable domain of electricity. The previously sunless environment is illuminated as if it were midday. Any axe wielder struck by the lightning collapses instantly. The power of thunder is unparalleled in its ferocity, especially against these dark creatures. Yet, some of the stronger axe wielders manage to withstand a single bolt without faltering. However, enduring one strike is futile, as 2, 3, or more follow, obliterating them entirely. Regardless of strength, in the face of overwhelming firepower, all are rendered insignificant. Experience 13,535. The notifications of increasing experience resonate, each representing the demise of yet another axe wielder. Rank advancement. Congratulations on achieving first-tier perfection. A flash of white light envelopes Gu Guang, marking his ascension to first-tier perfection. His internal power surges once more than doubling, confirming his rank has reached first-tier max. To advance further, he must elevate his nest. Destroy the second-tier blood axe pool. Source 20. A minute passes, and the ground before Gu Guang transforms into scorched earth. The blood axe pool disintegrated. Simultaneously, he realizes that this blood axe pool had indeed been upgraded. A second-tier blood axe pool. Before him lies a dazzling array of white orbs, with two particularly prominent green orbs at the center. Green items have appeared. Gu Guang feels a surge of excitement. He instructs his subordinates to gather the white items while he rushes towards the two green lights. Quality Evolution Scroll. Quality, green. Function. When used on white quality monsters, it can elevate their quality to green. Gu Guang muses, this item may be splendid for others, but it seems of little use to him. Food Storage Tank. Tier, second tier. Quality, green. Function. Upon use, increases food supply by 50,000 units. Remarkable. This bounty is truly extraordinary. Gu Guang hesitates for a moment, and then contemplates, at this juncture, who else could deal with a second-tier blood axe pool? Who possesses blue-quality units? This windfall is entirely his due. With this food storage tank, he not only can elevate his ant nest to the second tier, but he can also continue to bolster his forces. He takes some time to gather all the items that have fallen to the ground. A total of 30 items. The drop rate has sharply decreased, now approximately 1/5, compared to the previous 1/2. Small food capsule X20. Hand axe X3. Time sand X5. Active skill, probe X1. Arrow tower blueprint X1. Probe. Quality white. Function. When used, it reveals the tier and quality of an object. Learning. A flash of white light. And the skill book in his hand vanishes. After eradicating the remaining axe wielders, Gu Guang feels a wave of satisfaction. He surveys his surroundings and finds no trace of dark creatures. With this, he resolves to return and boost his forces. To maximize profits during this dark night, he must increase his numbers. Gu Guang believes that after elevating the ant nest by 1 tier, the rate of reproduction will undoubtedly accelerate. Even if the reproduction speed remains unchanged, the strength of the units may very well increase. After tidying up, Gu Guang returns to his territory laden with spoils. The journey takes approximately half an hour, and upon his return, his territory has successfully reproduced 30 resource collection bugs and 30 black armored ants. He utilizes all items that increase food units. Food, 52,000. Coupled with the previous 3,000 food units, Gu Guang now boasts a total of 550,000 food units. Upgrade Ant Nest. Ant Nest. Rank, second order, 010,000 food. Quality, white, origin 01000. Unit types, first order black armored ant, 10 units of food. Second order black armored ant, 100 units of food. Reproduction speed, first order 30 seconds, second order 60 seconds. Detected that the ant nest has been upgraded to second order, allowing the consumption of food units to elevate the rank of first order units. Upgrading the initial nest to second order unlocks the map, the flea market, and the chat channel for the 97th continent block. Upon upgrading the initial nest to second order, the Lord's rank automatically ascends to second order. With the elevation of the ant nest's rank, numerous functionalities emerged. Simultaneously, Gu Guang discovered an issue concerning the rank of units. As long as the nest was upgraded, their ranks would ascend accordingly. The elevation of this minor realm reminded Gu Guang of a game. Red alert. 1-star units, 2-star units, 3-star units. It was evident that within the same quality and rank, a fully developed first-order unit would undoubtedly outperform a nascent one. Likewise, his rank in this realm was not overly significant. As the ant nest ascended, so would he. At this moment, Gu Guang understood one crucial aspect. In this world, the most vital element was the ant nest. This unique initial ant nest had already reached the early stages of second order, and at the moment of elevation, his physical attributes surged 5-fold. The disparity between second order and fully developed first order was immense. Consume food to elevate the rank of units within the territory. White units X60, green units X17, blue units X1. Required to consume 123,000 units of food. Gu Guang. He had a mere 100,000 units of food. This meant that one white quality black armored ant required 100 units of food, equivalent to the cost of directly creating a second order black armored ant. Even the fused green and blue quality units could accurately detect the number of black armored ants without error, leaving no opportunity for Gu Guang to exploit. However, the primary expense lay with the second order. A solitary unit alone cost 100,000, as it equated to the merging of 1,000 black armored ants. Never mind. Let us first examine the newly unlocked 3 functionalities. For 100,000 units of food did not seem excessively burdensome. In no time, he had already harvested 50 to 60,000 units of food in just half a night. Chapter 14, Lu Bing's Dilemma. Map. All visited locations will be displayed on the map, including one's own units. Flea Market. Currently encompasses the 97th region. All players with a second-order ant nest can access it, and items are sold based on flea market valuation. Chat channel for the 97th continent block. Unlocked for players who have reached second order. Current channel players, 1557. Speech requirement, 1 psychic energy per word. The unlocking of these 3 functionalities significantly facilitated the players, but only those who had upgraded to second order could enjoy these benefits. The only thought that lingered in Gu Guang's mind was the multitude of players who had already ascended to second order before him. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable. Had he desired to upgrade, he could have done so before nightfall. Furthermore, while the population of this continent remained uncertain, it was evident that a land of such stature would not lack inhabitants. Just as he could experience fortuitous encounters, so too could others. Maintaining a calm mindset, he acknowledged that his growth rate would surpass that of others. Now that the flea market was operational, he could sell off items he no longer required. Surely, many would find use for what he deemed unnecessary, such as the quality advancement scrolls. Gu Guang opened the flea market. But the offerings were far from the dazzling array he had anticipated. Instead, a meager selection of only 3 items was available. Arrow Tower Blueprint X1. Selling price, 1,000 food units. Hand Axe X1. Selling price, 500 food units. Stone Storage Room Construction Blueprint. Selling price, 2,000 food units. The scarcity of items was not entirely unexpected. As night fell, everyone was in need of resources, and no one would part with anything that could prove useful. Gu Guang pondered for a mere 2 seconds before the Arrow Tower Blueprint and Hand Axe were swiftly purchased. The flea market was left with only the solitary Stone Storage Room Construction Blueprint, which held little value for the current players. Would one truly risk their life to collect stones? He retrieved the Quality Evolution Scroll. Quality Evolution Scroll, green valued at 2,000 food units. A remarkable 2,000 food units. But alas, one could not sell units. This item held no significance for him, prompting Gu Guang to opt for its sale. Fixed price. Auction. Minimum price is 50 of item value. After the auction, the flea market will deduct a 5 service fee. 2 distinct selling methods. In an auction, one must ensure the item is of good quality, scarce in the market, and that buyers are willing to pay a premium. Otherwise, the minimum price being only 50 of the item's value could result in a loss. At this time, 2,000 food units was not an insignificant sum. After some deliberation, Gu Guang decided to proceed with the auction. In any case, whether he had 2,000 more or less food units would not impact his situation. So he may as well experiment with the auction feature. After placing the item, he paid it no further mind. He halted the reproduction of all first-order black armored ants. The units not yet produced could be retracted, recovering 1,700 food units. As for the resource-collecting insects, Gu Guang allowed them to continue reproducing. Although they were not immediately necessary, they would prove useful come daylight. He did not wish to find himself in need without their presence. Reproducing 100 second-order black armored ants. Food cost, 10,000. After issuing this command, Gu Guang turned his attention to the surrounding black armored ants, subsequently opting to upgrade. Apart from the second order requiring 100,000 food units. The total for the other black armored ants only amounted to 23,000 food units. He could manage that expense. With a flash of white light, all black armored ants in Gu Guang's camp were upgraded to second order. The panel displayed no significant changes, yet the overall physical attributes experienced a substantial enhancement. In that instant, the might of the black armored ants surged, with a single one capable of easily overpowering 5 first-order units. Their height also increased considerably, with black armored ants rising from 18 meters to approximately 25 meters. The colossal black armored ants grew from 54 meters to around 65 meters, undeniably progressing towards the realm of behemoths. Regrettably, the second order could not be further upgraded, and enhancing its quality was equally arduous, requiring the existence of 1,000 units of the same quality and rank, a feat unattainable in the short term. After upgrading the ant nest, he still possessed 450,000 food units. Following the reproduction of 100 second-order black armored ants, he was left with 350,000. After enhancing the existing black armored ants, only 120,000 food units remained. With the revocation of the reproduction cost for 170 first-tier black armored ants, a bounty of 1,700 units of food was returned, leaving a remaining total of 13,700 food units. This once constituted a substantial fortune, yet now it feels woefully inadequate. Having completed the upgrades, it is now time to resume the hunt. With the newly acquired map feature, the previously dormant resource-collecting insects have found their purpose. Wherever they have traversed, those areas are now illuminated on the map. The resource-collecting insects can fly, and having attained the second tier, they should be impervious to any creatures lurking in the dark night. They will serve perfectly for reconnaissance. He possesses 30 second-tier white-quality resource-collecting insects and 5 second-tier green-quality ones. Resource-collecting insect. Tier, early second tier. Experience, 03000. Quality, green. Passive skill, resource storage, 01000. Active skill, resource conversion, can convert resources into units on the spot. 10 units per minute. Rapid flight, increases flight speed 5-fold for 1 minute, with a cooldown of 1 hour. At his command, 35 resource-collecting insects took to the skies in all directions. The map revealed that the surroundings were well explored and therefore illuminated, but soon, several areas veiled in mist began to clarify. Before long, a unique red pool appeared on the map. Blood Axe Pool, located at XXX. Number 1, the hunt begins. Take 10 second-tier black armored ants and move out. Gu Guang dispatched number 1 along with the 10 second-tier black armored ants, intending for the second-tier giant black armored ants to lead the charge against the monster nests appearing on the map, thus accelerating his resource collection. In Lu Bing's territory, the scene was one of utter devastation. Countless corpses lay strewn across the ground, including headless axemen and black armored ants. A horde of headless axemen was charging towards him. Around him, only a handful of black armored ants remained. Am I destined to die here? Lu Bing's voice was filled with despair. From the moment he descended, aspiring to achieve great feats, to discovering the Thunderstone or Vein, believing he would rise to power, only to be crushed by the plains giant wolf, realizing he was nothing. Saved by Gu Guang, he thought he had narrowly escaped death, believing he had a chance to turn the tide. Yet now he faced death once more. Why am I so unfortunate? Why can't the heavens show me a modicum of favor? In his despair, he glanced at an item obtained from slaying dark creatures. Bone Bud Star number 31. Locator Gem of the Ruler of the Dark Mountains. Function 1. Location. Function 2. Activating the Locator Gem grants 100,000 food units. A Quality Evolution Scroll, green, and the Friendship of Kier. Status, activatable. Lu Bing's expression twisted in anguish. He was uncertain of what might transpire should he activate it. It could herald disaster or salvation. Yet, faced with imminent death, he had little choice but to act. If I perish, what care I for the floodwaters that follow? Activate. Chapter 15, Day and Night. Successfully obtained 100,000 food units, a Quality Evolution Scroll, green, and the Friendship of Kier. In an instant, Lu Bing observed an addition of 100,000 food units on his panel. Simultaneously, a scroll radiating a green glow materialized before him. The Locator Gem disintegrated into the ether, leaving behind a dark spot the size of a fist. Locator Point, used for sensing positions when constructing spatial passages. Lu Bing's expression grew complex. Yet he quickly turned his attention to the countless headless axemen surrounding him. He had no time for contemplation. He directed a Quality Evolution Scroll towards a black armored ant. The scroll enveloped the ant in a beam of green light. In the next moment, a colossal beast, towering 5 meters high, emerged. The giant black armored ant. Yet, it seemed that Gu Guang possessed many of these creatures. Lu Bing's initial excitement waned as he beheld the evolved form. A pang of discontent surged within him. The one who saved him had a multitude of this unit. Resolving to unlock the ant nest to the second tier using food units and simultaneously elevate the giant black armored ant to the second tier, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having survived the perilous moment, he was now poised for an explosive period of development. Lu Bing's spirits finally calmed as he contemplated the path ahead. He still had a chance, and he would never bow down. Meanwhile, Gu Guang had dispatched numerous hunting squads to slay the headless axemen, utilizing the resource-collecting insects for reconnaissance, causing his map interface to illuminate rapidly. The locations of the headless axemen nests could no longer remain concealed. However, one issue arose. He noticed that, throughout the night, aside from the headless axemen, no other monster nests were present. If the nearby monster nests had been thoroughly cleansed, what could explain the absence of the thunderstruck basin discovered by Gu Guang during the day? This realization led Gu Guang to a significant conclusion. Day and night might represent two distinct maps. As he mentally linked with the resource-collecting insects to investigate the thunderstone or vein, the absence of the vein further solidified his conviction. Day and night indeed constituted separate maps. With this understanding, he resolved to focus solely on exterminating monsters. At this moment, his map coverage was extensive, thanks to the relentless efforts of the resource-collecting insects. He had unlocked a radius of 20 miles and continued to explore further. Within this 20-mile span, numerous blood axe pools were revealed, indicating a substantial number of monster nests in the dark. Additionally, he discovered some human territories, but two words now adorned the map. Zhangchang's territory, ruined state. Gu Guang was uncertain what this signified, but it was undoubtedly not a good omen. More importantly, surrounding this peculiar territory were blood axe pools, consistently accompanied by a second-tier blood axe pool. Did the headless axemen annihilate a human territory to elevate the nest tier? While the current headless axemen might not be able to destroy nests, Gu Guang speculated that slaying the Lord would yield a similar outcome. Upon discovering these second-tier blood axe pools, Gu Guang abandoned the idea of lingering in the territory. If he could acquire several more food storage tanks, then number 2 could also ascend to the second tier. However, leading the giant black armored ant alongside the black armored ants to tackle the second-tier blood axe pools seemed improbable. Thus, Gu Guang decided to personally lead the charge. He gathered number 1, number 2, and 10 black armored ants, setting off towards the location of the second-tier blood axe pool. There are a total of 3 second-tier blood axe pools, each situated at a considerable distance from him. According to the map, it takes approximately an hour to reach each one. By the time he neutralizes all 3 blood axe pools, the dawn is likely to break. In the following hours, Gu Guang commenced his relentless advance with Unit 2. Dark storm clouds loomed over the blood axe pools, unleashing torrents of thunder. In the blink of an eye, the second-tier blood axe pool was obliterated. In the face of overwhelming firepower, everything else is rendered inconsequential. He instructed the black armored ants to carry the spoils and proceeded towards the location of the next blood axe pool. The hour-long journey coincided perfectly with the cooldown of Unit 2's skills. He refrained from examining the loot in haste, intending to organize it once the night had passed. The second blood axe pool fell effortlessly to Gu Guang's might. However, upon arriving at the third blood axe pool, he was taken aback to discover that it was under siege by another party. Upon recognizing the assailants, he felt a sense of astonishment. Lu Bing, the very individual he had rescued during the day, was now so formidable in the night. Had he gained the capability to assault a second-tier blood axe pool? Observing closely, Gu Guang noted that Lu Bing's black armored ants had reached the second tier, including a particularly large specimen. It appeared that Lu Bing had encountered a significant stroke of fortune. Simultaneously, Lu Bing also spotted Gu Guang. Initially indifferent to the sight of Gu Guang's forces, he regarded them as merely another large black armored ant, something he possessed as well. However, when his gaze fell upon the thundercloud ants, his pupils constricted momentarily. That was a unit enhanced by the Thunderstone, was it not? No. It must have undergone evolution after utilizing the Thunderstone. Having previously possessed a Thunderstone himself, he understood that it could only alter the attributes of black armored ants, not elevate their quality through evolution. After a brief silence, Lu Bing resumed his assault on the second-tier blood axe pool. Gu Guang contemplated this development and decided against contending with Lu Bing for control of the blood axe pool. As 2 hours elapsed, the map expanded further, reaching a radius of 50 miles. Within this expansive territory, more players emerged, along with an increased number of second-tier blood axe pools. At this stage, the notion of competing for resources was utterly moot. Following another journey, Gu Guang successfully annihilated a second-tier blood axe pool, and the night was nearing its end. He planned to return to his territory before the night concluded. Since he had already discerned that day and night were two distinct maps, Gu Guang did not wish to find himself in an unknown location during the map transition. Who could say whether the area he currently occupied during the day was safe? If he were to emerge directly in the lair of a boss, he would be doomed. Before dawn broke, Gu Guang returned to his territory, summoning all his troops back. At that moment, his territory was piled high with spoils, towering as high as he was. There were too many items to assess immediately, and he decided to store them within his territory for the time being. With the map visibility gained from the previous night, the hunting party could accurately locate and destroy the blood axe pools, resulting in a significant increase in their nighttime haul. He immediately consumed a small food capsule. Concluding the tally, food, 30,000. Time sand x100, arrow tower blueprint x20, hand axe x30, healing potion x20, second tier time sand x2, second tier healing potion x2, space backpack x1, second tier food storage canister, white, x2, Stone Storage Room Blueprint X1. Wood Storage Room Blueprint X1. Resource Collection Worm Nest X3. This was his bounty from a single night. The second-tier food storage canister of white quality could increase food storage by 20,000, totaling 40,000 when combined with the small food capsule. And along with his remaining stock, he had 80,000 units of food. The second-tier time sand could accelerate reproduction by 2 hours. The Space Backpack. An excellent item akin to a physical bag, required to be worn on his back, boasted the following attributes. Space Backpack. Tier, second tier. Quality white. Storage, 0-100. Identical items can stack up to 99. Chapter 16. Occupying resource points. In addition to these gains, the destruction of numerous blood axe pools throughout the night had elevated his essence to 230 points. If he maintained such a rate of acquisition, his ant nest would soon be capable of producing green-quality giant black-armored ants. Presently, however, he found himself in dire need of food units. Though he possessed 80,000 units, it was insufficient to elevate Unit 2 to the second tier. The disparity in strength between first-tier and second-tier beings was an alarming tenfold. Should the Thundercloud ant ascend to the second tier, its power would be significantly augmented. As Gu Guang sorted through his spoils, an enigmatic voice echoed once more. Dearest players, congratulations on nearing the end of your first night, which also heralds the conclusion of your protection period. Night and day are two separate worlds. For your safety, remember to return to your territory. Any mishaps will be on you. The second day will refresh a multitude of nests and resource points, and the strength of monsters will also increase. Enjoy your game. With the voice's disappearance, the sky instantaneously transformed into daylight. The map shifted, ushering in the daytime. Simultaneously, the protection of the ant nest dissipated entirely. After a night had passed, his troop composition had also changed. Troop strength, second-tier black-armored ants X200, giant black-armored ants X20. Resource collection worms X200, resource collection worms, green, X20, thunderstorm ants X3, Unit 1, Unit 2. According to the enigmatic voice as hints, the second day would refresh numerous resource points, though it remained unclear what resources would be available. Upon opening the map, he noted that apart from the areas he had explored, the remainder was shrouded in black mist. Nevertheless, he spotted a resource point guarded by a monster territory. First-tier food resource point. First-tier wolf den. This was the displayed information on the map. He dispatched 50 resource collection worms to cover every corner, employing 5 of them to establish a mental link and assess the situation of the resource points. Gu Guang aimed to gather intelligence about the map, particularly regarding the state of the resource points. If there were numerous resource points, he would need to prepare accordingly, such as placing the 3 resource collection worm territories he possessed and breeding a substantial number of resource collection worms. He chose not to act hastily, opting to wait for clear map information before proceeding, which would prove more convenient. Soon, he arrived at the location of the first resource point. First-tier food resource point. Storage, 100, 100, 000. First stage wild wolf territory. Rank, late first stage, complete first stage. Quite impressive, a resource point yields 100,000 units of grain. If there is more, it could be promising. In the monster territory, each has approximately 100 to 500 monsters, though the precise number cannot be estimated. After waiting for roughly half an hour, the exploration of the map reached a radius of 10 miles. The densely packed resource points amounted to a staggering 20, with nearly 5 in every direction. Among them, the grain resource points accounted for half, with first-stage grain reserves at 100,000 and second-stage reserves at 1 million. Such an abundance of grain reserves would undoubtedly lead to explosive growth in any territory with resource-collecting insects. Without further hesitation, Gu Guang immediately placed 3 insect nests and then upgraded to the second stage. Subsequently, he began to amass troops. Resource collecting insect X100. Resource collecting insect X100. Resource collecting insect X100. Grain consumption, 60,000. Resource collecting insect. Rank, early second stage. Experience, 0-1500. Quality white. Passive skill, resource storage, 0-2000. Active skill, resource conversion, can convert resources into units on the spot, 5 units per minute. These are the attributes of the second stage resource collecting insects. Now the territory needed defense, and Gu Guang did not wish to leave, so he left number 2 at the camp, along with 50 black armored ants, 5 giant black armored ants, and 3 thunderstorm ants. The remaining forces were divided into 3 teams, consisting of 50 resource collecting insects, 50 black armored ants, and 5 giant black armored ants. Such a team was sufficient to occupy a resource point and commence extraction. 50 resource collecting insects could gather 150,000 units of resources in an hour, with about 100,000 units requiring approximately 7 hours. The 3 teams were merely the beginning. He still had a substantial amount of time flowing sand to recruit more troops. Once the teams were dispatched, Gu Guang proceeded to make arrangements. Led by Team 1, 2 grains of time sand would produce 12 giant black armored ants, along with 5 green resource-collecting insects, to head towards the Thunderstone vein to collect Thunderstone. In 20 minutes, they would be able to exhaust the Thunderstone vein he had discovered. However, the Thunderstrike Basin was not limited to just one Thunderstone vein. As exploration continued, the map displayed a total of 4 Thunderstone veins. Among them, one was second stage, with a reserve of 10,000 Thunderstones. The primary objective of Team 1 was to collect Thunderstone. 10 minutes passed. The first team reached the designated location. First stage Wild Wolf territory. At this moment, a multitude of wild wolves roamed within, and upon discovering the black armored ant army, they immediately displayed hostility. Behind the wild wolves lay a first stage grain resource point. The giant black armored ants took the lead, brandishing massive hand axes to charge forth. Standing over 6 meters tall, the giant black armored ants resembled colossal beasts. The wild wolves, while also large, measured only about 2 meters in height. As the battle commenced, a single sweep from the giant black armored ants with their axes instantly dismembered several charging wild wolves. Although the wild wolves outnumbered their foes, easily visible as several times the size of the black armored ant legion, they were ultimately doomed under the overwhelming display of strength. Soon, the first resource point was successfully captured. Source 5. This was the reward for destroying the wild wolf territory. Subsequently, the resource-collecting insects began their extraction, attaching themselves to the resource point to commence gathering. Gu Guang remained comfortably at his territory, allowing his subordinate legion to handle the combat while he merely organized. With nothing pressing to do, he decided to open the chat channel for a look. Fallen Leaves Plain. Population, 70. After a night passed, 30 had perished, a result that left Gu Guang pondering in silence. The channel was filled with numerous messages, and after checking it twice last night, he had not looked again. Now, as he scrolled through, the initial messages were primarily cries for help, lacking substantial content. However, as he continued down the list, one message captured Gu Guang's attention. Li Jian discovered the Headless Axe Wielder Abyss node. Map. This node appears to connect to a high-level monster domain that will erupt in 3 days. After the eruption, the strength of the Headless Axe Wielder will greatly increase. I wish to enter and stop it before the eruption. Headless Axe Wielder Abyss node. Rank, 3rd stage. Description. Contains mysterious power belonging to the Headless Axe Wielder clan. After the eruption, it will cover an area and enhance the strength of Headless Axe wielders within. Li Jian. However, my strength is insufficient, and I hope someone can team up with me in 2 days. Positioning is available for navigation. This intrigued Gu Guang. Though he would not venture in personally, 3 days was ample time for him to develop. Chapter 17. Rapid Development. In addition to the Abyss node, there was another noteworthy message in the regional chat channel. Xin Jingtian. Last night, I obtained an alliance token and intend to establish an alliance, seeking like-minded players to develop together. If interested, please contact me. Positioning is available for navigation. What advantages would forming an alliance bring? Gu Guang was uncertain, having not acquired an alliance token. Aside from these, there was little else of significance. He then opened the chat channel for Continental Block 97. Population, 10,000. After a night passed, those who survived had all strengthened a tier, successfully reaching the second stage. 10,000 may seem a considerable number. Yet if this were a global crossover, it would be a mere fraction. As for whether this was a global crossover, Gu Guang was not entirely sure. In this chat channel, no one spoke. The reasons were twofold. Conversation here might yield little effect, and secondly, there was a possibility of lacking spiritual energy. It is worth noting that Gu Guang had discerned that the only way to acquire spiritual energy was through the cores of Thunderstone beasts. Finally, Gu Guang opened the flea market. He wished to see how the flea market had evolved. This time, he was not disappointed. With the increase in population and the passage of a night, everyone had garnered promising gains, thus revitalizing the flea market. A dazzling array of goods was displayed. Territory Shield. Rank, 2nd stage. Function. Envelopes the entire territory, repelling monster attacks. Durability 10,000, with wear and tear recoverable over time. Starting price, 10,000 units of grain. Current price, 30,000 units of grain. End time, 3 hours and 9 minutes. Territory Giant. Rank, 2nd stage. Quality, green. Passive, Child of the Earth. Active, hardening. Starting price, 10,000 units of grain. Current price, 40,000 units of grain. End time, 2 hours and 27 minutes. Wolf Soldier Nest. Rank, 2nd tier. Quality white. Unit type, Wolf Soldier. Starting bid, 20,000 units of food. Current price, 30,000 units of food. End time, 2 hours and 7 minutes. There are many items available, yet Gu Guang has no intention of purchasing any. What he requires most at this moment is food units. With a sufficient supply of food, he could soar to great heights, exponentially increasing his forces for fusion and evolution. After a final glance at his quality evolution scroll, Gu Guang was taken aback by the bidding, which had already reached 10,000 food units, 5 times more than the initial 2,000 units. With only a few minutes remaining before the auction concludes, the increase is unlikely to be significant. Presently, valuable items are scarce for others, but Gu Guang remains an anomaly, focusing solely on amassing food units. As time elapsed, an hour slipped by in the blink of an eye. The 3 resource points yielded 450,000 food units for Gu Guang. Without hesitation, he reassembled 3 teams to continue occupying the 3 food resource points. Another hour passed. An additional 90,000 food units were collected. He increased his teams by 6, claiming 6 more food resource points. In the 3rd hour, they returned with 180,000 food units. Gu Guang expanded his teams to 12, bringing the total to 24, thereby occupying 24 resource points. By the 4th hour, they delivered 360,000 food units. This time, Gu Guang was eager to enhance his teams, opting instead to elevate the tier of his nests. Ant nest upgraded to 3rd tier. Rank, 3rd tier, 0,100,000 food. Quality, white, source 0,1000. Unit types, 1st tier black armored ant, 10 food units. 2nd tier black armored ant, 100 food units. 3rd tier black armored ant, 200 food units. 1 spiritual energy. Reproduction speed, 1st tier 10 seconds, 2nd tier 30 seconds, 3rd tier 60 seconds. Resource collection insect nest upgraded to 3rd tier. Rank, 3rd tier. Quality white. Unit types, resource collection insect, 1st tier, 10 food units. 2nd tier, 100 food units. 3rd tier, 200 food units. 1 spiritual energy. Reproduction speed, 1st tier, 10s. 2nd tier, 30s. 3rd tier, 60s. Upgrading both nests consumed 200,000 food units. After ascending to the 3rd tier, the reproductive cost of the units only doubled, yet now required an additional condition of spiritual energy. Fortunately, over the past 3 hours, he had garnered some Thunder Beast cores, amounting to 4,000 points. At this moment, with 24 teams, the green quality giant black armored ants totaled 50, meaning each team possessed 150 units of strength. To elevate to the 3rd tier, 720,000 food and 600 spiritual energy would be needed. While he had ample spiritual energy, food was still lacking. After deliberation, Gu Guang refrained from further expanding his forces, as he had only 40 shells remaining, which was not considerable and would be saved for emergencies. Occupying 24 resource points, he could generate 360,000 food units in an hour, over 1 million in a day, which would suffice for the time being. With 180,000 food units remaining, Gu Guang expended 100,000 to elevate the thundercloud ants to the 2nd tier. After their evolution, their presence became more formidable, exuding an aura reminiscent of terrifying lightning. More importantly, this transformation brought significant changes to their attributes. Thundercloud ant. Rank, early 2nd tier. Experience, 05000. Quality, blue. Passive skill, lightning immunity 10. Active skills, primary giant strength. Arc, no cooldown. Lightning strike, no cooldown. Thundercloud, summoning thunder clouds, covering a maximum of 1 kilometer, providing 2 minutes of uninterrupted firepower, 1 hour cooldown. The lightning strike had entirely transformed into a no cooldown ability. The thundercloud could now cover a kilometer. The potential of blue quality units was laid bare before Gu Guang. Such units would only become more terrifying as strength increased. The more he pondered, the more he anticipated how bizarre higher quality units would become. However, achieving that caliber of units remained unfeasible for the time being, unless utilizing 1st tier units, which would render the endeavor meaningless. In the ensuing time, Gu Guang merely needed to await the resources to be returned from the resource points. The map exploration range had expanded to 50 miles. Yet, within the vast expanse of the fallen leaf plain, this 50-mile stretch appeared but a mere tip of the iceberg. Currently, Gu Guang had discovered only 10 player territories, including his own. This implies that there are still 60 player territories yet to be explored. By this reckoning, approximately 300 miles remain to be uncovered. Gu Guang was not entirely clear on this matter. Nevertheless, within the 50 miles, he encountered numerous intriguing findings. In the Thunderstrike Basin, He discovered a total of 21 first-tier thunderstone veins, 8 second-tier thunderstone veins, and 1 third-tier thunderstone vein. This was not the entirety of the thunderstone veins in the basin, yet it was all he could explore. Deeper within lay a vast number of thunder beasts, possessing formidable strength, even the resource-collecting insects perishing upon entering. Deep within the Thunderstrike Basin, there may exist exceedingly precious treasures, contingent upon the ability to clear the area. However, thunder beasts themselves serve as a resource. The more, the better. Chapter 18. Warhammer Black Armored Ant. Time passed, and another hour slipped away. Food units totaled 360,000, reaching a total of 420,000. Gu Guang directly expended 240,000 food units and 200 spiritual energy to elevate all resource-collecting insects to the 3rd tier. This upgrade doubled their gathering speed, reaching 10 units per minute. Consequently, in just 1 hour, Gu Guang could harvest 720,000 food units. Thus, 2 hours flew by, and Gu Guang's food units soared to 1.5 million. However, the cost was that all the nearby food resource points had been completely depleted, necessitating travel to more distant locations for additional supplies. Yet, he observed in the regional channel that many players were expressing discontent. These were players in his vicinity, accusing him of monopolizing their resource points. Gu Guang expressed his apologies but showed no inclination to relent. At this stage, Gu Guang was no longer merely collecting food units. He was also gathering stone and wood. With 6 hours remaining until nightfall, at the current pace, he could secure at least 4 million food units. Of course, this was merely a rough estimate. The actual outcome might be somewhat less. After all, a portion of the materials consists of stone and wood, along with the round trip required for transportation. The resources collected by the resource-gathering insects must be brought back to the territory for conversion. With 1.5 million units of food at his disposal, Gu Guang finds himself with numerous options. He can elevate the Thundercloud ant to the 3rd tier, create more units to fuse into blue-quality black armored ants, and upgrade the ant nest to the 4th tier. There is no rush to enhance the ant nest to the 4th tier, as Gu Guang plans to unleash an army to conquer the Thunderstrike Basin. From the intelligence he has gathered so far, this Thunderstrike Basin is an extraordinarily unique monster territory, abundant with valuable resources that warrant a full-scale assault. To upgrade the Thundercloud ant to the 3rd tier, it requires 200,000 food units and 1,000 spiritual energy. The creation of 1,023rd tier black armored ants necessitates 2.04 million food units, 1,000 spiritual energy, and 17 grains of time sand. He commands the fusion of 1,000 black armored ants. Under Gu Guang's expectant gaze, the 1,000 black armored ants gradually merge and evolve. Warhammer Black Armored Ant 01000. Tier 3rd. Experience 01000. Quality blue. Passive black armor, surface defense increased by 100. Active advanced Titan strength, enhances strength 5-fold for 10 minutes, cooldown of 1 hour. In the midst of Gu Guang's astonished expression, a colossal beast measuring 15 meters in height materializes before him. If the Thundercloud ant represents an evolution towards extraordinary power, then the Warhammer Black Armored Ant embodies the pinnacle of physical evolution. Standing at 15 meters, the Warhammer Black Armored Ant can transform its forelimbs into a pair of massive hammers when engaged in combat, serving as formidable weapons. When the advanced Titan strength is activated to amplify its power 5-fold, a single strike could undoubtedly rend the earth asunder. Its glossy, obsidian exterior signifies its exceptional defensive capabilities. In comparison to the Thundercloud ant, the evolutionary paths of the two species diverge greatly, rendering any comparison futile. A direct hit from the Warhammer Black Armored Ant would obliterate the Thundercloud ant. As for ranged consumption, that is feasible, but it ultimately depends on whether the Warhammer Black Armored Ant approaches the Thundercloud ant first or succumbs along the way. Further evolution necessitates 1,000 entities of the same tier and quality, a target that remains beyond Gu Guang's current reach. At 200,000 per unit, 1,000 would require an astonishing 2 billion. Indeed, high quality invariably signifies high consumption. Next, Gu Guang assigns number 2 to guard the territory while dispatching number 1, accompanied by 50 giant black armored ants and 200 black armored ants, to the Thunderstrike Basin. Simultaneously, he utilizes mental linkage to connect his vision with number 1, ensuring that when the time for battle arrives, he can experience it vicariously. Following number 1's perspective, Gu Guang's field of vision expands dramatically. As the saying goes, those who stand tall see far, and at a height of 15 meters, his view extends considerably. Through number 1's sight, Even the 6-meter-tall, giant black armored ants appear diminutive. The team advances swiftly, and in a remarkably short time, they arrive at the Thunderstrike Basin. The area ahead has already been cleared by Number 1 and his squad, leaving only the depths where the third-tier Thunderstone beasts are stationed. Through Number 1's eyes, Gu Guang observes the area pulsating with copious amounts of lightning. The scorched earth intermittently erupts with arcs of electricity. Numerous Thunderstone beasts stand there, absorbing the arcs and fortifying their strength, densely clustered within the deep pit. Each Thunderstone beast possesses formidable power. While Number 1 is still merely a giant black armored ant, even at the third tier, Gu Guang hesitates to provoke these terrifying entities. However, now, the quality of Number 1 has further ascended. At 15 meters tall, the hammers formed from its arms measure 3 to 4 meters in length. A single strike could annihilate countless Thunderstone beasts. Regarding the attacks from the Thunderstone beasts, they would undoubtedly fail to breach Number 1's defenses. Before arriving here, Gu Guang had tested the Thundercloud ant, and even the lightning strikes upon Number 1 resulted in only minor adverse reactions. How could these Thunderstone beasts inflict damage on Number 1? To achieve the effect of water dripping through stone, one must first create a wound. Attack. With Gu Guang's command, Number 1 transforms its arms into dual hammers and charges swiftly towards the area occupied by the Thunderstone beasts. As Number 1 approaches, the Thunderstone beasts become aware of its presence. Instantly, a torrent of lightning descends, coalescing into a dense web of electricity. Undeterred, Number 1 crashes through the onslaught. With a single impact, the seemingly impenetrable and lethal lightning web is shattered. The force is ultimately too feeble to affect Number 1, resulting in immunity. Although this is a game world, it operates differently. There are no health points, nor is there a rule enforcing damage. Once Number 1 draws nearer, the Thunderstone beasts stand no chance against it. With a single hammer strike, the ground trembles, and the surface cracks open, revealing a deep pit. Though Number 1 is immense, it is by no means slow, particularly when swinging its colossal hammer. One hammer strike after another rains down, and within mere seconds, the earth is pockmarked with deep impressions left by the hammers. As for the Thunderstone beasts, they have already been decimated, scattered throughout the area. Now, the giant black armored ants and black armored ants must spring into action, encircling the dispersed Thunderstone beasts. Number 1 only needs to crush the majority of the Thunderstone beasts, disrupting their formation to nullify their significant threat. Also at the third tier, in one-on-one combat, the giant black armored ants can easily eliminate the Thunderstone beasts. And even 2 black armored ants can surround and overpower a Thunderstone beast. With reckless abandon, Number 1 forges deeper into the Thunderstrike Basin. At this point, a blue stone pulsating with electric brilliance catches Gu Guang's eye. It appears as if it is composed entirely of lightning, situated at the very center of the Thunderstrike Basin. Here, not a single Thunderstone beast resides. Endless thunderbolts erupt from the stone, illuminating the space around it. Gu Guang instructs Number 1 to halt. Continuing blindly forward is evidently not a prudent choice. Chapter 19. The Mightiest Lord. This area is fraught with ferocious lightning, and Gu Guang cannot ascertain whether Number 1 can withstand this tempestuous domain. Given the uncertainty, it would be excessively perilous to venture in unguarded. Nevertheless, having come this far, Gu Guang resolves not to squander time. He orders Number 1 to cautiously attempt entry. Should danger arise, retreating promptly will suffice. After all, while the scene of rampant lightning appears menacing, the true extent of its power can only be discerned through experience. Under the guidance of Gu Guang, Number 1 stepped forward. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a bolt of lightning. Gu Guang carefully assessed the situation, noting only minor injuries, which were not particularly severe. It appeared that the lightning was merely targeting the Tiger Man. With a clearer understanding of the lightning's nature, Gu Guang felt considerably more at ease, allowing Number 1 to advance with greater confidence. Soon, they arrived before the blue lightning stone, and Gu Guang received information about this stone. Skill stone, 5 thunderstrikes. Type, unit skill. Quality, blue. Can only be learned by blue quality units. Description, lock-on skill that targets a single enemy and unleashes 5 heavenly thunderstrikes. With a cooldown of 10 minutes. It turned out to be a skill stone. Besides being a lock-on skill, Gu Guang did not find it particularly formidable. After all, the thundercloud ant could casually summon a lightning strike and even create kilometer-wide storm clouds. This skill merely summoned 5 thunderstrikes, and while its power might be significant, how substantial could it truly be? Nevertheless, it was Gu Guang's first acquisition of a unit skill, and he intended for the thundercloud ant to learn it, hoping it might yield an unexpected benefit. After securing the stone, the next task was to engage in a massacre across the Thunderstrike Basin. The Thunderstone beasts here became mere souls under the dominion of the Black Armored Ant Legion. After half an hour of devastation, The majority of the Thunderstone beasts in the basin were annihilated. Perhaps a few remained hidden in some corner, but they were inconsequential. Number 1 returned, laden with spoils. During the day, monsters typically did not drop valuable items unless one eradicated a monster territory. The Thunderstrike Basin was a special case, not yet fully recognized as a monster territory. Consolidating the cores of all Thunderstone beasts resulted in Spirit Energy 30,000. Each second-tier Thunderstone beast contributed 10 points of Spirit Energy, while third-tier ones added 100. Apart from these, there was the Skill Stone. Gu Guang instructed the Thundercloud Ant to approach the Skill Stone, and upon contact, the previously inert stone displayed the 3 words, Learnable Skill. Seeing this, Gu Guang promptly selected to learn it. Thus, the Thundercloud Ant acquired a new active skill. With the skill learned, Gu Guang decided to test its potency. After selecting an open area, he commanded the Thundercloud Ant to activate the skill. In an instant, the sky darkened. The next moment, a blue heavenly thunder struck down from above. Boom! The first thunderstrike created a massive 10-meter-wide crater upon impact. Gu Guang's eyes widened in disbelief. The power exceeded his expectations. While he had anticipated a half-meter deep hole, the actual depth was quite ordinary. However, such an attack, when inflicted upon a third-tier monster, would surely prove fatal. After all, the effects of the strike on the ground compared to those on a creature were vastly different. The apparent disparity in power could reach 20-fold, and the reality was likely even more astounding. If this skill were to strike a monster, even a fourth-tier beast would struggle to withstand it. Moreover, it was a lock-on skill. At that moment, Gu Guang regretted his earlier boast. This skill was remarkably powerful, truly deserving of its blue quality. Following this, for additional thunderstrikes descended. The overwhelming force left a colossal crater, deep enough to bury a Warhammer Black armored ant entirely. Just after Gu Guang completed his experiment, an unknown voice echoed once more. Congratulations to player Xianjing Tian for establishing the Tianxiao Alliance in the eastern region of the Falling Leaves Plain. The number of alliances in the 97th continent has reached 100, officially unlocking the Lord Leaderboard. These 2 notifications caused Gu Guang's heart to tighten. It seemed other players were rapidly advancing. He could not afford to become complacent or overly proud. Soon, another notification chimed in. Congratulations to player Gu Guang for becoming the strongest Lord in the 97th region. You may view your information on the Lord Leaderboard. The title of Strongest Lord brought a flicker of joy to Gu Guang's heart, a result both anticipated and unexpected. After all, with so many players around, even if he experienced fortuitous events, others might also share similar fortunes. Thus, he often considered himself at the forefront, yet never underestimated the capabilities of other players. Upon opening the Lord Leaderboard, the first name that stood out was his own. Strongest Lord, Gu Guang. Reward: maintain for 1 day to receive 100,000 units of food and 10,000 units of spirit energy. Second Lord, Shi Tuya. Reward: maintain for 1 day to receive 50,000 units of food and 5,000 units of spirit energy. Third Lord, Gao Tianming. Reward: maintain for 1 day to receive 30,000 units of food and 3,000 units of spirit energy. To his surprise, there were rewards for ranking, which was indeed favorable. While the food was of little concern, the spirit energy was invaluable. He had just collected around 40,000 spirit energy from exterminating all the monsters in the Thunderstrike Basin, and it would surely be in greater demand as he progressed. At that moment, Xianjing Tian, who had just established the Tianxiao Alliance, reveled in the dominion he had carved out. All players in the eastern region of the Falling Leaves Plain had become his vassals. While it was termed an alliance, it resembled more of a force, one solely belonging to the ruler. However, establishing an alliance brought numerous benefits, such as a territory shop where one could purchase various defensive structures, including walls, shields, and fortifications, ensuring the territory remained impregnable. Simultaneously, he prepared to check the Lord Leaderboard to ascertain his ranking. Yet, upon opening it, he was left in a state of shock. Strongest Lord, Gu Guang. Wasn't this player from their region? The one who had gone to rescue others that night? That day, he had made quite the splash. Virtually everyone in the Falling Leaves Plain region recognized Gu Guang. Xianjing Tian's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated that despite establishing an alliance and dominating the entire eastern region of the Falling Leaves Plain, he could not measure up to this individual. In fact, players across the entire 97th continent fell short of this person. How powerful could he be to overshadow all players in the continent? Xianjing Tian felt a sense of foreboding. The strength of other players was inconsequential, but having such a formidable presence in the same region posed a significant disadvantage for him. If I cannot handle you alone, can't the 20 lords of the entire alliance eliminate you? With that, Xianjing Tian resolved to eliminate Gu Guang at all costs. He did not underestimate Gu Guang. His intention was to strike with full force, mobilizing all his subordinates to act in unison. He was determined to obliterate Gu Guang with a thunderous might, seizing the powerful reasons behind his strength. Chapter 20. A New Phase. Soon, under Xianjing Tian's mobilization, the newly established Tianxia alliance sprang into action. A total of 20 lords, each commanding 3,000 troops, each of the second tier, culminating in an impressive force of 60,000 soldiers. Xianjing Tian himself led 5,000 second-tier soldiers and 100 elite third-tier troops. The acquisition of 100 elite troops was already a commendable feat in Xianjing Tian's eyes. Were it not for his good fortune in obtaining 100 energy points, even if his lair were upgraded to the third tier, he would have no energy to create troops. He had relied on these 100 elites to confront the lords directly, coercing them into becoming his vassals under a mix of threat and voluntary compliance. With such a formidable army at his disposal, Xianjing Tian was confident that Gu Guang could not withstand the onslaught. This operation was not solely aimed at Gu Guang. He intended to unify the fallen leaf plain. To expend such vast military resources merely for Gu Guang would indeed be an extravagant waste. Onward. At this moment, Gu Guang was examining the map interface. Thanks to the incessant exploration by the resource-collecting insects, the entirety of the fallen leaf plain had been unveiled before him. The area spanned approximately 400 miles. With the positions of all players clearly marked, he found himself in the northern region, currently with a mere 13 players, the fewest among the 4 zones. The overall situation of the fallen leaf plain was largely displayed on the map, barring a few obscure areas that remained unknown. These regions were inaccessible, having swiftly eradicated the resource-collecting insects that ventured there. As the 7th hour elapsed, the resource-collecting insects began to return, bringing with them a bounty of 720,000 units of food. Gu Guang's food stock now swelled to an impressive 1,840,000 units. While such a quantity appeared substantial, it was, in reality, rather limited. Breeding troops required time. In 1 hour, he could only produce 60 third-tier black-armored ants, consuming a mere 12,000 units of food and 60 energy points. Even considering the other resource-collecting insect lair, the total consumption in 1 hour would amount to 60,000 units of food and 300 energy points. Time was of the essence. He had little left, making infinite troop production impossible. After some contemplation, Gu Guang first tallied his current military strength. Second-tier black armored ants x 1500. Second-tier giant black armored ants x 120. Second-tier thunderstorm ants x 3. Third-tier black armored ants x 200. Third-tier giant black armored ants x 50. Third-tier resource collecting insects x 2800, excluding the first and second numbers. This constituted all of Gu Guang's current military might. With resources now at hand, Gu Guang decisively commanded the elevation of all second-tier troops to third tier. Food 546,000. Energy 2730. Even after a reduction of 540,000 units of food, Gu Guang still possessed 130,000 units, a considerable sum. Resources held in reserve served no purpose. They must be transformed into tangible strength. Thus, Gu Guang resolved to upgrade his lair to the 4th tier, facilitating a significantly expedited breeding process for third-tier troops, with plans to elevate them to 4th tier once more resources were acquired. Determined to act, Gu Guang swiftly expended 1,000,000 resources. Food 1,000,000. Antler upgraded to 4th tier. Tier 4th, 1 billion food, 100,000 energy. Quality, white, source 1,000. Troop types, 1st tier black armored ant, 10 food units. 2nd tier black armored ant, 100 food units. 3rd tier black armored ant, 200 food units, 1 energy. 4th tier black armored ant, 1,000 food units, 100 energy. Breeding speed, 1st tier 1 second, 2nd tier 10 seconds, 3rd tier 30 seconds, 4th tier 60 seconds. Gu Guang examined the changes that accompanied the antler's ascension to the 4th tier. Firstly, the food units required to advance to the next tier had increased 100-fold, no longer the previous 10-fold, and now demanded 100,000 energy units. Secondly, while the food units required to breed a 4th tier black armored ant were manageable, the energy cost of 100 points had escalated 100-fold compared to the 3rd tier. Clearly, the transition from 3rd to 4th tier marked a significant new phase. Future advancements to the 5th tier would likely be equally profound. As the tiers progressed, the disparities seemed to widen. Upon observing the 4th tier black armored ant's consumption, Gu Guang felt a surge of interest. He opted to upgrade one of his 3rd tier giant black armored ants. Food 10,000. Energy 1,000. As the resources were consumed, The giant black armored ant radiated a brilliant light. In an instant, a colossal 10-meter beast emerged. Giant black armored ant. Tier, early 4th tier. Experience, 30,000. Quality, green. Passive skills, none. Active skills, intermediate giant strength, high energy shield, forms a shield around its body, with defense determined by its own strength. Injuries occur only after the shield is breached, cooldown determined by the extent of damage. Complete destruction incurs a 24-hour cooldown. Indeed, upon entering the 4th tier, the troop exhibited a remarkable transformation. The emergence of the high-energy shield significantly alleviated the challenges faced by melee troops against ranged opponents. The towering 10-meter giant black armored ant appeared formidable, yet based on Gu Guang's instincts, if it were to clash with a Warhammer black armored ant, it would likely perish in a single blow without the shield. Even with the shield, it would only endure a few more strikes. The disparity in quality was even more pronounced than that of a single tier. A difference in quality could be likened to a minor tier advantage. In a confrontation with a black armored ant, a 5th tier black armored ant would likely not stand a chance against a Warhammer black armored ant. However, Gu Guang was uncertain. This was merely his speculation. By now, Gu Guang had effectively utilized the resources at his disposal. He would need to commence resource gathering once more, for without additional resources, he could not elevate his troops to the 4th tier. Newly bred troops would undoubtedly require 4th tier status, while the existing ones could remain at 3rd tier for the time being, which would suffice. Failing to breed 4th tier troops would result in a waste of 3rd tier resources during the subsequent elevation, which was indeed unnecessary. 4th tier black armored ants also possessed the high energy shield skill, presumably a common ability among all 4th tier troops, albeit weaker in comparison to that of the giant black armored ant, as the strength of the high energy shield depended on the individual's prowess. As for the Tianxiao Alliance's troop movements, a strikingly attractive woman beside Xi Jingtian spoke up. "My lord, we have discovered a territory ahead. Shall we annihilate it?" "No need," Xi Jingtian replied curtly. "Accelerate our advance. I aim to crush Gu Guang at the earliest opportunity. All other matters can wait." Xi Jingtian remained impervious to the influence of the woman before him. His objectives crystal clear, to vanquish Gu Guang and thwart his development. He harbored no desire for unforeseen complications to arise midway. "My lord, while Gu Guang may be the foremost player, is such caution truly necessary? With the assembly of our 20 lords and your elite forces, even if Gu Guang possesses exceptional strength, he remains but a single individual. How can he possibly withstand the tide of our armies?" The woman spoke with an air of impatience, feeling that such meticulousness was unwarranted. "Before I lose my temper, step aside." Xi Jingtian suppressed his fury, unwilling to engage in dialogue with such a fool. She lacked any comprehension of the formidable prowess wielded by the strongest lord. In truth, even Xi Jingtian felt a tinge of uncertainty regarding this venture. His lordship ranked merely 81st, while Gu Guang stood as the most powerful lord. Yet, action was imperative. This was his sole opportunity. The time for development was fleeting for all involved. Even if Gu Guang experienced fortuitous encounters and boasted a formidable territory with immense potential, insufficient time for development rendered all efforts futile. When all were at a similar stage, numbers would be the definitive advantage. Chapter 21, Annihilation or Folly. The vast army of the Tianxiao Alliance surged through Yan Jun's territory, unrelenting and without pause, heading directly toward Gu Guang's domain. Such a commotion could not escape Yan Jun's notice. He furrowed his brow, observing the direction from which the army had departed. Was that not the path to the Lord's domain? He scrutinized the Lord rankings, his thoughts racing, quickly deducing the situation, as the actions of the opposition were far from concealed. Unable to remain idle, he rallied his troops. For 1,000 second-tier black armored ants. After Gu Guang had rescued him the previous night, he had activated a frenzied development mode, leveraging his formidable strength and reckless tactics, yielding substantial rewards. By daybreak, although Gu Guang had claimed several resource points around him, he had left a few untouched. Gu Guang deemed it unnecessary to seize his subordinates' resources. A true leader ought to conquer others' assets. Thus, by daylight, Yan Jun had also made considerable progress. For 1,000 black armored ants were merely constrained by the breeding speed of the ant nest. Had it not been for this limitation, the armies of all the lords would have multiplied several times over. After aligning his forces, Yan Jun sent a message to Gu Guang while hastening to his location. He was uncertain of what he could achieve in the face of such a colossal army. However, he could not remain inactive. At that moment, Gu Guang was deep in thought regarding the next steps for his development. He sensed that his progress had hit a plateau. The power of one individual was inherently limited. Despite his rapid growth, what if other lords amassed their substantial forces to aid in resource collection? This was not merely conjecture. The alliances forming now represented a nascent version of such scenarios. The leader of an alliance, regardless of circumstances, would undoubtedly monopolize a significant portion of resources. Consequently, the leader's strength would only escalate. He could contend with 10, even 100 men, but what of 1,000, 10,000, or even 100,000? Contemplating this, he concluded that it was time to establish an alliance, one that would heed his every command, a coalition where his voice would be the singular authority. After all, alliance members could indeed be vassals, could they not? In due time, he would expand his territory, conquering various resource points, while his subordinates mined those resources for him. He would only require one individual to monitor these vassals, ensuring they did not hoard resources for themselves. Fortunately, he had already identified such a person, Yin Jun. Based on his performance that day, Yin Jun appeared to be a trustworthy ally. Whether he could be wholly entrusted would become evident over time. Just as this realization dawned upon him, his friend list began to flicker. He opened it to find a message from Yin Jun. Leader, a large assembly of lords has gathered significant forces and is heading in your direction, estimated to exceed 30,000 troops. Their intentions seem hostile. If necessary, retreat for your safety is paramount. I have already gathered my forces and am en route to your location. Gu Guang's expression turned peculiar. What did this mean? Were they coming to seek their demise? He pondered his recent plans, which seemed fortuitously aligned with current events. Let them come. An army of over 30,000 seemed somewhat daunting. At present, his own forces were relatively sparse, most having been dispatched to claim resource points. 500 third-tier black armored ants, 50 third-tier giant black armored ants, 3 thunderstorm ants, 1 fourth-tier giant black armored ant. Units 1 and 2 comprised his entire army. While this appeared minimal, it was indeed scant. Nevertheless, Gu Guang intended to produce a batch of 4th-tier black armored ants, a force that would be utterly invincible at this stage. As for the 3rd-tier black armored ants, he decided to utilize thunderstones. It was time for these resources to come into play. Currently, he had stockpiled 100,000 thunderstones, a number that would only increase. Especially since he had already conquered the Thunderstrike Basin. Black armored ants served as warriors, while thunder ants acted as spellcasters, consuming 3 grains of time sand. He manufactured 184th-tier black armored ants, food, 180,000, energy, 180,000. Thunderstones, 500, thunder ants, 500. The 3rd-tier thunder ants were markedly different from their 1st-tier counterparts. At this juncture, the thunder ants possessed only a single arcane skill. However, this skill could chain, and when unleashed collectively by multiple thunder ants, its might was formidable, with a wide coverage area, making it an excellent strategy against vast armies. 4th-tier black armored ants had grown to 5 meters in length, as even the 1st-tier giant black armored ants were significantly larger. Most critically, they boasted high-energy shields. Once deployed, if the enemy could not breach them, they would incur no damage. Lower-tier monsters could only hope to triumph through sheer numbers, provided they were truly endless. At this moment, the 4th-tier black armored ants led the charge, followed closely by the thunder ants. Gu Guang was accompanied by 3 thunderstorm ants and Unit 2. Meanwhile, Unit 1 and 50 giant black armored ants had been strategically positioned to lie in wait for the decisive strike. Gu Guang aimed to instill fear in these lords through a single battle, compelling them to obey his commands. He sought to demonstrate what it meant to be the strongest lord on the 97th continent. Before long, the very earth began to tremble, and a vast cloud of dust billowed from the distance. A dark tide of troops surged from the horizon, stretching endlessly, a sight that would instill despair in any ordinary observer. Yet, Gu Guang remained calm within his territory, betraying no hint of panic. The army advanced, closing in to within 500 meters of Gu Guang's domain. Before the vast and overwhelming sea of soldiers stood a throng of individuals, among whom one leader was easily distinguishable, as it was he who raised his hand to halt the advancing army. At this moment, Gu Guang had attained a physical prowess of the 4th tier, rendering him not inferior to the black armored ants, bolstered by the high-energy shield. A skill of the same tier. With his enhanced physique, he could clearly see and hear his opponent's words. Gu Guang, I am the leader of the United World Alliance, and I now extend to you an opportunity to become my vassal, offering you the position of vice leader. Should you decline, I shall lay waste to your territory. Xian Zhengtian fixed his gaze upon Gu Guang, fully aware that he could hear him. In this world, all individuals had undergone physical enhancement. Within a radius of 500 meters, communication was exceedingly clear. Gu Guang paid him no heed, silently commanding his second-in-command to gather storm clouds. Meanwhile, a member beside Xian Zhengtian expressed unease. Leader, do those black armored ants over there appear somewhat excessively large? The 4th tier black armored ants towered at 5 meters. Even if Gu Guang ordered them to crouch, they would still stand about 3 meters tall. Xi and Zheng Tian impatiently replied, "The opponent is, after all, the mightiest lord. Such differences are to be expected, and we have no route of retreat. This battle must end in victory, do you understand?" Xi and Zheng Tian spoke calmly to his subordinate. Yet the latter felt an involuntary chill run down his spine, reluctant to meet his gaze. He was well aware of Xi and Zheng Tian's methods. Beneath that tranquil facade lurked a ruthless demon. Chapter 22. The True Worth of the Mightiest Lord. Noticing Gu Guang's disregard for him, Xi and Zheng Tian felt the weight of all eyes upon him, an uncomfortable heat rising to his face. Ignored? Leader, why have so many dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky? A subordinate interjected, prompting Xi and Zheng Tian to focus intently. Not good. Act swiftly. Realizing the predicament, he sensed that Gu Guang was orchestrating something. He immediately commanded his troops to advance and attack, while retreating the lord away from the ominous clouds. Who knew what purpose they served? The massive army of black armored ants surged forth like a tide of darkness, advancing towards Gu Guang's territory. With a distance of 500 meters remaining, Gu Guang remained unperturbed, for the storm clouds were coalescing rapidly above. Once the enemy drew near, he would unleash his assault. The ground was teeming with black armored ants, while the sky was shrouded in an expanse of storm clouds, casting the world into an instant night. A minute elapsed, and the black armored ant army was nearly upon them. Although they were now merely a few dozen meters from Gu Guang's domain, Xi and Zheng Tian's anxiety remained unrelieved, only to be dispelled upon witnessing Gu Guang's capture. Lightning strike. As Gu Guang spoke, the storm clouds churned violently, and in the next moment, countless bolts of lightning descended. Relentless and without gaps, the terrifying lightning rained down incessantly. Each strike heralded the demise of vast numbers of black armored ants. How could the second-tier black armored ants withstand the onslaught of the third-tier lightning ants? Within 2 to 3 seconds, over 1,000 black armored ants perished, and the toll continued to escalate. Quick, halt the advancing troops. Without Xi and Zheng Tian needing to issue the order, the alliance's lords scrambled to command their forces to cease their advance. To proceed would be to court death. Beneath that terrifying storm, countless bolts of lightning fell. No matter how many troops they sent forth, they would merely be sacrificing lives. At that moment, everyone felt a lingering dread, for they had only just been under the storm clouds themselves. Fortunately, Xi and Zheng Tian had promptly ordered their withdrawal. Otherwise, they would have met their end that day. Pause the attack. I refuse to believe this lightning is endless. We shall strike once it dissipates. Gu Guang observed the army's halt with a hint of resignation. There was no alternative, for the storm clouds could not be moved. This was indeed the flaw of the lightning ants. Nevertheless, this strike had claimed around 5,000 black armored ants, a worthwhile exchange. The next phase would rest with the lightning ants and the black armored ants. Soon, the storm clouds dissipated. Xi and Zheng Tian, seeing this, immediately issued the command to attack once more. At this juncture, all the lords harbored pent-up frustration and eagerly took action. So you wish to strike us with lightning? We shall see who meets their end first. The tide of soldiers surged once more. And this time Gu Guang did not wait. He proactively dispatched his forces to engage. The 5-meter-tall 4th-tier black armored ants rose to their feet, the leading 20 brandishing enormous hand axes. Regrettably, lacking a blacksmith's forge, they could not craft more axes, relying instead on those left over from the previous night. The appearance of the towering black armored ants sent shivers down Xi and Zheng Tian's spine, with such a formidable unit in existence. It was no wonder Gu Guang was deemed the mightiest lord. If the opponent were to execute a decapitation maneuver, would they not be in grave danger? After all, he had utilized such tactics to subdue many. He could not allow Gu Guang to employ the same strategy against him. Fall back, create distance from the battlefield. Following Xi and Zheng Tian's command, the others retreated, having previously experienced the consequences of such an encounter. Although the 5-meter-tall black armored ants were indeed powerful, Xi and Zheng Tian initially felt no alarm. However, upon seeing the layer of white energy shield enveloping the black armored ants, tightly clinging to their forms, apprehension took root. Thus, the massive black armored ants charged into their ranks, wreaking havoc, their gigantic hand axes sweeping through and resulting in the demise of numerous black armored ants. Even when their own black armored ants struck at the opponents, they could not breach the shield, only to be struck down in retaliation. Witnessing this scene, an unwelcome thought crept into Xi and Zheng Tian's mind. He and Gu Guang were not on the same level of strength. Though this realization was hard to accept, the truth remained. Bitterness filled Xi and Zheng Tian's heart, yet he refused to concede. Indeed, Gu Guang's advantage lay in his elite forces. But he, too, possessed an advantage. His strength lay in sheer numbers. 60,000 troops were no mere illusion. Even after losing 10,000 in such a short span, he still had 50,000 remaining. Advance. Do not concern yourselves with those towering black armored ants. Capturing Gu Guang is our path to victory. Xian Zhengtian altered his strategy, abandoning the notion of breaking through Gu Guang's ranks head-on, an endeavor beyond his capabilities. Instead, he resolved to devise a means to capture Gu Guang. Thus, the battle reached its conclusion. However, the sparse remaining black armored ants faced the slaughter at the hands of the numerous lightning ants, who followed closely behind their fourth-tier counterparts to finish the job. Any surviving second-tier black armored ants would soon find themselves at the mercy of their lightning strikes. They swiftly dispatched the majority of the black armored ants. Nevertheless, despite the might of Gu Guang's forces, their numbers were still somewhat lacking. Thus, the vast wave of soldiers from Xian Zhengtian's side continued to surge forward. Gu Guang pondered for a moment before producing 10 blueprints for arrow towers. Construct. Wood 5000. Arrow tower. Rank, first tier. Upgrade, 01000 wood. Quality white. Fire rate, 20 arrows per minute. Range, 500 meters. Power, initial stage of the first tier. Wood storage, 01000. One arrow consumes 1 unit of wood. Upgrade, wood 10, 000. Upgrade, wood 50, 000. Arrow tower. Rank, third tier. Upgrade, 1 million wood. 1 million stone. 100 spirit energy. Quality white. Fire rate, 120 arrows per minute. Range, 1,500 meters. Power, initial stage of the third tier. Wood storage, 05000. One arrow consumes 1 unit of wood. Refill wood storage. Wood 50, 000. Gu Guang, in one breath, constructed 10 arrow towers and upgraded them to the third tier. In doing so, he expended all of his stored 120,000 wood. Upon completion, the arrow towers immediately commenced their assault. The 10 towers unleashed a barrage of arrows at a rate of 2 per second, effortlessly creating a small tempest of projectiles. The arrows were remarkably accurate, swiftly eliminating the black armored ants. The advancing black armored ants barely took a few steps before being shot down. This spectacle did not escape the attention of the Alliance's lords, who now found themselves stripped of their earlier bravado, resembling wilted eggplants, utterly deflated. A formidable army of 60,000 was being mercilessly slaughtered by a mere force of under 1,000. Indeed, to them, this was not a battle, it was sheer carnage. They had never anticipated such an outcome. What now, my lord? Someone cautiously inquired of Xian Zhengtian. What now? Did I not just tell you? We can only win. Xian Zhengtian replied, his eyes aflame with rage, clearly struggling to accept the current predicament, even bordering on losing his sanity. He had approached with unwavering confidence, only to find himself delivering heads on a platter. Chapter 23, The Establishment of the Light Alliance. Xian Zhengtian was not blindly commanding. He still saw a flicker of opportunity. He hastily dispatched his elite third-tier troops to mingle within the main force and charge forward, executing his most trusted decapitation strategy. Alas, he had gravely underestimated Gu Guang's strength, or perhaps was entirely unaware of just how formidable he truly was. His elite troops successfully infiltrated and reached the front of the arrow towers. Faced with the towers, even these third-tier black armored ants retained a degree of evasion capability. Even if struck by an arrow, as long as it wasn't a headshot, they could still act. Gu Guang, of course, noticed the distinction among these black armored ants. Just third-tier black armored ants? I've encountered them often enough. Number 2, summon lightning to smite those creatures. Gu Guang casually instructed his companion. Immediately, a succession of thunderbolts descended, averaging 1 strike per second, each obliterating a single black armored ant. With the arrow towers providing support, these ants could not advance even a single step. Before long, they were entirely wiped out. Seeing this, Xian Zhengtian dared not continue opposing Gu Guang and quickly called for a retreat. Retreat. Xian Zhengtian's mood was grim, and he uttered these words through gritted teeth. He had entered with grand aspirations, intending to sweep across the entire fallen leaf plain and assert dominance. Yet the very first battle had left him thwarted, shattering his confidence. Nevertheless, he believed he still had a chance. As long as he remained alive and could continue to develop, a resurgence was possible. Now, he needed time to grow, not Gu Guang. However, no matter how many plans he concocted, he first needed to extricate himself from this situation. Just as Xian Zhengtian prepared to retreat, Gu Guang had already set number 1 on a detour, leading a contingent of giant black armored ants to intercept Xian Zhengtian and his forces from behind. Simultaneously, Yan Jun had reunited with his troops. Thus, when Xian Zhengtian had barely taken a few steps, he collided with Yan Jun's forces, who were poised for an ambush. Yan Jun stood behind number 1, flanked by 50 giant black armored ants and 4,000 second-tier black armored ants, forming a formidable encirclement that blocked their path. Upon seeing the towering 15-meter behemoth, Xian Tian's heart felt as though it had been struck by a mighty hammer. He was engulfed in a sense of suffocating dread. What manner of monster had he chosen as his adversary? Listen, everyone, I now offer you a chance. Crouch down and cover your heads. Those who comply shall not be harmed. Yin Jun proclaimed, exuding an air of authority, showing no regard for the lords before him. 20 against 1, and they had been soundly defeated. What good was that? Xian Tian inhaled deeply, attempting to suppress his simmering fury. He had just ascended to the position of alliance leader, the chief among 20. Only to find himself in such a woeful predicament. The feeling was unbearable, driving him dangerously close to madness. The mere sight of that towering beast rendered him immobile. With each glance at the creature, his anger diminished. Even the lowliest of insects cling to life. What is wrong with my own survival? He reassured himself, reluctantly accepting the situation. Crouch down, cover your heads, and instruct your troops to remain still. Should any of you wish to resist, pretend I said nothing. Xian Tian declared, and he was the first to comply, crouching silently on the ground. The others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. The atmosphere was thick with silence, devoid of any sound. Though only minutes passed, it felt as if years had elapsed. It was not until the arrival of one individual that this peculiar stillness was shattered. Everyone, rise. It's difficult to converse while crouching, Gu Guang instructed, allowing them to stand. Xian Tian's expression had regained its composure, and he said nothing upon standing. In the game of kings and pawns, he was now merely a captive. What was there to say? Gu Guang surveyed the 21 individuals before him and spoke. I offer you a chance to save your lives, become my vassals, unconditionally obeying my commands. Xian Tian attempted to respond, but Gu Guang interjected, summoning number 1 to stride forth. The massive figure shook the ground with each step, the implied threat unmistakable. This made Xian Tian acutely aware that his fate was no longer in his hands. Silence enveloped the scene as the remaining lords gazed at Xian Tian. After all, they were already his vassals. Becoming anyone else's vassals was inconsequential as long as Xian Tian held no objections. Indeed, they have become my vassals. Once I pledge my allegiance to you, you too shall command them. Xian Tian comprehended that he had no alternative but to acquiesce. As for living under another's roof, as long as survival is assured, what does it matter? Very well. Gu Guang was aware that the other party was not deceiving him. After all, the information would be clearly displayed on the interface, making deceit futile. Furthermore, dissolve your alliance and join mine. What is this Tianxiao alliance? It sounds villainous. Henceforth, you shall all be members of my Guangming. En route, Gu Guang had already procured an alliance token at the flea market to establish Guangming. The rationale behind the name Guangming was rather straightforward. Since he is Gu Guang, he aims to bring light to others. Of course, it was not about extermination or plunder. Compromise, once made, tends to recur. Xian Tian had his principles, yet when his life was at stake, he could lower his standards. On the spot, he disbanded the Tianxiao alliance and turned to join Guangming. After everyone chose to join, Gu Guang received a notification. Successfully dominated the eastern region of the Fallen Leaf Plain. Can establish an alliance. Shall it be established? Establish. Regional announcement. Player Gu Guang has dominated the eastern region of the Fallen Leaf Plain and established Guangming. With this public announcement, the unaware lords within the Fallen Leaf Plain were left in a state of confusion. Wasn't the eastern region occupied by the Tianxiao alliance? How could there now be a Guangming? However, they would soon uncover the reason, for Gu Guang intended to dominate the entire Fallen Leaf Plain region. You all should return to your territories and cultivate normally while awaiting my commands. I shall first invite the other lords to join Guangming. After transforming these individuals into vassals and incorporating them into Guangming, Gu Guang temporarily set aside further concerns. Following the establishment of the alliance, numerous new functionalities were unlocked. Yet he did not take the time to explore them, opting instead to consolidate control over the entirety of the Fallen Leaf Plain before doing so. Xian Tian and the others departed with heavy hearts. Gu Guang, accompanied by Yin Jun and his elite troops, set off towards the positions of the other lords. The map of the entire Fallen Leaf Plain had been thoroughly explored, and he was acutely aware of each lord's location. Moreover, he discovered that the Fallen Leaf Plain was currently in a state of lockdown, with no routes to other regions unlocked. Perhaps certain conditions must be met to reveal a larger map. Chapter 24, Alien Invasion. Gu Guang embarked with 500 Tier 3 Thunder Ants, 180 Tier 4 Black Armored Ants, 50 Tier 3 Giant Black Armored Ants, and his 2 commanders. Concerns regarding the safety of his territory were alleviated. Gu Guang had already summoned the troops occupying resource points back, and the ant nest was continuously spawning units. With the presence of arrow towers, No lord within the fallen leaf plain posed a threat to his domain. Gu Guang kept Yanjun by his side while dispatching his other troops to guard his territory. On the way to the First Lord's domain, Gu Guang shared his thoughts on the alliance he had established with Yanjun. In essence, he intended to categorize the alliance into two types. Some lords would oversee warfare, while others would manage logistics, extracting resources from conquered points. A clear division of labor would facilitate rapid development. I wish for you to supervise their resource extraction, compile data, and ensure none indulge in personal gain. What are your thoughts? Gu Guang laid out his ideas candidly. Given the current scarcity of resources and territory, he could manage alone. But he foresaw the need for a capable assistant as more territory was acquired. No one is born with knowledge, hence the necessity for learning. Gu Guang planned for Yanjun to begin managing these matters now, so he would have experience when the scope expanded. Moreover, he could assess Yanjun's capabilities during this period. As per the Lord's command, Yanjun replied respectfully. From the moment Gu Guang saved him, his life belonged to Gu Guang. Gu Guang nodded, understanding Yanjun's sentiment. Thus, he resolved to conquer the entire fallen leaf plain first. He mapped out a route and set his plan into motion. The northern region from his current position would naturally be the starting point for his conquest, followed by the western region, and finally moving southwards. The closest territory to him belonged to Liu Bing, the first individual he had rescued. Without further contemplation, Gu Guang led his forces directly into Liu Bing's domain. Gu Guang, what is the meaning of this? Liu Bing stood within his territory, perplexed by Gu Guang's imposing approach. He felt little turbulence within. He had long recognized Gu Guang's might. This was merely a doubling of that power. He harbored no intention of opposing Gu Guang, merely a genuine curiosity regarding Gu Guang's intentions. I aim to unify the fallen leaf plain. All lords residing here must become my vassals. Gu Guang calmly articulated his ambition. Very well, I am willing to become your vassal. Liu Bing did not deliberate long. Within a second or two, he reached his decision. Had this been at the onset of his arrival in this game world, pride would have dissuaded him from acquiescing to Gu Guang's request. However, after enduring numerous hardships, his singular desire was to survive. With such a formidable ally presenting himself, why refuse? Aspiring to dominate the world? That was beyond his aspirations. Such endeavors should be left to those with strength and fortune. Moreover, the positioning gem from Bonebud Star had continuously unsettled him. If Gu Guang could resolve that, all the better. Well then, accept it. Gu Guang invites you to join Guangming. Gu Guang invites you to become his vassal. Agree. In that case, focus on your own development for now while I handle the other players. Gu Guang signaled his intent to depart, but was called to a halt. Lord, there is something you must understand first. Liu Bing had no intention of concealing the matter. What is it? Gu Guang paused, awaiting an explanation. Soon, under Liu Bing's guidance, he arrived at the location of the positioning gem. Positioning point, used to sense locations when constructing spatial passages. This is a positioning point left by a lord within a planet called Bonebud Star. As for what will happen, I am uncertain, Liu Bing explained candidly. Gu Guang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the positioning point. Based on the current intelligence, it was highly likely that this point would serve as a location for incoming forces. After all, establishing a spatial passage meant transporting individuals here, didn't it? As for the purpose of their arrival, given the current game environment, it was mostly likely to be an invasion. Inhabitants of the same planet often engage in relentless battles over scarce resources, let alone the players from other worlds who may invade. Very well, I understand. You will keep a vigilant watch over this area and notify me at the first sign of change. For the time being, he cannot utilize this positioning point. He can only have Liu Bing keep an eye on it. First, he must attend to the tasks at hand before devising a solution. Understood. After issuing the commands, Gu Guang set forth on his journey. There were no significant events that followed, and his travels proceeded smoothly. Upon entering the domains of various lords and demonstrating his prowess, he easily conquered them. In the face of overwhelming strength, these individuals dared not utter a word of dissent. As for the stubborn entities, Gu Guang had yet to encounter any. In truth, from the very first day he arrived in this world, Gu Guang discerned that none among them were foolish. During the remaining 5 hours, Gu Guang spent 4 of them traversing the leaf-fall plains. The military units had already reached the 3rd and 4th tiers, their speed far surpassing that of the past. In merely 4 hours, Gu Guang successfully subjugated all players. Now, the entire leaf-fall plains had become his vassals, all having joined under his banner. Congratulations to player Gu Guang for unifying the leaf-fall plains. The regional boss battle will commence 6 days hence, leading to the opening of the continental sector. Gu Guang felt a jolt of surprise, so, a boss battle awaits. He wondered about the strength of the boss and realized he must hasten his development. Moreover, the threat posed by the positioning orb needed to be addressed. The main concern was the uncertainty regarding the opponent's strength, intentions, and even when they would arrive. His situation felt quite precarious. Nevertheless, strength remained the foundation of all. As long as he possessed formidable power, any threat would be utterly crushed. Thus, his primary goal was to enhance his strength. With the entirety of Leaf-Fall Plains now under his dominion, comprising a total of 70 players, it was time to establish regulations for his alliance and outline future development plans. These matters required careful management, especially at the inception of the alliance. 2 departments needed to be created, one responsible for combat and the other for resource management. The alliance would undoubtedly expand, and it was impractical for him to handle all combat alone. Even if he amassed abundant resources and developed rapidly, he could become overwhelmed in the future. It was unreasonable for him to manage every minor detail. Gu Guang commenced arrangements within the alliance channel. As darkness approached, he decided against summoning everyone for an in-person discussion. Chapter 25. Eradicating the Dark Creatures. Leader's Command. Appoint Yin Jun as the Master of Resources. Appoint Xian Jingtian as the Master of War, while the positions of others remain unchanged. Leader's Command. Night is approaching. Tonight's mission is to eradicate all dark creatures. When night falls, we will assess the number of blood axe pools and plan accordingly. Gu Guang issued just 2 commands, intending to allocate some lords to resource collection while others would oversee combat, though this would take some time. The utmost priority was ensuring the safety of the territory. Gu Guang resolved to sweep across the entire Leaf-Fall Plains, ensuring no monsters would remain, whether by day or night. This way, he could treat the entire Leaf-Fall Plains as his territory for construction. Eventually, the lords responsible for combat would guard the perimeter, while those tasked with resource collection would reside within. Next, he would implement a multitude of defensive measures on the territory to secure it. Thus, the rudimentary shape of a territory began to take form. Upon establishing the alliance, a shop would become available, offering numerous items essential for territorial development, blueprints for constructing walls, arrow towers, alliance warehouses, territorial shields, and surveillance devices. These were all invaluable assets. With half an hour remaining before nightfall, Gu Guang had already summoned all teams back to the territory. The nocturnal slaughter was about to commence once again. Tier 3 Black Armored Ants x 1000. Tier 3 Giant Black Armored Ants x 200. Tier 3 Lightning Ants x 500. Tier 3 Thunderstorm Ants x 3. Tier 4 Black Armored Ants x 420. This constituted Gu Guang's current military strength. After reviewing his forces, he accessed his status panel. Gu Guang. Tier, Mid-Tier 4. Experience, 1, 900, 100. Passive skills, Robustness, Axe Mastery. Active skills, Mental Link, Exploration. Food, 3, 520, 000. Psychic Energy, 120, 000. Essence, 530. Special Materials, Heavenly Thunderstone X, 200, 000. His tier had ascended to 4, in tandem with the elevation of the Ant Nest's tier. His essence had reached 530 points, and with a bit more, he could evolve the Ant Nest, subsequently producing green-quality giant black armored ants, though he was uncertain if the consumption would increase. After a day of harvesting, the Heavenly Thunderstone had also accumulated to 200, 000. Currently, Gu Guang was unsure of how to utilize this quantity, though it could be used for troop production in the future. However, his psychic energy was dwindling. As the number of Tier 4 units increased, the rate of psychic energy depletion accelerated. With only 120, 000 psychic energy remaining, it would not sustain him for long. Continuing to produce Tier 4 units would only last for 2 hours. In those 2 hours, he could create 120 Tier 4 Black Armored Ants, after which his psychic energy would be entirely exhausted. This was undoubtedly unacceptable to Gu Guang. He had to devise a means of acquiring more psychic energy. Night falls. Accompanied by a brief notification, the once bright sky dimmed as if a switch had been turned off. On this night, the unknown entities did not utter a word. Gu Guang opened the map, which had transformed into a nocturnal version. The dark map was marked with blood-red blood axe pools, the nests of dark creatures. Eastern region, blood axe pools X30. Western region, blood axe pools X36. Northern region, blood axe pools X3. Southern region, blood axe pools X40. The northern region was where Gu Guang resided. Last night, he had cleared this area, exterminating numerous blood axe pools, and it appeared they had not respawned tonight. After confirming the quantity and locations of the blood axe pools, Gu Guang dispatched 109 teams to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Each team consisted of 4 Tier 4 Black Armored Ants, 5 Lightning Ants, 2 Tier 3 Giant Black Armored Ants, and 10 Tier 3 Black Armored Ants. Such a formation was sufficient to obliterate a blood axe pool. With the presence of the 4th Tier Black Armored Ants, eradicating these nests becomes an exceedingly simple task. Alliance Channel. Gu Guang. I have dispatched 109 teams to engage with those blood axe pools. Those with ideas may join in. The spoils you slay shall belong to you. Lu Bing. 109 teams. Guildmaster. Do you mean for us to serve as the main force? Gu Guang. No, you will merely be auxiliary. This is the strength of my one-team image. Soon, all the lords beheld the formidable prowess of Gu Guang's team. The mere sight of those 4 fourth-tier black armored ants at the forefront left them in awe, and the configuration of other troops was equally impressive. After enduring a day of relentless assaults, they understood that Gu Guang's ant nest had ascended to the 4th tier. However, as far as they were aware, a single 4th-tier unit was valued at 1,000 food and 100 energy. While the food was inconsequential, the energy truly warranted inquiry. They had not discerned any means of acquiring energy, or rather, their capabilities had yet to reach that threshold. The Alliance channel fell into silence following Gu Guang's image upload. This undoubtedly struck a heavy blow to all players, significantly diminishing their inflated self-regard. Gu Guang loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Regardless of the circumstances, operations were swiftly underway. The entire Leaf-Fall Plain was engulfed in a grand conflict. With Gu Guang's dispatch teams in play, other players hastened to deploy their forces. Delaying could result in them reaping nothing. The strength of the dark creatures remained relatively unchanged, with the most formidable among them merely at the 2nd tier. Against Gu Guang's army, and even that of the ordinary lords, they would likely falter. Following a day of frenzied development, the players had long surpassed their capabilities from the first night. In just about an hour, the entirety of the blood axe pools across the Leaf-Fall Plain was obliterated. The troops returned laden with abundant spoils. Time Sand X200, Arrow Tower Blueprint X30, Hand Axe X50, Small Food Capsule X100, 2nd tier Time Sand X20, 2nd tier Healing Potion X5, 2nd tier Food Storage Tank White X2, Stone Storage Room Blueprint X10, Wood Storage Room Blueprint X10, Resource Collection Bug Nest X6. This was the entirety of their harvest for one night. The Headless Axemen across the Leaf-Fall Plain had been vanquished. The only remaining monsters on the Leaf-Fall Plain were likely those at the Headless Axemen's Abyss node. Gu Guang had already scouted that location. The so-called 3rd tier had an entry requirement of the 3rd tier. The minimum requirement to enter was indeed 3rd tier, which instantly piqued Gu Guang's interest. He promptly gathered his forces, preparing to delve inside and investigate. Thanks to the mental link, he needed only to send in Unit 1. Unit 1 led 200 4th-tier black armored ants, 200 3rd-tier giant black armored ants, and 500 3rd-tier lightning ants. Under Gu Guang's command, they ventured into the Abyss node. Due to the mental link with Unit 1, a dim world unfolded before Gu Guang's eyes in the next moment. The ground was blood-red, and the sky was shrouded in darkness. Not far away, a headless axeman with blood-red skin stood ominously. Stretching for thousands of meters, a throne loomed on the ground. Chapter 26, Assault on the Abyss Node. Abyss Axeman. Tier 3rd. Description: a creature dwelling in the abyss. Do not let them catch the scent of vibrant life. Through Unit 1's perspective, Gu Guang observed that there were at least 10,000 Abyss Axemen. The sheer number was indeed staggering. Moreover, their strength was formidable. Reaching the 3rd tier. Fortunately, it appeared that Gu Guang's troops were even stronger. The moment Gu Guang's forces entered, the Abyss Axemen launched their assault. The battle erupted forthwith. Gu Guang wasted no time, ordering his troops to retaliate. The 4th-tier black armored ants led the charge, activating their high-energy shields and commencing a counterattack. The combat prowess of these Abyss Axemen was impressive, slightly surpassing that of typical 3rd-tier foes. Yet, when they faced the 4th-tier black armored ants, their efforts were in vain. Their attacks seldom landed on the 4th-tier black armored ants. Even if they did, they were entirely repelled by the high-energy shields, which remained unscathed. Behind the 4th-tier black armored ants stood the 3rd-tier giant black armored ants, whose strength naturally exceeded that of the Abyss Axemen. With the 4th-tier black armored ants at the forefront, the pressure on them was significantly alleviated. Lastly, the lightning ants were on the scene. Even in one-on-one encounters, they could triumph over the Abyss Axemen, let alone when they engaged en masse. 500 arcs of electricity converged, capable of unleashing a terrifying attack in an instant. A single strike could decimate the Abyss Axemen ahead. The 3rd-tier lightning ants unleashed their arcs with a cooldown time of merely 2 seconds. This was essentially akin to the lightning ant standard attack. Although Gu Guang's forces held the advantage, he refrained from allowing them to advance recklessly. The primary concern was the significant numerical disparity, exceeding tenfold. Thus, it was most prudent to adopt a defensive stance. They could simply wait for the Abyss Axemen to deliver themselves to their doom. Among the Abyss Axemen, there were indeed some formidable entities. Soon, some beings towering twice as high as the ordinary Abyss Axemen appeared within Gu Guang's line of sight. These elites were scarce. merely interspersed within the vast tide of Abyss Axemen. It was now time for Unit 1 to take action. The defensive line of Gu Guang's forces was barely holding. Should they fail to neutralize those elite Abyss Axemen promptly, it could disrupt their formation. Gu Guang would certainly not allow such a situation to unfold. Thus, he commanded Unit 1 to engage. Unit 1 stood at the forefront, facing those elite Abyss Axemen towering 4 to 5 meters tall, and without hesitation, delivered a powerful blow. With a single strike, the surrounding Abyss Axemen were obliterated. With such overwhelming strength, not a single elite Abyss Axeman could breach his defenses. Thus, the battle fell into a stalemate once more. The Abyss Axemen engaged in a suicidal assault, disregarding their own lives, lacking any semblance of awareness, akin to mere game monsters. As long as they could not breach the defensive line, no matter how many Abyss Axemen came, they were merely marching to their demise. The fierce battle raged on for an hour. The ground was strewn with luminous loot. The corpses had long since vanished. At this point within the Abyss node, only the Abyss Axemen near the throne remained. However, Gu Guang soon noticed an anomaly. Upon the throne sat a headless creature wielding a staff, with no Abyss Axemen surrounding it. As long as the monster atop the throne is vanquished, this abyssal node shall be deemed conquered. Command Unit 1 to lead the troops closer and employ reconnaissance skills. Soon, Gu Guang acquired a fragment of information regarding the creature. Abyssal Mage. Rank, Level 4. Quality, Green. Passive, Body of Darkness. Active, Resurrection, Frenzy, Giantization, Body Bomb, High Energy Shield. Description: a rare existence among the Abyssal Axemen clan. They wield extraordinary powers. Never underestimate them. Even when they are alone, lest you regret it. With a total of 5 skills, although the specific attributes remain obscured, the mere names instilled a sense of foreboding within Gu Guang. At that moment, the Abyssal Mage seated upon the throne rose. His lack of a head rendered his standing quite eerie. He raised his staff high, commencing an incantation of peculiar syllables. In no time, as he chanted, the earth began to tremble and crack. The ground resembled a series of open graves, from which Abyssal Axemen crawled forth. The scene swiftly descended into chaos. Fortunately, Gu Guang quickly discerned that the resurrected Abyssal Axemen were not numerous, totaling around 2,000. Before Gu Guang could regain his composure, the Abyssal Mage continued his incantation. In the next moment, countless veins erupted on the bodies of these Abyssal Axemen, their muscles bulging impressively. Without waiting for the transformation to complete, Gu Guang issued a command: eliminate the Abyssal Mage. He must not be permitted to continue casting spells. With Gu Guang's command, Unit 1 was the first to charge forth towards the Abyssal Mage. However, at that moment, the Abyssal Axemen had completed their transformation, advancing towards the black armored ant army with double the speed. The two battalions collided violently. The strength of the Abyssal Axemen had surged, effectively doubling their combat prowess. Consequently, the offensive speed of the black armored ant battalion slowed significantly, even struggling to make headway. More alarmingly, injuries began to manifest among the Tier 3 giant black armored ants. The attack power of the Abyssal Axemen had more than doubled. Should this continue, even if victory were assured, the losses would be substantial. Unable to endure any longer, he dispatched Unit 2 into the fray. The situation within was far from optimistic. Unit 1 sought to eliminate the Abyssal Mage, but the Abyssal Mage commanded the Abyssal Axemen to self-destruct in interception. The thunderous explosions resonated, shaking the entire Abyssal node as if an earthquake were occurring. Unit 1 found itself firmly rooted in place. Even after the explosions commenced, the Abyssal Mage appeared invigorated by the destruction. Any Abyssal Axemen that approached the black armored ants initiated self-detonation, disregarding their own survival. Gu Guang found himself powerless against this onslaught. Compelled to instruct the battalion to attack while retreating, maintaining a safe distance to prevent the Abyssal Axemen from getting too close. The Abyssal Mage's actions did not cease. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed another spell, causing hundreds of Abyssal Axemen to swell to 5 meters tall, transforming into diminutive giants. This newly formed squad immediately charged toward Unit 1. However, Gu Guang harbored no excessive concern. He held great confidence in Unit 1. Just then, Unit 2, dispatched by Gu Guang, arrived on the battlefield. A glint of cold light flashed in Gu Guang's eyes. So the mini-boss is formidable, is it? It was time to test a particular strategy. Thunderclap, lock on. Unit 2 activated a skill, and in the next instant, a bolt of celestial lightning descended upon the Abyssal Mage's head. As the lightning struck, a dim shield materialized around the Abyssal Mage, absorbing the blow. However, that shield shattered. With 4 more bolts to follow, I am eager to see how you will withstand them. The Abyssal Mage, sensing imminent danger, swiftly darted into the ranks of his army. In the blink of an eye, he reached an Abyssal Axeman, and without hesitation, hurled the creature skyward to shield himself from the impending lightning. Gu Guang merely smirked at this desperate struggle. The second bolt of lightning descended, obliterating the abyssal mage into fragments, scattering items across the ground, including several glowing green objects. Chapter 27, Abyssal Key. With the abyssal mage vanquished, the remaining abyssal axemen posed little threat. Gu Guang instructed Unit 2 to inspect the dropped items. Blacksmith Forge Construction Blueprint. Rank, Level 1. Quality, Green. Function, capable of forging weapons of green quality or lower, requiring the blueprint. Construction requirements: Iron X 500, Stone X 1000, Wood X 500. Tier 3 Spirit Stone Vein. Reserves, 100,000. Function, requires a suitable location for placement. Heart of the Abyss. Quality, Green. Function, can be integrated into a nest, allowing the reproduction of abyssal species. Gaining the powers of the abyss, and acquiring a mark of the abyssal world. Abyssal Key. Function, a key to enter the abyssal world. Capable of opening an abyssal portal upon use. For items were dropped from the abyssal mage, each of considerable significance in Gu Guang's eyes. First and foremost, the long-awaited blacksmith forge, which, once established, would enable the forging of weapons, thereby doubling the combat power of the black armored ants equipped with these weapons. However, it seems he currently lacks the necessary iron resources. That is something to be resolved later. The Spirit Stone Vein, judging by its name, appears to be related to spiritual energy. Whether this is true will be determined once he returns to his territory for experimentation. The Heart of the Abyss can be integrated into the nest, facilitating the acquisition of new units. The Abyssal Key, on the other hand, opens the gateway to an entirely new map, the Abyssal World. After cataloging the spoils, the battlefield was swiftly concluded under the wrath of Unit 1. Just moments ago, Unit 1 had been severely suppressed by the Abyssal Mage, rendered powerless. Once the Abyssal Mage was dealt with by Unit 2, the remaining Abyssal Axemen became the targets for Unit 1's retribution. A substantial number of items dropped from the ground were collected, though they were not particularly plentiful. As time passed, even the drop rate for the dark creatures diminished. The total items dropped from the monsters within this abyssal node amounted to approximately 500, comprising merely 3 types of items: hand axes X200, sands of time X100, and small food capsules X200. Only the items dropped by the boss held any significant utility. After overcoming this abyssal node, Gu Guang led his troops out. At present, all the creatures within the Leaf-Fall Plains had been eradicated. Only 2 hours had passed since nightfall. Gu Guang now intended to seize this opportunity to arrange the Alliance's territory. Gather everyone together and instruct them to bring all their structures to the designated location in the heart of the Leaf-Fall Plain. After an hour had elapsed, everyone convened at the site specified by Gu Guang. Standing at the forefront was Gu Guang, flanked by Xian Jingtian, Yin Jun, and Liu Bing, with other lords of the Leaf-Fall Plain positioned further behind. Excellent. I am pleased to see that you all arrived punctually. You have not disappointed me. Gu Guang commended them with satisfaction before continuing. I trust that everyone has acclimatized to our current circumstances and way of life. On the surface, it appears that we have become the sovereigns of the Leaf-Fall Plain, wielding the power to shape our own destinies. No longer are we the naive newcomers, defenseless against impending dangers. I wonder if you all share this sentiment? After pausing briefly to survey the crowd, Gu Guang noted the silence, yet from their gazes, he discerned their shared thoughts. Disappointment washed over him as he shook his head, his tone suddenly rising in intensity, transforming into one of stern admonition. You truly disappoint me. Just because we have achieved some initial success and gained a semblance of self-preservation, you allow yourselves to become complacent? Can you genuinely assure your own safety? Let us not speak of distant threats. If I wish to eliminate you, could you thwart me? Indeed, I do not intend to act against you. But what of the regional boss in 5 days? Who knows what challenges we may face then? Even if we survive that encounter, what awaits us next? A broader expanse? More formidable foes? We remain utterly ignorant of these matters. What is it that we can do? At this point, Gu Guang again turned his gaze upon the assembly, lingering momentarily on Yin Jun, who did not let him down, stepping forward in perfect synchrony. A successful speech necessitates a capable supporter. What we can do is grow stronger. Whoever stands as our enemy, we shall vanquish. Yin Jun proclaimed with a resonant and unwavering voice, his fervor standing out amidst the prevailing silence. Indeed, we must relentlessly strive for strength. Any threat that looms over us must be utterly obliterated. I wish to pose a question to you all. Currently, each of us is tasked with securing our own resources and forming our own battalions. While our operations are still modest, will complications not arise when our endeavors expand? Will it not become increasingly intricate to mobilize our alliance's forces? Will we not risk becoming isolated, each being picked off one by one? Gu Guang concluded. Watching quietly for their responses, as this time he sought their input. My lord, I find your reasoning compelling. I believe we can collaborate effectively, each fulfilling our designated roles to establish a structured alliance. By segmenting the lords into various factions, each devoted to a specific task, we can streamline operations, making it exceedingly convenient to mobilize the necessary lords when required. At this, the mood among the assembly began to shift, with others eagerly voicing their agreement with Gu Guang's vision. What is your name? Gu Guang inquired, turning his gaze toward the speaker, evidently pleased with his initiative to articulate his thoughts. Reporting to the lord, my name is Qin Shiyu, came the composed response from among the lords. From this point forward, you shall assist Yin Jun. Your insights are quite astute and have illuminated the necessity for us to collaborate. For instance, we can establish a combat division solely responsible for battle, while a resource-gathering division handles the collection of materials. Does anyone have any objections to this plan? With Gu Guang's affirmation, no one dared to dissent, all readily acquiescing, recognizing the mutual benefits of such an arrangement. Had they possessed the means to vie for supremacy, they might have opposed this course of action. However, as vassals of Gu Guang, they were merely resources in his quest for dominance. The division of labor indeed curtailed their control over their territories, yet it simultaneously alleviated their burdens. The combat division would focus solely on warfare, free from the need to concern themselves with resource management. Conversely, the resource division would not be encumbered by the demands of battle. Ultimately, however, all would operate under Gu Guang's oversight. The resource-gathering division required safety, while the combat division needed resources, all of which fell under Gu Guang's dominion. Henceforth, these individuals would lack the capacity for insurrection, even the ability to heed commands selectively. Chapter 28. The Opening of the Abyssal Gate. Following this, Gu Guang established the War Hall and the Resource Hall, appointing Yin Jun and Xian Jingtian as their respective leaders. Subsequently, he selected individuals for these halls, with the War Hall requiring 20 lords, while the remainder would occupy the Resource Hall. This meant that, excluding Gu Guang, Yin Jun, Xian Jingtian, and Qin Shiyu, there could only be 46 lords in the Resource Hall, given the 20 leaders already allocated to the War Hall. While both halls were not yet fully staffed, lords could still make their selections. However, should one hall reach full capacity, any lords who had not made a choice would automatically be assigned to the other hall. Soon enough, the responsibilities of the lords were delineated, and the two largest divisions were officially established. Future departments would predominantly be derived from these two halls unless a significantly important division emerged, warranting equal status with them. Upon finalizing these arrangements, Gu Guang proceeded to construct a most vital asset, the Alliance Warehouse. Storage, none. This facility would allow for limitless resource storage, including spoils of war. With this establishment, Gu Guang could truly regard the Alliance as his domain. Naturally, the oversight of resource management was equally crucial, a responsibility entrusted to Yin Jun, in whom Gu Guang held unwavering confidence. Henceforth, all resources collected by the Resource Hall would be deposited into the Alliance Warehouse, with 50% allocated to Gu Guang, 20% to the War Hall, 20% to the Resource Hall, and the final 10% divided equally between Yin Jun and Xian Jingtian. For the time being, this rudimentary management system was feasible. Any issues that might arise in the future could be rectified. As for the prospect of being overthrown, maintaining his position as the strongest would ensure he could address any challenges that emerged. With the night devoid of monsters to hunt, Gu Guang would not squander his time. If this map had been depleted of resources, it was time to advance to the next. He possessed the capability to descend into the abyss, merging the heart of the abyss with the ant nest, thus enabling the propagation of abyssal attributes within the black armored ants. Abyssal black armored ants. Rank, Tier 4. Quality white. Experience, 010000. Passive, abyssal mark, immune to abyssal black fog. Active, basic, giant strength, high energy shield. Apart from the alterations visible on the panel, the primary changes are physical in nature. The 4th tier abyssal black ants are now enveloped in a faint layer of black mist, exuding a brutal aura of slaughter, reminiscent of that of the abyssal axeman. Perhaps this black mist signifies the abyssal mark. Gu Guang commands the ant nest to commence the production of abyssal black ants while he continues to lay out the territory. The periphery is occupied by the lords of the War Hall, with 5 lords stationed at each cardinal point, east, west, south, and north, defending the edge of the falling leaves plain. The lords of the Resource Hall, naturally, occupy the inner layers. After confirming the 2 halls, the transfer of military forces is completed, with the troops of the Resource Hall fully reassigned to the lords of the War Hall. In turn, the lords of the War Hall transfer all resource-collecting insects to the lords of the Resource Hall. Unfortunately, while the transferred troops possess command authority, they do not belong to the transferring lord, meaning Gu Guang cannot utilize this for troop integration. Simultaneously, Gu Guang begins the extensive construction of defensive structures within his territory, erecting a watchtower every 500 meters. In his own domain, the royal city, he establishes walls to enhance its appearance, ensuring it no longer appears feeble. In time, walls will be constructed along the entire perimeter of the Falling Leaves Plain, but first, the monsters lurking during the day must be eradicated to secure substantial resources. Currently, the resources at his disposal are sufficient to construct a wall around his territory. Upon completing this, he places a third-tier spirit stone mine outside the city walls and dispatches his resource-collecting insects to commence mining. One spirit stone equates to 1 point of spiritual energy, and this mine holds the equivalent of 100,000 spiritual energy. 2,800 third-tier resource-collecting insects gather this energy in mere minutes. Gu Guang is permitted to possess personal property. Thus, the items he mines are considered his own, yet his subordinates are not allowed such privileges. This is the harsh reality. After finalizing these tasks, Gu Guang prepares to activate the Abyssal Gate. However, sufficient military strength is required beforehand. After an hour of real time, he has amassed 64th-tier Abyssal Black Ants, yet this number is far from adequate. The newly unveiled abyss is undoubtedly formidable, and Gu Guang does not intend to charge in recklessly. At the very least, he must possess the means to safeguard himself. Presently, his supply of time sand has reached over 400, making troop deployment a non-issue. The real question lies in how many to deploy. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Guang resolves to deploy 600 4th-tier Black Ants, expending 60,000 spiritual energy and 600,000 food. Among these, 300 will merge to form 30 giant Black Ants, leading a contingent of 300 Black Ants to constitute an exploration team tasked with gathering intelligence within the abyss. Additionally, he will take along 100 third-tier resource-collecting insects to assist in mapping the area. Given that resource-collecting insects can fly, they hold a significant advantage in this regard. Having made his decision, Gu Guang promptly utilizes 10 grains of time sand to summon troops. Within moments, a multitude of 4th-tier Black Ants materializes. Following this, he orchestrates their integration, ultimately forming a legion that awaits his next command outside the royal city. Gu Guang approaches the city gate and retrieves the Abyssal Key. Gazing at the Abyssal Key, he is momentarily lost in thought. Despite his current prominence, reigning over the Falling Leaves Plain where none dare defy his command, he remains acutely aware of the insecurity that pervades this world. An unseen force propels them forward, akin to a game version that perpetually updates. Without progress, one risks obsolescence. And the cost of failure in this game is death. The eruption of the Bud Star's location is an unknown that could occur at any moment. Once it erupts, it will undoubtedly lead to an invasion. Unless the Bud Star possesses immense power, so much so that it looks down upon them as inconsequential, invasion seems inevitable. After all, which lord in this world would consider resources too abundant? Even if the Bud Star is indeed formidable and dismisses their resources, their fates remain dictated by the whims of Bud Star players. If they find pleasure in murder, then the Blue Star players must perish. If they delight in torment, then the Blue Star players must suffer. In such circumstances, the right to choose is non-existent. Gu Guang refuses to accept such a fate. He must grow stronger. His destiny can only reside in his own hands. Why should he passively endure the invasion of the Bud Star? Why can he not invade the Bud Star? With such thoughts, he understands the necessity of becoming stronger. The resources of the Falling Leaves Plain are insufficient for his ascension. Yet now, a new avenue has opened, the Abyss. Let me uncover what awaits me within the Abyss. Is it a path to the extraordinary or an unreachable forbidden ground? With the Abyssal Key firmly grasped in his hand, Gu Guang's gaze is imbued with unprecedented resolve. Rather than succumb to invasion, he chooses to become the invader. The annals of history are always written by the strong. The Abyssal Gate opens. Gu Guang exclaims, and the key disintegrates into motes of light. Before him, a swirling vortex of impenetrable darkness gradually takes form, rapidly expanding from a mere point into an expansive black portal. Chapter 29. The Intelligence Lock is released. Abyssal Gate. Overview. A portal leading to the Abyss. Exploration Team. Set forth. Gu Guang employs the mental link to guide the exploration team through the portal. 34th tier giant Abyssal Black Ants, 300 Abyssal Black Ants, and 103rd tier resource collecting insects venture forth. A single 4th tier giant Abyssal Black Ant towers at 10 meters, dwarfing the Abyssal Gate itself. Yet, merely approaching the Abyssal Gate enables entry into another world. This is not a portal in the conventional sense. The exploration team successfully traverses the threshold, and Gu Guang follows their line of sight into the new realm. The environment here contrasts starkly with that of the Abyssal Node. The ground is shrouded in darkness, and wisps of black mist float through the air, casting the entire space in a pallid hue. As soon as the exploration team steps inside, a notification flashes within his mind. Congratulations, player has exited the initial area. The species intelligence lock has been released. Gu Guang is taken aback. What does this mean? It quickly dawns upon him. The newly spawned troops have gained intelligence and can now speak, possessing their own thoughts. The initial area must refer to the falling leaves plain. He surmises. Upon realizing that his troops can converse, Gu Guang eagerly calls upon number 2 to his side. Number 2, can you now speak? Indeed, Lord. Replies number 2 in a subdued tone. After conducting a brief test, Gu Guang discovers that while these troops can articulate their thoughts, their intelligence remains limited. They respond only to direct inquiries and remain silent otherwise. Nonetheless, this is a positive development. Future commands will be executed with greater ease, and communication with other lords will become possible through his troops. As the initial area was traversed and the ability to speak was granted, did it not imply that the creatures beyond this realm possessed intelligence, capable of communication and civilization? This was not a mere figment of Gu Guang's imagination, but rather a straightforward conjecture. Such a transformation could not occur without reason. Secretly noting this matter, Gu Guang turned his gaze once more towards the abyss. Upon entering the abyss, Gu Guang was also bestowed with a map of the region. However, the map was shrouded in a veil of black mist, with only the locations reached by the exploratory team illuminated. Resource-collecting insects dispersed to gather materials, 100 of them soaring in all directions. The map brightened swiftly as they moved. Although these resource-collecting insects were not creatures of the abyss, they seemed unaffected, leaving Gu Guang puzzled. Could it be that even beings not native to the abyss could operate here without consequence? After approximately half an hour, Gu Guang spotted the first monster territory on the map, Abyssal Zombie Nest. This was the sole information displayed, merely the name of the nest. Yet it sufficed to direct the exploratory team towards it. Soon, the first abyssal zombie came into view. Abyssal zombie. Rank 4. Quality white. Passive, copper skin, iron bones. Active, intimidation, emitting a roar that risks temporarily incapacitating opponents. Upon sighting this abyssal zombie, Gu Guang gradually discerned more information. This was not a solitary creature. 5 or 6 others patrolled nearby, forming a small squadron. In front of them stood a wooden fence, and behind them, the faint outline of a village could be discerned. These abyssal zombies were not the stiff, unyielding entities depicted in films. They moved with the freedom akin to humans, albeit their appearance was undeniably grotesque. Their skin was dry and wrinkled, resembling that of a desiccated corpse, clad in rough burlap rather than official garb. Unbeknownst to Gu Guang, the abyssal zombies had already sensed something amiss. Moments earlier, one of the patrolling zombies had spoken. Captain, I detect the scent of an external creature. After this proclamation, one that appeared more formidable closed its eyes to carefully assess the air. Indeed, informed the commander, there are foreign beings approaching, and trouble may ensue. Although they had not yet glimpsed any external creatures, the scent was unmistakable. Any nearby beings would inevitably be detected. Thus, the 10-member squad left 2 behind and hastened back to their nest. Engage and subdue these abyssal zombies, Gu Guang commanded, observing their movements with habitual decisiveness. Previously, he had always employed this tactic when assaulting monster nests. The moment Gu Guang's exploratory team arrived, the abyssal zombies recognized their presence. Without uttering a word, they retreated, showing no intention of engaging in battle with Gu Guang's forces. This unexpected turn left Gu Guang momentarily stunned, yet he quickly regained his composure. The monsters of this abyss were indeed extraordinary. They possessed intelligence, for how else could they flee? The creatures Gu Guang had previously defeated were mindless, charging forward without regard for strength disparities. This development undoubtedly prompted Gu Guang to exercise greater caution. Nonetheless, he pressed onward. This singular anomaly was insufficient to deter him. A confrontation was necessary to ascertain the true strength of the abyssal monsters and to discover the resources that lay within. Before long, a multitude of abyssal zombies emerged ahead, including one that exuded an overwhelming aura, enveloped in black mist, its skin gleaming with a metallic sheen. Rank 5. Indeed, this particular abyssal zombie had reached the 5th rank. Gu Guang's heart tightened. He was acutely aware that as ranks ascended, the disparity in power widened. Engaging this 5th rank abyssal zombie could place his exploratory team in peril. However, before Gu Guang could voice his concerns, the opposing abyssal zombie spoke first. You are the subordinates of that abyssal lord. Are you not aware that intruding upon another's territory may incite war? The 5th rank abyssal zombie leader questioned, displaying no intention of launching an attack. It had sensed the green quality of the abyssal giant black ant. The one who commanded such a unit was not someone it could afford to offend. Thus, it chose to probe the intentions of these intruders. After a brief pause, the abyssal giant black ant replied, This is merely a misunderstanding. We detected something amiss and are here to investigate. Ah, I see. Is it due to the scent of external creatures? However, I have not detected any such beings in my vicinity. I hope you will take your leave. The fifth-rank abyssal zombie issued an eviction order, wishing to avoid further dialogue with these dubious intruders. Had it not been for the formidable presence behind them, these intruders would have met their end at its hands. From this exchange, Gu Guang gleaned significant information. The notion of scent of external beings echoed in his mind. It likely pertained to the resource-collecting insects. The abyssal giant black ant had absorbed the essence of the abyss. Thus, it could not be categorized as an external creature. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. Lacking sufficient abyssal hearts, he could only allow the resource-collecting insects to continue their exploration. The scent of external beings would at most heighten the vigilance of the abyssal creatures, but it would not reveal his true intentions. Daring not to pursue the abyssal zombie nest further, Gu Guang shifted his focus towards other monster nests. Although he could not fathom why the abyssal zombies refrained from attacking him, his priority remained the survival of his exploratory team. This team had cost him considerable resources. A fruitless venture would indeed bring him to tears. The map displayed an ever-expanding exploration area, yet some resource-collecting insects had perished along their journey. This was an unavoidable reality. Even the presence of external creature scents meant such losses were to be expected. The survival of a single insect would be the anomaly. Soon, a second monster nest appeared on the map, abyssal worm nest. This nest lay some 20 miles from his current location. Nevertheless, Gu Guang felt compelled to investigate it. Due to the sparse distribution of monster nests in this abyssal world, the exploration team had traversed 30 miles of the map territory, only to encounter 2 monster nests. The next one's appearance remained an uncertain prospect, and it would likely be even farther away. Thus, the exploration team steered their course in that direction. After approximately 10 minutes, they successfully arrived at their destination. However, the environment here posed a considerable challenge for Gu Guang. The area was riddled with numerous caverns, inhabited by abyssal worms, and exterminating these creatures was no trivial undertaking. Furthermore, the nests of these abyssal worms were situated deep underground. Despite the difficulties having come this far, Gu Guang resolved to have the exploration team attempt the task of digging. Unfortunately, the absence of thundercloud ants here was a setback. Otherwise, they could have unleashed a tempest of thunder to bombard the earth. A mere 2 minutes of relentless bombardment could have flattened the ground by several meters. The power of the third-tier thundercloud ants was indeed formidable. However, now that Gu Guang understood the risk of abyssal creatures detecting them without abyssal marks, he refrained from sending the second unit here. Instead, he contemplated the creation of a new breed of troops imbued with abyssal marks, enabling them to navigate freely within the abyss. Should their efforts falter, he would resort to producing some storm ants and thundercloud ants. While he could not afford to create fourth-tier units, third-tier ones remained within his reach. With a battalion of thundercloud ants engaged in continuous bombardment, he was confident that they could conquer at least one abyssal nest. As the exploration team fervently excavated the ground, their considerable noise stirred the abyssal worms below. A third-tier abyssal worm emerged from a burrow, spewing forth a taunt. Are you fools lacking in intellect? We dwell several meters beneath the surface. Even abyssal zombies cannot contend with us. Do you truly believe you can vanquish us? The worm's tone was laced with arrogance, dismissing the exploration team's endeavors with disdain. After delivering its scornful remarks, the abyssal worm retreated without granting Gu Guang an opportunity to retaliate verbally. This left Gu Guang incensed. He had been mocked by a mere worm, which then scuttled away, denying him the chance to respond. This ignited a fierce determination within him. The abyssal worm must perish. The level of this abyssal map was undoubtedly high. Otherwise, even Gu Guang, with his superior strength from several versions ahead, would not have encountered such obstacles here. He realized that relying solely on black-armored ants would be inadequate against these abyssal worms. Thus, he began to summon troops once more. This time, he produced third-tier black-armored ants, which he fused with thunderstone to create abyssal thunder ants, subsequently initiating their evolution. Exhausting all his third-tier forces, Gu Guang successfully merged 4 abyssal thundercloud ants, equivalent to 4 units of the second type. For no other reason than the necessity to eliminate the abyssal worm, he pressed forward. The strength of the abyssal worms was not particularly formidable. The one that surfaced was merely third tier, and even if stronger ones resided within, they likely would not exceed fourth tier. Otherwise, they would not remain hidden. Once their protective shell was breached, their doom would be sealed. With the addition of these 4 abyssal thundercloud ants, Gu Guang was confident that the exploration team's progress would accelerate significantly. Soon, the 4 abyssal thundercloud ants ventured into the depths of the abyss, hastening towards the exploration team's position. In no time, the thundercloud ants reached the battlefield. Unleash a barrage, Gu Guang commanded, eager to witness the expressions of the abyssal worms. As his orders were executed, a kilometer-wide thundercloud rapidly coalesced. In the blink of an eye, an unending torrent of lightning descended, striking the ground with tremendous force, creating violent explosions. The sheer power sent countless clods of earth flying, dissipating into the air. The thunder was now a manifestation of supernatural might. Deep underground, countless abyssal worms felt the tremors of the earth, their bodies quaking in response. A sense of impending doom washed over them as a cataclysmic force approached from directly above. The worm that had recently emerged to taunt the exploration team felt a surge of dread. What kind of entities were these colossal beings, capable of generating such a cacophony? Just as it was lost in contemplation, the abyssal worm leader bellowed in fury. Chang Tiao, get over here. Did you not claim that the attackers on our territory were mere fools? Did you not say they were digging with their hands? What is happening now? Explain yourself. Chang Tiao, feeling unjustly accused, replied, Leader, I swear I saw them digging with their hands just moments ago. I am as bewildered as you are. By the end of his statement, his confidence had waned considerably. The abyssal worm leader glared at Chang Tiao, wishing to eliminate him for his incompetence. He had proven more of a hindrance than a help. However, in his current state of agitation, he had no time to dwell on the matter. Rather than chastising his subordinate, he needed to devise a solution to the predicament above. A peaceful resolution was imperative. If the onslaught continued unabated, even their underground lair, nestled several meters deep, would not withstand the assault. After 2 minutes had elapsed, the tumult above ceased. Just as the abyssal worm leader contemplated dispatching someone to negotiate, explosions erupted once more, resulting in an unrelenting barrage. He could scarcely fathom how they had offended such formidable beings, as the intensity of the explosions seemed unending and widespread. He had diligently toiled underground, never venturing out to provoke anyone. Why had he encountered such merciless adversaries today, seemingly intent on his destruction without reservation? The abyssal worm leader felt despair creeping in. Another 2 minutes passed, and the uproar above subsided yet again. However, the silence was short-lived. Chapter 31, The Zombie Empire. The bombardment persisted for a full 8 minutes. At this juncture, the abyssal worm leader was engulfed in terror, for the earth above them had grown increasingly tenuous. If the bombardment continued, it would soon be their turn to face annihilation. Fortunately, after 8 minutes, the tumult finally abated. He wasted no time. Eager to seize the opportunity to ascertain why their assailants sought their demise. Chang Tiao, hurry up and inquire about the intentions of our attackers. Why are they determined to exterminate us? Upon hearing the command, Chang Tiao quivered. Leader, perhaps you should send someone else to negotiate? The abyssal worm leader glared venomously at Chang Tiao, but regardless of how he looked at him, Chang Tiao remained unyielding, adopting an expression of stubborn refusal to ascend. Very well. Someone, seize Chang Tiao and confine him to the holding chamber. Long Jiao, you shall go and ascertain the situation. Should you succeed, I promise you a reward of spirit stones. Understood. Another abyssal worm, known as Long Legs, dared not defy the situation and prepared to investigate. Soon, he emerged from the ground, discovering that the earth had grown thin by approximately 10 meters, nearing the vicinity of their old lair. Upon reaching the surface, he immediately called out, Esteemed lords, I am uncertain as to how our tribe has offended you, but if we have indeed transgressed, we are willing to make amends. We implore you to spare our kin. Long Legs spoke loudly, drawing the attention of Gu Guang. So now you know fear? Gu Guang retorted. Weren't you quite arrogant just moments ago? Controlling a black-armored ant, he continued, one of your kind insulted us, demanding we cease our actions. Bring that individual to us. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Long Legs realized that the audacious fellow, Chang Tiao, had truly invited calamity upon them. Furthermore, we require your leader to come and converse with us, as he has matters to inquire. Should he refuse, we shall continue our bombardment, the black-armored ant added. Hesitant, yet with no alternatives, Long Legs resigned himself to reporting this predicament. Moments later, a rustling arose from the ground, and 6 or 7 abyssal worms surfaced, with the foremost appearing notably formidable. 2 of the worms were restraining one, evidently the very individual Gu Guang sought to eliminate. Esteemed lords, this is the insolent abyssal worm. You may deal with him as you wish, but I only hope our tribe remains unscathed. The leader of the abyssal worms spoke earnestly. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the clear sky, incinerating Chang Tiao into charred remains. The impact sent shivers through the abyssal worms, particularly those nearest to Chang Tiao, who had never been so close to death. Now, we can discuss matters at hand. The black-armored ant began to convey Gu Guang's words. We have recently arrived in this region and are eager to learn about the local resource points and factions. Surely, you will share what you know with us? Indeed. Gu Guang intended to extract information from these native beings, as it would expedite his understanding far more than exploration alone. Upon realizing this, the abyssal worm leader assured, "Rest assured, esteemed lords, I shall convey everything truthfully." He then began to relay the information. Yet, with each detail revealed, Gu Guang felt increasingly alarmed. A radius of 100,000 miles was governed by a city known as White Zombie City, which ruled over numerous zombie settlements. The abyssal zombie nests were merely individual zombie villages, while White Zombie City was under the dominion of the zombie empire, which extended its control over a staggering 10 million miles. Within the confines of White Zombie City, all secure resource points had already been claimed by the zombie race. However, within the jurisdiction of White Zombie City, it was not solely the zombies that held sway. They were merely the most powerful race. Other races were compelled to heed the zombies' commands and were required to submit a portion of their internal resources each month. As for resource points, only those found within the forbidden zone of distortion remained unclaimed. To access these, one must venture into the forbidden zone to seek them out, a perilous endeavor indeed. Not only were formidable monsters abundant within, but any being lingering too long would risk distortion, losing their sanity and becoming a part of the forbidden zone's chaotic power. During the discourse, the abyssal worm leader disclosed the location of the forbidden zone and some territories inhabited by monstrous creatures. Despite White Zombie City being the mightiest entity in the area, beneath it lay a continuous struggle for dominance. White Zombie City merely awaited the monthly tribute of resources from the factions below, indifferent to whether the tribute came from the abyssal zombies or other races. In essence, White Zombie City was the supreme lord of this region, yet many other lords existed, each waging their own battles, creating a fragmented landscape of power. Were Gu Guang to govern, he would never allow such disarray within his territory. However, these creatures lacked the nuanced experience of governance, presenting Gu Guang with an opportunity to seize control. He could capture the resource points of weaker factions, gradually strengthening himself until he was capable of toppling White Zombie City's reign and claiming dominion over the territory. According to the abyssal worm's account, nearby existed a village of abyssal zombies led by a fifth-tier leader, as well as other factions like the abyssal pigmen and abyssal ratmen, all helmed by fifth-tier leaders. The abyssal wanderers, though fifth-tier in strength, were chaotic neutrals without a fixed location. The abyssal corpse village was also led by a fifth-tier leader. These were the factions that the abyssal worms were aware of, their knowledge limited due to their subterranean existence. They had gleaned this information through occasional raids on these factions' resource points, as their weakness prevented them from firmly defending any discovered resources. Gu Guang held no particular thoughts on this. His only focus was on acquiring resources. His army's strength was indeed lacking. To capture the resource points of these factions, fourth-tier green units would not suffice. Elevating the Thundercloud ants to fourth tier was feasible, but he lacked sufficient resources. He could muster 1 million units of food. Yet he had no spiritual energy to spare. He discerned that the minimum entry requirement for this abyssal map likely began at 5th tier. Chapter 32. Exploring the Forbidden Zone of Distortion. At present, he was unable to act against these factions. However, he was not particularly anxious. With the arrival of daylight, the leafy plains would offer ample resource points to collect, enabling him to rapidly bolster his forces. Moreover, during the day, there remained several areas shrouded in black mist, yet unexplored. These regions were not merely special zones, but were inhabited by powerful monstrous races, undoubtedly harboring extraordinary resources. Nonetheless, he intended to venture into the Forbidden Zone of Distortion for exploration. Should he uncover resource points, it would be an exceptional stroke of fortune. The task of exploring the map would undoubtedly fall to lower-tier units, for their loss would not be deeply mourned. Realizing that resource-collecting insects would expose his presence to the outside world, Gu Guang commenced the mass production of second-tier abyssal black-armored ants. Each second-tier unit required a mere 100 units of food, a trivial expenditure for Gu Guang. What he currently lacks the most is spiritual energy. As for food, he possesses an abundance. He has successfully manufactured 1,000 second-tier abyssal black ants, which have now entered the abyss to converge at the location of the exploration team. In no time, the main force has gathered together. During this brief interval, Gu Guang has already conferred with the leader of the abyssal worms. He has arranged for one of the abyssal worms to guide him to the Forbidden Zone of Distortion, promising to spare the entire abyssal worm clan upon his arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, the leader of the abyssal worms agreed to this request, not wishing to incite Gu Guang's regret. Providing guidance entails no loss for their race. Under the leadership of the long-legged creature, Gu Guang took an hour to finally arrive at the location of the Forbidden Zone of Distortion. This area is shrouded in a peculiar gray mist, obscuring visibility within. To ascertain the conditions inside, one must venture forth. 1,000 black ants have been sent into this realm, while the exploration team awaits outside. These 1,000 black ants serve as a death squad, tasked with uncovering the entirety of the Forbidden Zone's secrets for Gu Guang. Currently, all of the 100 resource-collecting insects he initially sent in have perished. Yet they have provided him with ample information. The 5 factions mentioned by the leader of the abyssal worms have been identified. Additionally, 11 resource points have been discovered. Among them are 5 4th-tier food resource points, harboring millions of units of food, and 5 4th-tier spirit stone veins, containing hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. There is also a 4th-tier iron or resource point, storing 100,000 units of iron. However, this iron or point is rather exceptional, as it is occupied by the White Zombie City. Should Gu Guang desire to seize this iron or point, he would inevitably offend the overlord of White Zombie City, a confrontation he is not yet prepared for. Thus, despite his yearning for iron, he must endure the situation. His demand for iron remains significant, as the blacksmith's workshop requires it for operation. With iron, he can forge weapons. Gu Guang longs to claim these resource points, yet for now, he can only watch helplessly. The 1,000 second-tier abyssal black ants have entered the forbidden zone of distortion and commenced their exploration. However, the instant they crossed the threshold, a countdown appeared above their heads. 1:59, 57. Only 2 hours remain. If 2 hours pass, the black ants will undergo distortion. Although the time is brief, the sheer number of 1,000 black ants allows for rapid exploration. 2 hours should suffice to gather some useful intelligence. Initially, their progress was swift, advancing significantly in a short span. Yet soon, the second-tier abyssal black ants encountered trouble, suffering heavy losses in one area. In fact, all the black ants in that vicinity were completely annihilated. This tightened Gu Guang's chest. It seems the creatures within possess formidable strength. Within a mere 10 minutes, 100 second-tier black ants had fallen. Regardless of their weaknesses, 100 is no insignificant number. Whether they encountered a horde of monsters or just one remains unknown. Unfortunately, the number of mental links is limited, currently connected to the 5 giant black ants of the exploration team. The entire forbidden zone of distortion spans approximately 10,000 miles, according to the data provided by the leader of the abyssal worms. However, the black ants dispatched have only ventured 20 miles before being entirely wiped out. Yet, there is a silver lining. Within those 20 miles lies a 4th-tier spirit stone vein. If Gu Guang can secure and exploit it, he will gain a fortune of spirit energy. Having uncovered what he needs, it is time to act. Nonetheless, Gu Guang is eager to ascertain the nature of the monsters within, ideally discerning their strengths. The leader of the abyssal worms knows nothing beyond the existence of this place. Under Gu Guang's command, the exploration team proceeds into the depths, heading towards the spirit stone veins location, which is certainly guarded by monsters. In that area, 200 black ants barely lasted 2 minutes before meeting their demise. The monsters guarding the spirit stone vein are undoubtedly numerous. As the exploration team delves deeper, Gu Guang glimpses the interior's conditions. The ambience here is exceedingly bizarre. The air is thick with a sanguine mist, and the space is suffused with a blood fog, starkly contrasting the gray scene outside. Simultaneously, a countdown appears above the heads of the exploration team. The giant black ants can endure for 24 hours. The black ants for 4 hours, while the 4 thundercloud ants remain unaffected by the countdown, seemingly immune to the peculiar forces of this region, perhaps due to their superior quality. After entering, the team's pace slows considerably, taking a full 20 minutes to reach the spirit stone veins location. From a distance, through the giant black ant's perspective, Gu Guang observes a plethora of distorted monsters. Their races vary. There are zombies, pigmen, ratmen, headless axe-wielders, and several colossal creatures. The only commonality among them is the grotesque growths of flesh, resembling pulsating hearts, adorning their bodies. These monsters wander aimlessly around the spirit stone mine, surrounded by the corpses of over 100 black ants, all sent in by Gu Guang moments ago. Soon, Gu Guang acquires intelligence on these creatures. Most are 4th tier, with only one bone spider reaching 5th tier status. This bone spider possesses a singular flesh type, the grotesque flesh growths, while its body consists solely of bone. Its 8 legs resemble sharp blades, towering at 7 meters, making its legs its most lethal weapon. The ground is littered with the bisected remains of black ants, all victims of this bone spider. Now that he is here, Gu Guang intends to have the thundercloud ants test whether they can inflict damage on these monsters. If not, he will withdraw. With the thundercloud ants providing cover, escaping the forbidden zone of distortion equates to safety. Chapter 33, The Distortion Fusionist. He commands one of the thundercloud ants to engage, and in an instant, a storm of lightning gathers. The thundercloud ants share the ability to condense lightning. Thus, summoning 2 will only enhance the range, not the power. Hence, Gu Guang refrains from instructing all thundercloud ants to attack simultaneously. Once the lightning forms, countless bolts descend from the heavens, striking the myriad distorted creatures below. The tempest of lightning descends upon the crimson-hued realm. Within this tumultuous scene, a multitude of aberrant creatures emitted guttural roars as lightning struck them, inflicting immense agony. Yet, miraculously, these strikes did not directly claim their lives. The reason for this peculiar resilience lay in the low tier of the thundercloud ants. Lacking in quality, they compensated with quantity. If one bolt of lightning proved insufficient, then 2 or 3 would suffice. However, in the next moment, a sanguine shield erupted from the aberrant creatures. This shield successfully absorbed the lightning's wrath, simultaneously revealing the exploration team's position. With a furious roar, countless aberrant monsters succumbed to a frenzy. Gu Guang felt a tightening in his chest. These entities, upon reaching the 4th tier, had developed defenses against ranged attacks. Nevertheless, he felt no excessive concern. Mere 4th-tier creatures were no match for his exploration team. The primary threat remained that 5th-tier skeletal spider. At that moment, the skeletal spider displayed little reaction, even as lightning struck it, seemingly immune to such rudimentary assaults. The sole piece of good news was that this formidable spider had not charged alongside the 4th-tier aberrant creatures. With that in mind, it was time to strike. Eliminate every one of these 4th-tier aberrant creatures. He issued his command, incredulous that such low-tier monstrosities dared to display aggression before him. Who granted them such audacity? Did they truly believe his exploration team was mere clay to be molded at will? The colossal black armored ant, towering at 10 meters, wielded a massive axe. As the aberrant creatures surged forward, it charged valiantly into the fray. With a single swing of its axe, the shields of the aberrant creatures shattered, the tremendous force cleaving their very forms in twain. The remaining aberrant creatures exhibited no fear, continuing their reckless advance. They appeared devoid of intelligence. Thus commenced the battle, with the black armored ant legion exerting overwhelming dominance over the aberrant horde. The thundercloud ants provided support from the rear, delivering strikes of lightning. As the bolts rained down, Gu Guang keenly observed that their power surpassed that of the lightning descending from the thunderclouds. Just 2 bolts could obliterate the enemy's shields, a feat the lightning from the clouds could not achieve. The disparity in potency was approximately 5-fold. This realization filled Gu Guang with delight, as he had previously overlooked this detail. Now understanding, he commanded the 4 thundercloud ants to unleash their onslaught. As the bolts fell, the already disadvantaged aberrant army found themselves further beleaguered. In no time, a significant portion lay slain, their complete annihilation merely a matter of time. The ground erupted with a multitude of items, many of which emitted an ethereal green glow, much to Gu Guang's astonishment. Once the battle concluded, over 100 aberrant creatures lay lifeless upon the ground. Just as Gu Guang prepared to collect the spoils, the corpses underwent a startling transformation. The once dead creatures suddenly converged like a tide, their bodies swiftly accumulating into a mountain and forcibly merging. What was happening? Gu Guang found himself at a loss. Yet he would not remain passive. He urged his subordinates to hastily gather all the spoils while directing the thundercloud ants to bombard the heap of corpses. As the lightning struck, though it inflicted grievous wounds, it did little to impede the merging process. If this continued, Gu Guang would be powerless to prevent the amalgamation of these bodies. Having collected all the treasures, Gu Guang commanded a retreat for the exploration team, leaving a single colossal black armored ant behind to serve as his eyes. He yearned to witness what these corpses would eventually coalesce into, and whether he could contend with it. He had already attempted to attack the merging corpses, but to no avail. He could only wait to see the outcome of their transformation. Under the watchful gaze of the colossal black armored ant, the heap of corpses completed their fusion. Aberrant fusion entity. Tier 5th. Quality: green. Description: a creature formed from the corpses of numerous beings that underwent aberration, driven solely by the desire to kill. A monstrous, over 20-meter-tall mass of flesh materialized before Gu Guang. Its limbs and skin were composed of countless monstrous visages. A horrific sight that left him feeling quite unsettled. This entity was undeniably beyond his current capabilities to defeat. He immediately ordered the colossal black armored ant to flee. Attempting to subdue this place was far more daunting than conquering the strongholds of 5th-tier lords in the abyss. For now, he had no choice but to retreat, planning to gather ample resources during the day and elevate the thundercloud ants to the 4th tier before making another attempt. Once the thundercloud ants ascended to the 4th tier, they would undergo a qualitative leap, making confrontation with 5th-tier foes a feasible endeavor. Additionally, he intended to assemble a legion of 4th-tier thunderstorm ants. Although the thunderstorm ants possessed slightly lesser lightning power compared to the thundercloud ants, they could be deployed in large numbers, producing several hundred 4th-tier thunderstorm ants to bombard a single 5th-tier creature. He harbored no doubts about their ability to prevail. This abyss was clearly not a realm he should currently traverse. However, when he next returned, it would be time for a massacre. Observing the fusion of corpses, the colossal black-armored ant did not survive. The terrifying aberrant fusion entity was immensely powerful and exceedingly swift. The colossal black-armored ant barely managed a few paces before being swiftly overtaken and struck down with a single blow. Even the protective shield proved inadequate. With that strike, it was brutally obliterated. This marked the first time Gu Guang witnessed his troops fall so helplessly. A few minutes later, the exploration team returned to the fallen leaf plain. Laden with spoils, Gu Guang approached to examine the treasures. The first items to catch his eye were 10 abyssal hearts. Previously, he had worried about lacking resources to gather insects in the abyss, but this issue had now been resolved. Opening the alliance panel, he handed Yin Jun 9 abyssal hearts for distribution among the 9 lords, instructing them to prioritize the production of abyssal resource-gathering insects. When he conquered the abyss, it would be their time to shine. In addition to the abyssal hearts, there were other items that Gu Guang urgently needed. Iron resource storage tank, tier 4th, quality white. Capacity, 10,000. Function, upon activation, it grants 10,000 units of iron resources. With 5 of these items, he can amass a total of 50,000 iron resources, finally allowing him to commence the construction of a blacksmith's forge and forge weapons. Chapter 34, The Time of Invasion. In addition to these, there exists a peculiar drop, source of distortion, quality white. Function, when utilized by a unit, it induces distortion with a 1% chance of acquiring a distortion skill. The remaining 10 drops are all of this nature, appearing as glass orbs containing a wisp of blood-red mist. It remains uncertain whether using this item on units may incur any adverse effects. If there are no side effects, then its application on units could be beneficial, potentially even granting them the chance to comprehend a distortion skill. Gu Guang decisively summoned 10 4th-tier black-armored ants to utilize these 10 sources of distortion on the spot. Soon, the 10 sources of distortion melded into the bodies of the black-armored ants, resulting in mutations. Each ant sprouted fleshy growths attached to their black exoskeletons, creating a rather grotesque appearance. Concurrently, the panel for the black-armored ants also underwent a transformation. Abyssal black-armored distorted. Tier, early 4th. Quality white. Experience, 20,001. Passive, corrosion, absorbs the power of corpses to heal its own wounds. Active, basic Titan strength, high energy shield. Among the 10 black-armored ants, only one acquired a distortion skill, which was of a healing nature and not particularly significant. It remains to be seen whether there are more formidable distortion skills available, such as those involving corpse fusion. Future opportunities to obtain sources of distortion will allow for further experimentation. He placed a substantial number of units outside the territory walls while he himself entered the territory to begin the construction of the blacksmith's forge. Selecting a suitable location, the forge rose majestically from the ground. Gu Guang then upgraded it to the 4th tier consecutively, consuming 20,000 of his iron resources, leaving him with 30,000 remaining. Blacksmith's forge. Tier 4th. Function, forging, fusion. Fusion infuses special materials into weapons, enhancing their quality. Upon the completion of the blacksmith's forge, Gu Guang promptly placed the design for a hand axe within. 4th tier hand axe, Iron X 1000, duration, 10 minutes. 3rd tier hand axe, Iron X 500, duration, 5 minutes. 2nd tier hand axe, Iron X 200, duration, 2 minutes. 1st tier hand axe, Iron X 100, duration, 1 minute. These are the self-manufacturing requirements and production times for the 4 tiers of hand axes. He decided to craft 2 4th tier hand axes first, followed by 100 2nd tier hand axes, consuming a total of 220,000 iron resources and reserving 8,000 for future use. Currently, he possessed 300 hand axes, all of which were 1st tier hand axes dropped by headless axe wielders, lacking in sharpness and prone to damage due to the immense strength of the black-armored ants during battles with certain monsters. Originally, he had nearly 400 hand axes, but now 100 had been damaged. Gu Guang examined the fusion function and tentatively provided some thunderstone. To his surprise, it yielded a delightful result. Thunder Axe. By adding 100 thunderstones, a special weapon is formed, the Thunder Axe, possessing 4th tier lightning capabilities, which, when triggered in melee, can deliver devastating strikes to opponents. This item was quite impressive. He had been seeking a use for his thunderstones, so he promptly deployed thunderstones, consuming 10,000 units of thunderstone. Having completed these tasks, Gu Guang found himself with little else to occupy his time. Just then, the chat channel of Continent 97 became lively, with red dots flashing multiple times. Upon opening it, Gu Guang encountered an explosive message. Gao Tianming, 3rd Lord of Continent 97, Beware of players from Bonebud Star. If you happen to find their positioning pearl, do not be tempted to activate it for any resources. Otherwise, it will bring catastrophic disaster to your area, causing havoc for all Blue Star players. I accidentally obtained a video reward depicting Bonebud Star's invasion of Artemis Star. Please watch video. Gu Guang clicked on the video, revealing footage of a troop assaulting a lord's territory. The troop consisted entirely of skeletal beings, skeleton warriors, skeleton knights, skeleton archers, skeleton giants, and wizards, all being 5th tier units, with some elite members reaching 6th tier. The Lord of Artemis Star appeared to be newly minted as a player, with a nest that barely reached 3rd tier, swiftly trampled by the troops commanded by the Bonebud Star players. In the video's conclusion, the Bonebud Star troop advanced towards a more distant location, while numerous units responsible for resource collection rapidly stripped bare the resource points. Among the 6th tier units, some even bore blue quality. This formidable combination of strength generated immense pressure on Gu Guang's shoulders. It is crucial to note that within his vicinity lies a positioning point of the Bonebud Star. He was keen to discover if any solutions existed and could only continue watching, hoping to glean useful information. Gao Tianming, 3rd Lord of Continent 97. If anyone has already activated a positioning pearl, prepare to flee your area. Currently, we are still within the initial zone. Without having defeated the regional boss, our area remains sealed. Only after overcoming it can we venture into broader realms, allowing for escape. As for those unable to defeat the regional boss, escape is not a viable consideration. During the area lockdown, Bonebud Star players cannot utilize the positioning pearl to open spatial passages, which is the sole good news for us. The invasion is mutual. Capable lords may also contemplate traversing through spatial passages to confront the Bonebud Star Lord. This encapsulated all the information provided by Gao Tianming, also delivering a glimmer of hope to Gu Guang. The precise timing of the Bonebud Star's invasion, after the regional boss battle concludes. In other words, he has 5 more days for development. As long as he can secure ample resources from the Abyss, he still has a chance. Aside from Gao Tianming's valuable words, the other messages in the Continent's chat channel held little worth, consisting of astonished remarks and lamentations from individuals regretting their greed in activating the positioning pearl. After shutting down the chat channel, Gu Guang opened the Alliance channel. Gu Guang, Alliance leader, have you all seen the events unfolding in the Continent's chat channel? As Gu Guang spoke, the Alliance channel erupted in activity. The crowd responded, we have seen it X69. Among them, Liu Bing felt the most anxious, for he was the one responsible for this foolish act. Had he known, he would have sought Gu Guang's assistance instead. Gu Guang, the Alliance leader, I must convey some unfortunate news. Within our region lies a specific location that poses a threat of invasion from the Bone Blossom Star. However, let us not succumb to panic, for we are not mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The strongest troops of the Bone Blossom Star players are merely of the 6th tier. As for myself, the most formidable lord, I have preemptively unlocked a unique map for all, known as the Abyss. Within the Abyss, even the mightiest monsters in any given zone are of the 6th tier. If we unite our efforts and gather sufficient resources from the Abyss, we need not fear the invasion from the Bone Blossom Star. We may even seize the opportunity to invade them ourselves. Now is the time for us to come together. I require abundant resources to forge the strongest army. Let us formulate a counter-invasion plan. Esteemed allies, I stand with you. Chapter 35. Unceasing Momentum. Gu Guang's words stirred a tempest among the Alliance members. All were taken aback by his declarations. Yet soon they were ignited by a fervent desire to resist. An invasion of our planet? When did we become destined to be the invaded? We follow the mightiest lord of this continent. Why can we not enact a counter-invasion? Especially the 9 lords who possess the heart of the Abyss. They are acutely aware of Gu Guang's sincerity and are eager to rapidly amass troops to support him. With 6 hours remaining until dawn, Gu Guang initially intended to halt his exploration of the distorted Forbidden Zone, waiting until his forces could be upgraded. However, upon learning the timing of the Bone Blossom Star's incursion, he was resolute in not wasting a single moment. He needed to continue his assault on the distorted Forbidden Zone and even the smaller monster nests within a 100,000-mile radius of the White Zombie City. Not all monster nest leaders boast 5th-tier strength. The Abyss Worm serves as a prime example. He must acquire more hearts of the Abyss and additional resources from the Abyss. At present, intelligence is his most pressing need, the distribution of monster nests and the locations of monsters within the distorted Forbidden Zone. Once again, Gu Guang unleashed a battalion of 1,000 second-tier black armored ants for reconnaissance purposes. However, this time he would not send them en masse into the distorted Forbidden Zone. The primary role of these second-tier black armored ants is exploration. Should they encounter danger, they would perish. Hence, it is unnecessary for them to congregate closely. Gu Guang intended for 900 to explore the entire abyss, while 100 would specifically investigate the circumstances of the distorted Forbidden Zone. Soon, the army regrouped. Principal forces included 34th Tier Giant Black Armored Ants, 304th Tier Black Armored Ants, and 4 3rd-Tier Thundercloud Ants. The battalion charged into the abyss once more, this time with a clear objective. They aimed to exploit the distorted Forbidden Zone, eliminating any distortive monsters in their path to amass sufficient hearts of the abyss, enabling the players within the alliance to produce abyss troops. Additionally, they would explore the entire map surrounding White Zombie City. Thus far, he had only surveyed a mere 100 miles, which pales in comparison to the vast expanse of 100,000 miles. As the battalion approached the edge of the distorted Forbidden Zone, a squad of 10 second-tier Black Armored Ants was formed, with Gu Guang establishing a mental link with one as the captain. The remaining Black Armored Ants would scout ahead, retreating immediately upon encountering any distortion monsters. Should a solitary distortion monster retreat, the Black Armored Ants would change direction to continue their exploration until they stumbled upon a large congregation of distortion monsters, at which point their task would be deemed complete. The ensuing skirmish would be left to the main battle core. The monsters at the edge of the distorted Forbidden Zone were not particularly formidable, typically at the 4th tier, with some 3rd tier mixed in, while 5th tier monsters were seldom encountered. Perhaps deeper within, there would be a greater abundance of 5th tier distortion monsters. Moreover, resource points are invariably found where distortion monsters gather. This time, Gu Guang identified a 2nd tier spirit stone vein, guarded by a multitude of distortion monsters, who were simultaneously absorbing the vein's power. He commanded his battalion to swiftly advance and launch an assault. The 10-meter-tall, giant Black Armored Ants wielded massive axes, cleaving the distortion monsters in twain with each strike. Now was the moment for the Thundercloud Ants to unleash their power. They summoned lightning upon the corpses, reducing them to charred remains to prevent any fusion or mutation. Any distortion monsters attempting to flee from the giant Black Armored Ants would be intercepted by the 304th-tier Black Armored Ants, each wielding hand axes, dispatching the distortion monsters with ease. The entire battalion did not exert their full strength, and the distortion monsters were swiftly eradicated, as long as 5th-tier monsters were absent. This battalion stood invincible. After collecting the spoils, they retreated, while the 2nd-tier Black Armored Ants continued their exploration, seeking the next congregation of distortion monsters. Gu Guang's strategy was to strike swiftly and change locations, never lingering in one spot for too long. The Black Armored Ants continued their exploration, and resources were promptly returned to Gu Guang. Hearts of the Abyss X15, 4th-tier Iron Resource Storage Canisters X5, Source of Distortion X20. All Hearts of the Abyss were entrusted to Yan Jun for distribution, while he devoted himself to breeding Abyss resource collecting insects. Gu Guang aimed to empty the resource points the moment they were seized, ensuring that what fell into their possession was genuine. Presently, how many Abyss resource collecting insects were there? Gu Guang inquired of Yan Jun. He recalled the recently discovered 2nd-tier Spirit Stone vein, which, although containing only 2,000 Spirit Stones, constituted a valuable resource. And there may be more to come. It was time to commence mining. I have just bred 600 insects, and if that proves insufficient, I have reserves of time sand that can be utilized for further troop production, Yan Jun reported. Excellent. Bring all of them to my territory and prepare to enter the abyss for resource extraction. Understood. Upon Gu Guang's command, Yan Jun immediately began mobilizing lords to assemble their forces. However, this would require some time. While they were all in the Fallen Leaves plain, they were still scattered across distances, unable to converge simultaneously. During this interval, Gu Guang continued his exploration of the distorted Forbidden Zone. Before long, he discovered a second resource point, a 1st-tier Spirit Stone vein, populated by even weaker distortion monsters. The battalion dispatched them with ease. Half an hour later, Yan Jun arrived with 1,000 resource-collecting insects. As for why there were precisely 1,000, it could be attributed to the use of time sand or additional breeding in the interim. Regardless, they were all 2nd-tier, capable of collecting 5 resource points per minute, which was acceptable. However, before the 1st-tier and 2nd-tier Spirit Stone veins, these 1,000 resource-collecting insects barely lasted a minute. Led by Yan Jun, they entered the abyss to command these resource-collecting insects. To ensure Yan Jun's safety, Gu Guang had also created 10 4th-tier giant Black Armored Ants for protection. Once Yan Jun and the battalion entered, they quickly commenced the extraction process. A significant influx of psychic energy has commenced, and the Alliance's warehouse has finally begun to generate revenue. Concurrently, Gu Guang has begun recording various circumstances related to the abyss and posting them on the Alliance channel. The scenes of the troops swiftly eliminating aberrant monsters were witnessed by all members of the Alliance. The image of Yanjun leading resource-collecting insects to rapidly plunder resources was equally visible to everyone. The emergence of these positive tidings has greatly bolstered the confidence of all within the Light Alliance, significantly diminishing their fears of the future. For 6 continuous hours, Gu Guang did not cease his sweeping advance. Some complications arose during this duration, such as delving too deeply and encountering 5th-tier aberrant monsters, which led to swift annihilation. Additionally, he faced aberrant fusers, leaving him with no opportunity for escape. Nevertheless, the rewards after 6 hours were substantial, with 200 Abyss Hearts. Every player in the Light Alliance successfully equipped themselves with Abyss Hearts, and the breeding units had transformed into Abyss species. While the number of resource-collecting insects began to increase exponentially. Whenever a resource point appeared, the resource-collecting insects would descend like locusts, swiftly depleting the resources. The acquisition of 20 iron resource storage tanks yielded a total of 200,000 iron resources. With 100 sources of aberration, Gu Guang could conduct 100 aberrations, potentially acquiring several aberrant skills with a stroke of luck. Most importantly, the psychic energy amassed totaled 100,000. This signified that the Thundercloud Ant could ascend to the 4th tier, or allow the Warhammer Black Armored Ant to reach the same tier. Chapter 36. The Ant Nest of Green Quality. The 3rd day has dawned. After a night of diligence, Gu Guang ordered Yanjun to return. As the primary focus was no longer the Abyss, engaging with the Abyss at night was merely a necessity. With daylight approaching, it was time to commence the collection of resources across the entire Falling Leaves plain. As the dawn drew near, Gu Guang issued commands for Xian Jingtian and Yanjun to begin tallying their forces and assemble at his location. Outside his territory lay an overwhelming mass of black armored ants, their numbers seemingly infinite. Yanjun, Xian Jingtian, please report the current quantities of your units. Gu Guang surveyed the area, noting that all the lords of the Light Alliance had gathered here, each accompanied by a multitude of troops. Report. A total of 100 resource-collecting insect battalions, all at Tier 2. Report. A total of 30 battalions of black armored ants, also at Tier 2. Yanjun and Xian Jingtian reported accurately, with each battalion consisting of 1,000 units, a figure established by Gu Guang. Due to Gu Guang's resource allocation favoring the resource-collecting insects, the number of battalions under Xian Jingtian's command in the War Hall was notably inferior to those in the Resource Hall. Excellent. The map of the entire Falling Leaves plain is now astonishingly clear. There are 300 food resource points, 50 stone resource points, 50 wood resource points, and 3 areas shrouded in black mist. Xian Jingtian, lead your battalions of black armored ants to clear the monsters guarding the resource points. How you arrange this is up to you. Yanjun, once Xian Jingtian has neutralized the threat posed by the monsters, you shall spearhead the rapid collection of resources with the resource-collecting insect battalions. Should any insurmountable issues arise, notify me at once. I require you to clear all resource points in the Falling Leaves plain in the shortest time possible. Do any of you have questions? No issues here. Excellent. Commence operations. With the command issued, the entire Light Alliance sprang into action. At this juncture, no player remained idle. As for Gu Guang, he did not venture into the Abyss, but instead led his battalions towards the 3 locations enveloped in black mist. These areas were inaccessible to the resource-collecting insects, rendering them incapable of discerning the circumstances within. The last similar occurrence had transpired in the Thunderstrike Basin, indicating that valuable treasures lay within these 3 shrouded regions. Soon enough, Gu Guang arrived at the first area. Under the iron hooves of his 4th-tier battalion, the enigmatic veil of this region was swiftly lifted. It revealed a forest occupied by 3rd-tier venomous spiders, which contained a 3rd-tier spirit stone vein. Without hesitation, he ordered it to be flattened and instructed Yanjun to send personnel for resource collection. However, upon annihilating the venomous spider nest, Gu Guang discovered an intriguing item, Heart of the Venomous Spider Nest. Function: consuming 100 source points can evolve a venomous spider nest, or allow the territory to absorb it, resulting in an increase of 100 source points. Source points are indeed precious. Currently, he possesses 550. If he were to reach 1,000, he could elevate the quality of his ant nest. Thus, expending 100 source points to evolve a venomous spider nest seemed entirely unnecessary. Transforming it into source points was far more pragmatic. Next came the second black mist area, a vast wolf valley filled with enormous plains giant wolves, all reaching Tier 3. For other players, this might pose a substantial threat, but to a 4th-tier battalion, it was merely a farce. Within the Abyss, Gu Guang faced numerous constraints, his battalions outmatched, and he had to endure and relocate. Yet, on the Falling Leaves plain, he struck back with great force. In an instant, he leveled the Wolf Valley, reaping yet another 3rd-tier spirit stone vein. He promptly messaged Yin Jun to take charge of the acquisition. Simultaneously, Gu Guang acquired another nest heart, akin to the heart of the venomous spider nest. But this one belonged to the plains giant wolf. Excellent. The source points have increased by another 100, reaching 750. It seems that he is not far from upgrading the nest. In fact, with the source points within the Alliance warehouse, he is already in a position to enhance the nest. All lords of the Light Alliance are his vassals, unable to defy his commands. The first order he issued was that all resources they collected would belong to the Alliance warehouse, with 50% allocated to Gu Guang himself. This naturally included the source points. As Xi and Jingtian led his battalions to wreak havoc, the source points within the Alliance warehouse had already soared to 600. Gu Guang directed his forces to the final black mist area while he gazed upon the ant nest within his territory. He was eager to witness what changes an upgrade in quality would bring to the nest, consuming 1,000 source points. Upgrading the ant nest. Ant nest. Tier 4, 100 million food, 1 million psychic energy. Quality, green, source points, 1 million. Units, black armored ant, Tier 1, 1 food, Tier 2, 10 food. Tier 3, 20 food, 1 psychic energy, Tier 4, 100 food, 10 psychic energy. Giant black armored ant, Tier 1, 10 food, Tier 2, 100 food, Tier 3, 200 food. 1 psychic energy, Tier 4, 1,000 food, 100 psychic energy. Breeding speed, black armored ant, 10 seconds, giant black armored ant, 60 seconds. Reaching a green quality ant nest allows for the direct breeding of giant black armored ants, consuming the same resources as before. Regarding the reproduction of the black armored ants, the consumption has decreased tenfold. The enhancement of the anthill's quality is sufficient to exponentially elevate the combat prowess of Gu Guang's legion. Furthermore, there is even more splendid news. From this moment forth, Gu Guang's most formidable troop will transition into the era of purple quality. The conventional legions may also step into the realm of blue quality. Abyss? Bloodstar? Come forth, for the identity of an invader seems fitting for him. A fiery excitement flickered in Gu Guang's eyes. Alas, the challenge of further elevating the anthill's quality has increased 100-fold. 100,000 origins, such a formidable challenge indeed. Let the anthill commence a surge in troops, producing an army of 4th-tier, giant black armored ants. His resources are multiplying by the second, and the Alliance's warehouse has long surpassed 10 million. However, the spiritual energy is sparse, with only his personal reserve of 200,000, which is sufficient for now to commence production. The primary resource in the Falling Leaves Plain remains food. To acquire spiritual energy, one must venture into the abyss. The abyss is replete with spiritual stone mines. And as long as Gu Guang possesses adequate strength, he will undoubtedly never lack for spiritual energy in the future. Simultaneously, Gu Guang's legion has arrived at the final black mist region. This is a volcanic area, characterized by flowing lava. The surface is adorned with rivers of fiery red, and the temperature is alarmingly high. Within this realm dwells a species of blazing lizard, magma lizard. Tier 4. Quality, green. Passive, flame immunity 5. Active, flame jet. This is Gu Guang's first encounter with 4th-tier monsters on the Falling Leaves Plain, and they are of green quality. It remains uncertain whether there are 5th-tier entities lurking deep within the monster's lair. It is reasonable to assume that this is the strongest monster lair currently present in the Falling Leaves Plain. However, what treasures lie within remains a mystery. Based on experience, a monster lair typically guards a resource point. The more formidable the monster, the richer the resource point. Chapter 37, The Fire Spirit Pool. These magma lizards measure 4 to 5 meters in length and 2 meters in height, clad in heavy red scales that offer commendable defense. Approximately 200 magma lizards inhabit the area in front of the volcanic crater, with around 20 of them being of green quality. Not all are of that caliber. Seizing this opportunity, Gu Guang decided to elevate the thundercloud ants to the 4th tier. Upgrading 4 3rd-tier thundercloud ants to the 4th tier requires 100,000 food and 10,000 spiritual energy. Such expenditure is manageable for Gu Guang at this moment and is not excessively burdensome. The 4th-tier thundercloud ants also acquire the high-energy shield skill, and their power will undergo a qualitative leap. The same lightning strikes will be exponentially more potent than before. Upon completion of the upgrades, Gu Guang commanded his legion to advance. The 4 thundercloud ants, under his direction, targeted the green-quality magma lizards. Powerful bolts of lightning descended, striking the magma lizards with devastating force. Even though the magma lizard is of green quality, it could not withstand a single lightning strike, resulting only in charred remains. The Legion's incursion into the territory of the magma lizards was a massacre. In a mere 10 minutes, the ground was strewn with the corpses of magma lizards. With the Guardians vanquished, the Legion began to progress further towards the summit of the volcano. During their advance, all units activated their high-energy shields. The lava is not to be trifled with. Any contact could lead to dire consequences, ranging from severe burns to immediate incapacitation. Before long, the team reached the volcano's apex. However, there was nothing to behold but an entrance. It seemed one must enter to discover what lay within. He commanded the team to proceed further. Once inside, the scene unfolded before Gu Guang's eyes. Here, a multitude of magma lizards existed, all of green quality, numbering around 50 to 60. Having come this far, Gu Guang had no intention of retreating. He instructed the thundercloud ants to initiate thunder strikes from a distance, while the remaining black armored ants positioned themselves to protect the thundercloud ants. As the first bolt of lightning crackled and struck a magma lizard, the battle officially commenced. The magma lizards charged towards the legion, their high-energy shields activated. The giant black armored ants stood at the forefront, ready to face what would undoubtedly be a fierce battle, especially compared to the skirmish at the mountain's base. Gu Guang did not allow the team to wait idly. Instead, he commanded a strategic retreat while continuing to engage. Any magma lizards they could kite would be a boon. Ultimately, as only 20 magma lizards remained, they closed in on the legion for a direct confrontation. The combat prowess of the green-quality magma lizards was formidable. A single flame jet covered a 10-meter radius, radiating extreme heat and lasting a long duration. The giant black armored ants, caught in the flames for mere seconds, had their high-energy shields breached and found themselves in peril. Gu Guang ordered the giant black armored ants to retreat slightly to evade the flame jets. Seizing the moment, the thundercloud ants claimed more lives of the magma lizards. However, the magma lizards soon retaliated against the black armored ants. This time, Gu Guang remained calm, directing the giant black armored ants with intact high-energy shields to advance through the searing flames. As long as they approached the magma lizards, the giant black armored ants, empowered by their sheer strength, could indeed fell a magma lizard with a single swing of their axe. Though all were green-quality monsters, the giant black armored ants were not without merit. Employing this strategy, they managed to bring down several magma lizards at the cost of some of their own, which were charred to a crisp. Those once glossy black carapaces now resembled that of a well-cooked lobster, vibrant red, with the thundercloud ants supporting them. Victory ultimately belonged to Gu Guang's legion. After annihilating the magma lizards, the legion explored the volcano's crater. They discovered a magma lizard lair, and upon its destruction, they obtained the lair's heart, a fourth-tier heart of the lair of white quality, which could yield 200 origins or be utilized to create a magma lizard lair. Additionally, there was a fire spirit stone vein and a fire spirit pool. These two treasures were indeed significant and accounted for the presence of magma lizards of green quality. Fire Spirit Stone Vein. Tier 4. Attribute. Special Material. Reserves. 1,000,000. Function. Bestows fire attribute power to units or serves special purposes. Fire Spirit Pool. Tier 4. Quality. Green. Area. 200 square meters. Function. Allows white fire attribute units to be placed within, transforming them into green quality units after a duration of 24 hours. The Fire Spirit Stone should possess capabilities akin to the Thunderstone, granting him access to unique troop types. The specific abilities of these troop types will only become apparent upon fusion. As for the Fire Spirit Pool, it holds little significance for Gu Guang. Rather, it can be entrusted to his subordinates for utilization. The war hall led by Xian Jingtian proves to be somewhat beneficial, particularly in the current endeavor of purging the monster nests across the entire Fallen Leaf Plain, where Xian Jingtian's contributions are clearly visible. As his subordinate, it is essential for them to possess a modicum of strength. Otherwise, handling certain matters in the future could become rather awkward due to insufficient power. It is impractical for him to undertake every task personally, as that would undermine the very purpose of having subordinates. Allocating resources he finds unnecessary to his underlings is not a significant issue. He is certain that Yin Jun should also receive a share of this resource. Although Yin Jun is the lord of the resource hall, he is equally capable of producing troops, a privilege that comes with his position. After clearing this area, he promptly disseminated the information to the Alliance channel. The Fire Spirit Stone Vein was designated for Yin Jun to manage, while the Fire Spirit Pool was to be jointly negotiated between the two of them. Consequently, the 3 regions of black mist over the Fallen Leaf Plain have been thoroughly eradicated. This signifies that the entirety of the Fallen Leaf Plain has now fallen under Gu Guang's dominion. He merely needs to await the influx of resources. With 300 food resource points, varying in tier, Gu Guang has calculated that the yield from food units will surpass 200 million. This is an astonishing figure, capable of elevating his ant nest to tier 5, thus granting him the means to contend for supremacy in the abyss. However, this will require some time to materialize. For now, he intends to first create a blue quality tier 4 troop. In truth, he yearns to amalgamate a purple quality troop. However, a Tier 4 purple troop necessitates 100 million food and 10 million spiritual energy, while a Tier 3 troop merely requires 20 million food and 100,000 spiritual energy. After some contemplation, Gu Guang resolves to wait until he conquers the abyss and accumulates sufficient resources to breed Tier 4 purple troops. A Tier 3 troop feels somewhat lacking. Even if it can combat Tier 5 monsters, his Tier 4 blue troops can already handle such adversaries. Should he produce a Tier 3 purple troop and later elevate it to Tier 4 once resources permit, Gu Guang would effectively save 20 million food and 100,000 spiritual energy. The system will not reduce this portion during tier upgrades. In fact, in future scenarios, Gu Guang may not even consider directly upgrading troop tiers. What he deems low-tier troops may not hold the same value for other players in the alliance. Rather than squander resources, it is more prudent to reward his subordinates with these lower-tier troops. Although transferring troop authority prevents the recipient from upgrading troop tiers and only grants command, it suffices. Chapter 38, The Annihilation of the Zombie Village. At this moment, Gu Guang is engaged in the normal breeding of Tier 4 troops within his territory, allowing the nest to automatically produce a giant black-armored ant every minute. He is awaiting food units. Once he reaches 100 million, he can upgrade the nest to breed Tier 5 troops and launch an offensive into the abyss. Simultaneously, he has instructed the exploration team to bring back some Fire Spirit Stones to examine the attributes of the new troop type. Soon, the Fire Spirit Stone was integrated into a Tier 4 giant black-armored ant. This ant rapidly underwent transformation, its black armor shifting to a fiery red hue, emanating an intense heat. Abyss Lava Ant. Tier, Early Tier 4. Experience, 10,000. Quality, Green. Passive, Fire Immunity 5. Rock Armor. A layer of rock forms on its surface during combat, providing formidable defense. Active, Intermediate Giant Strength, High Energy Shield. Lava Attachment. Lava can be attached to its arms or weapons, inflicting lava damage on attack targets for 10 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. After evolving into the Abyss Lava Ant, the giant black-armored ant's size reduced from 10 meters to 3 meters. Although it is no longer as colossal, its combat prowess has undeniably escalated several tiers. Its melee damage has increased significantly, and its defense has become even more robust, making it exceptionally suited for close combat. Moreover, this is merely a green-quality troop, which can still undergo further evolution. After a brief wait and gathering 100 giant black-armored ants, Gu Guang opted for fusion evolution. Abyss Magma Ant. Tier, Early Tier 4. Experience, 30,000. Quality, Blue. Passive, Fire Immunity 10, Rock Armor. A layer of rock forms on its surface during combat, providing formidable defense. Active, Intermediate Giant Strength, High Energy Shield, Lava Attachment, Lava Form. Transforms into a magma state, granting immunity to 50 of physical attacks for 10 minutes. With a cooldown of 3 hours. Upon evolving into blue quality, the magma ant's combat capability surged dramatically. In close combat, it can be deemed a paragon among peers of the same tier and quality. Even among blue quality troops, its combat strength is notably distinct. Compared to the hammer black armored ant, the magma ant is undoubtedly more resilient. However, determining which is superior will depend on the magma power of the magma ant. Gu Guang instructed Unit 1 and the magma ant to find a suitable location to engage in combat for comparison, both wielding hand axes. The fire-red magma ant stands at only 4 meters tall, while the hammer-black armored ant towers at 15 meters. In less than 3 minutes of battle, the outcome was revealed. The magma ant emerged victorious. While combat strength is indeed influenced by height, it is not the sole determining factor. The magma ant possesses considerable strength, and coupled with its superior defense, it can effectively withstand the hammer-black armored ant's assaults. Conversely, the magma ant's attacks are capable of incinerating the surface of the hammer-black armored ant upon contact. The magma from the magma ant can adhere to the hand axe, even destroying Unit 1's axe with a single blow. Gu Guang realizes that from this moment forth, the era of the black armored ant has concluded. In the future, his troop composition will consist of magma ants and thundercloud ants. As time flows, Gu Guang continues to amass strength. After expending some sands of time, he produced 10 Tier 4 thundercloud ants and 10 Tier 4 magma ants, consuming 2 million food and 200,000 spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he fully harvested the food resource points across the entire Fallen Leaf Plain. The Alliance warehouse now holds 2.5 billion food units. Gu Guang directly extracted 1.25 billion, while the remainder was allocated to Yanjun and Xinjiang as per their prior distribution. Under the constraints of the rules, the two can only take 50 for personal use, with the rest to be distributed among their subordinates. the specifics of which are left to their discretion. However, upon obtaining the food units, Gu Guang discovers that upgrading the nest to Tier 5 appears to require an additional 1 million spiritual energy. Currently, he possesses only 200,000 spiritual energy, which is woefully inadequate. Ultimately, he must venture into the abyss once more. With this in mind, he decides to mobilize his troops for an immediate offensive. Utilizing the sands of time, he manufactured 10 fourth-order thundercloud ants and 10 fourth-order magma ants, expending all his spiritual energy in the process. He then notified Yanjun to gather resources for the insect army, preparing for an imminent descent into the abyss. Meanwhile, he dispatched a troop composed of 40 blue-quality units into the depths. Previously, his fourth-order units were merely of green quality and had not engaged with fifth-order foes. This time, he was determined to test the waters. His primary target was the zombie village. The battalion formed by the magma ants and thundercloud ants approached the zombie village without any pretense. The fifth-order zombie, still leading his minions, blocked their path at the village's entrance. The zombie, Zhuang Wu, cast a grim visage upon the ant army. In the face of these ants, he felt an overwhelming threat. Despite his fifth-order status, these ants were only fourth-order. He understood that the disparity in their bloodline quality placed him at a disadvantage. For he was merely a white-quality entity, while these ants had attained blue quality. The zombie empire had begun to exhibit signs of civilization, and he was acutely aware of the distinction between level and quality. What could the ant race possibly want? Did they intend to wage war against my zombie empire? At that moment, Zhuang Wu dared not confront them directly and resorted to invoking his connections. The magma ant retorted coldly, "War? Do you presume to represent the entire zombie empire? Kill." Zhuang Wu's pupils constricted, a wave of peril enveloping him, instilling a sensation akin to sitting on pins and needles. Before he could react, countless bolts of lightning descended from the heavens. These strikes, as thick as an arm, cascaded downwards, bombarding Zhuang Wu with 20 successive blows in the blink of an eye. Once the storm of lightning subsided, his once azure skin had turned entirely black, resembling charred coal. Lightning was indeed the most potent adversary of malevolent entities, and against zombies, it proved exceedingly effective. A beam of white light burst forth from Zhuang Wu's form as he collapsed to the ground. What followed was a one-sided slaughter. The magma ants, cloaked in molten rock, wielded axes also engulfed in magma. With each strike, the abyssal zombies cleaved by them perished instantly, their bodies scorched by the burning magma. The thundercloud ants had it even easier, unleashing torrents of lightning that left the abyssal zombies with no chance to flee. Within mere minutes, the battlefield was littered with the remains of countless abyssal zombies. On the ground lay several drops, yet all were of white quality. Most were sands of time or food cans, lacking anything of greater value. After vanquishing this contingent of zombies, the troops advanced towards the zombie village. Upon arrival, they discovered both first-order and fourth-order zombies. Not all were of the latter rank. At the village center stood a coffin, the nest of the zombies. Beside the coffin was a blue spring, approximately 10 meters in diameter, an object unseen by Gu Guang before. He commanded his battalion to engage, and the entire zombie village was thoroughly exterminated. Nest hard abyssal zombie. Tier, 5th order. Function, consume 1,000 source to evolve into a nest or convert into 1,000 source. Spirit spring. Tier, 3rd order. Yield, 1,000 spiritual energy per hour. Requirement, 1,000 resource collecting insects. Chapter 39. Annihilation of 10 5th-order monster nests. Upon observing the spring, Gu Guang instantly recognized its immense value. Although it did not compare to a 3rd-order spirit stone vein, which could yield 100,000 spiritual stones, it was a renewable resource. Achieving 100,000 was merely a matter of days. Such resource points are of utmost significance to a lord. He sent a message instructing Yin Jun and Xian Jingtian to lead a team into the abyss. Currently, their objective was to secure the resource point Gu Guang had captured. Xian Jingtian's troop was relatively weak for the abyss, and Gu Guang did not expect much from them, merely utilizing them for reconnaissance and defense should retreat be necessary. As they conquered more territories, the need for patrols would undoubtedly arise. This time, the Light Alliance's forces entering the abyss consisted of 20 black armored ant battalions and 20 resource-collecting insect battalions. Should this prove insufficient, reinforcements would be dispatched from outside. The battalions streamed into the abyss, and Gu Guang's forces renewed their offensive. At present, Gu Guang had explored a 1,000-mile radius of the abyssal map. Within this range, there were a total of 22 third-order monster nests, 35 fourth-order monster nests, 78 fifth-order monster nests, and 1 sixth-order monster nest. The resources visible on the map numbered 73, comprising 60 spirit stone mines and 13 iron resource veins. According to the intelligence provided by the abyssal worms, the iron resource veins were all occupied by the White Zombie City, and it was best not to make any attempts there. Though the abyss was not solely populated by fifth-order monster nests, they still comprised a significant portion. Among them, the sixth-order monster nest known as the Ironclad Zombie Town represented the strongest territory Gu Guang had encountered thus far. This realization heightened Gu Guang's caution. If even a small town's zombies had reached sixth order, those of the White Zombie City must undoubtedly be seventh order or higher. He needed to exercise care and not provoke them prematurely. After eliminating the abyssal zombie village, his battalion quickly made their way towards the spirit stone mine occupied by the abyssal zombies. Upon arrival, they found numerous abyssal zombies actively extracting from the mine. Gu Guang did not hesitate, ordering his troops to engage. If their leader had been eradicated by Gu Guang, how could these abyssal zombies stand a chance? They were swiftly annihilated, dropping some sands of time, the abyssal heart, and a rare spiritual energy storage jar, which could yield 10,000 spiritual energy when opened. Yet, these were not the most crucial items. The spirit stone mine was paramount. Spirit stone mine. Tier, 4th order. Capacity, 730,000 of 1,000,000. Originally boasting a capacity of 1 million, it now remained at 730,000, which was still commendable. Once the spiritual energy accumulated to 1 million, he could elevate the nest to 5th order. If a 5th order nest could yield such rewards, then 1 million spiritual energy was merely the product of a handful of nests. After completely exterminating the abyssal zombies, the battalion proceeded to the next 5th order monster nest, awaiting Yin Jun to take over. The 730,000 spiritual energy would be fully harvested in less than half an hour, causing minimal delay. The battalion continued their advance. Soon, they conquered the second 5th order monster nest, claiming a 3rd order spirit spring and a 4th order spirit stone mine. The 3rd 5th order monster nest, the 4th, the 5th, and the 10th. After 6 hours of relentless assault, the battalion successfully captured 10 5th order monster nests, seizing 10 3rd order spirit springs, capable of generating 10,000 spiritual energy per hour, occupying 10 4th tier spirit stone veins. With a total of 6 million spirit stones, not all veins are at full capacity due to prior extractions. At this moment, his energy units have also reached 3 million. However, he refrains from hastily upgrading his nest. The reason is quite simple. Despite having secured a vast territory in the abyss, Gu Guang is troubled by one significant issue. None of the 10 5th tier monster nests have a food resource point. They only possess spirit stone veins. It is worth noting that the Leaf Fall Plains no longer have any food resource points, all of which have been claimed by him. Currently, he possesses approximately 12.5 billion units of food. Upgrading the ant nest would leave him with merely 25 million units of food, which is far from sufficient. Thus, he faces a dilemma. Should he prioritize the creation of a 5th tier nest and subsequently seek food resource points, or should he first produce a 4th tier purple unit? After some contemplation, Gu Guang resolves to elevate the ant nest to the 5th tier first. Producing a 4th tier purple unit would require 4 million energy units. Furthermore, creating the purple unit would likely deplete his resources, hindering his ability to continue producing troops. Relying solely on a single purple unit, Gu Guang is uncertain whether he could swiftly eradicate each monster nest, which also involves an element of chance. However, establishing a 5th tier nest would be a different matter entirely. It would allow the reproduction of 5th tier units, enabling a robust offensive against the abyss and the acquisition of substantial territory. Having clarified his thoughts, Gu Guang promptly proceeds with the upgrade of the ant nest. Ant nest, tier, 5th, 100 million food. 1 million energy, quality, green, source 10 million. Units, black armored ant, 1st tier, 1 food, 2nd tier, 10 food, 3rd tier, 20 food, 0, 1 energy. 4th tier, 100 food, 10 energy, 5th tier, 200 food, 200 energy. Giant black armored ant, 1st tier, 10 food, 2nd tier, 100 food, 3rd tier, 200 food, 1 energy. 4th tier, 1,000 food, 100 energy. 5th tier, 2,000 food, 2,000 energy. Reproduction speed, black armored ant, 10 seconds. Giant black armored ant, 60 seconds. Upon reaching the 5th tier, the requirements to elevate to the 6th tier become significantly greater. Similarly, 5th tier units emerge. The food requirements for these 5th tier units have not increased dramatically, but the energy demand has surged by 20-fold. This starkly indicates that as one progresses, the demand for energy may escalate, yet the units produced will also become increasingly formidable. Perhaps food is merely a supplementary condition, necessary only because the units are corporeal beings. Ultimately, it is the advanced energy of spirit that empowers these units. With this understanding, Gu Guang begins to amass troops. 20 magma ants and 20 thunderstorm ants comprise the first unit. Gu Guang chooses not to upgrade them to the 5th tier, as he does not wish to squander food and energy. After all, the cost of upgrading to the 5th tier is equivalent to that of reproducing anew. He currently does not lack for time, so there is no need to waste resources on upgrades. Soon, the first 5th tier giant black armored ant emerges, its height soaring to 20 meters, but is immediately integrated with fire spirit stones, transforming into a lava ant. The green quality corresponds to the lava ant, while the blue quality denotes the magma ant. At this moment, the lava ant has also reached 5 meters in height, its intense heat altering the surrounding environment. One can distinctly observe the air warping, resembling a searing desert. Abyss lava ant, tier, early 5th experience, 10,000 quality, green passive, fire immunity 5, rock armor active, intermediate mega strength, high energy shield, magma adhesion. Although the attribute panel reveals no apparent changes, the lava ant's strength has undoubtedly increased tenfold. And whether this feeling is justified will soon be tested in the abyss. Chapter 40. The might of 5th tier units. Following this, Gu Guang rapidly assembles forces. He produces 50 5th tier lava ants and 50 5th tier thunderstorm ants, forming the 2nd battalion. The 5th tier thunderstorm ants have a cooldown of merely 5 seconds for their lightning strikes, akin to the time needed to reload. While not as potent as the thundercloud ants, the strength of their lightning is sufficient. The 5th tier thunderstorm ants exhibit a significantly enhanced power compared to the 4th tier thundercloud ants. Where a single lightning strike from a 4th tier thundercloud ant is no thicker than an arm, a strike from a 5th tier thunderstorm ant is as robust as a thigh. This increase in power is visibly discernible. With the 2nd battalion assembled, Gu Guang orders them to enter the abyss and commence their assault on the monster nests. After an hour of travel, the 2nd battalion finally arrives at the location of a 5th tier abyss zombie nest. As the territory under his control expands, the journey becomes increasingly burdensome. What once took an hour may stretch to 2 hours, 2 days, or even 2 months in the future, none of which would be surprising. This specific 5th tier abyss zombie nest, perhaps just half a day ago, would have caused Gu Guang to tread carefully. Yet this time, he strikes with full force. The lava ant forges ahead, charging directly into the fray. Wielding an axe, its blade now coated in magma, it sizzles upon contact with the ground. The abyss zombies have also established defenses, with 5th tier abyss zombies positioned at the forefront, attempting to thwart the advance of the lava ants. They emanate a dark glow, forming a shield, and launch a powerful punch. The lava ant's axe cleaves downwards, shattering the shield of the 5th tier abyss zombie, severing its arm in the process. With such a devastating blow, the abyss zombie emits a wail, flames erupting from the point of injury. You reckless invaders shall not go unpunished by the ironclad lord. The lava ant pays no heed to the threats of the abyss zombie, delivering another axe blow, severing the creature from existence. The ironclad lord likely refers to the ironclad zombie town. When he produces a 5th tier blue battalion, will that still be a threat? It is but a matter of resources. The performance of the lava ant is commendable, yet the thunderstorm ants are equally formidable. A single lightning strike reduces the 5th tier abyss zombie to a charred husk, its body riddled with cracks, beneath which lies darkened flesh. A battalion of 100 5th tier units is more than capable of effortlessly annihilating a 5th tier monster nest. With this in mind, he can afford to act with greater urgency. Exhausting all his energy, he produces 4 additional battalions of the same configuration. Thus, he now commands a total of 6 battalions in action. He is responsible for eradicating monsters, while Yin Jun and the others remain equally occupied. At this juncture, Xian Jingtian's mission has shifted to the exploration of the abyss, as Gu Guang requires additional intelligence. Yin Jun, in turn, is mobilizing substantial resources to summon the resource-collecting insect legions to seize territory and gather resources. The resource-collecting insect legions are certainly abundant, as Gu Guang had issued an unceasing breeding order since the inception of the alliance. A mere day's passage has resulted in a minimum of over 60,000, though the actual number is likely much greater. As Gu Guang brazenly invades, the master of this territory within the ironclad zombie town receives intelligence. Inside a house resembling a coffin, a formidable zombie radiating silver light kneels before another zombie, its luminescence less intense. Do you know where the territories of the Ant Clan lie? A chilling voice reverberates through the room, its calm tone concealing an undercurrent of menace. Reporting to the Lord. The enemy seems to have emerged out of nowhere. We have merely pinpointed a rough area of their appearance, located at the eastern edge of our territory. They have already occupied more than a dozen of our domains and annihilated a significant number of 5th tier lords. The subordinate reports diligently, refraining from embellishment. Have Iron Dragon assemble forces to resolve this matter. I do not wish to hear any further news from the enemy. Understood. The entire ironclad zombie town swiftly mobilizes as commands are issued. Numerous ironclad zombies kick open their coffin lids and leap into action. Soon, over 1,000 ironclad zombies gather, led by one holding a silver spear, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. Let us depart. Meanwhile, Gu Guang continues to eradicate monster nests at an astonishing pace, with his psychic energy surging rapidly. As the entire Light Alliance operates at full capacity, the resources in this area diminish at a remarkable rate. The resource hall under Commander Yin Jun is not limited to merely 60,000 resource-collecting insects, but boasts a staggering total of 300,000. As such a multitude of resource-collecting insects floods into the abyss, their path resembles that of locusts, leaving no vegetation in their wake. Gu Guang's psychic energy escalates to 6 million within the next hour. This is still due to the limited total psychic energy of the territories he occupies. Currently, he has seized a total of 15 fifth-tier monster nests, which, combined with the previous consumption of 2 million psychic energy, amounts to 8 million. Likewise, each fifth-tier monster nest contains a psychic spring, granting him access to 15 third-tier psychic springs. Now unleash the troops. However, this time, Gu Guang intends to integrate fifth-tier blue units, having received intelligence from Xian Jingtian regarding unusual activity at Ironclad Zombie Town, where troops appear to be mobilizing towards his direction. It seems his audacious actions have not gone unnoticed. Yet what of it? With 6 million food and 6 million psychic energy invested, Gu Guang produces 3 fifth-tier magma ants and 3 thundercloud ants. After a brief trial, it becomes evident that the magma ants show no significant changes except through combat. The thundercloud ants, however, exhibit remarkable enhancements. Their lightning coverage now spans 3,000 meters, with strikes 5 times larger than before. The individual lightning strikes reach a width of 1 meter. When a bolt strikes, it carves a 10-meter deep, 1-meter wide pit into the ground. If these were to confront abyss worms, 2 strikes would obliterate their nests. Simultaneously, he orders his 6 legions to halt their offensive and regroup in the direction from which the ironclad zombie forces are approaching. The 6 blue units also enter the abyss, converging upon the same location. This marks his first engagement against 6th-tier entities, prompting a cautious approach, especially in comparison to the invasion of Bone Blossom Star. Once he possesses the capability to annihilate 6th-tier threats, the danger posed by Bone Blossom Star will diminish significantly. This is merely the 3.5 day, and he has 4.5 days remaining for development. The counter-invasion of Bone Blossom Star is no trivial matter. Presently, he is not the sole one growing stronger. The entire Light Alliance is evolving. The Warhall's player nest has reached the 4th tier, continuously growing alongside him, promising to be a formidable ally in the future. The Resource Hall has similarly attained the 4th tier. Although he currently faces a food shortage, he must not forget the flea market. He can directly exchange psychic energy, as players in other regions are undoubtedly in need of it. Chapter 41. Life Under the Thunder Law. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A legion of ironclad zombies marches across the dark soil. The horizon stretches endlessly, their figures advancing resolutely. After an undetermined passage of time, an ant clan legion appears ahead, blocking their path. These ants are of 2 varieties, one with skin as red as magma, and the other with blue skin crackling with arcs of electricity. Iron Dragon raises his hand, signaling his subordinates to halt. His expression grows increasingly grave. He can clearly sense the strength of these ants. They are merely 5th tier. However, he can also discern the quality of their bloodlines, blue quality. The superior pressure emanating from their bloodlines is unmistakable. Upon closer inspection, Iron Dragon confirms that only 6 of the ant creatures ahead possess 5th tier blue quality, while the rest are 5th tier green quality. Encountering such formidable resistance upon arrival casts a shadow over Iron Dragon's heart. He is uncertain whether he can overcome this legion. The 5th-tier greens are manageable, despite their numbers, as his own forces are composed of 6th-tier units. Even white quality should suffice to contend with them. The dilemma lies with the 6 blue quality ants. Though he is a green quality ironclad zombie, he has never faced off against blue quality monsters. Their leader is indeed a blue quality entity, but being of the same 6th tier, he lacks the courage to confront it directly. These ants are merely 5th tier, which presents an opportunity. As he has no path of retreat, he must engage to ascertain the outcome. He still possesses an advantage, being 1 tier higher. Having come this far and located these invaders, he feels compelled to test their mettle. Only then can he report back. If he cannot defeat them, he still believes he might find a way to withdraw. Victory would be preferable. Just as Iron Dragon contemplates his strategy for attack, ominous clouds suddenly gather overhead, shrouding them in darkness. Iron Dragon's pupils contract. Not good. Charge forward. This anomaly is undoubtedly the doing of those ants, amidst the gathering clouds. He senses a destructive force belonging to thunder. That is the greatest threat to their zombie clan, without exception. He had not anticipated that these ant tribes would act without the slightest hesitation upon discovering them. Initially, he had thought there would be some exchange of words before the conflict ensued. Under the command of Iron Dragon, 3,000 armored zombies sprang into action in an instant. However, it was already too late. The thunderclouds had coalesced in the sky, and at the very moment the armored zombie legion struck, an unending torrent of heavenly thunder descended with a resounding crash. Countless bolts of lightning flickered across the heavens, dancing like frenzied serpents of thunder, crashing to the ground with deafening roars. Erect the shields. The command was given, and in an instant, a protective barrier enveloped the multitude of armored zombies. This was a capability possessed by all creatures that had ascended to the 4th tier. It ensured that melee units would not be without any defensive measures when faced with ranged adversaries. Countless bolts of lightning struck these shields, causing them to dim progressively. At this rate, they could not possibly endure for long. Nevertheless, even so, it would grant the armored zombies a brief respite, allowing them to advance a considerable distance. As 5 breaths elapsed, the sound of the first shield shattering echoed, followed closely by the second and third. Once the shields were breached, the thunder rained down upon the armored zombies, delivering fatal blows. Even though they were tier 6, they remained powerless against the 5th tier blue-quality heavenly thunder. The disparity in quality crushed them by 2 levels, rendering the thunder a bane to their very existence. How could they withstand such onslaught? Iron Dragon gazed at the ant tribe's stronghold, still 100 meters away, and then at the losses already suffered by his own forces, a grimace twisting his features. Damn it, charge forward at full speed. I shall tear them apart. At this juncture, he had no choice but to forcefully advance. Retreat would only result in further needless losses. Charging forward might still afford him a chance to eradicate these ant tribes. However, Gu Guang had long been prepared. 3 magma ants emerged, taking their positions at the forefront. Their bodies began to metamorphose into magma. Droplets of fiery red molten rock, cascading to the ground with a sizzling sound. Behind them, another 300 lava ants stood ready. Rock armor, magma attachment. A heavy layer of armor manifested upon the lava ants, and the hand axes they wielded became imbued with magma. Attack. The melee units surged forth, crossing the final distance to engage in close combat with the enemy. The blue magma ant faced Iron Dragon, the solitary tier 6 green quality armored zombie. The remaining green lava ants formed a defensive line to obstruct the armored zombies' charge. The thundercloud ants and storm ants were not idle either. The 3 thundercloud ants had a clear objective, collaborating with the magma ants to assault Iron Dragon. Meanwhile, the storm ants alleviated the pressure on the lava ants. Bolts of lightning rained down incessantly, rapidly diminishing the numbers of the armored zombie legion. The power of the falling thunder far surpassed that of the strikes from the thunderclouds, especially the bolts from the 5th tier thundercloud ants, which were a meter in diameter. When they struck Iron Dragon, they sent a jolt through him, causing his shield's energy to wane by a 10th. If he were to endure 10 such strikes, would he not be doomed? In that fleeting moment of contemplation, another bolt of thunder descended. A 1-meter-wide pillar of lightning made his scalp tingle with dread. Damn, could that pillar be any thicker? Iron Dragon glanced toward the thundercloud ants, intent on rushing to eliminate the 3 of them. Yet he found himself surrounded by the 3 magma ants, their magma-infused bodies radiating an intense heat. Armed with a silver spear, Iron Dragon felt a surge of determination arise within him, as he sensed the approach of a 3rd and 4th thunderbolt. What is this? Why does the thunder fall unceasingly? Can blue-quality creatures truly be so brazen? Frustration welled within him, and he no longer wished to continue the fight. The ant tribe was beyond his capacity to confront. He turned to flee, but the magma ants would not relent, closing in as their magma-coated hand axes swung toward him. In his fury, Iron Dragon thought, "You may be ranged, but can you withstand my might in close quarters? Should I discover your inability to fend me off? Your demise is assured." He swept his spear horizontally, colliding heavily with the magma ant. Bang! Both sides were sent hurtling back, neither gaining the upper hand. The magma ant had activated its immense strength, yet the zombies were renowned for their physical power, resulting in a negligible disparity in strength between them. Although there was a difference in tier, there was also a distinction in quality. In this regard, neither side held an advantage. However, the magma ants primarily focused on defense, with their skills centered around it, while their offensive capabilities were not particularly remarkable. In this clash of brute force, Iron Dragon only felt a numbness in his hands. But the magma ants remained unfazed. Before he could catch his breath, thunder rained down once more. The relentless barrage of lightning left him gasping for air. He wished to escape, but with the 3 magma ants blocking his every avenue, he grasped that there was no chance of fleeing. Most critically, even if he forced his way through, the results of their earlier clash had already been determined. The magma ants were particularly insidious. opting not to engage him directly but instead encircling him, allowing the heavenly thunder to pummel him relentlessly. Should this continue, his shield would not endure for much longer. When the shield shattered, it would mark the moment of his demise. Could it be that he was destined to perish here? A wave of desolation washed over Iron Dragon as he realized he could find no escape from his current predicament. All notions of fighting against the odds or embracing death to live were mere illusions. In the face of overwhelming power, even the strongest fighting spirit was but a jester. Chapter 42. Dividing forces into 12 routes. A barrage of 1-meter-wide bolts of lightning rained down, steadily wearing away at Iron Dragon's life force. At that moment, Iron Dragon, devoid of the calm demeanor he had possessed upon arrival, resembled a frenzied beast, relentlessly charging toward the direction from whence he came, desperate to escape this place. Yet no matter how fiercely he charged, the magma ants remained steadfastly in his path. Regardless of the strength he exerted, he could not fell the magma ants. Nor could he inflict even a semblance of damage upon them. Each failed attempt drew him closer to death. Finally, with a crack, the shield shattered. Iron Dragon stared vacantly as the luminous remnants of the shield dissipated. The impending threat of death descended upon him. At that moment, his entire body felt numb, and he froze in place. He had no time to react, unable to evade the oncoming thunder's wrath. If he could have dodged, he would have done so long ago. A 1-meter-wide bolt of lightning surged into his body. How could he possibly withstand such a force? It detonated upon impact, tearing his skin and charring it. Wisps of black smoke rising. Yet, Iron Dragon did not perish. His formidable physique allowed him to endure the onslaught. I will not go down without a fight. But before Iron Dragon could finish his declaration, another bolt of thunder struck down. Death was imminent, and he was indeed destined to perish here today. A verdant orb of light fell from his form, signifying the absolute demise of the Iron Dragon. Skill, Iron Body. Attribute, active. Quality, green. Function, upon release. The defensive capability of the body is quintupled for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. This is a Lord's skill, which he is indeed capable of acquiring. Having dealt with the Iron Dragon, the remaining iron-armored zombies posed no further challenge. In merely 10 minutes, 3,000 iron-armored zombies were vanquished, enveloped in thunderclouds. They were already powerless to resist, and with the added might of the more potent lightning strikes, each strike guaranteed the demise of an iron-armored zombie. They could not rush forward, as the lava ant stood firm at the forefront like an unyielding fortress. The lava ant possessed formidable defensive strength, and bolstered by the force of magma, the iron-armored zombies were no match for it. 3,000 iron-armored zombies were obliterated. However, a portion of them managed to escape. There was little Gu Guang could do about it. Although his troops were powerful, their numbers were still somewhat lacking, unable to encircle them. The sheer quantity of iron-armored zombies made it impossible for him to prevent their retreat. But let them flee. A monk may escape, but the temple remains. When he advances, none shall escape. He would scour the battlefield and ensure that the spoils were returned to him. The spoils comprised merely 3 items: time as passage, energy storage canister, and abyssal heart. Gu Guang already possessed a considerable amount of abyssal hearts. Aside from altering the aura of the troops, they surely had other uses. Like the Fire Spirit Stone and the Thunder Stone, they undoubtedly offered more than just the fusion of troops. However, he had yet to access more advanced applications. Nonetheless, this did not hinder Gu Guang from gathering these resources. Every competent lord harbors a penchant for collection. After vanquishing the iron-armored zombie legion, the next step was to assault the monster lairs. He required more resources to spawn troops and needed to expedite his progress. This was merely one of the legions from the iron-armored zombie town. According to the intelligence relayed by Xian Jingtian, the coverage of the iron-armored zombie town was vast. There were at least 6 such legions of that scale, along with an unfathomable iron-armored zombie leader. Although Xian Jingtian had never encountered the leader, it was highly likely to possess blue quality. Otherwise, it would be impossible to subdue so many similarly tiered, green-quality iron-armored zombies. Gu Guang was left with but one thought: accelerate the pace of invasion. Sweep through the currently known 5th-tier monster lairs. Before the enemy could strike, he must assemble a sufficiently powerful force. If all else fails, he would aim to produce a 4th-tier purple troop, requiring 100 million food and 10 million energy. As it stood, moving quickly still offered him a chance. Energy should not pose any issues currently. The crux lay in time. The fleeing iron-armored zombies would take approximately 2 hours to return, and even if the iron-armored zombie leader were to mobilize immediately upon learning of the situation, preparation would still require time. Coupled with the transit duration, Gu Guang estimated that he would need at least 5 hours, and that was the fastest estimate. Within those 5 hours, he needed to amass 11 million energy. The 4th-tier purple troop was assured. He had already pegged the energy's market value at the flea market. One unit equated to 100 units of food, meaning 1 million energy, translated to 100 million food. By selling 1 million energy, he could instantly gather 100 million food. He could now split his forces into 12, simultaneously assaulting 12 fifth-tier layers to acquire ample energy stone veins. At most, each team could conquer 2 fifth-tier monster layers, ensuring his energy would exceed 10 million. With clarity of thought, Gu Guang promptly divided his forces into 12. He initiated the massacre of the fifth-tier monster layers. Yan Jun was tasked with dispatching a substantial number of resource-collecting insects to trail behind the teams, ready to harvest the energy stone veins and occupy the energy springs immediately after the layers were defeated. Gu Guang had calculated that, even factoring in travel time, 1 hour was certainly sufficient to conquer a fifth-tier monster lair. 5 hours would be ample time for him to develop and strengthen his forces. As time passed, the combination of lava ants and thunderstorm ants wreaked havoc in the abyss. They invaded the territory of the fifth-tier monster layers, unleashing a relentless assault without hesitation. With the lava ants providing frontline melee support and the thunderstorm ants offering range bombardment, this duo functioned as a veritable killing machine, ruthlessly overpowering weaker adversaries. It took less than 10 minutes to obliterate a fifth-tier monster lair, most of the time consumed in transit. Destroying 5 fifth-tier monster lairs yielded 3 million energy. Destroying 10 fifth-tier monster lairs resulted in 7 million energy. Destroying 15 fifth-tier monster lairs garnered 11 million energy. Destroying 25 fifth-tier monster lairs amassed 19 million energy. After 2 hours, Gu Guang had wreaked considerable destruction upon the fifth-tier monster lairs within the iron-armored zombie territory. The energy he collected far exceeded 11 million. Simultaneously, under the watchful eyes of Xian Jingtian's forces, the fleeing iron-armored zombies had returned to the town. At that moment, the iron-armored zombie leader was furious. The entire iron-armored zombie town was in motion. Numerous zombies kicked open their coffins and emerged from the earth, rallying into a formidable army. Their numbers had swiftly surpassed 10,000. Their intentions were unmistakable. They were coming to eliminate Gu Guang's forces. Gu Guang was unfazed. The offensive continued unabated. He sought more energy, yearning to spawn troops and seize the entirety of the iron-armored zombie territory. He sold 2 million energy at the flea market, and within just 5 minutes, the 2 million energy was instantaneously cleared by players from the 97th continent. Gu Guang received 200 million food units in return. He was ready to commence troop spawning once more. Although he had initially hesitated to create a 4th-tier purple troop, he now found it necessary to do so. Players across the 97th continent were astounded by Gu Guang's audacity. All players in every region faced similar challenges: excess food and insufficient energy. Yet, what had Gu Guang done? He sold 2 million energy. Was this the action of a mere mortal? The chat channels of the 97th continent erupted, with players extolling his prowess and requesting strategies. Alas, Gu Guang's strategies would be of no use to them. Chapter 43, Purple Thunderstorm Ant. Once all resources were in place, Gu Guang immediately commenced troop spawning. With the existence of time as flow sand, as long as the resources were sufficient, he could instantaneously execute troop spawning actions. 100 million food, 10 million energy. The spawned troops were continuously fused by Gu Guang. 10 Warhammer Black Ants, 100 Warhammer Black Ants, and 999 Warhammer Black Ants. Upon reaching this quantity, Gu Guang commanded a 4th-tier Thundercloud ant to step forward. Fusion. 1,000 4th-tier blue quality units amalgamated, the primary entity being the 4th-tier Thundercloud ant. A radiant white light enveloped the entire arena, encasing all units before Gu Guang. Ultimately, this culminated in the formation of a colossal sphere of light. As the sphere took shape, it began to compress, gradually shrinking from a span of several kilometers to 1 kilometer, then to 100 meters, 10 meters, and finally 2 meters. When the sphere had diminished to a mere 2 meters, it erupted with a thunderous sound. The units inside were now fully revealed before Gu Guang. This newly emerged unit bore a striking resemblance to the Thundercloud ant, yet its exterior was adorned with additional purple markings. Most significantly, Gu Guang sensed an overwhelming aura of oppression emanating from this new unit. However, due to his status as a lord, he was immune to this formidable pressure. Thunder Ant. Tier 4th. Quality, Purple. Experience, 010000000. Passive, 30 immunity to lightning attributes, bloodline oppression. When in conflict, white quality ant species automatically bow in submission. Green quality ant species experience a 20 reduction in combat effectiveness. Active, Mighty Force, Lightning Arc, Thunder Strike, High Energy Shield, Thundercloud, Coverage Range, 10,000 meters. Lightning Column, Cooldown, 1 minute. Purple Extreme Lightning Column, Casting Time, 1 minute. Cooldown, 3 hours. During this time, the Thunder Ant will enter a weakened state and be unable to utilize its lightning powers. The attributes of the Thunder Ant materialized before Gu Guang. The 30 immunity to lightning attributes was indeed a formidable statistic. The newly introduced passive ability, Bloodline Oppression, was also a natural addition. Yet, the crux lay in the active skills. Two new abilities had emerged, the Lightning Column and the Purple Extreme Lightning Column. Judging by their descriptions, the Lightning Column appeared to be a powerful standard skill, while the Purple Extreme Lightning Column was an advanced version of the Lightning Column, requiring a full minute of casting time, resulting in immediate weakness after its use. Its destructive potential was undoubtedly immense, categorizing it as a trump card or ultimate skill. Regrettably, he could only experiment with Thunder Strike and Lightning Column at present. He had no intention of testing the Purple Extreme Lightning Column, as the 3-hour weakness could spell disaster with the ironclad zombies already on the move. If the Thunder Ant remained incapacitated, his forces could very well be annihilated. There was no need to tempt fate. Gu Guang commanded the Thunder Ant to unleash Thunder Strike and Lightning Column. Eager to witness the potency of the skills wielded by a purple quality unit, the Thunder Ant stepped forth, seeking an appropriate location, and initiated its first skill, Thunder Strike. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, a blinding flash followed by a resounding boom. Boom. Gu Guang gazed at the spectacle before him, momentarily dumbfounded. A massive crater, spanning 100 meters, had formed at the site where the Thunder Ant had unleashed its power. A 100-meter pit. The depths of the pit were shrouded in darkness, plunging down for several dozen meters. This was merely a Thunder Strike, not the new skill Lightning Column. Moreover, the sheer strength of this purple quality unit was astonishing. Truly, it lived up to its classification. Let me witness the power of the Lightning Column next. He instructed the Thunder Ant to demonstrate the might of the Lightning Column, ensuring it moved further away to avoid collateral damage to his territory. In no time, the Thunder Ant had retreated 100 meters, again aiming at the open ground. Lightning Column. A colossal pillar of lightning tore through the sky. This time, Gu Guang observed with clarity as a near 10-meter-wide bolt of thunder descended upon the plain, followed by an ear-splitting explosion. As the sound erupted, the earth trembled violently, and a whirlwind of debris mixed with sand surged outward. Gu Guang hastily activated his high-energy shield to shield himself from the onslaught of dirt. The storm of mud and sand raged for several seconds before subsiding. Once calm returned, Gu Guang immediately turned his gaze to the spot where the Thunder Ant had struck. That location had transformed into an unfathomably vast chasm. The extent of the chasm exceeded his estimations, surely surpassing 100 meters, perhaps even reaching a kilometer. The terrifying might of the Lightning Column only heightened Gu Guang's anticipation for the Purple Extreme Lightning Column. With a casting time of 1 minute, would it not resemble a forbidden spell, obliterating everything in its vicinity? Gu Guang felt a surge of excitement, tempted to test it immediately, yet he restrained himself. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait for the ironclad zombies to arrive, or to strike during the assault on the ironclad zombie town. He pondered whether the ironclad zombie leader would make an appearance. If so, it would present an opportunity to assess the power of the Purple Extreme Lightning Column. Just as he completed the synthesis of the Thunder Ant, news arrived from Xian Jingtian. The ironclad zombie town had dispatched a massive army. The troops numbered over 10,000. Including 6 6th-tier green quality ironclad zombie commanders. However, there was no sign of the ironclad zombie leader. It seemed he remained hidden within his territory. Upon receiving this intelligence, Gu Guang remained unfazed. He felt emboldened. Even if the enemy did not approach, he was determined to seek them out. Presently, he had 12 teams deployed to annihilate 5th-tier monster nests in the abyss, and he showed no inclination to halt their efforts. At this time, he occupied 50 5th-tier monster territories, each housing a 3rd-tier spirit spring, along with a 4th-tier spirit stone vein. His remaining energy, after accounting for expenditures, stood at a staggering 15 million. His food units totaled 12 billion. He was intent on expanding his forces, aiming to establish his first 5th-tier regiment. This complete regiment would consist of 1,000 green quality units, 100 blue quality units, and 1 purple quality unit. Specifically, he envisioned 500 storm ants, 500 lava ants, 50 thundercloud ants, 50 magma ants, and 1 thunder ant. Currently, his forces comprised only melee and ranged units. Should the opportunity arise, he desired to incorporate scouts, medics, and units with unique abilities into his regiment. However, thus far, he had not encountered nests belonging to such units. Should he discover any, he would swiftly convert them into nests. As his territory expanded, the challenges he faced would inevitably multiply, necessitating greater diversity in his forces. Consumption: 22 million food, 22 million energy. The formation of the 1st Regiment is official. Total combat strength: 101, with all but the Purple Thunder Ant being 5th tier. Gu Guang promptly dispatched the first regiment to await the ironclad zombie troops along their path. When they arrived, it would mark their demise. Meanwhile, the remaining 12 squads continued their rampage within the ironclad zombie territory, aggressively assaulting the 5th-tier monster domains, while Yin Jun's resource-gathering insect brigade followed closely behind, swiftly converting the resources gathered. Chapter 44. An overwhelming assault. Ironclad zombie town. At this moment, the ironclad zombie leader, Tai Ming, was in a rather foul mood. Though he had mobilized his entire forces this time in an attempt to eradicate the ant tribe that had encroached upon his territory, a foreboding intuition gnawed at him, suggesting that this endeavor would end in failure, even posing a threat to his own annihilation. This was not mere paranoia. The intelligence gleaned from his defeated subordinates allowed him to discern certain truths. For instance, 6 5th-tier ants of blue quality were in play. It is worth noting that he himself was of blue quality as well, although he held a rank higher than those ants. There remained a significant concern. To subdue so many beings of equal quality, one of two conditions must be met, either a superior quality or a higher tier. In either scenario, his chances of victory appeared exceedingly slim. After all, those ant soldiers were of green quality, nearly 1,000 in number, all of which were of that inferior grade. In his ranks, a green quality monster could merely serve as a captain. With a heart laden with trepidation, Iron Ming awaited the battle report in silence. Should defeat befall him, he would seek immediate assistance. While he may not possess the strength to combat the ant tribe, he was not alone. Behind him stood the ironclad zombie clan, one of the 10 races in the region of Iron Zombie City. He was merely a mid-level member of this clan, dispatched to oversee the territory. Faced with a situation beyond his control, prioritizing survival and calling for aid was paramount. A battalion of 30,000 ironclad zombies surged forth toward the invaders. Along the way, scouts arranged by Xian Jingtian monitored the movements. Such a formidable battalion could be observed from a distance, rendering close inspection unnecessary. Xian Jingtian watched the colossal horde of zombies with a mixture of dread and apprehension. Should this horde be directed against him, he would not hesitate to withdraw. To confront such a deluge of monsters was tantamount to courting death. Could Gu Guang truly withstand this onslaught? At that moment, Xian Jingtian found himself beset by doubt. Although Gu Guang was undeniably powerful, that strength was relative to their circumstances. In comparison to the zombie battalion, he appeared significantly weaker. After all, Xian Jingtian's impression of Gu Guang remained anchored in the events of the previous day. If Gu Guang could indeed vanquish these 6th-tier ironclad zombies, would that imply they need not fear an invasion from Bonebud Star? This thought, if true, would indeed be a piece of good news. At this juncture, Xian Jingtian had no choice but to send numerous messages to Gu Guang, subtly urging him to retreat should the situation prove untenable, for one must preserve life to fight another day. However, Gu Guang seemed largely unresponsive to his entreaties. Thus, he could only observe, pondering the source of Gu Guang's confidence in facing this battalion. As time slipped away, 2 hours had elapsed in the blink of an eye. During this span, 12 teams had obliterated a staggering 75th-tier monster territories. They had swept through with unimpeded force. The remaining 5th-tier monster territories were clustered around the ironclad zombie town. Gu Guang, however, refrained from immediate engagement with these territories. The 12 teams had encountered no resistance precisely because the bulk of the ironclad zombie town's forces were intent on reaching his lair, the location of the Abyssal Gate. Engaging the 5th-tier monster territories surrounding ironclad zombie town could provoke an assault from the ironclad zombie leaders, resulting in unnecessary casualties among his troops. Hence, Gu Guang opted to wait until the battalion's conflict concluded before directing the first team to strike at ironclad zombie town. By eliminating this threat in one fell swoop, he could ensure that no monsters would impede his progress. In the position of the first team, tranquility reigned. Thousands of ants remained silent, patiently awaiting the enemy's approach. The only sound in the air was the whisper of the wind. Time passed without measure until, on the distant horizon, a massive contingent emerged. This force shimmered, radiating a silvery luminescence. Boundless and unyielding, the entirety of the horizon bore witness to their presence. The ground trembled beneath their approach, shaken by the sheer enormity of their numbers. At the forefront, the thunder ant stood calmly, observing the advancing enemy with an expression devoid of emotion. Despite the enemy's numerical superiority, he perceived no substantial threat. He awaited their closer proximity, for that would signal the moment of action. The thunderclouds he summoned could envelop a distance of 10,000 meters, while the thundercloud ants could only cover 1,000 meters. 50 of them combined could extend this range to 50,000 meters. As the enemy drew nearer, all thundercloud ants sprang into action. The first dark cloud materialized in the sky, swiftly morphing into a multitude, spreading rapidly. In mere moments, the heavens were shrouded in darkness. Among the ironclad zombie battalion, the 6 leaders' expressions changed drastically. The seemingly endless dark clouds above were likely the thunderclouds spoken of by the ironclad zombies who had returned from defeat. However, had it not been said that their coverage was only around 1,000 meters? Now it seemed to exceed 10,000. Instantly, their formation was enveloped, and retreat was no longer an option. As expected, in the next heartbeat, an onslaught of thunder descended from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The deluge of lightning instantly engulfed the vast horde of zombies. Fortunately, the 6 ironclad zombie leaders recognized the peril and swiftly commanded their troops to raise their defensive shields. Charge! The 6 leaders gritted their teeth and shouted, as this sudden turn of events threw their plans into disarray. Initially, had the thundercloud been limited to a kilometer, they had contemplated exhausting the ants' abilities before launching a full-scale assault. But now, with the thundercloud stretching infinitely, they had no choice but to advance and annihilate those ants. 30,000 ironclad zombies surged forward at full speed. The very earth quaked beneath their frantic charge. The thunder ant observed the oncoming horde of zombies in silence, biding his time until they entered his attack range. The thundercloud he conjured was of a caliber far superior to that of the thundercloud ants. Although the precise difference in power remained elusive, it was clear that his thundercloud far outmatched theirs. Before long, the ironclad zombie battalion was upon them. At this moment, the thunder ant wasted no time. The 10,000-meter dark clouds erupted in the sky. The clouds he summoned appeared denser, darker, and more formidable than those of the thundercloud ants. In the next instant, thunder struck down, and with a single blow, it shattered the protective shield of an ironclad zombie. The 6 ironclad zombie leaders sensed the gravity of the situation, their pupils constricting in alarm. They exchanged a glance, and each saw the desolation reflected in the other's eyes. A few minutes later, the earth lay scorched and blackened, strewn with the corpses of ironclad zombies. The thunderous wrath of nature had left no patch of unscathed land. Gu Guang took the opportunity to record the scene enveloping the 36,000 ironclad zombie soldiers, broadcasting it to the Light Alliance channel. The system's chat interface possessed a recording function. Prior to the onset of this battle, the others in the Light Alliance had expressed concerns for his safety. Gu Guang preferred to demonstrate decisively that their worries should instead be directed towards the safety of the enemies of the Light Alliance. Chapter 45, A Stirring Upheaval. Within the Light Alliance channel, Gu Guang's video had been released, and initially, the chat was eerily quiet, as if everyone were indifferent to the video. However, after 3 minutes elapsed, the chat erupted in fervor. Lu Bing exclaimed, "Is this video for real? If this situation were indeed genuine, then the Boneflower Star would be obliterated upon attempting an invasion." Lu Bing felt a significant relief regarding the threat posed by Boneflower Star, and his sense of guilt diminished considerably. Xian Jingtian retorted, "Show me how you would ties. The Alliance leader's strength has clearly risen to the forefront. He truly is the mightiest lord." Yin Jun added, "Indeed, the Alliance leader's power has become unfathomable. As we follow him, we too shall grow ever stronger. I presume everyone's nest levels have now reached the 5th tier. You are aware of the conditions in other regions of Continent 97, where apart from the top players in those areas, the rest are merely struggling in 3rd-tier nests. Even the 4th tier is considered formidable." Qin Shi remarked. Perhaps this is the phenomenon of one achieving enlightenment, lifting all around them. The group pondered this notion, finding it oddly resonant, yet somewhat peculiar. Silence enveloped the channel once more until Li Xian spoke up. "Recently, I have been perusing the Continental channel, where I noticed they relish showcasing their battalions to flaunt their might, often belittling our Alliance leader. They claim that the mightiest lord is nothing but a facade, asserting that if in the same region, they would certainly be able to crush him." He continued, his irritation evident. "Shall we not release this video to deliver a resounding slap to their faces?" Lu Bing concurred, agreed. "Those arrogant fools are insufferable. I am certain that had the Alliance leader been aware of the Continental channel, he would have swiftly taught them a lesson." Yin Jun nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I will propose this to the Alliance leader at once." Meanwhile, Gu Guang, noticing the members' conversations in the Alliance channel, interjected, "I acknowledge that I have indeed been preoccupied with the Abyss and have had no time to check the Continental channel. In that case, it is only fitting to release this video for their perusal. The mightiest lord is not merely a title." After delivering his message, Gu Guang exited the Light Alliance chat and turned his attention to the Continental channel. Upon entering, he found the activity quite lively, with numerous videos circulating. It seemed that their development had reached a point where they were unbothered by a little expenditure of energy. Many were indeed displaying their forces while disparaging the players atop the rankings, with Gu Guang himself, the mightiest lord, being the primary target of their scorn. After all, merely being keyboard warriors, they faced no repercussions for insulting the mightiest lord, nor could they venture forth to challenge him across regions. Gu Guang, disinterested in scrolling through their posts, recognized that they had indeed grasped a point. He was temporarily unable to counter them, allowing them to speak freely. Yet, such brazen words would inevitably carry a cost. He promptly composed a response. Gu Guang, the mightiest lord, I see that many of you are quite concerned about my strength. In that case, allow me to give you a glimpse. Video. And to those who boastfully claim they could easily defeat me, rest assured that I have taken note of your names. Once the regions are unlocked, do not cross my path, lest you experience the taste of thunder. With Gu Guang's emergence in the Continental Channel, the once vibrant chat fell into a hush. 3 full minutes passed, the duration of the video, before the channel erupted again. Chen Dao laughed. Ha ha ha, this is too much. Tao Gui, weren't you quite arrogant? Just be careful not to encounter Gu Guang, or you may find yourself turned to charcoal. Zhang Bing exclaimed. Holy cow! The might of this mightiest lord is no mere boast. He is incredibly strong. The invasion video from Boneflower Star pales in comparison. Zhang Rui chimed in. Gu Guang, how have you developed this power? You are simply beyond human. As a fellow player, how can you be so monstrous? Gu Guang's video sent shockwaves through the Continental Channel, the spectacle far too explosive to ignore. The sheer force of the thunder that blanketed the battlefield, indiscriminately unleashing devastation upon all monsters, left them in awe. Without a doubt, the moment this video was released, no one dared to speak of rising above Gu Guang again. To do so would not only be foolish, but would render them the laughingstock of all. The Continental Channel buzzed with excitement. Yet the dominant topic remained that Gu Guang had outpaced all other players, unequivocally reigning as the mightiest lord. What the future held was uncertain, but for the time being, Gu Guang's presence loomed like an insurmountable mountain, unassailable by any. After disseminating the video and observing the lively discussions in the channel, Gu Guang chose not to linger further. While such displays were gratifying, his priority remained his own development. His adversaries were never merely fellow players. They were other races and players from distant planets within this game. How long had players like those from Boneflower Star been ahead of them? And how many Boneflower Stars existed? Moreover, Gu Guang was not entirely clear on the combat capabilities of Boneflower Star. That video merely indicated they possessed at least 6th tier strength. But how much time had elapsed since then? Was the lord featured in that video truly the strongest of Boneflower Star? The multitude of uncertainties left Gu Guang with no choice but to focus all his efforts on enhancing his power within a limited time frame, crushing any monsters that stood in his way. After spending some time clearing the battlefield, Gu Guang's invasion commenced anew. Presently, within the territory of the ironclad zombies, no creature could impede his advance. He was now free to launch his assault without reservation. However, at this moment, Xi Jingtian had also uncovered a more comprehensive map, extending over 10,000 miles. This was the result of nearly a day's worth of effort. Within this 10,000-mile expanse, there were 700 unoccupied 5th-tier nests and 10 6th-tier nests, which included the current ironclad zombie town that Gu Guang had yet to conquer. The 10 6th-tier nests, all belonging to the ironclad zombie town, are territories of the same race. They are governed by the formidable ironclad zombie citadel, the most powerful stronghold within 1,000 miles. The ironclad zombie citadel is a realm of 7th-tier monsters, thus confirming the inevitable presence of such creatures within. Moreover, as part of the same race, having just obliterated the ironclad zombie town, it is certain that reinforcements will be dispatched. He must hasten his pace. At this moment, his essence has reached 70,000 points. By annihilating 30 more nests, it will ascend to 100,000. This will allow for an enhancement of the nest quality. A white quality 5th-tier nest core equates to 1,000 essence points. Once the ant nest attains blue quality, manufacturing purple-tier troops will become significantly less laborious. Currently, his purple-tier troops are merely 4th tier. Reducing the consumption by 10-fold will enable him to elevate them to 5th tier. Chapter 46, Abyssal Artillery. If he can elevate the ant nest's quality to blue, even should the ironclad zombie citadel launch a full-scale assault, he will possess the means to retaliate. With a sufficient number of 5th-tier purple thunder ants, he may even be able to breach the ironclad zombie citadel directly. However, at this juncture, Gu Guang realizes that his current method of invasion is rather precarious. Should he continue this boundless incursion, the adversaries he attracts will only grow stronger. Ultimately, if his rate of growth cannot keep pace with the foes he provokes, he will face calamity. Initially, his enemies were merely abyssal zombie villages. Then came the ironclad zombie town, and now he has drawn the ire of the ironclad zombie citadel. In due course, he could provoke even stronger entities, such as the white zombie city. He is inclined to adopt a more cautious approach, seeking to develop through the use of spiritual springs. If he possessed 100 3rd-tier spiritual springs, they could yield 4 million essence points in a single day, a considerable sum. Yet, the reality is that he cannot afford to settle down. Unless he gains a clear understanding of the strength on the Budstar side, he cannot feel secure. As for the regional boss battle in 4 days, he has long since dismissed it from his mind. If even he cannot withstand it, no player on the entire continent of number 97 stands a chance of survival. With no other options available, he resolves to strike. If possible, he aims to conquer the vast lands of the ironclad zombie citadel, transforming it into his territory. This way, even if he proceeds to develop cautiously, his progress will be swift enough to avoid stagnation. Without further contemplation, Gu Guang commands the First Legion to advance towards the ironclad zombie town. He is eager to witness the differences between a 6th-tier monster territory and a 5th-tier one. Moving at full speed, the Legion progresses rapidly, outpacing the ironclad zombie troops by half an hour. Rank is not the sole measure of strength, especially when considering attributes such as speed. After an hour and a half, they arrive at the location of the ironclad zombie town, only to discover that the situation has changed from what Xine Jingtian had monitored. A protective shield envelopes the ironclad zombie town, suggesting a significant enhancement in its defenses. Additionally, a broad and towering wall stands erect, reaching 10 meters in height and approximately 10 meters in width. More alarmingly, Gu Guang observes several cannons positioned atop the wall. Do monsters possess such weaponry as well? At that moment, Tai Ming stands atop the city walls, having sensed an ominous premonition after dispatching his troops, prompting him to implement defensive measures early. He did not expect them to be necessary. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Ant Legion, Tai Ming's mood darkens considerably, his frustration palpable. The ability to eliminate all his subordinates indicates the formidable strength of the Ant race, leading Tai Ming to forego any proactive assault. Instead, he intends to steadfastly defend the ironclad zombie town, as long as he can hold out for a day with the shield and the abyssal artillery. Reinforcements from his clan will undoubtedly arrive. At that point, it will be the Ant's demise. Tai Ming already envisions the tortures he will inflict upon the Ant leader once captured. However, before that, he must first collect some interest. Abyssal artillery, charge. With Tai Ming's command, the ironclad zombies stationed behind the 100 abyssal artillery begin to fill them with the heart of the abyss. As soon as one is loaded, the artillery emanates a purple glow, with purple energy particles converging at the muzzle. Boom! With a resounding blast, purple projectiles soar through the sky, hurtling towards the position of the First Legion. High energy shield. Whoosh! In an instant, a protective barrier envelopes all the troops of the First Legion. The projectiles descend in quick succession, crashing into the Legion. The ground trembles with the force of the explosions. Gu Guang, observing the scene through the thunder ant, furrows his brow. He had not anticipated the existence of such weaponry in the abyss. The fusion of technology and transcendent power yields a formidable arsenal. The strength is considerable. A direct hit on 5th-tier troops 10 times would shatter their shields. If only the shockwaves are considered, even 10 hits may not suffice. Approximately 2,000 meters from the First Legion's position, as the Legion charges forth, they are bound to endure several rounds of bombardment. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether the ironclad zombie leader possesses additional tactics. Never mind. Since you prefer long-range combat, I shall engage in it as well. The Thunder Ant thrives on stationary targets. Retreat 1,000 meters. Upon receiving the command, the Legion withdraws. The ironclad zombie leader observes the Ant Legion retreating from range with confusion. What is happening? Are they pulling back? His instincts tell him that the situation is not so simple. Since they have come to attack, how could they so easily retreat? Soon, he comprehends the Ant's intentions. As the Ant Legion withdraws 1,000 meters, dark clouds begin to gather above ironclad zombie town. Tai Ming perceives the ominous clouds overhead with a sense of foreboding. Men, maintain the psychic energy shield. If the energy diminishes, replenish it with spirit stones. If the shield shatters, you will all perish. Tai Ming issues urgent orders to his subordinates, then fixes his gaze on the sky, praying that the impact will not be excessively overwhelming. As long as the psychic energy shield is not shattered in an instant, it can withstand for a while longer. He possesses a substantial number of spirit stones. This storm is conjured by the Thunder Ant. He will first test it with the Thunder Ants. If that fails, he will use the Lightning Ants to grind them down slowly. As for the lightning strikes, their attack range is limited to 1,000 meters, preventing them from reaching the ironclad zombie town. The Thunder Ant's attack range, however, extends to 10,000 meters, enabling it to utilize other skills against the ironclad zombie town. Before long, the lightning begins to fall. A torrent of thunderous strikes descends incessantly, creating a magnificent spectacle. That area resembles a realm of thunder. The onslaught of lightning continues for 5 minutes, and when the 5 minutes elapse, the psychic energy shield enveloping the ironclad zombie town remains intact. In the gaze of the Thunder Ant, Gu Guang beheld the smug smile of the ironclad zombie leader. As if to say, "You cannot do anything to me." Gu Guang felt a twinge of annoyance, contemplating whether to unleash the purple extreme thunder pillar, a skill he had never employed before. He was uncertain if a single strike could obliterate the ironclad zombie town. Should that prove ineffective, he would have no choice but to retreat. Without the presence of the thunder ant, his confidence was insufficient, especially considering the opponent was a blue-quality 6th-tier unit. Nevertheless, it was worth a try. He had already assembled the 2nd and 3rd legions, totaling 205th-tier units, dividing them into 22 groups to launch an assault on the abyss. In approximately 3 hours, he would accumulate 30,000 essence, elevating the ant nest to blue quality. At that point, the demise of the ironclad zombie town would be inevitable. Let us witness the purple extreme thunder pillar of the thunder ant. He had no intention of utilizing the regular thunder pillar. If the purple extreme thunder pillar proved ineffective, then the regular one would be futile as well. Thunder ant. Unleash the purple extreme thunder pillar and vanquish him. Understood. The thunder ant, positioned at the forefront of the legion, began to move. A purple radiance emanated from its form, gradually converging above its head. The 1-minute casting time was not particularly long, yet it heightened the tension for both sides. Gu Guang and Tai Ming both focused intently on the thunder ant. Although Tai Ming felt a sense of dread, he had discerned that the thunder ant was indeed a purple-quality being. Such a creature, in his clan, could only be humbled to the ground, unworthy even to make eye contact. Chapter 47. The terrifying power of the purple extreme thunder pillar. A tempest brewed. As the thunder ant manifested its power, a pale purple thundercloud began to coalesce above the ironclad zombie town. This thundercloud was starkly different from the previous black one. A palpable pressure emanated from the heavens, enveloping the entire arena. A minute may not seem long, yet it felt agonizingly prolonged. Tai Ming found himself at a loss. He could not reach the thunder ant, and could only fortify his defenses in a desperate attempt to withstand the impending blow. However, as the moments passed, he sensed the atmosphere above growing increasingly ominous, far beyond his capacity to endure. No, he could not remain idle. The psychic shield would likely be unable to withstand this strike. He had to flee. Tai Ming recognized that the psychic shield would probably not hold, and he needed to escape swiftly, otherwise he would surely perish here. In that fleeting moment of realization, Tai Ming turned on his heel and fled, abandoning all his subordinates and possessions to escape the ironclad zombie town. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood, he believed. Once reinforcements arrived from his clan, he could always return to exact revenge. Thus, Tai Ming fled, departing the ironclad zombie town and heading towards the ironclad zombie fortress. The thunder ant, situated at a distance from the ironclad zombie town, remained oblivious to this development, and consequently, Gu Guang was unaware as well. Regardless of Tai Ming's escape, the purple extreme thunder pillar had been unleashed and would not be halted. A minute elapsed, and the pale purple thundercloud fully formed above. The formidable pressure caused the ironclad zombies within the town to instinctively lower their bodies, as if an immense weight had suddenly settled upon their shoulders. Fall. As the purple thundercloud spread over a kilometer, a thunderous command rang out, and an enormous purple thunder pillar descended from the heavens. This thunder pillar exceeded 100 meters in height and persisted for roughly 5 seconds before vanishing. As the thunder struck, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Boom. The sound of the blast sent tremors throughout the world. The terrifying force elevated a mushroom cloud from the site of the ironclad zombie town. Following that was a tempest. The hurricane swept through, displacing everything in its path. Clouds of dust billowed, swiftly reaching the position of the 1st Legion, 3,000 meters away. A high-energy shield was raised to counter the onslaught of the hurricane. The power of this gale was immense. Without the high-energy shield, the 1st Legion would likely have been swept away. Minutes passed, and eventually, the swirling dust began to dissipate, revealing the aftermath of the purple extreme thunder pillar's explosion to Gu Guang. As the scene before him became increasingly clear, the location of the former ironclad zombie town emerged distinctly. Here, there was no trace of a psychic shield, no towering walls, nor any signs of the ironclad zombies. Everything had vanished, leaving only a vast crater in its wake. This pit exceeded a kilometer in depth, resembling a black hole in the ground from afar. All ironclad zombies had been annihilated, and the terrifying power of the purple extreme thunder pillar afforded Gu Guang his first glimpse of what constituted a devastating strike. Yet, such a fearsome attack must have obliterated the resources within the ironclad zombie town as well. The thought of potentially lost 4th-tier spirit springs, 5th-tier spirit stone veins, and the spirit stones stored within the town struck Gu Guang with a pang of regret. I hope not. Previously, there had been a small reserve of spirit stones in the territory of the 5th-tier monsters, albeit minimal, as most had been plundered by the ironclad zombie town. Each month, The 5th-tier monster territories were required to submit resources to the ironclad zombie town. Thus, the resources from the surrounding 5th-tier monster territories were concentrated within the ironclad zombie town. Gu Guang hastily instructed the Thunder Ant to lead a team to assess the situation. He fervently hoped that not everything had indeed been obliterated, otherwise, he would be filled with remorse. However, he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the purple extreme thunder pillar's power. With a single blow, an area exceeding a kilometer had been utterly flattened, even forming a deep pit. Before long, the First Legion approached and witnessed the current state of the ironclad zombie town. A chasm over 100 meters deep. A strike of such magnitude would surely be insurmountable even for 7th-tier beings, right? The terror of purple quality units was palpable. What lay beyond the purple? Merging 10,000 purple units seemed to pose a considerable challenge, and even achieving blue quality for the ant nest was no simple feat. One purple unit necessitated 1,000 blue units, meaning 10,000 would require 10 million blue units. The aspiration to reach the next tier of quality seemed a distant dream. However, the time was still early. He had only been engaged in this game for 2.5 days. Sooner or later, he would also merge higher tier units. To acquire essence, one must raid monster nests. Players on the same planet cannot gain essence by destroying their nests. It remains uncertain whether dismantling the territory nests of extraterrestrial players would yield any essence. The First Legion was tasked with inspecting the ironclad zombie town. After a while, their efforts yielded results. Although the power of the purple extreme thunder pillar was immense, the spiritual springs, spiritual stone veins, and the spiritual stones themselves exhibited an indestructible quality. All of these treasures stood resolutely beneath a 100-meter deep pit. The spiritual stones, buried underground, were only discovered when a passing lava ant sensed their presence. This revelation allowed Gu Guang to uncover another passive trait of the monsters, an acute sensitivity to the existence of spiritual stones, or rather, to items imbued with energy. Upon identifying these resources, Gu Guang decided to leave the matter to Yan Jun for further handling. Simultaneously, he instructed Xian Jingtian to monitor the situation in the abyss within a 10,000-mile radius, temporarily dispatching a small number of teams to explore the map. Once they secured the territory of the ironclad zombie clan, they would conduct a comprehensive mapping of the area. At present, he required intelligence on the ironclad zombie clan, as they were now engaged in open conflict. Though Xian Jingtian could not provide much in terms of combat strength for the time being, he could still offer valuable information. Each Lord of the War Hall had already procured a copy of the Mental Link skill book at the flea market, a resource that was relatively plentiful and deemed essential for every lord. With the existence of the Mental Link, commanding frontline troops became significantly more convenient. Gu Guang's legion was launching a massive assault on the abyss. Having already offended the ironclad zombie clan, his focus was on rapid development. He was not in a hurry to expand his forces. 3 legions were sufficient for territorial acquisition. In fact, his personal pace of conquest was so swift that the resource hall, with over 40 players working logistics, could barely keep up. Their resource collection from the nest of insects was relentless. Moreover, after capturing the ironclad zombie town, he acquired some remarkable items. Abyssal artillery. Rank, determined by materials. Manufacturing materials. Abyssal black iron X2000. Abyssal heart X20. Abyssal purple crystal X200. Energetic shield. Rank, 6th rank. Function, can envelop an area of 5,000 meters. Resisting 6th rank attacks. When the energetic shield is attacked, it can be repaired by replenishing its energy. Chapter 48. Ant Nest in Blue. These 2 rare items that emerged from the ironclad zombie town came into Gu Guang's possession. The abyssal artillery was indeed a valuable asset. Although he had little personal need for it, he could distribute it among his subordinates. Currently, he possessed only 2 of the 3 necessary resources to craft the abyssal artillery. The other 2 resources were likely found exclusively at the Iron Resource Point, which unfortunately had been seized by the forces of White Zombie City. While White Zombie City disregarded the conflicts among the lords within its territory, it would swiftly dispatch troops to eliminate any lord foolish enough to encroach upon the Iron Resource Point. This information was gleaned from the abyssal worm, and indeed, it proved to be accurate. Thus, for the time being, acquiring these 2 resources was not feasible unless he ventured into the mutated Forbidden Zone, hoping to locate and capture an Iron Resource Point therein. Never mind, he decided to set those concerns aside for now. He would focus on gathering the essential resources to elevate the quality of the ant nest. Despite his rapid evolution, one must consider a crucial point. Only he could challenge the 5th rank monster nests at this moment. Other players hardly dared to provoke 5th rank nests. And even successfully conquering a 4th rank nest was a commendable feat. Although his advancement was swift, it was to be expected. Other players, adhering to a normal development pace, would require at least 7 days post-regional restriction unlock to begin their ascent to 5th rank. However, even if they reached 5th rank, annihilating a 5th rank nest would not be as simple as drinking water or eating a meal. Not everyone possessed the advantages Gu Guang had. An hour and a half later, Gu Guang's 3 legions had thoroughly occupied a territory of 1,500 miles. Among them, the number of 5th rank monster territories had successfully reached 100, bringing Gu Guang's source points to a staggering 100,000. This included 103rd rank spiritual springs and 1/4 rank spiritual spring, while his spiritual energy soared to an impressive 40 million. Gu Guang commanded his legions to continue their expansion while he chose to enhance the quality of the ant nest. Source: 100,000. Ant nest upgraded from green to blue. Ant nest. Rank: 5th rank. 0-100 billion food. 0-1 billion spiritual energy. Quality: blue. Source: 0-1 billion. Unit types: black armored ant. 1st rank. 0-1 food. 2nd rank. 1 food. 3rd rank. 2 food. 0-0-1 spiritual energy. 4th rank. 10 food. 1 spiritual energy. 5th rank. 20 food. 20 spiritual energy. Giant black armored ant. 1st rank. 1 food. 2nd rank. 10 food. 3rd rank. 20 food. 0-1 spiritual energy. 4th rank. 100 food. 10 spiritual energy. 5th rank. 200 food. 200 spiritual energy. Warhammer black armored ant. 1st rank. 10 food. 2nd rank. 100 food. 3rd rank. 200 food. 1 spiritual energy. 4th rank. 1,000 food. 100 spiritual energy. 5th rank. 2,000 food. 2,000 spiritual energy. Reproduction speed. Black armored ant. 1 second. Giant black armored ant. 10 seconds. Warhammer black armored ant. 60 seconds. The quality of the ant nest had once again ascended, reducing the consumption for breeding units. Now, to produce a single purple 5th rank unit, he required only 2 million food and 2 million spiritual energy, a significant reduction in resource expenditure. Blue units would become the primary force of his legion, while purple units could serve as leaders. As for units above purple, each would necessitate 2 billion food or spiritual energy. The sheer magnitude of these terrifying numbers left Gu Guang feeling somewhat despondent. Acquiring such resources in the short term was utterly unfeasible. Nonetheless, the prospect of having purple units serving as standard combat forces was already a favorable development. He resumed the process of rebuilding his legion, upgrading the Thunder Ant of the 1st Legion to 5th rank, while also breeding 2 additional Thunder Ants to lead the 2nd and 3rd Legions. With the Thunder Ants elevated to 5th rank, their power surged dramatically, enhancing the efficacy of their lightning strikes, thunder pillars, and storm clouds by more than tenfold. In the event of another confrontation with the energetic shield of the ironclad zombie town, a single thunder pillar might suffice to obliterate it, rendering the purple extreme thunder pillar unnecessary. Simultaneously, Gu Guang turned his attention to the lava ants. Currently, their quality was merely blue, and he had yet to fuse a purple variant. It was high time to create a 5th rank lava ant. Following that, he initiated the breeding process, and soon, the first melee purple unit emerged from the fusion of 1,000 blue quality units. Abyssal Fire Ant. Rank, early 5th rank. Experience, 0-1 million. Quality, purple. Passive, fire immunity 30, natural force, damage immunity 10. Active skill, intermediate giant strength, high energy shield, fire spirit form, mastering the power of the earth's fire. The extreme heat can annihilate all foes, with a 60 reduction in physical damage. A brand new purple unit has emerged. This is the first time Gu Guang has witnessed a reduction in unit skills. In the past, upgrades in quality were always accompanied by an increase in skills. Yet this time, it has indeed diminished by 1. However, it has undeniably grown stronger. The passive ability has transitioned from rock armor to natural force, providing a 10 immunity to all attribute damage, a commendable passive indeed. If such immunity could reach 100%, it would equate to invincibility. Nevertheless, Gu Guang surmised that such an existence is unlikely to manifest. The fire spirit form has elevated the abyssal earth fire ant's physical damage mitigation to an astonishing 70. With such a formidable reduction, as long as its defense is further enhanced, it would essentially be invulnerable among equals of the same tier and quality. Yet, the combat prowess of this fire spirit form remains uncertain. At this moment, the abyssal earth fire ant has grown to a height of 6 meters. Its body aglow with a vibrant crimson hue, appearing almost animated, as if living fire elements are entwined around it. Gu Guang commanded the abyssal earth fire ant to unleash its fire spirit form. In an instant, a torrent of vivid flames erupted from the ant, enveloping its entire form. The transformation continued. The once incredibly solid body, encased in fiery armor, has now morphed into a blazing entity. Indeed, in the fire spirit form, the abyssal earth fire ant has assumed the shape of a blazing fire, retaining the silhouette of an ant. Simultaneously, Gu Guang discerned the attack method of the abyssal earth fire ant. Upon entering this state, it can command flames within a 10-meter radius, which constitutes its attack range, enabling it to concentrate earth fire for assaults. The potency of earth fire is immense, capable of reducing weaker adversaries to ashes in the blink of an eye. Even those of comparable strength, if struck by the earth fire, would find themselves gravely injured, if not dead. Its might is indeed formidable. While it may seem inferior to the thunder ant, the latter possesses a significantly poor survival capability. If engaged in close combat, it is as good as doomed. The two evolve in entirely different directions, rendering any comparison futile. Gu Guang proceeded to bolster his forces. The subsequent battalions were composed of 5th-tier blue units, led by 2 purple commanders, 500 magma ants, 1 earth fire ant, 500 thundercloud ants, and 1 thunder ant. As for the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd battalions, although they still consisted of 5th-tier green units, Gu Guang had no intention of attending to them. He intended to maintain the current state, unless they utterly fell behind or were entirely annihilated. Otherwise, he would not restructure them. Chapter 49, 300 Strongholds, 200 million Spirit Energy. Thanks to possessing 40 million Spirit Energy, Gu Guang could recklessly summon troops. Should food supplies dwindle, he could simply trade Spirit Energy, as 1 million Spirit Energy could exchange for 100 million food units, alleviating any concerns regarding sustenance. According to his current strategy, each battalion requires 1,000 blue units and 2 purple units, amounting to a consumption of 6 million Spirit Energy. As he summoned troops, the Abyss was continuously supplying him with Spirit Energy. Thus, he expended 42 million Spirit Energy to forge 7 5th-tier teams, nearly depleting his reserves. Nevertheless, his battalions had reached an unprecedented level of strength. After breeding the battalions, he dispatched them into the Abyss. With the addition of the 7 teams, the speed of territorial conquest accelerated significantly. The resource hall had upgraded its nest to 5th-tier status, capable of producing 5th-tier resource-gathering insects. Resource collection was now seamless, requiring no further concern from Gu Guang. This was precisely the purpose for which he established the resource hall, and it was fulfilling his requirements splendidly, much to his satisfaction. Similarly, the state of the war hall also pleased Gu Guang. Although the war hall could not assist him in battle at present, without its constant provision of intelligence, Gu Guang would not have been able to invade so smoothly. At the very least, he still needed to gather intelligence himself. Human energy is finite. If burdened with excessive concerns, Gu Guang would inevitably become mentally exhausted. Once the main force entered the Abyss, they swiftly divided into 100 small teams to obliterate the territories of 5th-tier monsters. Destroying a 5th-tier monster's territory does not necessitate the full deployment of an entire battalion. A mere 100 subordinates forming a team suffices. As for the purple units, they were not included in the teams tasked with eliminating 5th-tier monster territories. Compared to dismantling 5th-tier monster territories, the purple units had more pressing matters: the destruction of 6th-tier monster territories. Indeed, Gu Guang directed the purple units to form an elite squad, prioritizing the eradication of some 6th-tier monster nests. On the map, the ironclad zombie fortress's territory was divided into 2 sections by a unique geographical feature. One section occupied 60% of the territory, including the ironclad zombie fortress, while the other section comprised 40%. Between these 2 areas lies a formidable natural barrier, a series of towering peaks, whose heights are insurmountable. Gu Guang was unaware of what lay atop those mountains. The exploration team dispatched by Xian Jingtian had only managed to ascend 100 zhang before being crushed by an overwhelming force. Perhaps a formidable, unknown entity resides at that lofty summit. However, that was not Gu Guang's immediate concern. The towering peaks divide the ironclad zombie tribe's territory into 2 parts. Only one path exists for passage, a narrow corridor. If Gu Guang can seize this 40% of the territory and secure the narrow corridor, he would be able to claim all the land while gradually developing it. The issue Gu Guang must contemplate is not whether he can conquer this 40% territory. Rather, he must consider whether he can defend the narrow corridor after fully subduing the 40% territory, preventing the ironclad zombie tribe's forces from breaching through. Inevitably, he would face the threat posed by 7th-tier battalions. He may be capable of overpowering ordinary 7th-tier ironclad zombies, and even defeat green-grade ironclad zombies, or perhaps even blue-grade 7th-tier ironclad zombies. However, the ironclad zombie tribe possesses a purple-grade chieftain. That being is equivalent in quality to his strongest units. At that point, the quality of his troops would be indistinguishable, yet he would be 2 tiers lower than the ironclad zombies. The possibility of holding the line would be virtually non-existent. As for numbers, the disparity between each tier is monumental. He cannot even muster 100 purple units, let alone discuss quantity. This dilemma must be addressed. Regardless of Gu Guang's musings, the offensive of the battalions would not cease. 40% of the territory, encompassing no less than 300 domains inhabited by 5th-tier monsters, and 4 domains occupied by 6th-tier creatures. Should he conquer all of these, the energy in his possession would undoubtedly surpass the monumental threshold of 9 figures. Concurrently, he would gain control over 300 3rd-tier spirit springs and 4 4th-tier spirit springs. A 4th-tier spirit spring yields 10,000 energy per hour, collectively, for would provide 40,000, amassing nearly 1,000,000 over the span of a day. Calculating the 300 3rd-tier spirit springs, they equate to 300,000 per hour, culminating in a staggering 7 million daily, resulting in a total of 8 million energy. As long as he can maintain his hold, even a period of tranquil development would not impede his progress too severely. Of course, the pace of development during a peaceful phase pales in comparison to that of an invasion. Time continued to elapse, and after 2 hours, the 3rd night had descended. Although the starry sky over the fallen leaves plain had emerged, the abyss remained unaffected. The realm of the abyss was devoid of day and night, perpetually enshrouded in a blood-red mist. The invasion persisted. The land once belonging to the ironclad zombies was now being overrun by the Ant clan. Countless 5th-tier nests were obliterated, their inhabitants replaced by the Ant clan. Each nest's heart was transformed into a source of primal energy. While this was commendable, it paled in comparison to the requirements for the ant nests to ascend to the next quality tier. A 5th-tier white quality nest equates to 1,000 points of primal energy, while a 6th-tier white quality nest amounts to 2,000 points. To date, Gu Guang had yet to encounter any green quality monster nests, which puzzled him, as he had previously encountered green and even blue quality monsters. However, he soon realized that quality evolution need not depend solely on nests. He had previously acquired scrolls for quality enhancement, which allowed for the elevation of individual units with relative ease. Nest ascension represented the collective advancement of an entire clan, distinct from individual upgrades. As time flowed onward, another 6 hours passed. The flames of war engulfed the abyss, with countless thunderbolts crackling in various corners. Each bolt signified the destruction of a 5th-tier monster territory. 6 hours may not seem extensive, yet it irrevocably altered the landscape of the ironclad zombie domain. The ironclad zombie clan's 40% of territory was fully seized by Gu Guang, encompassing 300 5th-tier monster strongholds. As for the 6th-tier monster nests, they too succumbed effortlessly to the violet units. In the aftermath of the conquest, the energy at his disposal soared to 2.3 billion, and it continued to multiply incessantly. This energy was sufficient for Gu Guang to embark on a singular endeavor, elevating the ant nest to the 6th tier. 1 billion food units and 100 million energy were now within his reach. Once the ant nest achieved the 6th tier, he would be capable of producing 6th-tier units. When facing 7th-tier foes, he would at least possess a fighting chance. However, Gu Guang remained cautious, fully aware of the formidable prowess of 7th-tier violet units, which should not be underestimated. Chapter 50. The 6th-tier ant nest. Although he currently held 2.3 billion energy, enough to construct a 6th-tier nest, doing so would deplete his energy reserves entirely. 1 billion food units also equated to 100 million energy. If he proceeded this way, manufacturing 6th-tier units would not be a simple task. With a limited number, confronting the 7th-tier violet ironclad zombies would still pose a significant threat. He might even struggle to mount a defense. Therefore, Gu Guang needed to devise a strategy to guarantee a successful defense against the 7th-tier violet ironclad zombies. Otherwise, his newly acquired territories risked falling back into the hands of the ironclad zombie clan, a scenario Gu Guang could not abide. Yet, as he surveyed the abyss, he found himself lacking viable options. After all, he had already seized 40% of the territory, and all resources were now under his control. Unless he turned his sights on the iron resources, which, at this stage, were not of paramount importance to him, as he could not forge powerful weapons or war machines even if he conquered them. Suddenly, an idea struck Gu Guang. He had overlooked the distorted Forbidden Zone. This expansive area spanned thousands of miles and connected to 4 directions, one of which led to the ironclad zombies domain. The destinations of the other 3 remained unknown for now. The distorted Forbidden Zone could be considered a secondary exit from this region, providing access to other areas. Apart from leaving through the distorted Forbidden Zone, the only other exit was through the narrow passage. However, what Gu Guang required was not to exit, but to gather resources within the distorted Forbidden Zone. He had not forgotten that slaying the aberrant creatures within could yield a particular item, the Source of Distortion. Utilizing the Source of Distortion on units could induce aberrations and potentially grant them distortion skills. Should he acquire the skill he encountered during his previous encounter with the aberrant corpse fusion, it might serve as a powerful trump card, one that would render him unafraid of the violet 7th-tier ironclad zombies. Whether this would indeed prove effective could only be assessed post-acquisition of the skill. If it did not, he would be left with no alternative. With this thought in mind, Gu Guang wasted no time and commenced his preparations. The 10 legions of the Abyss pivoted in direction, heading towards the distorted Forbidden Zone. Meanwhile, he began liquidating energy to amass food units throughout the entirety of Continent 97. 100 million energy, this time, did not vanish in an instant as it had previously. This 100 million energy was an immense resource, even for all players across Continent 97. As Gu Guang listed 100 million energy on the flea market, the chat channels across Continent 97 erupted in chaos. Gu Guang's actions were nothing short of astounding. While players struggled to acquire energy, Gu Guang brazenly offered 100 million energy for sale. The total food units in their entire region barely amounted to 2 to 3 billion. 100 million energy equated to 10 billion food units. At this rate, the resources in Gu Guang's possession would surpass the combined total of 30 regions. After all, being able to sell 100 million energy indicated he likely had even more at his disposal, perhaps exceeding 100 million. As the chat channel flooded with messages of reverence, some astute lords sensed an opportunity. They speculated whether Gu Guang had begun conquering the Abyss map and achieved notable success. The chat in the Continental channel remained lively, with many players openly stating that they had obtained Abyss keys by assaulting the Headless Axeman's Abyss nodes. The Abyssal dungeon can now be unlocked. Many have elucidated this situation, indicating that the Abyss is a realm accessible to all players. However, the monsters residing within are exceedingly formidable, with beings of the 5th tier being entirely beyond the reach of these players. Although the map has been activated, their levels are insufficient for engagement. Nonetheless, this does not hinder their conjectures. Gu Guang has indeed entered the Abyss and successfully claimed a vast expanse of territory, thereby acquiring a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Observant individuals, when combining this with the videos previously released by Gu Guang, have definitively confirmed this occurrence. Yet, understanding this matter bears little consequence for Gu Guang himself and offers no advantage to other players. At most, some overly clever individuals may believe that spiritual energy is a resource in abundance within the Abyss, while food is scarce. Consequently, a portion of players opts to bide their time, refraining from trading food for spiritual energy. This choice cannot be deemed a misstep on their part. It merely reflects the diverse decisions of individuals. Their reluctance to exchange does not impede others from doing so, thus having no impact on Gu Guang. Approximately an hour later, this considerable amount of spiritual energy was entirely exchanged. Simultaneously, Gu Guang found himself in possession of an additional 10 billion units of food. A glance at the food units on the panel stirred a rush of exhilaration within him, causing his heartbeat to quicken. However, this substantial sum was soon depleted. Food, 10 billion, spiritual energy, 100 million. Watching the numbers dwindle on the panel brought a pang of heartache to Gu Guang. Yet he understood that only resources put to use are truly valuable. Resources left and used in one's possession will inevitably belong to others in due time. Ant Nest. Tier 6, 01 million food, 01 million spiritual energy. Quality, blue, source, 01 million. Units, black armored ant, tier 1, 01 food, tier 2, 1 food, tier 3, 2 food. 001 spiritual energy, tier 4, 10 food, 1 spiritual energy, tier 5, 20 food, 20 spiritual energy, tier 6, 100 food, 100 spiritual energy. Giant black armored ant, tier 1, 1 food, tier 2, 10 food, tier 3, 20 food, 01 spiritual energy, tier 4, 100 food, 10 spiritual energy, tier 5, 200 food. 200 spiritual energy, tier 6, 1000 food, 1000 spiritual energy. Warhammer black armored ant, tier 1, 10 food, tier 2, 100 food, tier 3, 200 food, 1 spiritual energy. Tier 4, 1000 food, 100 spiritual energy, tier 5, 2000 food, 2000 spiritual energy, tier 6, 10, 000 food, 10, 000 spiritual energy. Reproduction speed, black armored ant, 1 second. Giant black armored ant, 10 seconds. Warhammer black armored ant, 60 seconds. The successful elevation of the ant nest to the 6th tier signifies that Gu Guang can now commence the reproduction of 6th tier units. However, the cost of these 6th tier units still caused a jolt of apprehension within Gu Guang. A single purple quality 6th tier unit commands a value of 10 million food and 10 million spiritual energy. The spiritual energy he currently possesses can only facilitate the reproduction of 3 such units. Although expensive, the investment is justified. as the disparity in strength between each tier of units is approximately tenfold. A 5th-tier purple unit can obliterate an area of 1,000 meters, while a 6th-tier purple unit, with a single skill, could likely devastate a radius of 10,000 meters. The actual efficacy remains to be tested through reproduction. Yet, to elevate the 6th-tier nest to the 7th tier demands a cost that makes Gu Guang's lips twitch with dismay. It appears that the gulf between the 6th and 7th tiers is substantial. Thus, Gu Guang's concerns regarding the impending assault of the ironclad zombie clan have intensified. He can only hope that the aberrant Forbidden Land harbors some valuable treasures. Chapter 51. Assault on the Aberrant Forbidden Land. 10 legions are currently advancing toward the location of the aberrant Forbidden Land. However, he still needs to reproduce ant soldiers for defense at the Celestial Divide. With the nest now at the 6th tier, the ant soldiers dispatched to the Celestial Divide will also be of the 6th tier. With 30 million spiritual energy, he can produce 2,000 6th-tier blue ant soldiers and 1 purple 6th-tier ant soldier. Though not an excessive number, it suffices to guard the entrance of the Celestial Divide. The entrance is not particularly large, and 2,000 ant soldiers are adequate to block it off. The numerical advantage at the Celestial Divide cannot be fully exploited. Regardless of the army's size, they must line up to enter one by one. If 2,000 ant soldiers can hold back the ironclad zombie legion, it will afford him time to make further arrangements. Therefore, without hesitation, Gu Guang immediately allocated all his resources to reproduce units. As a deluge of temporal sands was poured in, 2,000 6th-tier ant soldiers and 1 purple ant soldier swiftly materialized within his territory. The units consisted of 1,000 magma ants, 1,000 thundercloud ants, and 1 thunder ant. The presence of the 6th-tier thunder ant emanated an even more terrifying aura. Merely standing still, it invoked flickering flashes of lightning and thunder in the surrounding void. The other units were no less impressive. Should they refrain from exerting their own pressure, they could still influence their immediate environment. This spectacle exuded an air of grandeur, necessitating a retraction of such overwhelming presence. Currently, the circumstances of all players do not allow for any pretense of modesty. One must unabashedly display their strength. Should the enemy perceive you as weak, it will only invite invasion. After the reproduction of this legion, Gu Guang promptly dispatched them into the abyss and directly towards the location of the Celestial Divide. 2 hours later, the legion settled at the entrance of the Celestial Divide, poised for the enemy's arrival. Meanwhile, 10 5th-tier legions also reached the entrance of the aberrant Forbidden Land. Under Gu Guang's command, they entered forthwith, commencing their hunt. This time, Gu Guang's objective was to sweep through the interior and acquire its resources. Thus, estimation was unnecessary. He sent all teams within. The peculiar environment within the aberrant Forbidden Land no longer posed a threat to Gu Guang's current units. The 5th-tier legions exhibited no signs of aberration. The countdown to aberration did not manifest on any of the 5th-tier units. Upon invading the aberrant Forbidden Land, the legions began to operate independently. With 10 teams numbering over 10,000, coordinated action was unnecessary. A single team of 1,000 ant soldiers sufficed. Soon, the legions encountered the monsters lurking within the aberrant Forbidden Land. In the face of these aberrant creatures, the sole strategy of the legions was to kill, to eliminate all aberrant monsters and gather sufficient aberrant essence. If a powerful aberrant skill were to emerge, it would become Gu Guang's most crucial trump card. As for whether this would come to pass, Gu Guang harbored no absolute certainty. Such matters often hinge upon a modicum of luck. Yet, this is life. Frequently, our endeavors are swayed by the whims of fortune. Even the most assured endeavors may fall prey to misfortune, resulting in failure. Conversely, those ventures you deem uncertain may be graced by the goddess of fortune, leading to an unexpected turnaround and the achievement of your goals. Regardless, action must be taken. For instance, possessing the luck to win the lottery necessitates purchasing a ticket first. Presently, Gu Guang has undertaken all that he can. If circumstances prove insurmountable, he will have no choice but to retreat temporarily. 10 legions have plunged into the Forbidden Realm, igniting a frenzy of slaughter. He remains oblivious to how much time he has left, unaware of when the armored zombie clan will react. 10 hours have elapsed, and Gu Guang senses that the adversary will not grant him much time. Once the armored zombie clan becomes aware of his actions, they will undoubtedly dispatch forces to eliminate him at the earliest opportunity. Similarly, were he to learn of an invasion into his territory, he would retaliate without hesitation, especially with 40% of his domain already seized. He estimates that he has at most 12 hours before the armored zombie clan stirs into action. As time ticks away, the fierce battle within the Forbidden Realm rages on. Within its confines, Gu Guang has also discovered several iron resource points and spirit stone veins. However, these do not hold significant value for him at present. What he truly requires lies beyond such resources. In the first hour, the 10 legions advanced 1,000 miles, sweeping through a plethora of 3rd, 4th, and 5th-tier aberrant creatures without exception. The spoils amounted to 350 abyss hearts and 600 sources of aberration. Yet, these rewards paled in comparison to the ongoing conflict. In the second hour, they advanced 500 miles, but the pace of their advance halved. However, the number of aberrant creatures hunted more than doubled, with infected aberrations surging within this 500-mile radius. The spoils totaled 500 abyss hearts and 1,100 sources of aberration. Simultaneously, 6th-tier monsters and aberrant fusers began to emerge in this expanse. Gu Guang observed the aberrant fusers, noting their formidable strength. For instance, a 5th-tier aberrant fuser, despite being of white quality, could only be dealt with by the 5th-tier purple units employing their ultimate skills. While basic skills could inflict some damage, they were largely ineffective, which contributed to the deceleration of their advance. In the third hour, they pushed forward 300 miles, but the pace diminished once more. The spoils shifted: 300 abyss hearts, 5th tier, 100 abyss hearts, 6th tier, 500 sources of aberration, white, and 200 sources of aberration, green. Although the quantity appeared to decrease, the quality improved. However, Gu Guang now faced a dilemma. The 10 legions could no longer maintain rapid advancement. Indeed, it became questionable whether they could cover 100 miles in the next 3 hours. The purple units had exhausted their most powerful skills, leaving them without their formidable abilities. The blue units would require considerable time to gradually eliminate the stronger 6th-tier aberrant creatures, resulting in a significant slowdown. In the 4th hour, they advanced 80 miles. In the 5th, 60. In the 6th, 50. And in the 7th, still 50. By the 8th hour, they had recovered and surged forward 200 miles, followed by another surge of 150 miles in the 9th hour. At this juncture, the prospect of continuing their assault into the Forbidden Realm began to grow perilous. The purple units were not only weakened, but, even if they were not, 7th-tier aberrant creatures would soon emerge. And even the more formidable aberrant fusers would pose an insurmountable challenge for the legions. Chapter 52. Deployment completed. At this moment, the legions lacked the capacity to continue their offensive, unless a 6th-tier legion was dispatched, which was not feasible, as the armored zombie clan could strike at any moment. The 6th-tier units must remain at the front lines. Gu Guang currently possessed merely 4 million energy after 9 hours, insufficient to produce many 6th-tier soldier ants. Thus, the plan to assault the Forbidden Realm must come to a halt. They advanced a total of 2,740 miles, garnering 5,000 abyss hearts, 5th tier, 800 abyss hearts, 6th tier, 6,000 sources of aberration, white, and 1,000 sources of aberration, green. Collectively, these resources were substantial. A 5th-tier spirit stone vein contained 10 million spirit stones, and Yanjun was already in the process of extraction. It would not be long before Gu Guang's energy surged once more. The 4th-tier spirit stone veins, each containing 1 million spirit stones, equated to 50 million spirit stones. Altogether, this amounted to 60 million energy. While this was not an overwhelming amount, it would suffice for him to unleash another wave of soldiers, bolstering his confidence against the armored zombie legions. Yanjun's resource-collecting insect legions were accelerating their efforts. Meanwhile, Gu Guang's 10 5th-tier legions stood guard to prevent wandering aberrant creatures from threatening the resource-collecting insect legions. Once the resources were fully harvested, all spoils would be entrusted to the resource-collecting insect legions for transport back to the Fallen Leaf Plain. As for the 10 legions, they would naturally head to the front lines, awaiting the impending battle. In less than 10 minutes, all resources were collected, and after a brief interval, the resource-collecting insect legions returned to the Fallen Leaf Plain, depositing the resources into the territory's storage. Simultaneously, Gu Guang acquired all the abyss hearts and sources of aberration. With a total of 7,000 sources of aberration, he was determined to create a soldier ant endowed with formidable aberrant skills. With his energy approaching 70 million, Gu Guang commenced the production of new soldiers. Once a soldier ant acquired a skill, he would immediately merge it, enhancing the quality of that particular soldier ant. One by one, the sources of aberration were infused into the soldier ants. Their exteriors sprouted grotesque flesh bulbs. While this bore no tangible impact, the sight was repulsive, not aligning with human aesthetics. Aberrant skill, arm enlargement. Aberrant skill, size enlargement. Aberrant skill, infection. Aberrant skill, death bomb. Aberrant skill, frenzy. Aberrant skill, expansion explosion. With 7,000 sources of aberration infused, including those of green quality, the aberrant skills emerged like mushrooms after rain. While some of these skills appeared promising, such as infection, whereby creatures slain by the soldier ants would become infected, and death bomb, which caused the corpses to explode upon death, essentially ensuring they continued to wreak havoc even in demise. As the body swells and expands rapidly, its form enlarges, strength intensifies, and defenses strengthen. However, upon reaching a certain threshold, an explosion inevitably occurs. Even in survival, the same explosion transpires. While these skills possess merit, they are not what Gu Guang desires. Their impact, though useful in minor skirmishes, proves limited in grand warfare. Although many aberrant skills may seem ineffective, the sheer volume ensures that formidable powers will eventually emerge. Upon encountering the skill, aberrant skill, corpse fusion, Gu Guang's spirit soared, and he eagerly examined its capabilities. Function, upon death, fuse with all aberrant creatures' corpses within a 100-mile radius, creating an entirely new aberrant entity, which will receive an extreme amplification of power, achieving transcendent combat prowess. The strength of this new aberrant creature is determined by the quantity and power of the fused corpses, with the most potent entity among the corpses serving as the foundation. This skill is precisely what Gu Guang yearned for, a coveted ability that had now finally manifested. It appeared on a magma ant, and Gu Guang promptly utilized numerous ordinary magma ants to merge with it, transforming it into a flame ant. He refrained from using the aberrant soldier ants for the fusion, having discerned that the power of the aberrant fusion entity is contingent upon the quantity and strength of the aberrant corpses. Yet, this was not the final formidable aberrant skill. Soon, Gu Guang acquired another exceptionally potent aberrant skill. Aberrant skill, psychic infusion. Attribute, 0.1 billion psychic energy equals 10 times strength. Function, infuse a substantial amount of psychic energy into one's body. Every 10 million psychic energy can double the current realm strength, the current realm being 6th stage, with strength recalculated post-infusion, resulting in eventual self-destruction. This skill manifested on a thundercloud ant, proving to be exceedingly suitable. A tenfold increase in strength would elevate the thundercloud ant to the 7th stage for a brief period, albeit at the cost of its life afterward. Nevertheless, in dire circumstances, this serves as a powerful trump card. Gu Guang immediately evolved this thundercloud ant into a thunder ant, with no change in skill consumption. Following this, although several aberrant skills emerged, they were of minimal utility, merely enhancing individual strength within the ranks. However, only skills such as corpse fusion and psychic infusion possess the potential to influence the overall battle significantly. Soon, Gu Guang's territory boasted an additional 5,000 6th-stage troops and 2 6th-stage purple units. At this juncture, Gu Guang's psychic energy was entirely depleted, yet he still possessed 1,000 units of aberrant essence yet to be utilized. However, Gu Guang was no longer anxious. His objectives had been achieved. Should this contingent fail to withstand the onslaught of the armored zombie battalion, he did not harbor any illusions that employing the 1,000 units of aberrant essence would yield a miraculous turnaround. In Gu Guang's view, the most formidable aberrant skills remain corpse fusion and psychic infusion, unless he acquires a higher quality of aberrant essence, which is evidently improbable. He dispatched this battalion to the front lines, thereby augmenting the forces stationed there. The current defensive strength at the front lines is as follows: 10,000 5th stage troops, 20 purple units, 10 thunder ants, 10 flame ants, 7,000 6th stage troops, and 3 purple units, 2 thunder ants, 1 flame ant. This constitutes the entirety of the military power, effectively surrounding the front lines. To adequately defend the front lines, approximately 2,000 soldier ants would suffice. As long as the armored zombie battalion cannot breach the defenses, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the chances of penetration are slim. With Gu Guang's urgent preparations concluded, the tension that had enveloped his mind began to dissipate. He remained cautious regarding the armored zombie clan, unwilling to see his efforts unravel. Thus, he undertook the most critical arrangements, having reached his limits. Whether he could safeguard the territory he had fought to establish was now left to fate. Let it come. Chapter 53. The arrival of the armored zombie battalion. The sound of marching echoed through the canyon of the front lines, reverberating throughout the expanse. The rhythmic footsteps were so synchronized that they reflected the disciplined nature of the army. Even before the armored zombie battalion came into sight, the overwhelming presence announced their approach. As the formidable sound drew near, the soldier ants were fully alert. At a glance, the once barren horizon of the frontline abyss began to reveal rows upon rows of armored zombies, their bodies gleaming with a dark metallic luster. Not only did the army emanate an ominous glow, but they also wielded uniform long spears. This was the first time Gu Guang had witnessed monsters equipped with weapons, leaving him quite astonished. While he had equipped some of his troops with hand axes, the limited iron resources meant that his weaponry was scarce. In addition to resource constraints, his forge, being singular, could not produce weapons as rapidly as he could generate troops. Troop production could utilize the sands of time, but weapon crafting could not, as the sands only benefited the nest. As the army advanced, The first row of armored zombies appeared, followed by an endless stream, seemingly inexhaustible. However, the armored zombies did not choose to charge directly. Instead, they halted 3,000 meters away. At the forefront, a formidable armored zombie radiating a terrifying presence gazed toward the exit of the front lines, observing the ant troops stationed there. With a sweeping glance, he discerned the quality of the ant troop. This race, emerging from seemingly nowhere, had all attained blue quality, yet their rank remained merely 5th stage. Had they reached the 7th stage, how could our armored zombie clan contend with them? The leader's statement rang true. Fortunately, we discovered them early. Currently, they are merely 5th stage, certainly not our match. Tai Ming, following closely behind this leader, showered him with praise. This leader was a powerful figure dispatched from within the clan, possessing a terrifying purple quality and strength at the 7th stage. It was said that he was among the candidates for the next clan leader. Such a being could only be admired from afar. And if he could secure his favor now, perhaps he might have a chance for advancement in the future. Indeed, they are only 5th stage now, which presents an opportunity for us. Moreover, the fact that their entire race has achieved this quality suggests the existence of significant treasures within their ranks. If we could seize them, it would signify a transformative opportunity for our armored zombie clan, a chance for the entire race to ascend to new heights. Tai Kong's eyes gradually ignited with fervent ambition. Should he execute this operation flawlessly and uncover the reason behind the exceptional quality of the ant clan, then his title as a candidate for chieftain may undergo a transformation. This represents a significant opportunity for him. Iron Ming, you mentioned that the ant clan wields the power of thunder, correct? How formidable is it? Iron Kong inquired of the individual accompanying him. Iron Kong held this individual in low regard. Having abandoned his territory to flee, he had barely managed to survive. Although he looked down upon him, Iron Kong did not show it outwardly, for this individual still held some utility. Indeed, my lord, the ant clan is divided into 2 categories. One is exceptionally strong in close combat, with high defensive capabilities, while the other possesses long-range capabilities, commanding thunder, thereby posing a significant threat to our kin. Among them, the purple quality unit is an ant soldier that controls thunder, capable of unleashing a tremendously powerful heavenly lightning strike. Iron Ming divulged everything he knew. As for how Iron Kong would strategize, that was beyond his concern. Upon hearing this, Iron Kong nodded in understanding and began issuing orders. Deploy the 7th Corps. With a single command from Iron Kong, the iron-armored zombies at the front surged forward. However, it was evident that these iron-armored zombies were not equipped with high-quality gear. Their quality was merely white. In the ranks of the iron-armored zombie corps, some were armed with weapons of uniform green quality, and the corps leader was even a blue-quality iron-armored zombie. The true reason for this was that these iron-armored zombies were merely cannon fodder. The 7th Corps consisted entirely of 6th-tier units of white quality, hastily assembled cannon fodder from the iron-armored zombie clan. Cannon fodder are not worth advancing to the 7th tier, as the distinction between the 6th and 7th tiers is one of entirely different realms, with costs far exceeding those of 6th-tier units. The purpose of cannon fodder is to probe the enemy's strength. Swiftly, a legion of over 10,000 iron-armored zombie cannon fodder charged forth, racing through the open sky towards the exit. They displayed a reckless disregard for death. From the moment of their creation, they had been stripped of fear, leaving only the notion of obeying orders. As the iron-armored zombies commenced their assault, the ant clan's troops responded. 6th-tier thundercloud ants cover the sky with thunderclouds. The 6th-tier thundercloud ants could produce thunderclouds spanning 2,000 meters. Originally, Gu Guang intended to have 100 thundercloud ants strike together. However, they soon communicated that even if they merged their thunderclouds, they could only cover a range of 10,000 meters. Beyond that, they could not control the thunderclouds, rendering them unable to coalesce. Thus, only 5 thundercloud ants would engage. The thunderclouds created by the thundercloud ants could expand their range when fused, but their power could not be stacked. Therefore, summoning more thundercloud ants to attack would be futile. 10,000 meters was sufficient to completely engulf the front line of iron-armored zombies. Once the thunderclouds were in place, bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the iron-armored zombies below. These 6th-tier iron-armored zombies found their shields ineffective. At best, they could withstand a single strike of thunder, only to be felled by the second. After all, how could white-quality 6th-tier units contend with blue-quality 6th-tier ones? As the relentless thunder rained down, Iron Kong's expression soured. The area shrouded in thunderclouds also extended above him. He sensed the power of the lightning. It was indeed formidable, even compelling enough for him to take notice, as it would drain his shield's energy, albeit only slightly. He glanced at the overcast sky and instructed his subordinates to ascertain the extent of the thundercloud coverage. Soon, he received the answer. The coverage spanned 10,000 meters, meaning he needed to retreat 7,000 meters to evade the Thunder's onslaught. Otherwise, he would either have to endure the strikes or launch a full assault. Neither of those latter options appealed to Iron Kong, so he opted to withdraw 7,000 meters. He could not fathom that such a vast thundercloud could be sustained indefinitely by the Ant clan. He resolved to launch a full-scale attack once their capacity diminished, ensuring he would not have to defend while assaulting. Among the troops he brought, cannon fodder was in the greatest abundance. Before long, the iron-armored zombie legion began their retreat. The power of the Thunder was immense. Some of the yet-to-engage cannon fodder had already incurred losses, but these were within his acceptable limits. Ultimately, the first wave of assault concluded with the loss of 5,000 sixth-tier cannon fodder iron-armored zombies. However, the thunderclouds that had engulfed the skies dissipated. Now it was time for him to initiate the second wave of attack. Chapter 54. The two armies face off. 8th Cannon Fodder Corps deploys. This time, Iron Kong again chose to send 4th Cannon Fodder, as he had gleaned little from the initial engagement. He was only aware that the Ant clan wielded the power of thunder, and it was no small feat furthermore. Their strength was not confined to the 5th tier. They had reached the 6th tier. Iron Kong cast a blank stare at Iron Ming, whose heart raced at the intensity of that gaze, prompting him to hastily explain that the Ant clan might have concealed their true strength. Iron Kong chose to accept Iron Ming's explanation. After all, it was the only rationale that fit. With the strength of the 6th tier and all units of blue quality, they would not be easily dealt with. At the very least, his cannon fodder corps would likely prove ineffective, leaving him reliant on the 6 elite corps at his disposal. However, these cannon fodder still had their role to fulfill. They would first deplete some of the Ant clan's internal strength. Once they had exhausted a wave, he would allow the elite corps to strike, increasing the odds of success. This time, he had brought 6 cannon fodder corps, totaling 30,000. The 6 elite corps also numbered 30,000. Yet, the combat capabilities of the two were entirely different. The elite iron-armored zombie corps consisted of 4,900 7th-tier green quality iron-armored zombies and 100 7th-tier blue quality iron-armored zombies, showcasing formidable strength. Typically, they could easily annihilate a 6th-tier monster territory. However, the Ant clan was peculiar. Although they were also 6th-tier monsters, their quality was remarkably high. Blue quality as standard units indicated there must be at least one 6th-tier purple unit among them. Iron Kong awaited reports from the front, but soon he would not need to wait to discern the situation ahead. Once again, the 10,000-meter thundercloud loomed, vividly illustrating the sky, filled with thunderclouds. The reappearance of the thunderclouds did not surprise Iron Kong. Calmly, he dispatched the 3rd Cannon Fodder Corps, eager to see whether the Ant clan could produce more thunderclouds than he had cannon fodder. With that thought in mind, he awaited the dissipation of the thunderclouds before deploying the 3rd Cannon Fodder Corps once more. However, he was met with yet another wave of thunderclouds. This was the 3rd time. Iron Kong remained composed. After the thunderclouds cleared, he sent out the 4th Cannon Fodder Corps. The 4th manifestation of the thundercloud has occurred. Iron Sky's emotions have fluctuated slightly, but he quickly suppresses them. The 5th wave of cannon fodder has been dispatched. And now, the 5th thundercloud has emerged. A vein throbs on Iron Sky's forehead. Something is amiss with this thundercloud. He instinctively senses an anomaly, yet cannot pinpoint its source. However, it soon dawns on him that the energy required to summon these thunderclouds may not be as substantial as he had presumed. For the Ant clan, this could merely be a conventional tactic. With this realization, Iron Sky abandons the notion of exhausting the Ant clan's internal power. It is time to strike with full force and advance. Since reconnaissance through cannon fodder has yielded no results, he opts for a direct assault with his formidable army. After all, they are merely 6th-tier monsters. What havoc could they possibly wreak? Reflecting on this, Iron Sky feels a pang of regret for his earlier caution. Yet, it is not too late for a change in strategy. Soon, the army advances, and the thunderclouds loom ominously overhead. Iron Sky maintains a stoic expression, instructing his troops to activate their high-energy shields. The high-energy shield of the 7th-tier iron-armored zombies proves to be remarkably resilient. The thunder strikes relentlessly upon it. Yet with each blow, the shield merely dims by about 1%. It is essential to note that this is not the thundercloud of the thunder ants, but rather that of the lightning ants. Gu Guang, observing from within his territory, feels his heart race. Indeed, the 7th tier signifies a leap into the next stage, heralding a significant surge in power. Otherwise, the thunderclouds summoned by the 6th tier purple lightning ants could not inflict such minimal damage. The sense of threat is palpable. In an instant, the iron-armored zombie legion has closed the distance of 3,000 meters. Iron Sky sneers within the ranks. After all his apprehension, it amounts to little more than this. However, just as this thought crosses his mind, the entire sky undergoes a transformation. The pitch-black thundercloud is dispersed, revealing strands of purple clouds that begin to coalesce, gradually forming a menacing shape in the sky. Iron Sky gazes upwards, his pupils constricting as he senses a looming threat emanating from the purple thundercloud. His earlier complacency swiftly dissipates. Indeed, he cannot afford to underestimate his adversary. As the purple thundercloud continues to gather, a new assault materializes ahead of the troop. Enormous pillars of lightning, spanning hundreds of meters, crash down with thunderous roars. Boom. In the aftermath, a shallow crater spanning 100 meters is all that remains. Most of the force is absorbed by the iron-armored zombies, preventing substantial devastation to the ground. Upon reaching the 6th tier, the power of the lightning pillars has also significantly increased. The purple lightning pillars target Iron Sky, while the remaining pillars serve to obstruct the iron-armored zombie legion, impeding their advance and creating gaps in their ranks. After the lightning pillars have been unleashed, a torrent of smaller lightning strikes descends. The power of these strikes exceeds that of the thunder emanating from the clouds, inflicting greater damage upon the iron-armored zombie legion. However, the range of these strikes is limited. The attack radius of a 6th-tier lightning ant is 2,000 meters, while that of a 6th-tier thunder ant extends to 20,000 meters. Nevertheless, as long as the lightning pillars are not falling, the 7th-tier iron-armored zombies cannot be directly annihilated. Thus, after the lightning pillars are exhausted and a minute of cooldown ensues, the 7th-tier iron-armored zombie legion still advances upon the magma ant army. Close quarters combat commences. At the forefront of the battlefield, as the two forces clash, they immediately enter a state of intense warfare. Although the magma ants are merely 6th tier, their superior quality, combined with an exceptionally high immunity to physical damage, momentarily halts the advance of the iron-armored zombie legion. The battlefield where the two armies meet transforms into a veritable meat grinder, with casualties mounting on both sides. The brutality of the combat is harrowing, exemplifying the phrase, "To die fighting for a piece of flesh." Setting aside the close combat, it is a grisly spectacle. The Ant Clan, bolstered by ranged units such as the Thunder Ants and the Thundercloud Ants, alleviates the pressure, preventing a one-sided massacre. Meanwhile, the sole purple iron-armored zombie, Iron Sky, does not act impulsively. The purple thundercloud has firmly locked onto him, and he is reluctant to charge into the fray amidst such unknown dangers. He must discern what tricks this celestial purple thundercloud intends to unleash. While he senses a hint of menace, it does not pose an immediate lethal threat. Once this attack passes, he will plunge into the Ant Clan's ranks. A minute is not a lengthy span. Before long, an extraordinarily thick purple lightning bolt streaks across the sky, crashing down fiercely at Iron Sky's location. This bolt of purple lightning possesses a radius of destruction spanning a kilometer. In its wake, the surrounding iron-armored zombies are instantly vaporized. In that fleeting moment, a layer of armor suddenly envelopes Iron Sky, elevating his defense to a new level. Coupled with the high-energy shield, he staunchly withstands the onslaught of the purple lightning. As Iron Sky is engulfed in the purple lightning, a voice reverberates from within him. Silver Dragon Piercing Gun. Break. With a resounding command, a silver figure bursts forth from the purple lightning, initially resembling a dragon's head, followed by Iron Sky's silhouette. The fact that his shield remains intact indicates he has suffered no harm. Iron Sky stands proudly amidst the army, his spear sweeping horizontally before him, aimed directly at the Ant Clan forces. Yet, appearances can be deceiving. Although Iron Sky seems unscathed and wears an expression of nonchalance, the true power of the strike remains formidable. His high-energy shield is reduced to a mere layer. Another lightning strike could very well shatter it. However, it is true that, at present, he has incurred no significant injury. Gu Guang, observing through the eyes of the ant soldiers, is rendered momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated that the 6th-tier purple lightning pillar would fail to breach the high-energy shield of a 7th-tier iron-armored zombie. Despite the one-tier difference, the disparity in strength is indeed staggering. Nevertheless, Gu Guang understands that as purple-quality monsters ascend a tier, their strength experiences a dramatic surge. Thus, this outcome is to be expected. With only two 6th-tier lightning ants at his disposal, he realizes he can only unleash such an attack once more. Yet, in this moment, he has no choice but to direct the other 6th-tier lightning ant to continue the assault. Otherwise, his legion would be incapable of containing this 7th-tier purple iron-armored zombie. Should the enemy breach their ranks, a massacre would ensue. With this clarity, Gu Guang commands the other mutated lightning ant to engage. Unfortunately, he finds himself low on psychic energy. If only he had sufficient psychic energy, he would wish to inject 100 million into the mutated lightning ant to unleash the purple lightning pillar once more. As Tai Kong exhaled a sigh of relief, he was suddenly beset by a disquieting sensation emanating from the sky. He glanced upward once more, only to witness the ominous gathering of purple thunderclouds. This sight tightened his brows in apprehension. Could such a formidable technique be wielded without limitation? If that were indeed the case, he would have to contemplate a retreat. While he possessed the ability to withstand such formidable assaults, he could endure only a limited number of them before succumbing. Should the enemy persist in unleashing their strikes, and he remained unable to vanquish them in a timely manner, he might find himself ensnared in a situation of dire straits. His future glimmered with promise, and he had no desire to perish upon this battlefield. Despite his lingering concerns, now was not the moment for withdrawal. He resolved to wait until at least 10 more bolts of purple lightning descended before considering retreat. Perhaps after 1 or 2 more strikes, the enemy would falter. With this thought in mind, Tai Kong hesitated no longer, opting not to remain stationary while awaiting the thunder's descent. Having grasped the potency of this technique, he felt little trepidation. He charged directly into the ranks of the enemy, daring them to unleash their power without regard for the casualties among their own forces. A cold smirk graced Tai Kong's lips as he leapt into the air, propelling himself with remarkable speed towards the position of the Ant Legion. Gu Guang, naturally, discerned the enemy's intentions but found himself powerless to impede them, allowing Tai Kong to act with impunity. In fact, Gu Guang commanded the 6th Order Thunder Ants to redirect their purple lightning strikes to obliterate the ironclad zombie legion, sparing Tai Kong from their wrath. After all, a new bolt of purple lightning would provide no advantage against Tai Kong. It could only further endanger his own troops. There was no need for such folly. The demise of his ant soldiers was inconsequential, but the vaporization of their corpses would be a grave loss, for these remains held significant value. If Tai Kong sought to kill, so be it. As Tai Kong surged into the Ant Legion, he allowed a smile to break across his face upon noticing that the oppressive purple thunderclouds no longer loomed over him. Had his expectations been met? Yet, he could not help but notice that the ant soldiers bore grotesque growths upon their bodies, reminiscent of the monstrous denizens from the blighted Forbidden Zone, truly peculiar. With a swift thrust of his spear, he dispatched a magma ant, observing the red, fleshy tumors adorning its form. This revelation sparked a flicker of confusion within him. But amidst the chaos of battle, he could afford no further contemplation. Perhaps these anomalies were merely characteristic of this peculiar species. Moreover, he soon realized that the fire-red ant soldiers boasted formidable defenses. Despite being of merely 6th Order blue quality, it took the full might of his standard attacks to fell one. The terrifying resilience of these ant soldiers did not stem from a high-energy shield or particular techniques, but rather from an exceedingly rare attribute: physical immunity. Each of his strikes was met with approximately 50% immunity, significantly diminishing the impact of his attacks upon these soldiers. Casting a glance towards the Ant Legion, Tai Kong noted that their numbers had swelled to over 5,000. If he continued his current pace of slaughter, it would still be somewhat languid. Fortunately, in addition to himself, he commanded 30,000 subordinates. While it took his troops a considerable amount of time to dispatch a single magma ant, collectively, their efficiency far surpassed his own. The eradication of these ants was merely a matter of time. Gu Guang was acutely aware of this dilemma. Yet he required the death of these ant soldiers. Only through their demise could he initiate the fusion process. It was only after this fusion that he might stand a chance against the ironclad zombies. Otherwise, with his current forces, he would be unable to withstand their onslaught. With Tai Kong's participation, the battlefield gradually tilted in favor of the ironclad zombies. A multitude of ant soldiers fell, lifeless upon the ground. This marked the first occasion where the Ant Legion suffered significant losses in Gu Guang's eyes. Since his arrival in this world, he had navigated with ease, overpowering all in his path. This time, however, he faced a formidable foe for the first time. Death was merely a passage to rebirth, was it not? Though the sight of his ant soldiers perishing stung his heart. After all, they were resources painstakingly acquired. He found solace in the potential for fusion, which promised the emergence of a new and potent entity. In the blighted Forbidden Zone, the fusion of merely 100 corpses had yielded a being of immense strength. Within the same tier, the white-quality entities were nearly indistinguishable from their purple counterparts. Thus, if he were to fuse 5,000 corpses of these aberrant creatures, what formidable fusion entity would emerge? In Gu Guang's estimation, confronting a 7th Order purple ironclad zombie would pose no challenge. The battle raged on, with the Ant Legion enduring a relentless slaughter. However, the ironclad zombies were not without their own losses. The thunder continued unabated, while the ordinary thunderclouds posed little threat. The lightning strikes and the occasional appearance of the purple lightning columns wreaked havoc upon the ironclad zombie legion. A single lightning strike could shatter shields, and in severe cases, result in instant death. A lightning column could decimate entire swathes, with the effective kill radius extending approximately 100 meters. Conversely, a purple lightning column's lethal radius stretched to 1,000 meters. obliterating any ironclad zombie caught within its reach and sending those at a distance flying in the wake of its explosive force. Both sides endured casualties, though the ironclad zombies still held a numerical advantage. With Tai Kong rampaging through their ranks, the Ant Legion's losses mounted at an even swifter pace. Chapter 56, Retreat. In a mere hour, the Ant Legion had been decimated by more than half, and their numbers continued to dwindle at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, the ironclad zombies fared even worse. The casualty ratio between the two armies reached 2-to-1, with approximately one ant soldier able to claim the life of a 7th-order ironclad zombie. This scenario aligned with Gu Guang's expectations and did not evoke significant surprise. Yet, for Tai Kong, this reality was difficult to accept. He had never anticipated that, leading an army with 7th-order prowess against a 6th-order race, he would experience a higher casualty rate. Once this battle concluded and news returned to his clan, he would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule. Even if the disparity in troop types was a factor, his adversaries would not concern themselves with such nuances. Should he fail to secure valuable spoils, his standing as a candidate for clan leader would inevitably diminish, rendering him unlikely to ascend to such a position without achieving remarkable feats in the future. This was an outcome he could not abide. As a result, Tai Kong's mood soured increasingly, his attacks growing more forceful as he confronted a magma ant, slaying it with a single strike. However, no matter how fervently he fought, he remained but a solitary warrior. Despite his ability to wreak havoc amidst the enemy ranks, he could not single-handedly annihilate an entire army. This exemplified the inherent disadvantage of close combat troops. However, the Ant clan could not endure for much longer. Tai Kong observed the dwindling numbers of the ants and sensed the impending conclusion. For the first time, he yearned for the swift end of the battle. At that moment, a unique 6th-tier purple soldier appeared before him. This particular ant soldier bore red fleshy orbs, yet its aura was significantly more potent than that of its kin. A purple-grade lineage indeed. Tai Kong instantly comprehended the identity of his adversary. Your bloodline quality is undeniably elevated, yet regrettably, you are merely a 6th tier, incapable of obstructing my path. The fire ant remained unfazed, its form instantaneously transforming into a blazing inferno, becoming an entity composed entirely of flames. Without hesitation, it commanded the earth's veins, unleashing a torrent of molten earth towards Tai Kong. The arrogance on Tai Kong's face froze in an instant. He felt as though his words had fallen upon deaf ears, utterly disregarded. This left him feeling as though his dignity had been cast to the ground and ruthlessly trampled. How dare you unleash such feeble attacks upon me? Although I cannot sense fear emanating from your kind, you shall pay dearly. Enraged, Tai Kong radiated an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy, a force unattainable before the 7th tier. This energy, both offensive and defensive, enveloped him. The dark red energy mirrored the abyssal environment, akin to that of the abyssal race. Such power could also be observed emanating from the ironclad zombie legion, albeit less conspicuously than from Tai Kong. Once the dark red energy enveloped the spear in his grasp, he leaped forward, thrusting it towards the fire ant. The fire ant, wielding the power of the molten earth, conjured a pillar of flames aimed at Tai Kong. Unfazed, he pierced straight through, shattering the fiery column with his spear, which descended upon the fire ant with unstoppable force. Die! With a sickening squelch, the spear penetrated the fire ant's brain, followed by a brutal, twisting motion. Even though the fire ant possessed a 70% immunity to physical damage, it was unable to escape death. The disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. Moreover, Tai Kong had unleashed his full conventional combat power. The fire ant collapsed to the ground, yet this was precisely the outcome Gu Guang had desired. Distortion skill, corpse fusion. Just as Tai Kong withdrew his spear, a smirk of triumph graced his lips, only to be abruptly interrupted as the corpse began to stir. Tai Kong's expression faltered. Could it be that it had not perished completely? In the next moment, his countenance shifted dramatically, for the corpse was levitating in midair, and soon, a multitude of other corpses began to converge around it. All the ant corpses they had slain were drawn toward this spot. Whole bodies, dismembered limbs, missing arms, severed legs. Every fragment belonging to the ants seemed to be irresistibly summoned from all directions, coalescing around the very fire ant he had just slain. Witnessing this unfolding scene, Tai Kong's expression shifted multiple times. From the onset of the offensive, nothing had proceeded smoothly. It was as if his opponent possessed an infinite array of strategies to counter him. Each time he resolved one issue, another would arise. Indeed, with a purple-gray bloodline, and not merely a singular race, one could not underestimate them. Though he was uncertain what the amalgamation of these corpses would yield, Tai Kong had no intention of passively observing the fusion process. In the next instant, his dark red spiritual energy began to swell, expanding from a mere 1 meter radius to 2, 3, 4, 5, and finally 10 meters. The dark red aura enveloped him until it reached a formidable 10-meter expanse. The potency of one's strength is not dictated solely by the coverage of spiritual energy. At this moment, his energy enveloped 10 meters, merely because he could not contain it any further. If he could compress it to 1 meter, the resultant power would be exponentially greater. Compression would indeed prove more terrifying than expansion. With all his spiritual energy now unleashed, he gripped his spear tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the gathering corpses. Silver Dragon breaking the void spear. Roar. This was his mightiest strike, surpassing any previous casual thrust, for it channeled all of his internal energy. The dark red energy surrounding him seemed to find its direction, surging forth in alignment with the tip of his spear. In a matter of seconds, a dragon's head materialized, followed by its body, scales, and claws. Within 3 fleeting seconds, a 10-meter-long silver dragon burst forth, hurtling towards the convergence of corpses. Bang! At the moment of collision, the entire space trembled as if shaken by a great force. Gu Guang, observing through the eyes of the ant soldiers, felt a surge of anxiety. Would this disrupt the fusion of the corpses? If so, his losses would be catastrophic, akin to a return to square one. Fortunately, the outcome soon revealed itself, dispelling Gu Guang's fears. Although Tai Kong's strike was formidable, indeed, it surpassed the power of the purple extreme thunder pillar by a significant margin, shattering the corpses that had accumulated on the fire ant within mere minutes. It did not interrupt the fusion process, nor did it obliterate the fire ant's body. The fusion continued unabated, centered around the remains of the fire ant. Tai Kong stood there, panting heavily, rendered speechless as he silently observed the gathering of corpses. After a prolonged silence, he reluctantly uttered, "Withdraw." With this command, the once triumphant ironclad zombie legion began their retreat. Gu Guang, closely monitoring the battlefield through the ant soldiers, grasped the situation. It appeared that the enemy had opted for a tactical withdrawal, unable to confidently confront the monstrosity born of the corpse fusion. Thus, Gu Guang breathed a temporary sigh of relief. After all, successfully fending off the assault of a 7th-tier purple ironclad zombie marked a commendable beginning. Chapter 57. The Undying Abomination of Distorted Fusion. Following the retreat of the ironclad zombie legion, the fire ant's corpse proceeded to fuse undisturbed. Numerous bodies were drawn toward the fire ant's remains, adhering closely, gradually forming an immense mass. This mass expanded, growing larger and larger, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. When all the corpses converged, the mass transformed into a colossal entity that obscured the sky. Gu Guang gazed upon this terrifying amalgamation, momentarily rendered speechless. Could this be considered a living being? Yet, his confusion quickly dissipated, for the fusion was far from complete. The once colossal mass that obscured the entire entrance of the narrow sky began to contract. It seemed that its initial purpose was merely to amalgamate all flesh and blood. But now it was time for true fusion. As the merging commenced, this enormous spherical carcass rapidly diminished in size, shrinking from tens of thousands of meters to thousands, then to mere hundreds. It was akin to a bloated form undergoing compression. Soon, a completely new creature materialized before Gu Guang. This monstrous entity, reaching a staggering height of 100 meters, was the largest creature Gu Guang had ever encountered. Its form resembled that of an ant soldier, unmistakably reminiscent of an ant, yet its bodily composition was akin to a gelatinous mass. The creature appeared grotesquely bloated, its 4 legs and 2 forelimbs, akin to arms, encased in layers of fat, resembling a being adorned with countless flotation devices. The mere sight of this 100-meter-tall figure felt as though a mountain had settled upon Gu Guang's heart, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Even more formidable were the attributes of this fused entity. Eternal Undying Fusion Entity. Rank, 6th tier limit. Quality, purple limit. Experience, max. Passive abilities, 1. Undying. Harboring an immensely potent life force within, it cannot perish until all vitality is expended. Even if dismembered, it will reassemble. 2. Decay. The life formed from carcasses is ultimately not true life. It has reached the brink of existence, surviving only for 30 days, after which it will automatically decompose. Active abilities. 1. Earth Fire. Mastery over the flames beneath the earth, summoning a sea of fire or extinguishing it at will, CD. 0. 2. Heavenly Thunder. Can invoke a trace of the wrath of a miniature world's thunder tribulation, delivering a strike of lightning, CD. 10 seconds. 3. Thunderfire Domain. Creates a thunderfire area spanning a radius of 10,000 meters, where lightning strikes and earth fire continuously annihilate all intruding life, CD. 1 hour, duration, 10 minutes. 4. Advanced Titan Strength. Enhances strength tenfold, CD. 10 minutes, duration, 1 minute. 5. Expansion, increases size tenfold, CD, 10 minutes, duration, 1 minute. A new breed of attributes appeared before Gu Guang. The name of this newly fused entity had also undergone a transformation. Upon inspecting the panel's introduction, Gu Guang noted the two passive abilities. The first, Undying, implied that as long as the undying entity was not directly decomposed or evaporated, it was effectively immortal. After all, if the body could reassemble after decomposition, it stood to reason that as long as it was not annihilated, it would be indestructible. The second passive, Decay, was somewhat of a negative trait, limiting its existence to just 30 days. However, 30 days was ample time for development, a detail that Gu Guang did not overly concern himself with. These were corpses after all, and now, being able to utilize them again felt like a risk-free venture. Akin to a windfall, the active skills were 5 in total, encompassing melee, ranged, and medium-range abilities. Although it lacked skills such as physical immunity, the existence of the Undying passive meant that as long as the opponent's attacks did not lead to the Undying entity's immediate evaporation, what difference would it make to being immortal? With a 100-meter stature, its size alone suggested tremendous strength, compounded by the advanced Titan strength and expansion, further augmenting its melee capabilities. With a 1,000-meter form, even its palm would measure several dozen meters. A single strike from it, amplified by a tenfold distance, could likely obliterate even a 7th-tier purple entity. Upon merely glancing at the attributes of this new breed, Gu Guang could not help but utter a single word: terrifying. Subsequently, he prompted the Undying entity to test its prowess. First, in a display of melee strength, it struck the ground with a single slap. Boom! The earth trembled violently, and a visible fissure began to extend from the point of impact, stretching over 100 meters. When the Undying entity lifted its arm, a deep pit and a crack marred the ground below. This was merely a demonstration of its full strength in ordinary conditions. Next came earth fire, with a mere thought. The Undying entity summoned forth a multitude of fiery columns from the ground. In mere seconds, over 100 columns erupted, the flames emanating an alluring dark red hue, reminiscent of a seductive allure. These flames were under the Undying entity's control, akin to the medium-range offensive capabilities of the earth fire ants. Then, there was heavenly thunder, a power that piqued Gu Guang's interest. The ability to draw upon a fragment of the thunder tribulation from a miniature world was no trivial matter. Was this miniature world the very realm in which he currently resided? How potent was the might of this thunder tribulation? How did it compare to his previous purple extreme thunderbolt? It was time for the Undying entity to take action and unveil its might. Soon, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the heavens, crashing into the earth with tremendous force. At the moment of the thunder's arrival, Gu Guang sensed an involuntary spark of fear emanating from the ant soldiers. This was the first time he had experienced such an emotion from them. The thunder struck, leaving behind a deep, bottomless pit at the impact site, though its area of influence was relatively small, merely about 10 meters. It appeared that the power of this heavenly thunder was quite concentrated. The magnitude of power has never been determined solely by the area of effect. Widespread attacks may yield lesser potency, merely clearing out minions. However, based on this experiment, Gu Guang could not definitively ascertain the true strength of this ability. It would be best to test it against a 7th-tier purple zombie from the Ironclad Zombie clan. He was quite eager to discover whether this heavenly thunder could vanquish such an opponent in a single strike. Lastly, there was the Thunderfire domain, which was evidently a widespread skill, likely intended for clearing out lesser foes. However, the specific classification of these lesser foes would depend on the potency of the Thunderfire domain. If it could annihilate 7th-tier green entities, then indeed, those would be deemed lesser foes. Similarly, if it could eliminate 7th-tier blue entities, they too would fall into that category. This skill would be best evaluated when faced with an incoming attack, as any test at present would yield little more than a scenic observation without practical application. With the emergence of this Undying entity, Gu Guang felt a profound sense of relief. The 303rd-tier spiritual springs were effectively secured. From this moment forth, the territory that once belonged to the Ironclad Zombie clan would be claimed by a new master. As for the Ironclad Zombies attempting to reclaim their land, such aspirations were utterly futile. They ought to ponder how long they could maintain their current territory. Once Gu Guang had fully developed, he would swiftly eliminate the Ironclad Zombie clan. There would be no territory left for them. All would belong to him. Chapter 58. Target, the Forbidden Zone of Aberration. Having solidified his position, Gu Guang began to assess his current military strength. 10 5-tier legions remained intact. During the Great Conflict, the 5-tier legions had refrained from participation, as entering the fray would be tantamount to suicide, no different from being mere cannon fodder. Additionally, there were 200 magma ants and 900 thundercloud ants, all 6-tier entities. The only remaining 6-tier forces after the battle, the rest had perished, fused into the undying entity. Moreover, there are two 6th-tier thundercloud ants, one of which is distorted and possesses the unique ability of psionic infusion, serving as one of his trump cards. This constitutes the entirety of his current military force. Although the battle has concluded, what follows is his revelry. A multitude of items has dropped from the countless fallen armored zombies. Even if the drop rate is currently modest, the sheer quantity makes up for it. These spoils are exclusively for the players, invisible to the monsters. Thus, the 10 5th-tier ant legions have been dispatched to scour the battlefield. He covets these resources immensely, for his current supply of psionic energy and food has been nearly exhausted. Relying solely on 300 3rd-tier psionic springs and 4 4th-tier springs for energy is painfully slow. Earning only 8 million psionic energy in a day, who could possibly spend that? Having savored the thrill of rapid advancement, he finds it intolerable to proceed at a snail's pace now. Although he cannot invade the territory of the armored zombie clan, there remains the distorted forbidden zone. To him, it is a veritable treasure trove. The distorted creatures within lack intelligence, no matter how Gu Guang slaughters them. They will not band together nor escape the confines of the distorted forbidden zone to confront him. This is precisely how game monsters ought to behave. Unlike the armored zombies, who possess intelligence and can retaliate, where's the fun in that? While the 5th-tier legions continue to cleanse the battlefield, Gu Guang has already resolved to launch an assault on the distorted forbidden zone. The march of progress must not be halted. To fall behind is to be struck. He only desires to vanquish the laggards, not to be vanquished himself. However, Gu Guang has gradually begun to notice a pressing issue, the food supply. In the short term, he can rely on the continent's surplus of food, utilizing his limited psionic energy to purchase provisions. Yet, it appears that the psionic energy within a given region is finite. Once all players have gathered the food, it will be depleted. How then can he replenish his troops without sustenance? Initially, this concern did not weigh heavily on Gu Guang's mind, but it has now taken root. Surely, there must be a solution. The unknown cannot obliterate the player's path to progress. A turning point may well arise after the regional boss battle. According to the information from the Third Lord, the unlocking of continental sectors will occur post-battle. Perhaps the conundrum of food will resolve itself then. Presently, Gu Guang finds himself with no other alternatives, though he is not yet in dire need of food. He can only take it one step at a time. Approximately an hour later, all the loot from the battlefield has been collected. The fallen items are few, comprising only 5 types. Iron resource storage tank fully consumed, 3 million iron. Food storage tank fully consumed, 300 million food. Psionic energy storage tank fully consumed, 200 million psionic energy. 7th tier abyss heart X10, 000. 7th tier sands of time X3, 900. This influx of resources has instantaneously transformed his previously impoverished state into one of newfound wealth. He is now utterly unburdened by the abyss hearts and sands of time. The iron resources are adequate for his needs. He has already tasked Yin Jun with establishing numerous blacksmith shops, thus delegating the management of weaponry to the resource hall. Concurrently, a new department has emerged within the resource hall, the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. This pavilion is responsible for all matters pertaining to weaponry. And with the advent of the Abyss Cannon, it is clear that more innovations will follow, all of which will be handled by the Divine Mechanism Pavilion. Moreover, Gu Guang has instructed Yin Jun to comprehensively procure schematics from the flea markets. In comparison to other players, he stands as the world's wealthiest. While others ponder whether to spend 1,000 or 2,000 psionic energy on a schematic, Gu Guang's next moment sees him effortlessly purchasing them without a second thought. With this considerable wealth, Gu Guang no longer needs to mobilize the legions stationed at the one-line sky. He can leave them there to maintain their vigil. Instead, he will focus on replenishing his forces. 5th tier Magma Ant X5, 000. 6th tier Thundercloud Ant X5, 000. Thunder Ant X10. 200 million psionic energy, 200 million food. Just like that, the freshly acquired resources were swiftly expended by Gu Guang. However, every expenditure is justified. He places great importance on the distorted forbidden zone. Conquering it will yield even more resources. Currently, he has only penetrated 2,000 miles into it, while the distorted forbidden zone spans 10,000 miles. With higher quality and more abundant resources found closer to the center. Previously, he had merely acquired 70 million psionic energy, having only skimmed the periphery without truly delving in. Gu Guang estimates that even the 6th tier legions may not be able to fully conquer the distorted forbidden zone, but as long as there are gains to be had, that suffices. With but a thought, 10 6th tier legions materialized under Gu Guang's command, promptly setting forth towards the distorted forbidden zone. Meanwhile, Iron Kong, stationed 10,000 meters away from one-line sky, observed the horizon in silence. Iron Ming, accompanying him, dared not utter a word. keeping his head bowed in fear of incurring his wrath. After their retreat, Iron Kong remained vigilant, attentive to the movements at the exit, having dispatched some subordinates to gather clearer intelligence. However, this very caution has rendered Iron Kong reluctant to act recklessly. He had witnessed the colossal sphere of corpses towering 10,000 meters high. Ultimately, those bodies had been compressed into a new species. As a seventh-tier being, he understood that compression is far more challenging than expansion. Thousands of corpses merging into a single entity. How formidable would that creature be? By now, he comprehends the reason behind the fusion of these bodies. It is likely connected to the distorted Forbidden Zone, although he has never visited it nor encountered its inhabitants. The armored zombie clan is not solely his domain. They possess their own intelligence network. The mass fusion of corpses parallels the distorters within the Forbidden Zone. Those beings, merging hundreds of corpses, can engage on equal footing with purple-blooded entities of the same tier. Now, with thousands of corpses, the lowest quality being blue, Iron Kong cannot fathom what kind of monster might emerge. Reluctantly, he realizes that the adversary before him is beyond his capacity to handle. Indeed, their entire clan may struggle against it. His only recourse is to return and report the situation. Perhaps the deployment of war machines will be necessary. Iron Kong gazed into the distance and, after a time, chose to return to his clan alone. The third night swiftly passed, ushering in the dawn of the fourth day. The sun in the sky seemed to operate like a clockwork mechanism, switching from day to night at the push of a button, endlessly repeating. As the fourth day dawned, the leaf-fall plains remained unchanged. Gu Guang's attention naturally turned towards the distorted Forbidden Zone. At this moment, slaughter was underway. Previously, the forces were merely a fifth-tier legion, lacking in strength. However, they have now ascended to a sixth-tier legion, significantly enhancing their pace of advancement. A plethora of resources is being harvested, alongside a substantial accumulation of the source of distortion. Once he amasses a sufficient amount of the distortion source and resources, he might contemplate launching an assault on the ironclad zombie clan. Chapter 59, Accumulating Forces. With 10 sixth-tier legions penetrating the Forbidden Zone of distortion, the map of this realm has begun to expand. In no time, it surged from 2,000 miles to 5,000 miles. Yet, upon reaching this juncture, the momentum of advancement encountered a halt. Here, the strength of the distorted creatures had predominantly crossed into the seventh tier. While ordinary seventh-tier entities are manageable, the emergence of a distorted fusion creature heralds a fierce battle. Nevertheless, the journey of 3,000 miles yielded considerable rewards. 8,000 units of distortion source, green, 3,000 units of abyssal heart, 6th tier, and 3,000 units, 7th tier. In addition to these, there were other resources, 2 million units of iron and 300 million units of psychic energy. This bounty from advancing 3,000 miles is quite substantial for Gu Guang. The Legion continues to establish its presence within the Forbidden Zone of distortion. Although the pace of advancement is sluggish, a steady progression is acceptable. After all, aside from the Forbidden Zone, there are no other locations to engage in monster farming. Simultaneously, Gu Guang initiates the production of troops once more. With resources at hand and a sufficient quantity of distortion source, the proliferation of troop types is imperative. The batch of distortion sources available is of green quality, thereby increasing the probability of acquiring advanced skills for the troops. With a few more high-level skills, an attack on the ironclad zombie clan could become feasible. Currently, the psychic energy at his disposal is solely allocated for troop production. The upgrade of the ant nest requires 1 trillion food and 1 trillion psychic energy, neither of which can be procured at present. With 300 million psychic energy, Gu Guang constructs 10,000 magma ants and 10,000 thunder ants, thus expending 200 million psychic energy. After their creation, he instructs these troops to consume the distortion source, enabling them to acquire distortion skills. Of course, he only possesses 9,000 units of distortion source, having retained 1,000 from before, making it impossible to allocate it to every ant soldier. After careful consideration, he decides to divide the usage, allotting 500 units of distortion source to each type of ant soldier. After all, the distortion skills that each type of ant soldier can comprehend differ. Each possesses its own utility, making it difficult to determine superiority. While long-range attacks are formidable, without the protection of melee troops, they are left vulnerable to danger. Therefore, enhancing the strength of melee troops is equally essential. As a substantial amount of distortion source is poured in, the newly produced multitude of troops begins to exhibit transformations. Their physiques, though reminiscent of their former selves, start to display characteristics of distortion. Yet, Gu Guang has grown accustomed to this appearance, as long as their strength increases. Their aesthetic alterations are of little concern. Soon, all distortion sources are depleted. Within these ant soldiers, several exhibit commendable comprehension of distortion skills. The skill, Corpse Fusion Blue, categorized as blue quality, has been mastered by 10 ant soldiers, perhaps due to the heightened quality of the distortion source. The likelihood of acquiring such advanced skills has notably increased. The skill Psychic Infusion Blue also boasts blue quality. Initially, this skill bore no designation, but now it has been labeled to clarify its superiority in quality. 15 ant soldiers, all thunder ants, have mastered Psychic Infusion, suggesting it may be exclusive to ranged troops. In contrast, Corpse Fusion has no such limitation, with both thunder ants and magma ants attaining comprehension. Gu Guang is familiar with both skills, finding them unremarkable. However, in addition to these two skills, a brand new and powerful skill has emerged. Primary Distortion Transformation Blue connects to the distortion world, gaining the power of the distortion world, thereby undergoing a permanent transformation. Due to differing world rules, after complete distortion, exposure in a non-distorted area for 1 hour will summon celestial retribution from the microcosm. 5 troops have mastered this skill, marking the smallest number. Gu Guang, merely glancing at the skill panel description, finds himself uncertain about the implications of this complete distortion transformation. Whether it leads to significant strength or merely an alteration in form remains unclear. However, as a blue quality skill, it should not be entirely without merit. Its power is assured, though he regrets the inability to conduct an experiment. Thus far, Gu Guang has identified a pressing issue. While distortion skills are formidable, they also exact a toll on the life of the troops. The more powerful the distortion skill, the less likely the user is to survive. Even if survival is possible, it is often temporary or contingent upon special conditions. Nevertheless, Gu Guang is willing to accept this reality, as long as strength can be enhanced. Some sacrifices are to be expected. There are no free gains in this world. The current military strength has ascended to a new tier, yet Gu Guang remains unsatisfied. Although the transformed troops pose a significant threat to the 7th tier ironclad zombies, their numbers are insufficient. The remaining ant soldiers, lacking formidable distortion skills, present little threat to the ironclad zombies. Without the advantage of terrain, venturing into open spaces to engage the ironclad zombie clan would mean relinquishing his own advantages. He is uncertain of the exact strength of the ironclad zombie clan, but the mere fact that they can mobilize an army of 100,000 to attack him indicates their formidable numbers. Therefore, he must continue to accumulate military strength. Primarily, he must persist in assaults on the forbidden zone of distortion, ideally acquiring an even more potent skill. Only then would he feel assured in launching an attack on the ironclad zombie clan. For now, it is prudent to remain steadfast in guarding the passageway. Nonetheless, he is also gathering intelligence on the ironclad zombie clan. Although this responsibility primarily falls to Xian Zhengtian, he remains informed as soon as any intelligence surfaces. Previously, the passageway lacked any defensive forces from the ironclad zombie clan, prompting Xian Zhengtian to dispatch numerous black armored ants for reconnaissance. They have thoroughly surveyed the territory of the ironclad zombie clan, but have been unable to obtain more detailed intelligence. Only acquiring surface-level information such as the locations of the ironclad zombie clan as strongholds and other monsters' territories. However, gaining insight into their troop strength remains impossible. As the capabilities of the black armored ants are limited, they lack the strength and specialization for intelligence gathering. Thus, securing this information is already a commendable feat. However, at present, the iron-armored zombie clan has stirred another commotion. They have established a defensive force at the exit opposite the one-line sky. A massive and robust city wall has completely obstructed the exit, necessitating the breach of the iron-armored zombie legion before passage is possible. Within the iron-armored zombie stronghold, an array of black cannons has been deployed. These cannons bear a resemblance to the abyssal cannons, yet they are distinctly not of that kind. From the photographs sent by Xian Jingtian, Gu Guang can ascertain one fact. The quality of these cannons is undoubtedly superior to that of the abyssal cannons, with their destructive power even more formidable. After all, their sheer size is tenfold greater than that of the abyssal cannons. In Chapter 60, titled Distorted World, these colossal constructs resemble monstrous beasts, albeit without legs, advancing solely through the vigorous pulling of numerous iron-armored zombies. Each cannon is tethered with an abundance of ropes, with the iron-armored zombies laboriously hauling them. Logically, a 7th-tier iron-armored zombie should find it effortless to move several thousand pounds. Yet the maneuvering of such a gargantuan cannon requires nearly 1,000 of these formidable entities. The path traversed by the cannon is marked by deep drag marks. There are 10 such cannons, seemingly destined for the one-line sky. This development does not bode well for Gu Guang. The uncertainty surrounding the strength of these unknown weapons renders him incapable of making a sound judgment. Should the enemy position a cannon at the exit they intend to guard, he cannot ascertain whether he would be able to hold the line. This presents a dilemma. He cannot permit the enemy to bring the cannons to his side. If they were to do so, he would be compelled to take the initiative to intervene. Otherwise, the territory he has only recently acquired may face the peril of being usurped. Fortunately, these cannons appear to be genuinely heavy and cumbersome, making their transport unlikely in the short term. Based on the enemy's pace, it would take approximately 2 days for them to reach the first exit of the one-line sky. For clarity, Gu Guang has designated the enemy's exit as Exit 1 and his own as Exit 2. Setting aside this looming crisis, the only viable solution lies in enhancing his own strength. As for launching an assault now, it would bear little fruit. Even if Gu Guang were to charge forward and seize Exit 1, expanding his territory further outward, it would all be for naught if he cannot withstand the onslaught of the iron-armored zombie clan and maintain his holdings. Therefore, he chooses to disregard this matter for the time being, dispatching the newly spawned legion into the distorted Forbidden Zone. The legion he has spawned must serve a purpose. Leaving them idle within his territory is akin to leaving resources untapped. He sends the entire legion forth and even decides to have one unit that has grasped the fundamentals of distorted transformation utilize this skill to assess its efficacy. He requires precise data, ideally to ascertain the potency of this ability. Only then can he formulate superior strategies in the forthcoming battles. As for the potential waste of a powerful unit, that is hardly a concern. It is worth noting that the exploration speed of distorted skills has already slowed. However, if this distorted fire ant proves to be exceptionally strong post-transformation, the development speed will accelerate, yielding greater benefits. One must not focus solely on immediate gains, but should also consider long-term implications. Before long, these 20,000 ant soldiers have entered the distorted Forbidden Zone. With their addition, the attacking force against the distorted Forbidden Zone has swelled to 30,000 ants, accompanied by 10 thunder ants. It is not long before the group encounters a particularly troublesome, distorted fusion entity. This entity, possessing a 7th-tier strength, proves to be a formidable foe, even for the thunder ants, necessitating a coordinated effort to gradually wear it down. Yet, it is precisely at this moment that the newly transformed distorted fire ant is summoned. Since the ant soldiers that have previously utilized the source of distortion are not considered fully transformed, it is time to witness the changes wrought by the power of the distorted world. Upon Gu Guang's command, a distorted fire ant steps forward. A unique starburst pattern materializes behind it. This starburst, devoid of brilliance, emanates a foul aura, coalescing into a circle of dark green gas, within which lies a pentagram. This emblem, appearing behind the distorted fire ant, is approximately thrice the size of the ant itself, enveloping its entire form. As the starburst takes shape, the core begins to dissolve into an ethereal state, gradually revealing a scene reminiscent of a cosmic black hole. On the opposite side of this black hole lies a terrifying world, brimming with a myriad of hues. Dark red gas, deep green gas, pale gray gas, and various other elements intermingle within this planetary sphere. It resembles a world shrouded in decaying refuse. Yet, from within this sphere, a green radiance ascends, piercing through to the distorted fire ant. In that instant, the ant undergoes a terrifying transformation. Its body begins to swell, the vibrant red armor bursting forth, exposing the flesh beneath. However, this is merely the beginning. The tender flesh, once freed from its armor, continues to expand, soon reaching a length exceeding 20 meters. Only upon reaching this considerable size does it gradually cease its expansion. Although contraction is inherently more challenging than expansion, the latter is equally a means of augmenting strength. Gu Guang initially assumes this is the extent of the transformation, his demeanor somewhat skeptical, yet the change recommences. The limbs of the distorted fire ant begin to differentiate, its singular arm fracturing into numerous tendrils. These tendrils, emanating a toxic green gas, evoke a sense of danger. Gradually, not only do the tendrils become enveloped in green gas, but the entirety of the ant's form succumbs to it. Thus, the distorted fire ant completes its preliminary transformation. However, if that were all, Gu Guang would still be unable to discern the true might of this skill. Distorted fire ant, tier, 6th quality, purple experience, 2,000. 000 passive, distorted body green, function 150 damage reduction, function 2, absorbs life energy from corpses to heal injuries. Active, distorted infection blue, having been enriched by the primordial power of the distorted world, it possesses the potential of a progenitor. Any creature that comes into contact with its gas at a wound will gradually undergo distortion. If the creature is entirely deceased, it will transform on the spot. Post-transformation, the distorted fire ant acquires a new prefix, and its skills undergo a profound alteration, giving rise to 2 entirely new abilities. From these new skills, it is evident that this true distorted creature is an unmitigated killing machine upon the battlefield. Like the distorted regions within the abyss, What appears to be true distortion may merely be a mass of gas enveloping a distorted world, rendering it a forbidden zone of aberration. Of course, no matter how formidable the skill description may be, the actual prowess of the creature must ultimately be assessed. Upon completing the transformation, Gu Guang immediately commanded the distorted fire ants to engage the aberrant fusion entity, eager to ascertain which of the two would prove stronger. The distorted fire ants possessed as many as 10 tentacles, which danced through the air like a tempest upon initiating their assault, though they were merely soft tissue. Once the attack commenced, these appendages transformed into razor-sharp weapons, striking with astonishing speed, reaching the aberrant fusion entity in the blink of an eye. With a sickening sound of flesh being pierced, the aberrant fusion entity was soon riddled with wounds, resembling a porcupine. The tentacles had punctured through, creating gaping holes from its front to its back. As the tentacles retracted, the aberrant fusion entity collapsed, leaving behind 10 large orifices oozing with pus. Yet, this was insufficient to bring about its demise. Just as the aberrant fusion entity attempted to recover and rise, an unforeseen transformation occurred. A layer of dark green aura began to emanate from its wounds. Chapter 61. The Terrifying True Aberration. In a mere moment, the dark green mist enveloped the entire form of the aberrant fusion entity. Subsequently, this noxious vapor burrowed into its body like parasitic larvae. Almost instantaneously, the aberrant fusion entity began to writhe as if it had encountered an unspeakable horror, its massive form appearing as though countless insects were crawling within. This eerie state persisted for about a minute before subsiding. Once the tumult ceased, the aberrant fusion entity began to exude the same dark green aura, mirroring that of the distorted fire ants. Simultaneously, it became known to Gu Guang through the fire ants that this creature had fallen under his control, effectively becoming his subordinate. The once formidable 7th-tier aberrant fusion entity had been effortlessly subdued. This spectacle left Gu Guang in a state of disbelief. Through this occurrence, Gu Guang gleaned much insight. For instance, on the battlefield, the abilities of the distorted fire ants would be exponentially amplified. Any adversaries they vanquished could be turned into subordinates, provided their corpses remained intact. Thus, if the distorted fire ants were unleashed upon the battlefield, any casualties would render them invincible. True aberrant creatures function as a terrifying virus within a normal world. Without measures to halt its spread, a world plagued by aberrations would inevitably succumb to distortion. The most effective strategy is to eliminate such beings while they remain weak. Once they proliferate, eradication becomes a formidable challenge. This notion evoked thoughts of zombies in Gu Guang's mind, yet aberrant creatures were undoubtedly far more fearsome. Alas, true aberrations cannot survive in a normal world unless one possesses the capability to create distorted zones, enabling these beings to thrive within. Should the aberrant creatures he commanded be dispatched, their chances of survival would be virtually non-existent. Within an hour, it would be impossible to engage in a significant battle and then retreat to the forbidden zone in time. Therefore, for the moment, these true aberrant troops could only be regarded as disposable assets unless they were tasked with expanding the forbidden zone. Upon realizing this, Gu Guang refrained from utilizing the remaining 4 fire ants with distortion skills. He deemed them a trump card for when war erupted, intending to surprise the armored zombie faction. For now, he chose to test the true strength of these aberrant monsters within the forbidden zone. Gu Guang issued commands for the Legion to advance with all their might. The emergence of the distorted fire ants catalyzed a rapid acceleration of their progress, which had previously stagnated at 5,000 miles. Whether troublesome or not, the aberrant monsters fell under the influence of the fire ants' attacks, defecting to become members of the Legion. As they pressed forward, the size of the Legion only increased, with countless 7th-tier aberrant creatures joining their ranks. The distance covered began to grow: 5,500 miles, 6,000 miles, 6,500 miles, 7,000 miles. Upon reaching this juncture, the march came to an abrupt halt, devoid of any potential for further advancement. For here, they encountered the most formidable presence thus far, an 8th-tier aberration. This colossal lizard exuded a pitch-black aura, bearing the hallmarks of distortion. Its body, encased in dark scales, spanned approximately 300 meters. Abyssal aberrant giant lizard. Tier, late 8th. Quality, blue. This succinct information was gleaned by Gu Guang through his probing skill. Though brief, it extinguished any thoughts of further progression. When the aberrant fusion entities, controlled by the distorted fire ants, were sent forth to probe, they were swiftly dispatched by a single sweep of the creature's tail. There was no need for excessive force. Just one strike obliterated the 100-meter-high aberrant fusion entity. Its power was truly terrifying. While Gu Guang could indeed deploy his troops with distortion skills to eliminate this 8th-tier aberrant lizard, it would undoubtedly come at a cost. Moreover, The emergence of an 8th-tier aberration indicated that greater threats lay ahead. Such creatures were merely the norm. Even if he managed to slay this 8th-tier aberrant giant lizard at the expense of many lives, the Legion would not be able to advance significantly thereafter. Without the ability to progress, there would be no rewards, rendering any sacrifices futile. In light of this, Gu Guang was wise enough to refrain from persisting in a futile assault. The 2,000 miles traversed thus far had already yielded considerable gains. The deeper one ventured, the higher the tier of resource points, and thus the greater the rewards. 6th-tier Spirit Stone Veins X10, valued at 100 million spirit energy. 7th-tier Spirit Stone Vein X1, valued at 1 billion spirit energy. With these alone, Gu Guang had amassed a staggering total of 2 billion spirit energy. In addition, he had acquired 5,000 units of green aberrant essence and 540 units of blue aberrant essence. Gu Guang had utilized green aberrant essence extensively and did not harbor particularly high expectations for it. However, the blue aberrant essence was a first for him, all derived from 7th-tier monsters. There could have been more, as the distorted fire ants still controlled 2,000 7th-tier aberrant creatures. Those were preserved under their command and had not yielded any resources. At present, there was no need to slaughter these aberrant monsters. They would similarly drop items upon their demise in battle. Furthermore, exploring the Forbidden Zone for intelligence, mapping the terrain, and testing the strength of the monsters would all be facilitated by the movement of these aberrant creatures. 2 billion psychic energy may seem substantial, yet in reality, it is rather meager. At least, it cannot catalyze a transformative change for Gu Guang, merely enhancing his foundational strength. Currently, he requires a staggering 100 billion psychic energy to create a being of supreme purple quality. The 2 billion he possesses amounts to less than 1/10 of that, indeed rendering it a rather insignificant gain. Nevertheless, this influx of psychic energy enables him to employ another formidable trump card, the Thunder Ant, amplified tenfold in power after being infused with energy. While this tenfold enhancement may not rival the might of the Immortal or the capabilities of the distorted Fire Ant, it will undoubtedly represent his most powerful attack. A pillar of purple lightning with tenfold strength will surely reach a 7th-tier potency. However, it remains uncertain whether it can annihilate a 7th-tier purple armored zombie in a single strike. With the distorted Forbidden Zone rendering further progress impossible, Gu Guang summoned his team to regroup. He extracted 10,000 from his 30,000 ant soldiers, merging them to form 10 distorted fire ants. Consequently, he now boasts 20 purple 6th-tier ants and 20,000 blue 6th-tier ants, perfectly organizing them into 20 battalions. His forces have thus multiplied in strength several times over, with a considerable number of units possessing formidable distortion abilities. More importantly, he still retains over 5,000 sources of distortion. He plans to have the battalions return, utilizing all of his distortion sources, after which he will turn his attention to the armored zombie clan. Within the distorted Forbidden Zone, he has already been slaughtering 7th-tier distorted creatures. If this is the case, how could the 7th-tier armored zombie clan withstand him? Chapter 62, Purple Flesh Sacrifice. He directed the battalions to proceed directly to the front line, simultaneously utilizing all distortion sources along the way. This action will augment Gu Guang's arsenal of special ant soldiers. Corpse Fusion X20, Psychic Infusion X15, Basic Distortion X5. In addition to these, Gu Guang acquired a brand new, formidable distortion skill. Among the ant soldiers who consumed the distortion source, one Thundercloud ant attained a purple skill, representing Gu Guang's most powerful skill to date. Flesh Sacrifice Purple. Sacrifice a substantial amount of flesh to summon a powerful entity from the distorted world. The more flesh sacrificed, the stronger the summoned entity. Duration, determined by the amount of flesh sacrificed. Cooldown, 3 days. Although this skill lacks specific power metrics, as a purple skill, its capabilities are undoubtedly formidable. This further instills Gu Guang with confidence in his forthcoming plans. With preparations complete, he is now ready to engage in battle. Light Alliance Channel. Gu Guang, Alliance Leader, Xian Zhengtian. Mobilize the forces. I am preparing to strike against the armored zombie clan. From here on, gather intelligence with full force. Xian Zhengtian. Understood. As Gu Guang issued his command, the entire Light Alliance erupted into fervor. Particularly Xian Zhengtian, who, as an intelligence officer, was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the armored zombie clan. This monstrous faction not only boasts 7th-tier entities, but also possesses purple quality beings. However, now that Gu Guang has resolved to confront the armored zombie clan, it signifies one crucial point. Gu Guang's strength has surpassed that of the armored zombie clan. Otherwise, how could he dare to initiate an attack? At the very least, his power must be on par with the visible strength of the armored zombie clan. Otherwise, He would not engage in a battle destined for defeat. With Gu Guang's orders given, the entire Light Alliance operated like a well-oiled machine, mobilizing vast numbers of black armored ants toward the abyss, converging on the position of the front line. Due to the first entrance being guarded by the armored zombie clan, Gu Guang must first breach their defenses to proceed. The colossal cannons of the armored zombie clan have yet to be transported to the first entrance. At most, the area currently contains a few 7th-tier purple armored zombies, which falls well within Gu Guang's calculations. With a single command, the army advanced. The Immortal led the charge, its 100-meter-tall figure towering majestically, causing the earth to tremble with each step. Following the Immortal were the frontline melee battalions, the Magma Ants, their fiery red bodies staining the ground. Next came the Thundercloud Ants, their blue, lightning-infused forms contrasting sharply with the crimson bodies of the Magma Ants. Bringing up the rear were the Vital Special Units. As the Grand Army mobilized, far away, Iron Sky received the news. After realizing he could not contend with the Ant Legion last time, he retreated to summon reinforcements. Upon receiving his intelligence, the higher-ups of his clan promptly took the matter seriously. They dispatched 3 7th-tier purple entities to assist him, instructing him to return and guard the area, preventing the ants from escaping. Simultaneously, they mobilized 10 abyssal destruction cannons from within their ranks. Those weapons wield tremendous power, each shot equivalent to a full-force strike from a 7th-tier purple entity. Even if he were targeted by 10 of these destruction cannons, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at their barrels. Thus, he remained confident that in the next offensive, he would obliterate the Ant clan. However, before he could launch an attack, he received word that the enemy was coming for him first. How could he endure this? This time, he was not alone. 3 other equally powerful kin accompanied him. Contemplating this, Iron Sky could not help but sneer. I originally planned to be cautious and wait for the destruction cannons to arrive before taking action. It seems that is unnecessary now. Beside Iron Sky, a dismissive ally remarked, I told you long ago, we should strike directly. You always hesitated, insisting on caution, and now we are being attacked. What a disgrace. Iron Sky, angered, cast a displeased glance at the speaker, but refrained from engaging in argument. Fortunately, someone intervened to ease the tension. Enough of this bickering. Let the reckless Ant clan come to their demise. We won't even need to make the journey ourselves. An hour passed. The Ant army arrived a kilometer from the first entrance. Before them stood the formidable walls constructed by the armored zombie clan, towering 10 meters high. Their thickness obscured from view, appearing as impenetrable as the earth itself. Upon the walls, numerous black abyssal cannons were positioned, countless in number. Such a massive and robust wall completely obstructed the entrance to the front line. To advance, they would have to force their way through. With the army now present, there was no further need for discussion. The Immortals surged ahead, charging at the forefront, its colossal form rendering the thick walls almost laughable. Atop the walls, Iron Sky watched the Immortal, his lips twitching in disbelief. Good heavens, with that creature around, were the walls not built in vain? Iron Dragon, how about you deal with this giant for us? Iron Sky turned to the person beside him and spoke. The other party, upon hearing this, expressed no dissent, merely brandishing a long spear and charging forth. Cannon charging, attack. Long spear troops, advance. Iron Sky remained the commander of this squadron, and under his orders, the armored zombie legion stationed here sprang into action, with the ant swarm already approaching. Iron Sky was not about to wait until they reached the city walls to strike back. They too possessed long-range offensive capabilities. As the abyssal cannons were charged and ignited, a barrage of energy shells rained down upon the Ant Legion. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roars reverberated, unleashing waves of scorching heat. However, for the Ant Legion that had activated their high-energy shields, the threat was negligible. In fact, even without the shields, the inherent defense of the Magma Ants, combined with a 50% physical defense, rendered the energy shells largely ineffective. Nevertheless, not all energy shells lacked impact. Some possessed considerable power. From this, Gu Guang discerned that many of the abyssal cannons were merely of the 5th tier, though some were of the 7th tier. Only the 7th tier abyssal cannons posed any real threat to his Ant Legion. Yet, such a threat was trifling against the vast numbers of the Ant Horde. Meanwhile, the frontline melee troops had already engaged in combat. Magma Ant versus Armored Zombie Spearmen. Iron Dragon versus Unyielding One. This marked the Unyielding One's inaugural battle. As the Iron Dragon charged forward, the Unyielding One unleashed a powerful slap. The tremendous force sent shockwaves through the air. The Iron Dragon, undeterred, thrust his spear, determined to meet force with force. In terms of strength, the Armored Zombie clan had never known fear. Yet, in the next moment, the Iron Dragon was sent hurtling backwards through the air, his speed exceeding that of his initial charge by tenfold. Boom, The wall constructed by the armored zombies was smashed, creating a large crater, and dust immediately filled the air, obscuring the situation within. Chapter 63, Thunderfire Domain. This is impossible. Emerging from the dust, the Iron Dragon bore an expression of disbelief. Although he was uninjured, his pride as a member of the zombie clan had been utterly shattered. In a contest of strength, he had lost, and to an entity of lower rank. Though he had yet to employ his energy, he felt utterly shamed before his kin. The reality was undeniable. No matter how much he resisted acceptance, he had to confront the truth. With a darkened countenance, the Iron Dragon charged forth once more. His formidable physique propelled him forward like a cannonball. In mere moments, he clashed again with the Unyielding One. A flicker of lightning flashed in the Unyielding One's eyes, and a bolt of heavenly thunder descended upon the Iron Dragon's path. Boom! With a resounding crash, the lightning struck the Iron Dragon. A scream pierced the air, and all that remained was a charred corpse. The Iron Dragon's shield and all defensive measures appeared ludicrous in the face of such divine wrath. The Unyielding One's thunder was unlike the common Thunder Ant's purple lightning column. It harbored the power of a miniaturized world calamity. For zombies, this thunderstorm was the epitome of terror. After vanquishing the Iron Dragon, the Unyielding One glanced not at the fallen, but crushed the corpse beneath his foot before continuing toward the city walls. At that moment, Iron Sky, witnessing this scene from the walls, felt a shiver run through him. This colossal creature was, of course, the aberrant fusion entity, yet he had not anticipated such formidable strength. He had nearly considered engaging it in combat himself, but had wisely retreated in time. Now, faced with the overwhelming power of this aberrant fusion entity, Iron Sky had temporarily abandoned thoughts of confronting it alone. All abyssal cannons, target that enormous creature. Under Iron Sky's command, hundreds of abyssal cannons shifted their aim, focusing intently on the Unyielding One. Simultaneously, the 7th-tier armored zombies, following Iron Sky's orders, surged forward to impede the Unyielding One's advance. However, the efforts of these 7th-tier armored zombies appeared futile. The gigantic Unyielding One simply crushed them underfoot, turning them into mere pulp. While their attacks had some effect on the Unyielding One, it was akin to the sting of a mosquito, capable of inflicting damage, yet ultimately inconsequential. The trivial injuries the Unyielding One sustained could be effortlessly healed in a single breath. Nonetheless, the subsequent simultaneous barrage from the hundreds of abyssal cannons did create a minor inconvenience for the Unyielding One, momentarily halting its advance. Although many of the cannons were weak, a few 7th-tier abyssal cannons exhibited considerable power. In light of this situation, Gu Guang issued a low command: unleash the Thunderfire Domain. With Gu Guang's directive, the Unyielding One unleashed this group attack for the first time in this world. In an instant, the heavens transformed, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The sky became shrouded in ominous clouds, while the ground grew searing hot. Thunderbolts cascaded from the skies, crashing into the earth and striking the armored zombies. Faced with the might of this heavenly thunder, the armored zombies possessed no means of defense. Anyone caught in such a tempest would be reduced to a charred corpse in an instant. This was merely the threat from above. From below, crimson flames erupted from the earth. The temperature of these flames was extraordinarily high, engulfing the armored zombies as they ignited, causing them to cry out in agony. They attempted to extinguish the flames with their hands, but such efforts were in vain. The flames not only resisted their attempts, but multiplied, quickly reducing the armored zombies to ashes. The Thunderfire Domain had become a veritable hell for the armored zombies. Within the Thunderfire Domain, Iron Sky grew increasingly frantic. He had not anticipated such a terrifying group attack from the Ant Clan. The last time he had engaged, they had clearly lacked such an ability. Had they acquired it recently? What to do? Beside Iron Sky, a similarly purple-tier 7th-tier armored zombie looked at him in a daze. Yet, at that moment, Iron Sky was equally at a loss for what to do. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "What else can we do? Retreat. Are we to fight within their domain? That would be tantamount to seeking death." Although he felt helpless, Iron Sky knew that retreat was his only viable option. This, without a doubt, was the wisest choice. Yet it was also the most unacceptable one for him. Since the campaign began, the decision he had made most frequently was to withdraw. He had never felt so stifled before. In both offense and defense, he found himself utterly overmatched, left with no option but to retreat. This was far from the outcome he desired. On one side, Iron Sky decisively led his elite forces in a withdrawal, while the Ant Legion, under the command of the Undying, swiftly advanced towards the city walls. Along the way, the armored zombies were either crushed underfoot by the Undying or sent flying by its might. In a matter of mere minutes, the Undying had propelled the Ant Legion to the very walls of the city. Attack! The battle raged for less than half an hour before the defenses of the armored zombie clan were breached by Gu Guang's Ant Legion. From atop the walls, Gu Guang observed the panicked retreat of the armored zombies through the eyes of his ant soldiers. He chose not to pursue them for the moment. It would be futile to chase after them now, thus wasting precious time. It appeared that the armored zombie clan was no longer capable of hindering his progress. What remained uncertain was whether they possessed any hidden trump cards. If not, the entirety of their territory would soon fall into his hands. The assault continued. After capturing this location, Gu Guang did not linger excessively, for his aim was to seize the entire territory of the armored zombie clan, not merely this entrance, which he could have taken long ago. The next objective was the entire expanse of the armored zombie clan's domain. Pushing through relentlessly until they claimed the armored zombie stronghold, that would signal the end of this endeavor. The main forces set forth, with Xian Zhengtian's intelligence unit leading the way, providing him with the latest updates. His troops marched in the center, prepared for combat, while Yan Jun's resource-gathering insects brought up the rear, handling the final cleanup. As the army advanced, Xian Zhengtian and Yan Jun were well aware that Gu Guang had successfully opened another exit from the one-line sky, having witnessed the Undying's formidable power firsthand. To slay a purple tier, 7th level armored zombie was as effortless for the Undying as squashing an insect. When they first entered the game, they had envisioned themselves as rulers. But after encountering Gu Guang, their thoughts shifted solely to whether they could keep pace with him. Now, it seemed that even being able to follow in Gu Guang's wake was a tremendous honor. Chapter 64. The Ultra-Purple Extreme Thunder Pillar. The Ant Legion commenced an offensive against the entire territory of the armored zombie clan, unleashing a cataclysmic disaster upon the domains of 5th-tier monsters. Countless 5th-tier monster territories were breached and subsequently destroyed. Gu Guang seized their resource points. Yan Jun occupied the spiritual springs, and the veins of spiritual stones were entirely excavated within mere minutes, leaving not a single stone behind. At that moment, the Ant Legion transformed into a swarm of locusts, plundering the land. In their wake, not a blade of grass remained, and any monster encountered was mercilessly exterminated. After all, the death of monsters would yield some resources, including the precious sands of time that Gu Guang desperately sought. For this reason alone, Gu Guang found no justification for sparing any monsters. While he commanded the Ant Legion to launch a vigorous assault, Iron Sky, who had already retreated, reported the situation back. Deep within the armored zombie clan, a voice echoed with fury. Incompetence. You are nothing but a bunch of useless gluttons. You couldn't even defend the one-line sky, a place so difficult to breach. What good are you? Enough of your excuses about the opponent's strength. If they were truly as powerful as you claim, the armored zombie clan would have been annihilated long ago, and we would not be in this predicament. Before Iron Sky and his companions sat a formidable purple-tier armored zombie, exuding an aura far surpassing that of Iron Sky and his ilk. Clearly, he was skeptical of their explanations. To him, Iron Sky was merely fabricating excuses for their defeat. The real issue being their inherent weakness, relying solely on resource accumulation for strength. I shall give you one last chance. Utilize the destruction cannons to halt their advance. I cannot leave the clan for the time being. Should you fail to stop those damned ants with the destruction cannons, then perish together with them. Do not return. Iron Shintong was visibly displeased, yet he could only utter threats. He was currently in the critical phase of merging with a precious artifact. Any interruption would require him to start the refining process anew, wasting a significant amount of his time. In this situation, he could not afford to leave unless the clan's very survival was at stake. At that point, he would have no choice but to abandon his plans, even if it meant squandering considerable time. However, their territory was now besieged by a troublesome race, and his subordinates had repeatedly failed to resolve the issue. Although he appeared strong, his power did not vastly outstrip Iron Sky's. At best, it was only about 30% stronger. Yet, even 4 purple-tier armored zombies working together could not handle Iron Sky. What use was a mere 30% increase in strength? The best course of action now was to use the destruction cannons to slow the Ant Legion's advance, thereby granting him sufficient time to refine this artifact. Once he succeeded, his strength would multiply several times over, and he would have no trouble dispatching the insufferable Ant Legion. He estimated he needed 3 more days. Iron Shintong watched Iron Sky and the others depart with a complex expression, as he had no choice but to rely on these unreliable individuals. It was too late to dispatch other purple-tier elders from within the clan. The only purple-tier members he could mobilize were Iron Sky and his companions, while the rest were stationed at the borders, making a swift return unrealistic. He could not fathom why such a powerful race had emerged in the heart of his territory. That area was supposed to be a dead zone. When he was at the 7th tier, he had ventured into the area of distortion, but had retreated after only traveling about 5,000 miles, as further progress would have posed a fatal threat. Thus, he had never traversed the entire area of distortion. This meant that the Ant Legion could not have come from any of the other directions of the Forbidden Zone. But where had they emerged from? As time passed, Gu Guang continued to command his forces forward. His trajectory was direct, with the ultimate destination being the armored zombie stronghold. Once he dealt with the stronghold, the entire territory of the armored zombie clan would be his. Given his current pace, he estimated that within half a day, he would encounter the 10 massive destruction cannons of the armored zombie clan. Gu Guang had already devised a strategy to counter them. Before long, half a day had elapsed, and the silhouettes of the 10 destruction cannons were faintly visible in the distance, a mere 10,000 meters away. After evolving to the 6th tier, his vision had become extraordinary. As long as there were no obstructions, he could see vast distances. Stop. Upon reaching this location, Gu Guang ordered the troops to momentarily halt. Thunder Ant, charge. 100 million energy. Gu Guang decisively opted for a colossal charge, empowering the Thunder Ant to its utmost potential. Witnessing his account plummet rapidly, diminishing by 100 million, a smile crept onto his lips. Engage. Ultra Purple Extreme Thunder Pillar. At Gu Guang's command, the thunder began to consolidate its most formidable technique. This technique required a brief incantation time, preventing the thunder from descending immediately. Simultaneously, at a distance of 10,000 meters, purple storm clouds began to gather in the sky. The moment these clouds appeared, Iron Sky, positioned among the ironclad zombie legion, instantly recognized the nature of the impending attack. Although he had not suffered significant losses against the Ant Legion, his prior encounters had imparted some experience. Fear not, everyone. Despite its impressive appearance, this power poses no real threat to us, Iron Sky confidently assured his comrades. However, the other purple quality ironclad zombies exchanged doubtful glances, their expressions revealing skepticism. Are you certain? I sense a troubling magnitude to this power, one remarked. Indeed, it feels rather intense, another echoed. Faced with the doubts of his kin, Iron Sky felt his confidence waver. What? Do you think I would deceive you? I've faced this kind of purple thunder before, and its might was nothing extraordinary. It couldn't even breach my shield. Despite Iron Sky's fervent assurances, his companions remained hesitant, their trust only half-hearted. Unbeknownst to them, Iron Sky himself harbored uncertainties. For the purple storm clouds above had accumulated a menacing aura far exceeding that of previous encounters. This situation seems decidedly amiss, he conceded, opting to abandon his pretense of bravado. Perhaps we should retreat. This thundercloud feels ominous. The two purple ironclad zombies turned in unison, perplexed. Did you not just claim there was no issue? Iron Sky stiffened, stating, under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be, but the current state of these storm clouds is evidently abnormal. So we should withdraw. His face flushed with embarrassment as he averted his gaze from his companions, recalling how confidently he had dismissed the threat moments earlier. The two ironclad zombies exchanged knowing glances, sensing each other's unease. However, recognizing the urgency, they acknowledged the profound threat emanating from the storm clouds above and resolved to flee. Let us depart. They valued their lives immensely, unwilling to perish in that moment. Thus, following a silent agreement, they immediately chose to escape without a hint of hesitation. Their subordinates, however, remained stationary. If the purple storm clouds turned out to be harmless, they could always regroup. Additionally, the immense weight of the destruction cannons made relocation a formidable task. If these cannons were not so burdensome, their journey would not have been so arduous. Unable to transport the destruction cannons, they resolved to leave their troops behind to continue their assault. The trio of ironclad zombies swiftly retreated, soon distancing themselves from the area, halting only when the purple storm clouds faded from sight. They gazed back toward the direction engulfed by the ominous clouds, acutely aware of the overwhelming power they now represented. A lingering sense of dread enveloped them, even from afar. Let us hope nothing catastrophic occurs, murmured one of the purple-quality ironclad zombies, his voice lacking conviction, seeking merely to soothe his own anxiety. Through the perspective of the ant soldiers, Gu Guang observed the retreating figures of the three purple-quality ironclad zombies. A sense of regret washing over him, yet he felt powerless. Such was the limitation of the ultra-purple extreme thunder pillar, it lacked mobility. While effective against relentless hordes charging into battle, its impact on formidable individual entities was considerably diminished. The absence of a locking mechanism meant that even with an expansive range, a seventh-tier life form could effortlessly evade its grasp, traversing vast distances in mere seconds. Thus, if a seventh-tier being wished to flee, it would prove an easy endeavor, unless compelled by unavoidable circumstances to confront the threat head-on. This scenario, however, was rare unless the likes of Lu Nan directed the ultra-purple extreme thunder pillar towards their lair, potentially altering the dynamics. As Gu Guang contemplated, the purple storm clouds above reached a climax, a threshold manageable by the thunder ant. In the next instant, the thunder ant, unable to maintain control, unleashed the pent-up, boundless energy contained within. Boom! A colossal pillar of lightning descended from the heavens, violently crashing into the earth, its reach extending far beyond a kilometer. The sheer might of this lightning strike sent tremors through the very ground, culminating in a violent quake. Indeed, with this strike, an earthquake ensued. The earth fissured rapidly from the point of impact, deep chasms resembling abysses forming across the terrain. The ironclad zombies that had stood upon that ground were obliterated, vaporized by the ultra-purple thunder pillar. Only a few at the edges remained, but their fates were grim, as they succumbed to the gaping cracks within moments. The cataclysmic upheaval plunged the entire ironclad zombie legion into chaos. Those at a safer distance, untouched by the initial wave, stood frozen in terror. Terrifying. An unprecedented horror. Observing from afar, the trio of ironclad zombies could not suppress their nervous gulps, utterly stunned by the spectacle before them, unable to fathom such overwhelming power. Is this truly an attack that a sixth-tier life form is capable of unleashing? One questioned. Who can say? It seems utterly impossible. How could we possibly withstand such an assault? Another lamented. Our only chance of resistance lies with the destruction cannons, but I fear even they have been obliterated by now. What are we to do? Iron Sky gazed toward the epicenter of the explosion, his eyes filled with trepidation, quickly overshadowed by despair. Indeed, without the destruction cannons, how could they hope to contend with their adversary? The power of the annihilation cannon is immensely formidable, capable of unleashing a seventh-tier force with a mere flick of the wrist. When fully charged, a single strike can reach the pinnacle of seventh-tier power, comparable to the full-force assault of a creature of purple quality. It is solely due to the annihilation cannon that they possess the confidence to thwart the ant army. However, now that the annihilation cannon is no more, they are left defenseless. With just the three of them, they likely cannot even contend with a single immortal being. They have not forgotten their other companion, who charged in and was swiftly crushed underfoot by the immortal. Their strengths are not vastly different. In such circumstances, how could they possibly confront the immortal? At best, they would be swatted like 3 flies. Let us retreat. This place is no longer tenable for us. Tai Kong issued the retreat command once more, but this time, he did so with an air of familiarity, his heart burdened by not a whit. After all, since their conflict with the ant tribe began, the word he had uttered most frequently was retreat. When faced with insurmountable odds, it is only natural to flee. As long as one preserves their life, there will always be opportunities ahead. The other 2 companions exchanged slightly peculiar glances, but did not voice any objections, tacitly acquiescing to Tai Kong's decision. Subsequently, the 3 ironclad zombies departed without a backward glance, returning to their own clan's territory. At that moment, Gu Guang, through the perspective of an ant soldier, witnessed the might of the ultra-purple extreme thundercloud. This power was indeed extraordinary, far exceeding Gu Guang's expectations. It was not merely a tenfold amplification, for 10 times the power could not simply equate to 112. However, this was advantageous for him. The greater the power, the more beneficial it was. With a single descent of the ultra-purple extreme thunder column, the zombie legion was utterly obliterated, all of them perishing by his hand, along with the 10 massive cannons that plummeted into the abyss. From the circumstances observed thus far, the ironclad zombie clan no longer posed a threat to him. It was now time for him to eradicate the ironclad zombies and officially seize control of this vast expanse of land. Yet, he pondered whether any hidden cards remained within the ironclad zombie clan. Chapter 66. Do you understand what immortality means? All obstacles on the journey had been swept aside. Now, they merely needed to advance directly to the ironclad zombie stronghold. However, before the ant army could arrive, the 3 purple-quality ironclad zombies that had long since fled had already returned to their clan. Within the Lord's mansion of the ironclad zombie stronghold, Iron Shintong sat high upon his throne. So the ant army is indeed advancing towards our stronghold, is it? He inquired softly. Yet beneath his gentle tone simmered an intense fury. Should his subordinates respond inadequately, an eruption of wrath could ensue at any moment. Upon hearing Iron Shintong's inquiry, Tai Kong felt a shiver run through him. Instinctively, he glanced at his 2 compatriots, but they averted their gazes, seemingly oblivious to his scrutiny. He silently cursed them for their ingratitude. Had he not urged them to retreat, would they still have any chance of survival? After all, he had saved their lives. Yet now he stood alone, bearing the brunt of the blame. Truly disgraceful. Speak. Iron Shintong slammed his palm down upon the table, his voice rising sharply. The force of the impact made Tai Kong tremble as he hastily replied, Leader, it is not that we are too weak. Rather, the enemy is overwhelmingly strong. If you wish, you may inquire of Tai Zi and Tai Xiao. You were not present. What transpired was truly horrifying. Had we been ensnared within it, we would undoubtedly have met our demise. We had no choice but to return. Iron Shintong turned his gaze upon the other two. And Tai Zi and Tai Xiao quickly echoed, "Chief, Tai Kong speaks the truth. The enemy did indeed unleash an immensely powerful skill. Even 7th tier might have proven insufficient. They must have employed some special item or treasure." After their responses, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, with only the sound of Iron Shintong's breath rising and falling, as if he were suppressing his fury. In this tense atmosphere, the 3 7th-tier purple ironclad zombies dared not exhale, kneeling submissively on one knee, awaiting Iron Shintong's command. It was uncertain how much time passed before the stillness was finally broken by Iron Shintong's voice. "Get out. Mobilize the entire clan's strength. If necessary, utilize that treasure. I need you to hold for 3 days. If you fail to do so, I will execute you before the ant army breaches our gates." With that, Iron Shintong, still seething with anger, gradually dissipated from his seat, his figure becoming indistinguishable, a mere illusion. Once Iron Shintong's presence vanished, the trio of ironclad zombies finally exhaled with relief. He had loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain, rendering any thoughts of resistance utterly futile. The reason they dared not oppose him, despite being of equal tier and quality, was that Iron Shintong was the leader of the entire ironclad zombie clan, possessing the power to determine their very fates. It was precisely because of that power that they felt compelled to submit without question. With the urgency of time pressing upon them, the trio hastened to mobilize the clan's resources for defense. Simultaneously, they prepared the 10 remaining annihilation cannons, ensuring they were fully charged. As soon as the ant army came into view, they would unleash their firepower. They also deployed numerous scouts along the way to relay any information about the ant army's movements back to them. Once the entire clan was set into motion, their efficiency was astonishingly swift. Within half an hour, their defenses were fully established, and soon after, word came from the first line of defense. The ant army had arrived. The trio of ironclad zombies swiftly focused their special abilities to gain a clear view of the front lines. Prepare the annihilation cannons. Fire. Upon confirming that the ant army had indeed entered their territory and that the annihilation cannons could strike, Tai Kong issued the attack command without hesitation, denying the enemy even a moment's advance. After all, allowing even a slight progression would heighten their peril. Should the enemy unleash that purple lightning upon their entire stronghold, it would spell disaster. This was their home. They could not afford to retreat any further, lest they become wandering monsters. Moreover, their leader, Iron Shintong, would not permit any further retreat. Any attempt to flee would only lead to one inevitable outcome: death. Thus, in a bid to safeguard their lives, they mounted the most resolute defense. 20 annihilation cannons erupted simultaneously, launching colossal black beams that tore through the sky, hurtling towards the forefront. At the forefront of the core, Gu Guang, through the gaze of the immortal, perceived the 20 destruction cannons that had been launched. Expand. In the face of these assaults, Gu Guang softly commanded the immortal to swell in size, preparing to withstand the onslaught of the destruction cannons. He was confident that the immortal could endure these attacks. Should they breach the ranks of the Ant Legion, it would undoubtedly inflict catastrophic losses upon his Wild Boar Legion. As long as these strikes did not obliterate the immortal from existence, the immortal would remain an indomitable force. In the blink of an eye, the immortal's form expanded from its original 100 meters, rapidly growing to over 1,000 meters tall. What manner of being was this towering monster? It cast a shadow that obscured the sky, its colossal figure dominating the horizon. At this moment, the ironclad zombie trio beheld this scene, where only the form of the immortal remained in their sight. Iron Kong sneered. "Very well, since it dares to face our assault alone, let us first eliminate this most troublesome creature. I refuse to believe that these 20 destruction cannons cannot obliterate you." Iron Kong's derisive laughter echoed in the ears of his companions, Iron and Shovel. The two zombies wholeheartedly agreed with Iron Kong's assessment, convinced that the immortal could not withstand the simultaneous barrage of the 20 abyssal destruction cannons. As expected, when the 20 projectiles struck the immortal, a violent explosion erupted, shattering its massive form into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. "Ha ha ha, I knew this monster couldn't withstand it," Iron Kong crowed. "Indeed, once this creature is vanquished, let us see what means the Ant Legion possesses." However, the mirth of the third zombie abruptly ceased. Akin to having their throat constricted, laughter became impossible. For in his line of sight, the fragmented titan began to coalesce once more, as if it had sustained no injury whatsoever. What nonsense is this? Chapter 67, The Clash. As the immortal reformed, the ironclad zombie trio was left utterly bewildered. "Charge. Continue firing." Iron Kong's visage twisted in fury, wishing to personally rend the immortal apart. Yet, he retained enough rationality to realize he could not prevail in direct combat. Under his command, the ironclad zombies continued to replenish the energy stones for the abyssal destruction cannons. Soon, the previously dim cannons regained their brilliance, coalescing a column of black energy at their mouths. Boom! Before the immortal could approach, the charging process completed, and the 20 destruction cannons unleashed their fury once more. 20 beams of darkness shot forth, striking the immortal's massive form in an instant. The immortal's body erupted again, countless fragments scattering. Observing this spectacle, the ironclad zombie trio breathed a slight sigh of relief, though their tension remained palpable, evidenced by their unwavering gaze fixed upon the immortal's location. Approximately 3 seconds passed, and the once shattered immortal began to coalesce again at a visibly accelerated pace, its remnants swiftly reassembling. It would not be long before the immortal reappeared, indicating that this onslaught had failed to inflict any significant harm. Wait, this time, the immortal's recovery appeared slower than before. Previously, it had returned to full form in about 5 seconds, yet now, 10 seconds had elapsed, and it was still in a state of recovery. This indicated that the immortal had indeed sustained damage. This realization sparked a glimmer of hope within Iron Kong. Brothers, this behemoth is not invincible, nor is it truly immortal. Its recovery rate has decreased, meaning if we persist in our bombardment, it shall eventually succumb to our destruction cannons. Iron Kong's words swiftly spread throughout the entire clan, and the previously panicked ironclad zombies recognized this development, invigorating their spirits. Charge! Continue firing. While Iron Kong fervently commanded his kin to resist, Gu Guang was also devising a solution to their inability to advance. The current impasse was due to the formidable destruction cannons obstructing his path. Although the immortal shielded them, enduring the full brunt of these 20 strikes still inflicted considerable damage. And if this continued, the immortal could indeed be worn down. After all, the life energy within the immortal was finite. Gu Guang had already set a plan in motion to address this issue, and at this moment, a thunder ant had arrived at its designated position. With an attack range of 10,000 meters, Gu Guang directed this thunder ant to a location from which it could assault the ironclad zombie stronghold, infusing 100 million energy units. Ultra Purple Extreme Thunder Column. Upon the thunder ant reaching its target, Gu Guang wasted no time, commanding it to unleash its most formidable skill, not hesitating to invest 100 million energy units. Energy units were fundamentally meant for generating legions, and the purpose of expanding his legion was to enlarge his territory. Thus, utilizing these energy units for territorial expansion was entirely justified. The rewards for successfully dismantling the ironclad zombie clan would far exceed this investment by hundreds or thousands of times. A purple thundercloud began to spread across the sky above the ironclad zombie clan, and the moment it manifested, the ironclad zombie trio fell into disarray. Iron Kong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "What is happening? Why this tactic again? Can the Ant Legion employ such a move without any cost? With such frequent usage? How can we possibly win this battle? No, we must withstand this assault. Otherwise, we are doomed." Initially, Iron Kong instinctively contemplated retreat, as he had become quite adept at navigating such situations. However, he soon realized that retreat was no longer an option. Defense within the clan was the only course of action. Activate the super energy shield. Pour in energy stones without regard for consumption. We must withstand this purple thundercloud. Iron Kong commanded, and the ironclad zombies complied without resistance, for they too sensed the imminent threat from the purple thundercloud and were unwilling to dissent. Soon, a brilliant blue shield enveloped the ironclad zombie stronghold. Iron Kong gazed anxiously at the purple thundercloud above, hoping it would hold firm. A minute passed, and the purple thundercloud coalesced, culminating in the arrival of a colossal purple lightning bolt. Boom! In a thunderous explosion, an immense purple thunderbolt descended mercilessly upon the ironclad zombie stronghold. Boom! 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 In an instant, the sound of explosions echoed relentlessly. The violet lightning struck against the azure shield, and in an instant, the once vibrant blue barrier dulled significantly. By the second, the sound of shattering echoed as the shield began to crack. Crash! Bang! In the third second, the azure shield could no longer endure the assault and was utterly obliterated, while the violet lightning still surged forth, relentlessly aiming towards the ironclad zombie trio. Their faces paled in alarm, muttering to themselves about the impending disaster. They hastened to unleash their full power, resolute in their determination to prevent this lightning from striking their territory. The consequences of such an event were all too clear. Tai Kong's gaze sharpened, revealing an unprecedented tension as he swiftly took action without further ado. A formidable surge of spiritual energy radiated from within him, infusing the spear he wielded. In no time, a silver dragon composed of spiritual energy manifested atop his weapon. Silver Dragon Breakthrough Shot. Attack. The two others, TZ and Tai Xiao, exchanged resolute glances, their determination mirrored in each other's eyes. Attack! Silver Dragon breakthrough shot. The ironclad zombie trio leaped into the air, their spears soaring like three silver dragons towards the descending lightning. The scene resembled a celestial trial for the silver dragons. Boom! The trio's assault collided with the violet lightning, ultimately managing to withstand it despite the overwhelming energy of the strike. The forces of the silver dragons and the lightning clashed, each gradually depleting the other's power until the lightning was entirely exhausted, allowing the three silver dragons to ascend triumphantly. After successfully blocking the devastating strike, the ironclad zombie trio exhaled a collective sigh of relief. But their moment of respite was short-lived as they noticed the recently dissipated violet storm clouds beginning to coalesce once more. 100 million spiritual energy. Ultraviolet lightning strike. From 10,000 meters away, Gu Guang commanded the Ant Legion, calmly stating his intent. Indeed, to unleash an ultraviolet lightning strike. He needed to sacrifice a 6th-tier thunder ant and expend 100 million units of spiritual energy, but what did that matter? He could afford it now. Chapter 68. The Sigh of White. As the violet storm clouds gathered again, the ironclad zombie trio could only curse inwardly. What to do? Tizi and Taishao looked to Taikong, whose status was marginally higher than theirs. However, disappointment soon washed over them as Taikong's eyes grew vacant, staring blankly into the distance before uttering the words they dreaded to hear. What can we do now? Just wait for death. Taikong observed the rapidly forming violet storm clouds above him. According to previous patterns, it would take about a minute for the next lightning strike to descend. Having endured numerous lightning strikes, Taikong had gained experience. He silently began to count down, having abandoned any thoughts of retreat. He was within the territory of his kin. Where could he retreat to? Would he abandon his entire clan and flee, betraying them? Taikong, don't we still have that treasure bestowed upon us by the White Zombie City? Didn't he, the leader, say we could use it? Taishao's words jolted Taikong back to reality, and it felt as if he had grasped the final lifeline. Indeed, they still had one last trump card. Fueled with excitement, Taikong dashed towards the heart of their territory, where the treasure from White Zombie City lay at the center. Before long, Taikong arrived at the location of the treasure. Sigh of White, an artifact infused with the full might of an 8th-tier orange-quality zombie, the White Zombie King. Simply shatter it to unleash this world-destroying strike. Grasping the object in his hand felt like seizing his salvation. Haha, salvation is at hand. This time, the entire Ant Legion shall perish here. With the artifact in hand, Taikong's ambition extended beyond merely fending off the violet lightning strike. He now sought to annihilate the entire Ant Legion. With this newfound power, he felt emboldened. A fierce determination glinted in his eyes. He had never faced such setbacks since his inception, yet he had been repeatedly repelled by the Ant Legion, leaving him with no shred of dignity. This time, the Ant Legion would pay the price it owed. Soon, Taikong returned to the battlements with the Sigh of White. This skill was sealed within a white stone, and its use required shattering the stone, which would then unleash an attack. Once broken, the direction of the attack would be guided by the one shattering it, allowing Taikong to direct the Sigh of White's force. As the violet storm clouds once again took shape, Taikong felt no panic. He awaited the lightning's descent. Come, let us see if this violet lightning can withstand the onslaught of the Sigh of White. If it can, then the ironclad zombie clan deserves to be obliterated. This was a strike infused with the full might of the White Zombie City's leader, even in its ordinary form. Such power could not be resisted by a 7th-tier purple life form, let alone an attack from a 6th-tier being. Before long, the violet lightning descended once more. A colossal column poised to crash into the territory of the ironclad zombies. At that moment, Taikong decisively shattered the white stone in his grasp. The instant the stone fractured, a gentle sigh resonated throughout the expanse. Alas, following this sigh, the entire space seemed enveloped by a chilling, deathly energy, causing all life to wither and fade. Taikong directed this force upwards, and in an instant, the massive violet lightning bolt was obliterated. The two forces collided, and the violet lightning proved utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, even the storm clouds were dispersed. Witnessing such overwhelming power, Taikong could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He wasted no time harnessing this strength, swiftly redirecting it towards the ant army. Annihilate! 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 The terrifying, deathly energy enveloped the Ant Legion in an instant, covering the 10,000-meter distance in but a second. The first to be struck by this force was the unyielding one. As it was engulfed, its already formed body began to wither away, akin to ice melting under the scorching sun. In merely a second, its towering form diminished by 100 meters. In the second second, it shrank by another 200 meters. Gu Guang watched this unfolding spectacle, acutely aware that the unyielding one's form was being utterly erased. It was not merely a bombardment, as flesh and blood ceased to exist in the world. If the unyielding one was entirely obliterated by this force, it would truly meet its end. Realizing the terrifying might of this attack, Gu Guang hurriedly commanded a retreat. Withdraw. Back. At present, the immortal beings at the forefront are holding back the Legion, allowing for a brief window of retreat. Among them, the crucial ant soldiers, particularly those endowed with distortion abilities, are being meticulously attended to by Gu Guang, ensuring their swift evacuation. The Legion retreats rapidly, while the immortal beings are dissolving at an alarming pace. However, by the 9th second, only a mere 100 meters of the immortal's form remains. Finally, the 10th second arrives. Gu Guang watches helplessly as the immortal vanishes from his sight, leaving behind not even a semblance of its corporeal form. The terrifying force that obliterated the immortal does not cease. Instead, it continues to surge towards the retreating ant legion. Yet, through the ant soldiers, Gu Guang can perceive that this dreadful power has considerably diminished. After all, when this force was unleashed, it first countered the purple extreme thunder pillar and then annihilated the immortal. The fact that it still possesses such formidable strength is nothing short of astonishing. This terrifying force sweeps through like a tempest, knocking down every ant soldier caught in its path, as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Groups upon groups of ant soldiers collapse to the ground. In just 5 breaths, more than half of Gu Guang's ant legion is decimated. Originally composed of 30,000 6th-tier ant soldiers, only around 2,000 to 3,000 remain, desperately clinging to life, while the rest lie lifeless, devoid of consciousness. Gu Guang clenches his fists within his territory. This marks his most catastrophic loss to date, even more so than the previous assault by the Iron Sky. He cannot afford any further mishaps. The ironclad zombie clan must perish today. A palpable bloodlust saturates Gu Guang's tone. Blood and flesh, sacrifice. Creatures of distortion from another realm. Emerge and showcase your might. Eliminate these troublesome foes for me. At this juncture, Gu Guang can no longer endure any unforeseen events. Thus, he resolves to deploy his most potent measures. Only by utterly dismantling the territory of the ironclad zombie clan can he rectify this loss and advance further. Chapter 69. The Blood and Flesh Distortion Giant. At the rear of the ant legion, the fire ant, having comprehended the art of blood sacrifice, immediately begins to mobilize the power within after receiving Gu Guang's command. A scarlet pentagram gradually materializes before him. Once the pentagram takes form, it expands slowly, ascending skyward. As it traverses the air, this crimson pentagram grows larger, encompassing 10 meters, then 100, 1,000, and ultimately 10,000 meters. The scarlet pentagram stretches ominously across a radius of 10,000 miles in the sky, resembling an evil summoning circle. This array engulfs all the corpses within its reach. Once the scarlet pentagram stabilizes, it unleashes a tremendous gravitational pull, and a rift appears in the sky. Following these phenomena, the corpses on the ground begin to ascend towards the heavens, with countless ant corpses being drawn into the rift. The rift resembles the eye of a storm, with the bodies spiraling upward like a tornado suspended in reverse. However, this tornado is composed entirely of lifeless bodies. Naturally, this transformation catches the attention of the ironclad zombie trio. The shovel zombie, trembling slightly, inquires, "What is happening? Why is there a rift? Why are those corpses being drawn in? What other tricks can the ant legion muster?" His bewilderment echoes the sentiments of all the ironclad zombies. Iron Sky does not respond but fixates intently ahead, his tightly clenched fists now relaxed. Regardless of what transpires next, all he can do is accept it. If a more formidable entity emerges, he is utterly powerless. He has done all he can. Even if their leader were to chastise him, he would simply have to bear the consequences. As Iron Sky lapses into silence, the other ironclad zombies also fall silent. As time passes, all the corpses are consumed by the rift, and simultaneously, the rift undergoes a transformation. A stream of crimson gas first wafts from the rift, and with the emergence of the initial red mist, an increasing volume of this gas begins to infiltrate. In mere moments, it envelopes an expanse of over 1,000 meters, tinting the entire sky a deep scarlet. But this is not the end, as all eyes remain fixed on the rift. A pair of blood-red hands grips the edges of the fissure. Crackle, crackle. Whether it is merely the delusion of the ironclad zombies or an actual occurrence, it seems as though the sound of shattering resonates from above as those scarlet hands grasp the rift. Following this sound, the rift, originally only 2 meters wide, begins to widen, forcibly pried apart. Its length remains unchanged, as it was already nearly 10,000 meters long. But the widening rift quickly expands to over 100 meters in width. At this moment, a colossal blood-red foot first breaches the rift. As this massive crimson leg steps through, the entirety of the monstrous being gradually comes into view. It is a blood-red creature towering nearly 10,000 meters high, its form suffused with that ominous scarlet gas. Upon its emergence, the surrounding space feels stifling, as an instinctive repulsion emanates from the environment. Attempting to expel this blood-red monstrosity from the realm, the ironclad zombie trio undoubtedly senses this guidance from the world's will. However, given their limited prowess, how could they possibly withstand such a blood-red behemoth? Merely witnessing its towering height instills in them an overwhelming sense of dread, stripping them of any courage to act. Their long spears, thrust against its thigh, would likely feel no more impactful than a mosquito's sting. A pervasive emotion of despair spreads throughout the ironclad zombie faction. They realize they can no longer struggle against this fate. Even if their leader were to emerge, he would likely be swatted down without a second thought. Meanwhile, Gu Guang receives the notification that the blood sacrifice has been successfully executed. Blood sacrifice successful. Summoned blood and flesh distortion giant of 9th tier. Duration of existence, 1 hour. Upon receiving this notification, Gu Guang wastes no time and promptly issues orders for the blood and flesh distortion giant to engage the ironclad zombie faction. The blood and flesh distortion giant, having received Gu Guang's command, strides forward and in just 2 breaths, arrives at the gates of the ironclad zombie stronghold. Without uttering a word, he delivered a resounding slap, casting a shadow over the entire city of the ironclad zombie clan. The trio, known as the Iron Sky Trio, observed this scene with a sense of bewilderment, yet before they could form any thoughts, that colossal hand descended upon them. With a thunderous crash, the once fierce battle, one that had seen its share of setbacks, was abruptly brought to a standstill. The very foundation of the ironclad zombie clan's city lay in ruin beneath the might of the flesh aberration giant strike. Such a devastating blow rendered any semblance of resistance from the ironclad zombies utterly futile. Moreover, the flesh aberration giant showed no mercy, delivering several more crushing blows, narrowly missing the annihilation cannon. Had it not been for Gu Guang's timely admonition to the giant to exercise caution and avoid obliterating the cannon, the fate of the 20 annihilation cannons would have been sealed. In less than 10 seconds, the ironclad zombie clan, which had just been holding out against the odds, was laid to waste by the flesh aberration giant. Practically all the ironclad zombies had perished beneath those titanic hands. Just as Gu Guang believed the battle had concluded and it was time to collect the spoils, a furious roar suddenly echoed from deep within the territory of the ironclad zombie clan. Who dares? Damn it, why must they disrupt at this very moment? This is intolerable. Whoever it may be, you shall surely face dire consequences. As the furious voice reverberated across the battlefield, a figure radiating an orange glow emerged onto the front lines, the leader of the ironclad zombie clan, Iron Shintong. However, the instant Iron Shintong appeared, he was confronted with the sight of the enormous blood-red giant. In that moment, he froze in place, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. Slowly, he raised his gaze, tilting his neck until it was at a right angle with his back. What on earth is that creature? Iron Shintong's head lifted further, his eyes widening at the sight of the towering monster that seemed to touch the heavens, plunging him into a state of confusion. Chapter 70. Domination of the Aberration Forbidden Zone. What in the world is this monstrosity? Iron Shintong swallowed hard, his expression one of shock. Yet, in the next second, a massive hand descended from the heavens, aiming directly for his position. Before he could react, accompanied by a deafening roar, the hand rose again, leaving only a flattened corpse in its wake. After vanquishing all foes, the flesh aberration giant remained still, having fulfilled the task assigned by Gu Guang. At that moment, Gu Guang, observing through the eyes of the ant soldiers, witnessed the entire sequence unfold. Remarkably, a problem that had seemed exceedingly challenging for me was effortlessly resolved by this aberrant creature in mere moments. It was truly formidable. Yet, with nearly an hour still remaining, it would be a waste to let such time slip away, particularly considering this creature was procured at the cost of over 20,000 6th-tier ant soldiers' corpses. Realizing the immense potential of the flesh aberration giant, Gu Guang's first thought was to make productive use of the remaining time, ensuring maximum efficiency. Presently, the only area where the flesh aberration giant could be employed was the aberration forbidden zone. The creatures within were still quite powerful, but not necessarily so for the flesh aberration giant. Should the giant be capable of eliminating all formidable monsters within the forbidden zone, not only would he reap substantial rewards, but he would also gain the crucial ability to traverse to other regions, enabling him to launch attacks beyond the territory of the ironclad zombie clan. The distinction between the two approaches was clear. Attacking the monsters surrounding the ironclad zombie clan could provoke White Zombie City. Although current intelligence suggested that as long as his forces submitted resources punctually, White Zombie City would refrain from interfering, the truth of the matter could not be taken at face value. If Gu Guang were to naively accept this and engage in attacks on the creatures within White Zombie City's dominion, he might initially find success. But would White Zombie City remain passive as he conquered 2 or 3 territories of equal rank? If no reaction occurred, would it be considered White Zombie City's territory or his own once he had dominated all 10 7th-tier races within? These concerns affirmed that White Zombie City would never allow subordinate forces to develop into entities of equal stature. However, Gu Guang's current necessity was expansion, making the prospect of advancing into other regions a fortuitous opportunity. At least for now, he wished to avoid a direct confrontation with White Zombie City. From the intelligence he had gathered, White Zombie City boasted an 8th-tier strength, including a ruler of the same rank. In terms of both numbers and quality, Gu Guang's forces were at a significant disadvantage. Having come to this realization, Gu Guang promptly directed the Flesh Aberration Giant toward the Aberration Forbidden Zone. As for the territory of the Ironclad Zombie Clan, he would continue its development while simultaneously amassing troops. With a current strength of only 2,000 to 3,000 soldiers, the pace at which he could seize control of the Ironclad Zombie Clan's territory was far too sluggish. As the Flesh Aberration Giant began its march, the earth trembled beneath its immense weight. With each step, it left colossal craters in its wake. Viewed from above, these gaping pits were unmistakably formed by a giant foot. After several minutes, the Flesh Aberration Giant arrived at the location of the Aberration Forbidden Zone. Upon entering, it swiftly reached the position from which Gu Guang had retreated. Ahead lay the 8th-tier aberration monsters. Given the strength of Gu Guang's forces, they stood no chance. However, the Flesh Aberration Giant, being a formidable 9th-tier entity, charged recklessly into the fray. Soon, it encountered its first 8th-tier aberration monster. This creature was similarly colossal, appearing to be a fusion of various other mutated beings. In the face of this 8th-tier aberration, the Flesh Aberration Giant delivered a single slap, obliterating the creature in an instant. Such power rendered the task of dispatching monsters of this caliber as trivial as swatting a fly, clearly illustrating the widening gap in strength as one ascended the ranks. As the encounters with aberration monsters continued, their numbers surged, yet all met the same grim fate against the Flesh Aberration Giant. The giant was to exist in this realm for only 1 hour, and Gu Guang's command was clear. It must annihilate the creatures within the Aberration Forbidden Zone with all its might. An hour may seem neither long nor short, but it was ample time for the Flesh Aberration Giant to scour the core regions of the Forbidden Zone. An hour had elapsed, and the grotesque aberrations in the core area had all succumbed to the might of the Flesh Abomination. Concurrently, a crimson fissure once again manifested in the sky, through which the Flesh Abomination returned to the realm of aberration. At the moment of its return, Gu Guang caught sight of a shocking revelation. The towering Flesh Abomination, originally soaring to heights of 10,000 meters in this world, diminished in stature as it traversed back, ultimately measuring only about 10 meters upon its arrival in the aberration realm. Moreover, in that world, there existed numerous entities akin to the Flesh Abomination, some of which were magnitudes greater, hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of times larger. What would such beings resemble if they were to enter this world? Gu Guang briefly pondered this notion but refrained from delving deeper, for the Forbidden Zone of Aberration had effectively become his personal domain, successfully breached by him. What remained was to locate exits leading to other regions. However, beyond these considerations, Gu Guang had a more pressing matter at hand, the assessment of his gains. How much spiritual energy had he acquired from vanquishing the entire Ironclad Zombie Clan? And how many spiritual springs capable of generating spiritual energy had he unearthed? It was essential to note that he had annihilated the entirety of the Ironclad Zombie Clan, and the spiritual energy storage devices dropped by those creatures promised a substantial yield. Currently, he had marshaled an army of 50,000 to engage the entire territory of the Ironclad Zombie Clan, while his subordinates coordinated to seize control of the land, resulting in a steady influx of resources into his possession. Although these were not yet quantifiable, the spiritual stones collected from within the Ironclad Zombie Citadel had already converted into a staggering 100 billion units of spiritual energy. In addition to the spiritual energy, the Flesh Abomination had successfully cleared the entire Forbidden Zone of Aberration. The number of aberration sources that had fallen was yet to be determined. Once he dispatched his forces to thoroughly cleanse the Forbidden Zone, he would undoubtedly amass a vast trove of aberrant resources, along with abundant veins of spiritual stones. Time had only progressed 5 days. Once he had processed all the resources, he would still have ample opportunity to conquer additional territories. Chapter 71, The Orange Troop. With the resolution of the Ironclad Zombie Citadel, no entity remained in the territory of the Ironclad Zombie Clan capable of hindering Gu Guang's advance. Under the relentless push of his 50,000 troops, the complete subjugation of the Ironclad Zombie Clan's territory was merely a matter of time. Concurrently, Gu Guang expended 600 million units of spiritual energy to produce 30 legions, which he dispatched into the forbidden zone of aberration, necessitating a thorough sweep of the area while simultaneously seeking the entrances to other regions. The subsequent day passed without incident. The sixth day swiftly unfolded, and Gu Guang, in that span of time, had established dominion over the forbidden zone of aberration and the vast expanse of the ironclad zombie clan's territory. After conquering the entirety of the ironclad zombie clan's domain, his spiritual energy surged to 1 trillion units. This marked the highest accumulation of spiritual energy he had ever attained. And within that extensive territory, he had acquired a total of 1,000 third-tier spiritual springs, 10 fourth-tier springs, and 1 fifth-tier spring. These springs would yield a daily return of 28 million points of spiritual energy. This represented a long-term profit. As the prior 1 trillion spiritual energy had been siphoned from the territories of those creatures, with the most substantial portion sourced from within the ironclad zombie citadel. Within the citadel, apart from the 1 billion spiritual stones collected by the ironclad zombies themselves, a plethora of spiritual energy storage devices had been dropped, allowing Gu Guang to extract 600 billion units of spiritual energy from them. The total thus reached 700 billion. The remaining 300 billion were amassed during the eradication of other monsters' territories. Simultaneously, he had obtained a wealth of construction blueprints and some rare resources within the ironclad zombie citadel. For instance, he had secured the manufacturing blueprint for the abyssal annihilation cannon, along with some of its requisite materials, which, according to the specifications, would allow for the construction of approximately 10 such cannons. Gu Guang entrusted this matter to the Divine Mechanism Hall, as it was an affair best handled by his subordinates without his excessive concern. Alongside the abyssal annihilation cannon, he also acquired the blueprint for the ironclad longspear. The ironclad longspear bore little distinction from the hand axe, given his current combat circumstances. Augmenting his arsenal with additional melee weaponry offered no significant advantage. The true essence lay in the strength of the units themselves. With all affairs settled, the territory of the ironclad zombie clan officially became Gu Guang's domain, which he designated as Camp 1. This establishment merely marked the inception of his campaign against the Abyss, as he aimed to conquer further territories. Simultaneously, the forbidden zone of aberration was thoroughly cleansed by the legions he dispatched, yielding a substantial bounty of aberration sources, including those dropped by the aberration giants after vanquishing the aberrant monsters. Heart of the Abyss X3. Source of aberration, white, X26. Source of aberration, green, X19. Source of aberration, blue, X8000. Source of aberration, purple, X28. Spiritual energy, 100 billion. This was the harvest following the complete extermination of the creatures within the forbidden zone of aberration. For Gu Guang, the most significant acquisitions were the sources of aberration and spiritual energy, while the Heart of the Abyss held little immediate value. The total number of sources of aberration had now reached an impressive 60,000, comprising not only blue sources, but also a previously unseen purple variant. Should he be fortunate enough to harness a potent aberration skill from the purple sources, his arsenal of trump cards would expand yet again. However, Gu Guang did not harbor an unwavering expectation of success. Whether or not it came to fruition was ultimately a matter of fate. After successfully dismantling the entirety of the forbidden zone of aberration, Gu Guang also identified the entrances to 3 additional regions, signifying that he could proceed to dispatch troops to assault other areas. Yet, prior to this, he needed to send Xi and Jingtian to gather intelligence on those 3 regions. Time had now reached the 6th day, and with another day approaching, the regional boss battle loomed, followed closely by the invasion of the budding star. The strength of the budding star remained uncertain. If it proved excessively formidable, he had prepared an escape route. Following the establishment of the alliance, all territorial structures could be relocated. Should the situation become untenable, he could lead all members of the alliance into the Abyss to establish a camp, as he had already secured a plot of land there. Upon entering the Abyss, by destroying the Abyssal Gate, the players from the budding star would be unable to reach the same position as he, even if they were to reopen the Abyssal Gate. The locations accessed through the opened Abyssal Gates were random, not fixed. This served as Gu Guang's last resort. Had he the choice to remain in the Falling Leaves Plain, he would not opt to enter the Abyss, given the multitude of uncertainties it presented, especially as the Falling Leaves Plain appeared to be one of the forthcoming mainline advancement paths. Time continued to flow as Gu Guang contemplated the staggering sum of 110 billion spiritual energy in his possession. Pondering a crucial question, perhaps it was time to forge an orange-hued unit, to serve as the pinnacle of his military might. At present, his ant nest was of blue quality, and to elevate it to the next tier, a staggering 100 million origin energy was required. Following a successful conquest of the entire territory of the ironclad zombies, he found himself with merely 100,000 origin energy, an insurmountable distance from the coveted 100 million. It was evident that a further enhancement of his ant nest quality was not feasible in the short term. Acknowledging this sobering reality, he begrudgingly commenced the mass production of ant soldiers. As Gu Guang busied himself with manufacturing and fusion, nearly an hour elapsed before he completed the preparations, yielding an impressive 10,000 purple quality ant soldiers. This venture consumed a substantial 100 billion spiritual energy, and he held on to the hope that the fusion would not leave him disappointed. Thunder Calamity Ant. Rank, 6th. Quality, Orange. Passive, 40 immunity to lightning attributes. Bloodline suppression. In combat, green quality ant races automatically bow in submission, while combat power of lower than orange quality is reduced by 30. Thunder Calamity Favor. Any lightning attribute skill will invoke the power of the miniature world's Thunder Calamity, greatly enhancing the skill's potency. Active, Giant Strength, Arc, Lightning Strike, High Energy Shield. Thunder Cloud, Thunder Pillar, Purple Thunder Pillar, Weakness Immunity. Triple Thunder Calamity. Draws upon a portion of the miniature world's Thunder Calamity power to lock onto and bombard enemies. Casting time, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 1 day. A brand new unit materialized before Gu Guang's eyes, an entity radiating an unparalleled aura of electric power. It was, without question, the most satisfying creation he had ever achieved. Upon evolving into the Thunder Calamity Ant, he acquired the passive skill of Thunder Calamity Favor and the active skill of Triple Thunder Calamity. Yet, in Gu Guang's estimation, the passive skill was the cornerstone of its power. With this passive, any skill unleashed by the Thunder Calamity Ant would carry the formidable might of the Thunder Calamity, significantly amplifying the potency of all its abilities. Undoubtedly, the Triple Thunder Calamity was equally formidable. Chapter 72. The Eve of Great War. After successfully claiming a territory in the Abyss, Gu Guang instructed Xian Zhengtian to dispatch a multitude of black armored ants to explore the 3 regions connected to the forbidden domain of distortion. At this juncture, a considerable number of black armored ants had already been sent forth. Gu Guang simply needed to bide his time to ascertain the conditions of the other 3 regions. Meanwhile, he focused on organizing his army, ensuring that he maximized the utility of his resources. With the orange quality Thunder Calamity Ant as his commander, Gu Guang also bred an army of 100,000 units, comprising magma ants and thundercloud ants, each a minor branch of their respective species. The consumption for this formidable army was relatively modest, amounting to merely 20 billion spiritual energy. After accounting for all expenditures, Gu Guang still retained a substantial 100 billion spiritual energy, sufficient to tackle any impending challenges. Concurrently, he ensured that all units utilized the source of distortion, swiftly assembling a unique contingent of distorted soldiers. Corpse Fusion X100, Spiritual Energy Infusion X100, Primary Distortion X100, Flesh Sacrifice X10. In addition to these 4 abilities, a brand new skill emerged. Gene Unlock Orange unleashes the deep-seated genes within a species, activating them through a violent process, reversing the flow of time to unlock the strongest forms of the past. Note, the extent of the time reversal is contingent on the entity's strength. If the entity is too weak, it may not be able to reverse far enough. This skill was awakened through the purple source of distortion. While its augmentation potential was not explicitly defined, numerous factors influenced its efficacy. For instance, whether the species had any past strong beings, the entity's strength determining how long the skill could reverse time, and which period's genes could be retrieved. Gu Guang found himself at a loss for solutions to this conundrum. He could only strive to transform the ant soldiers who mastered this skill into the most powerful beings. Among them, only 1 ant soldier had acquired this skill, undoubtedly a trump card in Gu Guang's arsenal. As for the remaining 310 special distorted ant soldiers, they could also serve as ace cards during their expedition. Deploying just a few in a grand battle could decisively sway the outcome. Once his army was organized, Gu Guang refrained from taking further action. Although he could launch an assault on the other 3 regions connected to the forbidden domain of distortion, it was improbable that he could conquer them all in a short span. Capturing a mere fragment of territory would not significantly enhance his strength and might incite the ire of formidable foes, leading to unnecessary complications. Rather than engaging in reckless aggression, it was wiser to first gather ample intelligence. For now, he could afford to rest and prepare for the impending boss battle in the region, while also gearing up for the invasion of the Budstar. Each of these challenges required his utmost focus and diligence. In the ensuing period, Gu Guang, while vigilant, accessed the Continental chat channel. This feature had not been explored much since its inception, as he had been exceedingly occupied, relentlessly striving for self-improvement without a moment's respite. Now, He could finally afford a brief respite. At this stage, despite the scarcity of spiritual energy, engaging in casual conversation was still within reach. Moreover, with Gu Guang's substantial sales of spiritual energy, any lord with ambition had likely accumulated a considerable reserve. Consequently, the continental chat channel was bustling with activity. As Gu Guang perused the conversation, he was soon struck with astonishment. Among the lords voicing their opinions, the most formidable among them, who commanded a green ant nest, was merely referred to as a big shot. Was this not somewhat underwhelming? Continuing to read, he discovered that many players were only third-tier lords, with ascending to fourth-tier status marking one as a member of the elite. To attain lordship was to reach the pinnacle. Gu Guang found it hard to believe. Had he truly been so out of touch with the players for too long? Was the gap in strength so vast? As these realizations dawned upon him, Gu Guang found himself lost in reflection. A region's resources typically amounted to around 300 million units of food, accompanied by varying amounts of spiritual energy. The specific quantity of spiritual energy was likely inconsistent, depending on the number of special resource points that refreshed within the region. 300 million units of food appeared substantial, yet with 100 players competing for it, the average share per player would be a mere 3 million. Not every player was capable of monopolizing the entire region's resources as he had. With 3 million units of food, one could only elevate their nest to fourth-tier status. To upgrade their nest, one would need to claim the entire region's resources. Thus, it seemed that among these players, achieving the status of big shot was indeed a considerable feat. However, in comparison to him, such a position appeared rather lackluster. He could easily dispatch a mere 10-person squad to obliterate those big shots in the eyes of the players. Gu Guang continued to delve into the chat channel with keen interest. Continental chat channel. Lord Li Kai. The monsters within this abyss are truly formidable. Their existence is nearly insurmountable. I was fortunate enough to eliminate one using a special item, but that was merely a solitary victory, allowing me to step through the threshold. Moreover, I now possess the means to strategize against more abyssal creatures. However, the strength of these black flame beasts is astonishing. Currently, I have barely managed to seize a monster territory through sheer effort, and my 10 legions have dwindled to merely 10,000. To continue this campaign, I must adopt a more cautious approach. Video, note, the account of Lord Li Kai's assault on the black flame beast territory. Gu Guang clicked to view, revealing a swarm of black armored ants that overwhelmed a monster territory. Among these ants, there existed several unique units, likely forged from special resources found within Li Kai's domain. Yet, within this monster territory, there were only 1,000 black flame beasts. With such a vast disparity in numbers, Li Kai's forces suffered a staggering 1.9 casualty rate. It must be said, this is truly embarrassing. The black flame beasts are a unique type of monster in the abyssal region that resembles humans, wrapped in black bandages, with faint black flames emanating from their bodies. Their power appears comparable to that of abyssal zombies. Just beneath Li Kai's remarks, others began to fawn over him. Zhao Bing, fourth-tier lord, you're truly impressive. I can't even set foot in the abyss. With my current strength, sending troops to the monster territory would be tantamount to suicide. Alas, I wonder when I will be able to storm the abyss like you. Sun Air, fourth-tier lord, member of the Blade Alliance. With our current strength, it seems we must wait for the regional boss battle to conclude and the continent to unlock more resources before we can venture forth into the abyss. Li Ming, fourth-tier lord, member of the Flower Picking Alliance. Sirs, I beg for your guidance. Does anyone have the means to assist in battling the abyss? Li Xian, fourth-tier lord, member of the Light Alliance. The abyss? It's rather trivial, easily manageable. Li Kai. Relying solely on words. Within the region, Li Kai was quite displeased. Having originally basked in compliments, he was now confronted by someone even more pretentious than himself. Thinking the abyss was trivial. Who did he think he was? Chapter 73. This regional boss seems a bit weak. In the leafy plains, Li Xian also noticed the individual who had retorted against him. He had not anticipated that his showboating would be met with resistance. Instantly, he became intrigued. If boasting lacked an audience for rebuttal, what significance did it hold? Continent chat channel. Li Xian, fourth-tier lord, member of the Light Alliance. Relying on words? With your 1.9 casualty rate, how dare you flaunt it? Li Kai, you merely have a mouth. Not everyone possesses the capability to challenge the abyss. Some have merely collected resources from a region and can only be considered that type of individual, having not conquered a single abyssal monster territory, nor even possessing resources to train troops. I suspect you fall into that category, don't you? Li Xian, fourth-tier lord, member of the Light Alliance. Video, note, Gu Guang's sixth-tier legion casually stepping into a monster territory. Li Xian, fourth-tier lord, member of the Light Alliance. Did you see that clearly? Or do you think my video is fabricated? If you believe it can be faked, feel free to produce one. Li Xian, fourth-tier lord, Member of the Light Alliance, are you still speechless because you didn't see clearly? Let me show you another one. Video. Note. The Thunder Ant unleashing an ultra-purple lightning strike, covering a vast expanse of 10,000 meters. Li Xian, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Light Alliance, is that insufficient? Video. Note. The Unyielding One exploding the Iron Dragon, trampling the Iron-Armored Zombie Legion. Zhao Bing, 4th Tier, Lord. Holy cow. A true powerhouse. Sun Air, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Blade Alliance, what massive thighs. Could I perhaps pluck a hair? Li Ming, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Flower Picking Alliance. Does the esteemed one prefer men? After several videos, Li Kai's presence vanished from the chat. Gu Guang observed with a bemused expression. Watching his subordinates show off? Using his videos to boast? This felt decidedly off. Just as everyone was fervently praising Li Xian, he abruptly shifted the conversation. Li Xian, 4th Tier Lord, member of the Light Alliance. Ahem. Everyone, don't rush. You've mistaken the subject of your admiration. The protagonist in these videos is not me, meaning the feats depicted were not my own. Li Kai. Heh. Indeed, relying on mere words. Now you admit the videos are fabricated, don't you? As soon as Li Xian uttered this statement, Li Kai impatiently interjected, launching into a tirade. In response, Li Xian merely maintained a calm demeanor. Li Xian, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Light Alliance indeed, but I can still dominate you. Do you have any objections? Video. Scene. A uniform mass of colossal black armored ants. Zhao Bing, 4th Tier Lord. Forget about this fool. First, tell us who the protagonist of the video is. I'm dying to know. Li Xian, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Light Alliance. Ahem. The protagonist of the video is our leader, the strongest player on Continent 97, Gu Guang. Under his leadership, all players in our region are thriving, and everyone has reached their peak. In fact, each of us can venture out and tackle a deep monster nest without issue. Sun Air, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Blade Alliance. You're exaggerating. If it's that difficult, how could it be feasible for all? Or is it just you and the entire alliance? Liu Bing, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Light Alliance. It seems he might not be exaggerating. Qin Xiu, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Light Alliance. Perhaps he isn't exaggerating? Yin Jun, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Light Alliance. Maybe he's being modest. Xian Jingtian, 4th Tier Lord. Member of the Light Alliance. Perhaps he's understated by a billion. All members of the Light Alliance. X65. He probably isn't exaggerating. The entire Light Alliance collectively set forth to show off, leading to an immediate silence in the continent channel. Gu Guang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle. His subordinates had managed to silence the entire continent channel. While Gu Guang reveled in this moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed once more. System, greetings, dear young players. The 7-day limit has concluded, and the regional boss battle commences. System, only those who survive will be eligible to continue the game. Haha, enjoy yourselves. As the voice faded, the earth trembled beneath the players' feet. This tremor resonated throughout the entire area, perceptible to every player. Accompanied by the tremors, a towering nest rose in the very center of the region. This unexpected occurrence snapped Gu Guang's attention back to reality. At that moment, a colossal monster nest loomed before his territory, towering over 100 meters. From within the nest, a multitude of monsters emerged. They were none other than werewolves. Indeed, the regional boss manifesting in the leafy plains was of the werewolf clan. Wolf Nest, boss level. However, upon examining the werewolves' attributes, Gu Guang couldn't help but smile. Although some green werewolves emerged, the werewolf leaders were blue. Yet, why did Gu Guang find it so amusing? Emerging from the wolf's den were approximately 100,000 werewolves, densely covering the vast expanse of land. The Wolf King, brimming with enthusiasm, advanced to the forefront and could not suppress a howl. Young ones, if we conquer this territory, we shall claim it for eternity. This is our chance. Orcs, never shall we be enslaved. Armed with a crescent blade, the Wolf King narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing his fangs. Embodying a regal demeanor, Gu Guang, unable to bear the sight any longer, waved his hand to summon the legion of 100,000 6th-tier blue ant warriors, encircling the werewolf clan. He then positioned himself at the forefront. Standing atop a towering 100-meter figure, he inquired from his elevated vantage, "Dear Wolf King, which territory do you intend to seize?" Upon hearing this, the Wolf King furrowed his brow, wondering which insufferable brat dared to disrupt the atmosphere at such a moment. Moreover, why had the light suddenly dimmed? Unable to restrain himself, he opened his eyes and looked up, only to be met with a sight that made his legs quiver. A colossal monster, towering 100 meters high, loomed before him. To his senses, the creature possessed 6th-tier strength, surpassing his own in quality. Most alarmingly, a figure stood atop the beast's head. Was that not the very target he had been tasked to eliminate? As a regional boss, he possessed a unique ability to sense the player's locations. The Wolf King, feeling bewildered, scanned his surroundings, and his heart sank further. How had he become surrounded by a legion of sixth-tier monsters? Had he mistakenly teleported to the wrong location? Was he not following the instructions of the Great Being to hunt down some novice players in the epic game? The current situation seemed decidedly amiss. Silence enveloped the scene. An overwhelming silence. Yet Gu Guang was not inclined to remain silent. He promptly issued an attack order. In less than 10 minutes, the werewolf army was completely annihilated, with even the 100-meter-high wolf den obliterated by a thunderbolt summoned by the Thunder Ant. The conclusion came too swiftly. Gu Guang scarcely felt as though this had been a battle against a regional boss. Ding. Detection of players slaying regional boss. Chapter 74. Invasion commences. Ding. Reward. Qualification to enter the resource Secret Realm X1. Reward. Territory Weapon Hurricane Guidance Device X1. Ding. Detection of regional boss kill process completed solely by Lord Gu Guang. Contribution. 100. Reward. 100 million food. 10 million spiritual energy. Ding. Continental Announcement Number 97. Congratulations to Leaf Plains Lord Gu Guang for slaying the regional boss. 3 notifications rang out, 2 of which were personal alerts, but the final announcement reverberated across the entirety of Continental Number 97. At this moment, regional bosses had only just begun to appear across the continent. Other players had yet to take action, and many regional bosses had only just emerged. Yet within this brief span of 10 minutes, the first regional boss had fallen. The top players in various regions gazed at the immense regional boss army in the center, momentarily rendered speechless. However, they soon recalled the footage showcased in the chat channel of the Light Alliance, bringing them back to a state of understanding. Such a prodigious feat of dispatching a regional boss in merely 10 minutes seemed all too normal. In fact, some mused that a regional boss managing to endure for 10 minutes was already commendable. The actions of the Light Alliance had just transpired. Yet Gu Guang's deeds appeared entirely justifiable. Although the current situation made the regional boss seem weak, this was merely from Gu Guang's perspective. To other players, the regional boss remained excessively formidable, particularly for those still embroiled in chaos and conflict within their regions. Their territories were yet to be unified, indicating that no lord had emerged. Without players present, how could they hope to contend with a regional boss? Thus, while Gu Guang faced the encounter with apparent ease, one should not hastily conclude the regional boss's weakness. At this juncture, Gu Guang was not inclined to dwell on these matters. His focus lay firmly on his own affairs. He scrutinized the rewards bestowed by the game. Resource Secret Realm Entry Qualification. Upon unlocking the continent, a wave of public secret realms will open, allowing qualified players to enter at their discretion. Hurricane Guidance Device. Tier. Variable. Attributes. Territory Weapon. Function. Upon activation, the Lord can harness the power of the hurricane. Consumption. Determined by the intensity at the moment of activation. Description. A potent territorial weapon. Its might is contingent upon the overall strength of the territory, and it can only be placed within a kilometer of the corn nest. The resource Secret Realm was easily comprehensible, and Gu Guang felt little surprise. The second reward. The Hurricane Guidance Device was indeed a valuable asset, serving as a protective umbrella for his territory, although its true power remained to be tested. Aside from these developments, a countdown had manifested before him. Continent unlock time, 11 hours and 48 minutes. This indicated that the regional boss battle would not conclude for another 12 hours. As for what would transpire if the regional boss was not slain within this time frame, players could likely survive. Of course, this was merely Gu Guang's conjecture. The game could hardly be a dead end, as this also represented the sole escape for less powerful players. Surviving the 12 hours without being vanquished by the boss would allow them to persist into the next version. However, such resilience would yield no rewards. After a moment's reflection, Gu Guang ceased to concern himself with this matter. He now faced another issue, the impending invasion of the Bud Star. One must understand that once the regional blockade was lifted, it would signify the complete cessation of protection for the players. The invasion of the Bud Star would soon follow. Yet, he remained uncertain about the strength of the Bud Star. Was it powerful enough to easily obliterate him, or were they evenly matched, not likely to be feeble? In Gu Guang's subconscious, the existence of the Bud Star was inherently formidable, leaving no room for doubts of weakness. Consequently, he did not dwell on this aspect. As for the situation he would encounter, all he could do now was prepare as best as he could. Under his commands, the 100,000 ant soldiers mobilized, led by the Thunder Ant, advancing to encircle the Bud Star's location. Simultaneously, Gu Guang issued a retreat order to Yan Jun and Xine Jingtian, instructing them to take the ant nest and proceed to the abyss, awaiting his command. Should he manage to hold the line, they would return to the Leaf Plains. If not, he would have no choice but to lead his people into the abyss. The members of the Light Alliance could only fret silently. feeling helpless in the face of their current strength. They could do nothing but pray for Gu Guang's victory. Meanwhile, Gu Guang stowed away his ant nest and stationed himself at the abyss gate, prepared to flee at the first sign of trouble. 12 hours may not seem like a lengthy period. For all the players from the Blue Star embroiled in the regional boss battle, it has been a grueling struggle. A torment, a harrowing sensation of being relentlessly hunted. Yet, for Gu Guang, was it not equally a psychological ordeal? The unknown is the most fertile ground for one's imagination. Ding! The regional boss battle has concluded. Congratulations to the surviving players. You shall advance to the next phase of the game. Ding! The game has commenced its second chapter, the struggle of heroes. Ding! The resource secret realm will open in 1 hour. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Ding! The continent's blockade has been lifted. The intelligence locks on troop types have been removed, and new resources have been updated. Players may explore at their discretion. A flurry of notifications flooded in, bringing a sigh of relief to countless players teetering on the brink of life and death. Those who were but a moment away from a gruesome demise at the hands of the regional boss found that when they looked up, the boss had vanished into thin air. Similarly, players on the verge of having their territories breached witnessed the sudden disappearance of the regional boss. Such scenes unfolded before every player in the area. The fortunate survivors erupted in jubilation, tears of joy flowing freely. In stark contrast to this universal celebration, Gu Guang's gaze was drawn to a newly transformed location point. What had once been a mere speck was now gradually expanding. Location point, spatial teleportation array under construction. Simultaneously, a new suffix appeared behind the location point, indicating that the adversary was in the process of constructing a spatial passage. Before long, the small black morphed into a colossal black hole, spanning a radius of 100 meters. This immense void exuded a formidable sense of oppression, for it heralded the arrival of unknown monsters. Spatial passage, transmission in progress. Roar. In the next instant, a gigantic skeletal dragon's head emerged first, followed by its body, wings, and limbs. Thunder, strike now. Gu Guang remained in a state of heightened tension, commanding his troop to attack the moment the foe appeared. Countless bolts of blue lightning rained down from above, crashing into the first monster that materialized. In an instant, the roaring skeletal dragon was obliterated, leaving not a trace of ash behind. Chapter 75, Heroic Units and Battle Formations. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Gu Guang felt no surprise. After all, it was entirely reasonable for several tens of thousands of lightning strikes to annihilate a single skeletal dragon. This did not prove anything significant. What mattered more was the impending invasion force. Only after repelling the subsequent invading units could one claim to possess the capability to withstand the incursions from the Bone Star. For now, it could only be said that his troops posed a threat to the forces of the Bone Star's leader, Kel. As anticipated, following the demise of the first skeletal dragon, a surge of skeletal dragons began to emerge. The sheer number of these creatures suggested they were the vanguard, undoubtedly the strongest among their ranks. Gu Guang took a moment to assess the strength of the enemy units. Skeletal Dragon. Tier 6. Quality, green. However, upon reviewing the tier and quality of the skeletal dragons, Gu Guang was momentarily taken aback, for it diverged from his expectations. It was important to note that in the video presented by the Third Lord, there had been a multitude of skeletal dragons, including those of blue tier quality. And it had been some time since then. Their strength, if not vastly improved, certainly should not have diminished. So why was the situation thus? Why were these skeletal dragons merely of 6-tier green quality, failing to reach even blue? In truth, Gu Guang had fallen into a misconception. The players from Bone Star were not a monolithic group, and there were certainly variances in strength among them. Perhaps the player showcased in the Third Lord's video was among the most formidable. The current invading player, however, did not seem particularly strong. Realizing this, Gu Guang's heart raced with excitement. With such strength, they dare invade my territory? It seems the counter-invasion plan is not mere rhetoric. This realization was undoubtedly fortuitous for Gu Guang. He promptly commanded his troops to hold nothing back, to obliterate as many foes as they could. When one invades another, one must always be prepared for the possibility of being invaded. In this game world, everyone yearns for greater resources, to ascend to the pinnacle of power. And Gu Guang was no exception. At that moment, far away in the dark mountains of Bone Star, Kel felt a sudden jolt of alarm. What was happening? Why were the invading troops I dispatched suffering such significant losses? This situation felt amiss. To ensure the success of this invasion, Kel had made extensive preparations, equipping his forces with the strongest units available, for he sought to leverage this opportunity to catch up with his kin. He was not among the first batch of players to enter the game, but rather the second. Although his development lagged behind the first cohort, he had acquired substantial in-game intelligence, successfully claiming a territory as his own. He understood that the next crucial step for the players of Bone Star was planetary invasion, an opportunity granted by the game system. By invading other planets, they could seize resources from other players, utilizing these to develop their own territory while dismantling the nests of rival players, thereby acquiring vast amounts of essence to enhance their own nests. The game imposes a limitation. Demolishing the nests of players from the same race yields no essence, a protective measure by the system against interracial conflict. However, as long as the players are not of the same race, this restriction does not apply. Though the players of Bone Star possess their own planetary territories, the resources therein are scarce. Every resource is exceedingly precious. Thus, the system granted them a unique privilege to invade other planets and seize their resources, an opportunity provided by the system and their only path forward. Therefore, upon receiving this chance, Kel had been meticulously preparing. Now, the moment of harvest had finally arrived. From the outset, Kel had been filled with excitement, eager to acquire abundant resources through this endeavor, yet his mood had soured considerably. Of the 50,000 troops he dispatched, 3,000 had already been lost, and these 3,000 included some of his more crucial skeletal dragon units. How could this be? The opposing side had only just unlocked the regional blockade. How could they possibly defeat his 6th-tier units, especially since all his 6th-tier units had achieved green quality? According to the game's conventions, players within a protected region, even if they gathered all the resources, could only elevate their nests to a maximum of 5 tiers. Could it be that this limitation imposed by the game was solely directed at the players of Bone Star? However, that does not seem accurate. The first batch of Budding Star players had previously invaded other planets, and after unlocking those regions, the highest level achieved by players was merely Tier 5. Could it be that the planet he is currently invading possesses some extraordinary qualities? At this thought, a sudden warmth ignited within Curl's heart. The more unique the planet, the greater the treasures that might be found. Without further hesitation, he summoned his hero unit and simultaneously produced a battle array. Hero unit. After unlocking the region, defeating monsters allows the acquisition of a hero altar, through which hero units can be forged. These units possess greater strength compared to regular soldiers and can utilize battle arrays. Battle array. After unlocking the region, defeating monsters grants access to battle arrays, though their deployment requires a hero unit as the core. These two transformations can be regarded as the most significant changes following the region's unlocking. Battle Array Core, Complete Unity. Tier 6, exclusively for Tier 6 units. Limit 01000. Number of units covered by the array. Function, centered around the hero unit. It amalgamates the power of 1,000 units of the same quality. Although this Battle Array Core is extremely versatile, it is also quite precious, as one cannot obtain it without defeating a boss. In the months since Curl arrived in this game world, he had acquired only this one trump card, yet he chose to employ it without hesitation, for the forthcoming endeavors might yield even greater rewards. Moreover, the battle array is reusable. As long as it is not destroyed during use, the core remains intact. Provided the war core remains undamaged, it can be utilized repeatedly. Curl fused his soul hero unit with the war core and then formed the battle array with 1,000 skeletal dragons. Thus, the power of these 1,000 skeletal dragons was infused into the hero unit, augmenting its strength to unprecedented levels. The hero unit bore a striking resemblance to a human, retaining only minimal monstrous traits. For instance, Curl's hero unit was transformed from a skeletal dragon, now manifesting a human form yet possessing a dragon's head. With its entire body composed of bones,